Vampires came to the town and killed indiscriminately. People on the streets fled in all directions. After hearing the commotion outside, a couple immediately had their 2 children hide in a cabinet. The mother instructed them not to come out no matter what happened. The younger boy couldn't help but cry. The father warned them that the vampires were coming. The mother had no choice but to close the cabinet door, praying for their survival. The girl covered the boy's mouth with her hand to avoid attracting the vampire's attention. The vampire entered the house. The father was killed right after saying there was nothing here, and the mother was killed immediately after. The vampire stood in the pool of blood. The little girl saw his red eyes through the crack. Du Xiaoxin suddenly woke up. It was just a dream. A girl in class said that after the prince drank his blood yesterday, he felt very comfortable. Other girls thought with his quality, the prince must have meant it tasted bad. But the girl thought they were just jealous of him. The girls thought he was too proud. Du Xiaoxin stood up to leave. He heard the boys discussing that those girls were at it again. They said their own ladies were easier to serve. Hearing this, Du Xiaoxin thought they were too self-degrading. At this moment, a classmate called out to Du Xiaoxin, asking him to help bring materials from the music room. Du Xiaoxin didn't know why they asked for his help. Luai found the girl's blood distasteful after drinking it. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Du Xiaoxin thought outside the door, wishing everyone would just treat him like air. He pushed open the door. He saw Luai. Just as Luai was about to call him, Du Xiaoxin closed the door and ran away. He ran with all his might. He didn't want to see that filthy scene. But Luai caught his shoulder from behind, because no one had ever dared to ignore Luai. Du Xiaoxin found Luai's hand too dirty and told him to let go. But Luai thought he was just acting superior, that this was all a tactic to get close to him. Du Xiaoxin denied it immediately. Luai told him not to quibble, saying he'd seen many people like this. Du Xiaoxin was confused. He tried to reach out to stop him, but Luai grabbed his hand. Seeing this, he could only shout no. Luai told him not to struggle needlessly, that it was his luck to have his blood drunk by him. Du Xiaoxin looked at Luai, remembering the vampire who killed his parents. He felt disgusted. He slapped Luai across the face, but accidentally left a cut. Du Xiaoxin sensed trouble. Luai thought he was quite fierce, and he had successfully provoked him. Luai grabbed Du Xiaoxin, dragging him to a balcony. He loudly announced to everyone that from today on, Du Xiaoxin would be his enemy. Du Xiaoxin's expression was terrified. People below discussed among themselves, thinking he was very unlucky to have offended Prince Luai. Luai released his hand. Du Xiaoxin fell, sitting on the ground, while Luai looked at him with a defiant expression. Luai hated humans because they were both greedy and cowardly, only escaping reality and being untrustworthy. Luai watched Du Xiaoxin run away, remembering the past. That day he was looking for Fule. His brother stopped him, asking if he was looking for the snow servant who always took care of him. Luai just wanted to know where Fule had gone. His brother told him that Fule had left. He found taking care of Luai too difficult, so he cried and begged Luai's father for a different job. Luai thought his brother was lying, because Fule had promised to stay with him forever, to remain by his side. His brother held Luai's face, telling him that humans and vampires could never be together forever. Humans would eventually abandon him like this. And now Luai stood by the window, watching Du Xiaoxin being bullied. The girls pinned Du Xiaoxin to the ground. His resistance amused them. Du Xiaoxin couldn't understand why they were so obedient to vampires. Didn't they have any dignity as humans? The sleazy girl grabbed Du Xiaoxin's hair and mocked him. He mentioned dignity. The girl thought dignity meant nothing in this world. Du Xiaoxin pushed her away. Luai looked at his profile. A blurry figure appeared in his mind. This gave him a headache. The next second he heard Du Xiaoxin shouting. He looked out the window. The girls caught Du Xiaoxin, telling him not to run. Du Xiaoxin's face was full of fear. He clenched his fist and turned around. He wanted to see how long Du Xiaoxin could hold out before crying and begging him for mercy. At this moment, someone came to tell him that Mayor Li wanted him to go to the meeting room immediately. Just as Luai was about to leave, that person saw the wound on his face and spoke up to remind him. Luai healed the wound, thinking he was too nosy. Du Xiaoxin broke free from the girl's restraint, ran to a corner. He thought it would be better to run to and from school in the future. That way he wouldn't be cornered by those people. Unexpectedly, 3 men were standing there. To please Luai, they also wanted to contribute their efforts. Du Xiaoxing knew he couldn't confront them directly. He had to think of another way, so he offered to give them all his savings, but needed to go back to the dorm to get it. He swore he wouldn't run away, but the men weren't interested in his money. Just as the man's hand was about to touch him, Du Xiaoxing bit the man hard and ran away while he loosened his grip in pain. The men shouted catch him from behind. Du Xiaoxing wanted to call for help, but realized it would be useless, as these people were all waiting to watch his misfortune. He ran with all his might, head down, not noticing a girl standing with an umbrella at the stairway. The girl tripped him with her leg. Du Xiaoxing fell hard onto the ground. His head was bleeding. Du Xiaoxing thought if he just endured it, these people would stop. Now he could only close his eyes, feeling guilty towards Xiaolin. Luoi and Xin were chatting on the balcony. Xin heard he was called to the meeting room by the director today and asked if everything was all right. Luoi said it was all nonsense, not worth mentioning. Xin had also heard something about Du Xiaoxing. He asked Luoi if he wanted to hear it. Luoi told him to speak if he wanted to. The man smiled and told him that Du Xiaoxing fell down the stairs and was bleeding, and was taken away by those men who claimed they would punish him. After hearing this, Luoi's expression showed subtle changes. Xin asked if Luoi had any urge to save Du Xiaoxing. Luoi hesitated before saying no. Unexpectedly, Xin said the instigator was Misha. Hearing this, Luoi's eyes widened. Du Xiaoxing was taken to a storage room. Several men put him on a mat and asked Misha about the next plan. Misha told them to step aside. He stepped forward to look at Du Xiaoxing's face. Du Xiaoxing could tell he was a vampire. He thought Du Xiaoxing wasn't likable at all. No wonder Luoi hated him so much. Du Xiaoxing was speechless. Misha told the men that Du Xiaoxing was now in their hands. The men tentatively asked what he meant. He waved his hand, saying they could do whatever they wanted as long as it was punishment. Misha prepared to leave, telling the men to begin the punishment. Du Xiaoxing's eyes were filled with tears. He wanted to resist, but his consciousness was becoming increasingly blurry. At this moment, Luoi appeared. Misha was very shocked. The men looked panicked. Luoi told them to get away from Du Xiaoxing. He didn't want to say it twice. Then he shouted, "Get out!" His eyes turned blood red. The men were frightened and quickly fled with their heads covered. Misha pretended to be innocent nearby. Luoi warned him not to act on his own and do unnecessary things. He claimed he was only acting according to Luoi's wishes. Luoi told him to get out, and he had to leave. Luoi knelt on Tomat, caressing Du Xiaoxing's face. He lowered his head and licked Du Xiaoxing's forehead wound, and it healed. Du Xiaoxing opened his eyes. Luoi thought Du Xiaoxing must have had enough. If he begged for mercy now, he would let bygones be bygones. Du Xiaoxing turned his head away silently. Luoi was confused by this. He couldn't understand what Du Xiaoxing was persisting for, not even willing to yield a little. Du Xiaoxing said this was his human dignity, but still couldn't say the word hate. Luoi threw his head back and laughed, finding it amusing that Du Xiaoxing would mention dignity. He felt that Du Xiaoxing still hadn't understood his position, so he decided to make Du Xiaoxing his blood servant. But Du Xiaoxing refused, quickly rejecting the idea. Luoi knew Du Xiaoxing had a sick brother. If he wasn't willing, then his brother would take his place. Du Xiaoxing could only tremble and grit his teeth, saying he understood. Luoi praised Du Xiaoxing for being a good boy, then parted his hair, telling him to never mention that pitiful dignity again, because even a single strand of his hair could only exist for Luoi. Saying this, he bit Du Xiaoxing's neck. Du Xiaoxing cried out in pain, and Luoi released his bite. Looking at the fallen Du Xiaoxing, he let out a light snort. He carried Du Xiaoxing back to his residence. After putting Du Xiaoxing down, the maid came forward to ask what was going on. Luoi told them not to ask questions and just follow orders. Then he told the maid to clean Du Xiaoxing and put him on the bed before leaving. As he walked, he encountered his brother Luada. Luada asked if he had brought Du Xiaoxing back. Luoi said it was none of his business. Luada stood up, saying he was just concerned about him. After all, he wasn't a child anymore and should act more steady. First, he said he wanted to teach someone a lesson. Then he wanted to save them. Luada wondered how long Luoi would continue being so willful. Luoi impatiently stated he didn't need to explain himself to Luada. But Luoda thought it was Du Xiaoxing's long hair that reminded Luoyi of his childhood blood servant, Fulei. Luoyi found him annoying, telling him not to mention that name in front of him. He arrived at the bedroom door. The maid told him they had put Du Xiaoxing on the bed as instructed. The maids opened the door, but Luoyi found the bed empty. The maids were extremely panicked about this. He went to the window. Looking at the disturbed bedsheets, he fell into deep thought. It seemed he had underestimated Du Xiaoxing. Du Xiaoxing ran into the forest but couldn't find the exit. The crows behind him pursued relentlessly, leaving him confused. Luoyi stood at the forest edge with a night lamp. The commotion of the crows caught his attention. The crows kept harassing Du Xiaoxing. He was forced to stop and chase them away, but accidentally stepped off the cliff. At that moment, Luoyi appeared and grabbed him. He hadn't expected Luoyi would save him. Luoyi, holding onto a tree branch with one hand, thought he was really troublesome. The next moment, the branch cracked. Du Xiaoxing closed his eyes, knowing that falling from this height would surely mean death. But Luoyi held him and switched positions. Before they could react, they crashed heavily onto the ground. Du Xiaoxing opened his eyes. Luoyi told him to move away. Du Xiaoxing's hands were stained with Luoyi's blood. The excessive blood loss had weakened Luoyi's self-healing ability. He told Du Xiaoxing to get away quickly, as he couldn't control himself and might drain all his blood. If Du Xiaoxing didn't want to die, he should quickly find a place to hide. But Du Xiaoxing asked why Luoyi saved him. He pulled aside his closed shoulder strap for Luoyi to drink his blood, saying he'd find a way to push Luoyi away if he couldn't take it. He'd rather die than owe a vampire a favor. Luoyi couldn't understand why Du Xiaoxing would try to escape one moment and then refuse to leave the next. He pushed Du Xiaoxing to the ground, thinking he wanted to be bitten. Surely his previous resistance was all an act. Du Xiaoxing reminded him about his injuries, but he said he didn't need such fake concern. Better to get started. He assured Du Xiaoxing he would be gentle. Luoyi didn't drink his blood. He felt confused. If drinking blood was all that was needed, why treat him this way? Luoyi said this was his duty. Not only did Luoyi not drink Du Xiaoxing's blood, but he also healed his wounds. Luoyi knew that owing him a favor was a form of torture for him. Du Xiaoxing told him to let go, but Luoyi told him to be quiet, saying he didn't want to waste energy catching him again. Du Xiaoxing didn't understand what was fun about toying with people, but Luoyi found it amusing and said even if he let Du Xiaoxing go, he would still be caught again, because he could never escape in this lifetime. Du Xiaoxing shuddered. A mysterious cloaked figure was watching everything from the shadows. He thought this woman was quite stubborn, which made him look forward to what would happen. Luoyi held Du Xiaoxing tightly at the bottom of the cliff. Du Xiaoxing told himself not to be deceived, so he gently pushed Luoyi away, planning to leave. But Luoyi grabbed his wrist, asking if he still wanted to escape. Du Xiaoxing knew he had no chance in a direct confrontation, so he lied about just wanting to scout the path. Luoyi pulled him into his arms, telling him not to lie. Du Xiaoxing insisted he was telling the truth, saying they needed to find a way back. Luoyi asked where he meant by back. Du Xiaoxing begged him not to force him to say things he wouldn't like to hear. They both stood up, looking at the forest before them. Luoyi told Du Xiaoxing only Blood Clan members could see the miasma inside. Ordinary people who entered would likely die. But since Du Xiaoxing wanted to explore, he would accompany him to the end. So they walked into the forest hand in hand. The leaves rustled, and Luoyi noticed his fear. Du Xiaoxing felt Luoyi brought him into this forest just to make him see his own insignificance, that he couldn't survive without Luoyi. So he shook his hand free, telling Luoyi to let go. Luoyi teased, asking if he wasn't afraid anymore. He admitted he was scared, but he disliked being led around even more. Luoyi stopped walking. He noticed that Du Xiaoxing seemed to be more resistant to vampires than most people, as he would tremble nonstop whenever they had physical contact. He leaned close to Du Xiaoxing's ear, telling him to keep enduring it, because he enjoyed seeing his uncomfortable expressions. Du Xiaoxing told Luoyi to let him go, but he accidentally slipped and fell into the mud. Luoyi looked at mud-covered Du Xiaoxing and asked if he knew how he looked right now, saying he was absolutely filthy. Du Xiaoxing remained silent. Then Luoyi extended his hand again, offering to help him up. Du Xiaoxing swatted Luoyi's hand away. He got up, turned around, and ran away. Luoyi scoffed at his recklessness. Du Xiaoxing ran hard through the forest. He felt countless shadows around him, saying he was disgusting. He covered his ears, not wanting to hear more. Suddenly, he saw his younger brother Xiaolin standing before him. Xiaolin thought he had been defiled by vampires. How disgusting. Du Xiaoxing's eyes filled with tears. He felt like he was falling into an abyss. And Xiaolin disappeared before his eyes. He suddenly sat up in bed. Looking at the empty room, he couldn't immediately recognize where he was. He got out of bed and found the windows were sealed shut. He turned and knocked on the door, asking where this place was. The maid waiting outside replied that this was the room Luoyi prepared for him, and he should just rest and recover. At this moment, Luoyi arrived. He asked the maid why there was such a commotion so early, then told her to open the door. When Du Xiaoxing saw the door open, he immediately rushed out. But Luoyi caught him and threw him onto the bed. Luoyi leaned over him, saying he was much more likable last night when he voluntarily offered his blood. Du Xiaoxing was confused about why he couldn't remember anything from last night. Luoyi explained it was because of the miasma. Humans would hallucinate in that forest, then lose consciousness until death. That's what he got for letting go of Luoyi's hand. This was punishment. Du Xiaoxing remembered Luoyi thought he was filthy, so he told him not to touch him. Luoyi pinned his hands above his head, noting that since he was so energetic, he must have recovered well. Du Xiaoxing asked what he wanted to do. Luoyi said he was going to drink his blood, of course. Du Xiaoxing felt so dirty. Luoyi paused and asked if he was calling dirty. Du Xiaoxing cried and begged Luoyi to let him go home. Luoyi assured him that as long as he became his blood servant, his brother wouldn't be harmed. However, this was only while he still found him interesting. Luoyi walked out and instructed the maid to watch Du Xiaoxing carefully. Du Xiaoxing covered his eyes as tears fell. Xiaoling stood at the doorway. Two women came to greet her, asking why she was so early today. Xiaoling said today was the day her sister would return home. The women praised her sister for getting into the capital academy, which made Xiaoling's expression dim. She said goodbye to the women, saying she needed to go pick up her sister. After she left, the women whispered among themselves, thinking that if it weren't for her heart condition, her beauty would have attracted many noble families. Xiaolin hadn't walked far before weakly leaning against a wall. He knew his sister entered the vampire-run school only to pay for his medical expenses. Just then, a girl asked if he was Du Xiaoxing's brother. The girl introduced herself as Du Xiaoxing's classmate and told Xiaolin that something had happened to Du Xiaoxing at school. Luoyi wanted to know if Du Xiaoxing was still sulking. The maid said he hadn't eaten for 2 days. Luoyi thought he was too troublesome. Luoyi entered the bedroom, telling Du Xiaoxing not to think he'd be released just by starving himself. Angering him wouldn't do anyone any good. Luoyi pulled back the covers and told Du Xiaoxing to speak. Du Xiaoxing told him he wanted to go home, even if just for today. Luoyi sighed and asked him to tell the truth about why he had to go home today. The butler interrupted their conversation, saying Du Xiaoxing's brother was requesting to see Luoyi. Du Xiaoxing didn't know why Xiaolin would come here. Luoyi grabbed his hand, saying he should be happy now that his family had come to see him. But Du Xiaoxing refused, saying he couldn't let Xiaolin see him with vampires. Luoyi leaned in and asked what exactly was wrong. Actually, Luoyi knew he didn't want his brother to see his fallen state. He told Du Xiaoxing to just watch from behind the curtain. Du Xiaoxing covered his mouth, trembling silently. Xiaolin was brought in. Du Xiaoxing tried to rush out, but was pulled back and had his mouth covered. He was told to just watch from there. Luoyi asked Xiaolin what brought him here. Xiaolin clenched his fists and knelt down, begging Luoyi to spare his sister. Both Luoyi and Du Xiaoxing were shocked by this. Luoyi hadn't expected Xiaolin to be so spineless, thinking he'd be like Du Xiaoxing. Xiaolin could only swallow his pride and apologize. Whatever Du Xiaoxing had done to anger Luoyi, he was willing to bear it all for his sister. He'd do anything. Luoyi noticed something wrong with Xiaoling and told him to lift up his clothes and explain. Before Xiaoling could finish speaking, he fainted. Du Xiaoxing immediately rushed out. Luoyi called for the butler to bring the best doctor in the area immediately. Du Xiaoxing held Xiaoling. Looking at Xiaoling's pale face, he felt dazed. Luoyi told him to pull himself together and angrily demanded to know why the doctor hadn't arrived yet. The doctor finally arrived. After injecting medicine into Xiaolin, he said it was fortunate they rescued him in time. However, he suggested hospitalization would be more secure. Luoyi asked the butler to arrange hospitalization. He hadn't expected to cause so much trouble. Du Xiaoxing was swaying beside him, and he quickly embraced him. Du Xiaoxing opened his eyes and saw Luoyi. He asked about Xiaolin's condition. Luoyi assured him that Xiaolin had been arranged into the best hospital for treatment. Du Xiaoxing wanted to visit Xiaolin, but Luoyi thought he was too weak and told him to eat something first. Du Xiaoxing refused to eat. Luai had to tell him he needed strength to see Xiaolin. Du Xiaoxing couldn't hold the spoon steady, so Luai took the bowl and fed him personally. Luai smiled gently, but Du Xiaoxing looked uncomfortable. Du Xiaoxing sat by the hospital bed, asking Xiaolin if he wanted some porridge. Xiaolin didn't want to eat for now. Du Xiaoxing worried he was unwell, but Xiaolin said he just needed to take his medicine. Xiaolin felt that Du Xiaoxing had suffered so much, yet all he could do was beg. He felt useless. Du Xiaoxing hugged Xiaolin, saying he was brave, and together they had nothing to fear. Then Du Xiaoxing asked Xiaolin to eat porridge, and he agreed. Du Xiaoxing asked if Xiaolin wanted an apple. Xiaolin said he'd eat it if Du Xiaoxing peeled it. Du Xiaoxing smiled and agreed. This stunned Luai. He didn't know Du Xiaoxing could smile in the hospital room. They noticed Luai standing at the door. This made Luai somewhat embarrassed. He said it was time and told Du Xiaoxing to return with him. As they left the hospital, Luai thought Du Xiaoxing would refuse to leave. But Du Xiaoxing said he wouldn't run away anymore, though he hoped Luai wouldn't restrict his freedom. Luai smiled cunningly and agreed. Luai asked Xian to investigate who told Xiaolin about Du Xiaoshan's situation. Xian thought he had developed feelings for Du Xiaoshan, but Luai said discipline needs both whip and candy. He told Xian to just investigate, and Xian agreed. Du Xiaoshan walked in the school corridor. Nearby students whispered about him. They disliked him and decided to teach him a lesson. A girl called out to Du Xiaoshan, and he turned around. The girl slapped Du Xiaoshan's face. Du Xiaoshan glared at her. She thought anyone could hit Du Xiaoshan. Du Xiaoshan told her not to go too far. The girl raised her hand to slap him again, but Du Xiaoshan caught her hand, saying his compromise had limits. He then threw her hand aside. The girl, embarrassed and angry, pulled out a small knife. Just then, a male student appeared behind him and knocked the knife from her hand. He was Sun Nai, the disciplinary committee member. He warned the girl against horsing around during breaks. The two girls, seeing they were at a disadvantage, left. Du Xiaoxing thanked Sun Nai, asking if he wasn't afraid of getting involved. But Sun Nai wasn't afraid. He believed people should help each other. Noticing Du Xiaoxing's facial injury, he offered to take him to the infirmary. Du Xiaoxing felt it wasn't necessary, but Sun Nai insisted on taking him. At the infirmary, Du Xiaoxing felt it was troublesome, but Sun Nai said it was part of his duty. He said if he had met Du Xiaoxing earlier, perhaps he could have prevented some bullying. Sun Dai suggested he could escort Du Xiaoxing to and from classes. They could talk while walking together. This left Du Xiaoxing unsure how to respond. After school, they walked together. Other students were gossiping around them. Sun Dai patted Du Xiaoxing's head, telling him to ignore the gossip. Du Xiaoxing thanked him, calling him senior, but he asked Du Xiaoxing to call him Sun Nai. Luai watched their cheerful interaction from afar. With a dark expression, he pulled Du Xiaoxing away from Sun Nai. Luai threw Du Xiaoxing onto the bed. Du Xiaoxing didn't understand why Luai suddenly brought him back. Luai said it was because he belonged to him. Luai pinched Du Xiaoxing's face, saying he forgot who he was just because someone was nice to him. Then he noticed the injury on Du Xiaoxing's face. He asked who hit him. Du Xiaoxing said it was all thanks to him, saying this was what he wanted anyway. But Luai's face showed guilt. Seeing this, Du Xiaoxing warned himself not to be deceived. Because Du Xiaoxing was friendly with other men, Luai decided to punish him. Du Xiaoxing's eyes widened when he heard this. Luai found Du Xiaoxing's clothes bothersome, asking if he wanted help removing them. Du Xiaoxing trembled as he unbuttoned his clothes. Afterward, Du Xiaoxing sat up to button his clothes, trembling and nearly crying. Luai told him this was just a minor punishment. If he dared get involved with other men again, the punishment would be severe. Du Xiaoxing thought Luai was being unreasonable, but he noticed classmates avoiding him, wondering if it was Luai's doing again. Sun Nai called out to Du Xiaoxing, who turned to leave. But Sun Nai grabbed his hand and turned him around. Sun Nai apologized for watching helplessly as Luai took him away yesterday, wondering if Luai had done anything to him. Sun Nai pulled Du Xiaoxing to a corner, telling him to speak up if he had any troubles, and he would help. But Du Xiaoxing said he didn't want to involve Sun Nai, saying he didn't want to cause him trouble before leaving. Sun Nai grabbed Du Xiaoxing's shoulders, but accidentally saw the red marks on his neck. Du Xiaoxing covered it embarrassedly and quickly ran away. Sun Nai stood there expressionless. Du Xiaoxing returned to Luai's place. Luai asked if he had a good day at school. Du Xiaoxing said he hadn't broken any promises. Luoyi put down his wine and told him to come over. Du Xiaoxing was scared. As soon as Du Xiaoxing approached, Luoyi pulled him into his arms, asking if he was dissatisfied. Du Xiaoxing thought Luoyi was deliberately mocking him first, but Luoyi considered Du Xiaoxing his private property. He could do whatever he wanted. Du Xiaoxing was speechless. Luoyi took the wine and asked Du Xiaoxing to drink it, saying he would forgive his rudeness. Du Xiaoxing turned away, saying he couldn't drink. Luoyi thought for a moment and pulled Du Xiaoxing to the balcony. He asked him to dance together, saying as a blood servant, he should have some skills to please his master. At first, Du Xiaoxing was clumsy. Luoyi warned him he'd be dead if he stepped on his feet. After a while, they danced in perfect harmony, their bodies close together. This made Du Xiaoxing's heart beat faster. Luoyi praised his dancing. Asked if he had learned before, Du Xiaoxing said he watched his parents dance when he was young. Luoyi told him there was a party this week, and he must bring his blood servant. So he asked Du Xiaoxing to prepare. Thinking about a vampire party, Du Xiaoxing felt nauseous. Feeling unwell, he excused himself and ran away. Xian thought Du Xiaoxing ran away because Luoyi had been too lenient with him. He remembered Luoyi used to attend parties alone, but now he planned to bring Du Xiaoxing. Luoyi said he wanted Du Xiaoxing to enter the tiger's den, so he would know that he was the only one who could protect him. Xian thought this was Luoyi's possessiveness, noting that Sun Nai had given him quite a stimulus. Du Xiaoxing ran to the fountain, unsure of Luoyi's intentions. Someone stood behind him, asking what he was doing there. He thought it was Luoyi. Turning around, he found it was Luoda. Director Luoda asked who allowed Du Xiaoxing to wander around. Luoda thought he resembled the previous blood servant and reached for his hair. Du Xiaoxing backed away. He accidentally tripped and fell into the fountain. Luoda held 2 strands of Du Xiaoxing's hair, particularly admiring his beautiful hair. Du Xiaoxing didn't understand what he meant. Luoda said he was talking about Fulei, Luoyi's former favorite blood servant. Luoda thought Luoyi was interested in Du Xiaoxing because he resembled Fulei. Luoda told Du Xiaoxing not to have any expectations. Du Xiaoxing felt his heart ache, thinking how he could never expect anything from vampires. Luoda mentioned Fulei's eventual betrayal of Luoyi, but was interrupted by Luoyi's arrival. Luoyi told him to stop gossiping behind his back, and that his servant didn't need his discipline. Looking at Du Xiaoxing in the water, Luoyi thought he was an idiot. He reached out to Du Xiaoxing, ordering him to get up, then took off his coat and put it on Du Xiaoxing before leading him away. Du Xiaoxing felt confused, not understanding why Luoyi was being deliberately gentle. Luoyi told Du Xiaoxing to avoid wandering and stay away from Luoda. He thought Du Xiaoxing's dancing still needed work. He needed more practice before the party. Du Xiaoxing had a dream where he saw his parents standing opposite a strange woman. He thought she was a guest, but she called his name. Later, he couldn't hear what she was saying. Du Xiaoxing woke up, still unable to remember who the woman was. After school, someone told Du Xiaoxing there was a phone call for him in the communication room. Du Xiaoxing answered the phone. The caller claimed to be Xiao Ling's doctor, saying her condition had suddenly worsened and he needed to come to the hospital immediately. Du Xiaoxing immediately hung up and ran to the hospital, but was stopped at the school gate. The students at the gate said students couldn't leave on non-visiting days without teacher approval, even if Du Xiaoxing had an emergency. It was too late to apply now. Du Xiaoxing mentioned his brother was critically ill, hoping they could make an exception. The 2 students refused. Then Sun Nai appeared, and the gate students reported the situation to him. Sun Nai pulled Du Xiaoxing aside. Du Xiaoxing wanted to ask Sun Nai to let him out, but Sun Nai said he didn't have that authority. However, he had a risky solution. Vampire noble family emblems could allow free access. He thought Luoyi must have one and suggested Du Xiaoxing secretly borrow it. Du Xiaoxing felt uneasy about this, but Sun Nai reminded him that emblems were important to vampires. If Luoyi wouldn't lend it, he'd have no chance. Du Xiaoxing wondered why Sun Nai would help him like this. Sun Nai recalled how his cowardice had once led him to ignore a girl being bullied by vampires. He indirectly caused her death, so he vowed never to let such tragedy happen again. Du Xiaoxing apologized for reminding Sun Nai of bad memories. Sun Nai said it was fine. Solving his current problem was most important. He reminded Du Xiaoxing to be careful. Du Xiaoxing said he understood. Du Xiaoxing saw Luoyi about to leave and wanted to ask to borrow his emblem. But Luoyi suddenly turned to look at him, making him nervous. He could barely speak clearly. Luoyi had never seen him so proactive. However, he emphasized to Du Xiaoxing to address him as Sir or directly as Master. Du Xiaoxing tentatively expressed concern about Xiao Ling. Luoyi assured him Xiao Ling was fine in the hospital. The maid reminded Luoyi would be late if he didn't leave soon. Before leaving, Luoyi told Du Xiaoxing to stay in his room and practice. Unable to ask for the emblem, Du Xiaoxing decided to steal it. After getting the key, he opened the door and took the emblem. He met Sun Nai while running to the school gate. Sun Nai offered to go with Du Xiaoxing for support. As they left the school, Sun Nai remarked that their school was actually a cage for humans. Du Xiaoxing felt it was getting late and they should hurry to the hospital. While running, Sun Nai suddenly stopped, causing Du Xiaoxing to bump into his back. Sun Nai discovered they were being followed. He guessed they discovered the stolen emblem but were hesitant to act due to Du Xiaoxing's relationship with Luoyi. Du Xiaoxing didn't know what to do. Sun Nai told him to go ahead while he stayed behind. He told Du Xiaoxing to trust him. Du Xiaoxing rushed into Xiaolin's room, only to find him sitting up reading. Xiaolin noticed Du Xiaoxing looked panicked and asked if something happened. Du Xiaoxing hugged Xiaolin, saying he was just overly worried and told him to rest easy. But something felt wrong. Du Xiaoxing checked his pocket. The emblem was gone. Xiaolin saw his panic and asked what was wrong. Not wanting to worry him, Du Xiaoxing lied that he'd lost some candy he'd brought. After saying goodbye to Xiaolin, Du Xiaoxing took a lamp to search the streets he'd passed through. He carefully recalled everything that happened and began to doubt Sun Nai. Just then a car honked at him. When he turned, he saw it was Luoyi. Luoyi asked why he was there and who had brought him out. After thinking for a moment, Du Xiaoxing decided to tell the truth. He apologized to Luoyi for taking the emblem without permission, but he had lost it. Luoyi felt someone with his intelligence wouldn't do such a thing, so he asked who put him up to it. Du Xiaoxing told him everything. Luoyi ordered his subordinates to retrieve the emblem immediately, especially investigating Sun Nai. They left after receiving the order. Luoyi pulled Du Xiaoxing into the woods, pinning him against a large tree. Du Xiaoxing didn't know what he was going to do. Luoyi said he would punish him, then bit Du Xiaoxing's neck. Du Xiaoxing grimaced in pain. Blood trickled down his neck, staining his collar red. Luoyi unbuttoned Du Xiaoxing's clothes and bit his raised hand. Luoyi thought Du Xiaoxing was ungrateful, asking if he wasn't afraid of being drained of blood and abandoned. He then bit Du Xiaoxing's leg. Du Xiaoxing gripped the tree bark tightly. He felt he couldn't let himself be led around anymore, so he pushed Luoyi away. He knew he was just Luoyi's blood servant, and Luoyi would eventually tire of him and discard him. But before that, he hoped Luoyi would let him help find the emblem. It was his responsibility after all. He didn't want to be indebted to Luoyi. Before he could finish speaking, he fainted. Luoyi embraced him, telling him not to think such words would move him at a time like this. When Du Xiaoxing woke up, he found himself back in his bedroom. He didn't know how long he'd slept. He opened the door and asked the maid what time it was. The maid said he'd been asleep for 2 days. Luoyi had instructed them to prepare food when Du Xiaoxing woke up. After the maid left, Du Xiaoxing realized tonight was the banquet, but Luoyi was nowhere to be seen. He planned to ask around, but overheard 2 maids talking. The maids thought Du Xiaoxing brought bad luck. Everything had gone wrong since Luoyi met him. Now the emblem was lost too. They heard you couldn't even enter the banquet without it. The maid sensed someone behind her and turned to look. Du Xiaoxing quickly hid behind the wall. He couldn't just sit and wait anymore. He ran through the streets. A car stopped in front of him. It was Xian. Xian recognized him and thought Du Xiaoxing was trying to escape while Luoyi was in trouble. After Du Xiaoxing denied this, Xian offered him a ride. But Du Xiaoxing remained wary. Xian had to introduce himself as Luoyi's best friend. Xian guessed Du Xiaoxing was heading to the banquet and asked if he needed help. Du Xiaoxing realized Xian was a vampire and didn't trust him. Xian said he often spent time with Luoyi. He knew Du Xiaoxing wanted to help Luoyi, but couldn't leave school without his help. Plus, he had something to ask of Du Xiaoxing. Du Xiaoxing finally got into Xian's car. But Xian thought his appearance wouldn't do and decided to give him a makeover. The car arrived at the banquet entrance. Xian helped Du Xiaoxing out of the car. After the makeover, Du Xiaoxing wore a blue formal suit and looked enchanting. 2 hours earlier, Luoyi arrived at the banquet, but was stopped at the entrance. A man asked if he was alone and demanded to see his emblem or invitation. Luoyi stated that he was a candidate for the vampire elder position. Stopping him would be suicidal, but the man said he was just following protocol. Before he could finish, an arrogant young master interrupted. Seeing Luoi couldn't enter the banquet, he confirmed that Luoi had truly lost the family emblem. Therefore, he felt Luoi was no longer qualified to be an elder candidate. Luoi told this nobody to mind his own business. But he thought without the emblem, Luoi was even less than a nobody. He even offered to vouch for Luoi's entry, only to be told to get lost. Luoi knew the thief deliberately spread the news. It was to remove him from the candidate list. In the crowd, a man turned away upon seeing Luoi. Then a secretary came to the elder hall, summoning Luoi inside. The elders asked Luoi if he knew why he was called. As the next elder candidate, he had lost the emblem. The elders were uncertain whether he was capable of becoming an elder. The elders stated that if any heir had ill intentions, they wouldn't turn a blind eye. Even if someone deliberately framed Luoi, his inability to prevent it showed his incompetence. Luoi said he came prepared. He promised to recover the emblem within 24 hours, or he'd forfeit his candidacy. The elders were satisfied with this answer and wanted to see his capabilities. Du Xiaosheng entered the banquet hall, drawing whispers. Xian told Du Xiaosheng to look around while he went to find Luoi. Du Xiaosheng looked around and spotted Sun Nai. He was sure he wasn't mistaken. He approached Sun Nai, wanted to talk privately. He knew he couldn't be rash. He had to act according to circumstances. Sun Nai gladly agreed. Xian found Luoi. Luoi asked if he'd found the emblem. Xian assured him everything was in progress. However, Misha couldn't help due to family ties. Xian had met Du Xiaosheng and enlisted his help. Hearing this, Luoi became anxious. Xian explained that Du Xiaosheng wanted to help Luoi anyway, and he was indeed suitable for the task. But Luoi only wanted to know where Du Xiaosheng was. Xian thought he'd be in the hall. He warned Luoi not to mess things up. It turned out Sun Nai's real name was Will. He thought Du Xiaoxin was sent by Luoi, but Du Xiaoxin said no one sent him. He just felt it was his responsibility to help find Luoi's emblem. Will told him not to waste effort. Even if they found the emblem now, Luoi had lost the vampire elder's trust. However, if Du Xiaoxin would follow him, he could put in a good word for Luoi. Du Xiaoxin pushed him away, telling him not to touch him with his dirty hands. But he grabbed Du Xiaoxing's hand, whispering in his ear, if Du Xiaoxing agreed to follow him, he'd return the emblem to Luoi. As Will was about to bite Du Xiaoxing's neck, Du Xiaoxing couldn't move. Fortunately, Luoi arrived in time, pulling Du Xiaoxing into his arms. Will fell injured nearby. Luoi wanted to check if Du Xiaoxing was hurt, but found himself somewhat moved. He quickly pushed Du Xiaoxing away, thinking something had happened again. Luoi scratched his head, telling him not to go anywhere without his permission. Then Elder Leonard arrived. Will tried to stand up to complain, but Luoi's family emblem fell from his body. Luoi calmly picked up the emblem, demanding an explanation from Will. Leonard was very disappointed in Will, but Will claimed he was wrongly accused. People nearby seized him, asked him to move to the Elder Hall. He finally realized Du Xiaoxing deliberately approached him to frame him. There's no way he could have Luoi's family emblem. It turned out Xian had found the emblem in Will's bedroom earlier. He showed it to Du Xiaoxing in the car, but Du Xiaoxing thought Will had his reasons. Xian told him Will was a vampire disguised as human, just to use him to frame Luoi. Only then did Du Xiaoxing realize he'd been deceived. He asked Xian what the favor was. Xian gave him the emblem, asking him to approach Will, and secretly slipped the emblem into his pocket. Seeing his hesitation, Xian let him decide. The choice was his. Will roared that it was Du Xiaoxin's fault. He wanted to frame Luoi and then blame it on him. But Luoi blocked Du Xiaoxin, claiming he was his person. No one could slander him. Will felt Luoi, as a vampire, shouldn't protect humans so much. He wasn't qualified to be an elder. Luoi thought Will wasn't qualified either, because he only used despicable means to achieve his goals. And if he couldn't protect his own blood servant, how could he maintain the vampire clan's honor? Will wanted to argue more, but was stopped by Leonard. Leonard had his men escort Will out. He didn't need to go to the Elder Council anymore. He should return to his northern territory. Will begged Leonard for another chance, but Leonard thought he had lost his dignity. Before leaving, Will made threats to Luoi and Du Xiaoxin. This scared Du Xiaoxin a bit. Luoi noticed his unease and comforted him. Leonard told Luoi not to celebrate too early. As the next elder candidate, tricks alone weren't enough. Then he turned and left. Xian didn't want to disturb their private moment. He said he had matters to attend to and left. Luoi took Du Xiaoxing to a quiet place. He knew the castle full of vampires made Du Xiaoxing uncomfortable. He told Du Xiaoxing not to misunderstand. This was just a reward. Du Xiaoxing had helped him. Luai asked Du Xiaoshan to show his training results. Du Xiaoshan's heart raced as they danced. He asked if there would be more people like Will who would hurt Luai. Luai thought he was worried about him. Du Xiaoshan denied it, saying he just didn't want more trouble. Du Xiaoshan accidentally tripped on a stone. Luai tried to catch him, but was too late. Both fell to the ground. Luai held Du Xiaoshan's waist. Du Xiaoshan blushed shyly. Luai instinctively tried to kiss him, but was avoided. Luai looked slightly displeased. He directly held Du Xiaoshan's head and kissed him. Misha watched quietly from the doorway, tears falling. Misha turned and left. Du Xiaoshan noticed the movement and pushed Luai away. She told Luai not to do this. It wouldn't be good if people saw. Hearing this, Luai suggested the party was almost over. They could continue at home. So he pulled Du Xiaoshan away. Du Xiaoshan said that wasn't what he meant. Luada watched Luai leave with Du Xiaoshan. Leonard complained that he rarely visited, yet kept staring out the window. Luada said Luai was leaving the castle, so he had to see him off. Leonard felt Luada cherished Luai deeply. Luada said Luai was his everything. He had to protect him. Leonard expressed jealousy. He said if Luada hadn't asked him beforehand, he wouldn't have cared how these kids fought for the elder position. Luada knew. Luai and Xin knew their relationship with Leonard, so they would likely seek his help. After all, without an elder's witness, their act couldn't continue. Leonard felt Luada, as a brother, was really going to great lengths. Luada thought he was just going with the flow. Leonard reminded him that Luai cared too much about Du Xiaoshan. This would affect the Elder Hall's evaluation of Luai. Luada watched Shirley's car darkly, promising Du Xiaoshan and Luai's relationship wouldn't last long. Leonard smiled slightly. Anyway, he had helped Luai eliminate a competitor. He wondered how Luada would thank him. Luada leaned in front of him, asking how he wanted to be thanked. Leonard smiled without speaking. Luai and Du Xiaoshan returned home. Du Xiaoshan was still explaining that wasn't what he meant. Luai said he would decide whether it was or wasn't. Du Xiaoshan thought he was going to feed, but Luai held his chin, saying resistance was futile whether he wanted it or not. Then he kissed Du Xiaoshan's lips. He thought Du Xiaoshan was very obedient this time, so he wouldn't be polite with him. The next morning when Du Xiaoshan woke up, he found Luai refreshed, leaning opposite watching him. This made him blush involuntarily. Du Xiaoshan quickly sat up, pulling the blanket to cover himself. He wanted to get out of bed, but Luai held him tightly from behind. Luai brought Du Xiaoshan for breakfast. Looking at the abundant food before him, Du Xiaoshan didn't know what Luai was planning. Luai just wanted to fatten Du Xiaoshan up a bit. Otherwise, he'd faint after just 2 bites. Du Xiaoshan argued his body was fine. Luai mentioned last time, when he bit a bit hard, Du Xiaoshan slept for 2 days. Du Xiaoshan said he couldn't finish all this food. Luai insisted he had to eat it all. Then he took a strawberry cake and fed it to Du Xiaoshan. Du Xiaoshan wanted to eat by himself, but Luai wouldn't let him refuse. After eating, Luai wiped the cream from Du Xiaoshan's mouth corner, then extended his hand for Du Xiaoshan to eat the cream off it. Du Xiaoshan didn't want to, but Luai insisted. Seeing Du Xiaoshan obediently comply, Luai was in a good mood. He told Du Xiaoshan to continue eating, then they'd go to school together. Du Xiaoshan couldn't believe he had just done such an embarrassing thing. Luai took Du Xiaoshan to school. Students made way. Some thought Du Xiaoshan was quite unexpected, having gotten close to Prince Luai. They couldn't offend him anymore. Hearing this, Luai glared at the person who said it. Luai dropped Du Xiaoshan at the classroom door, saying he'd pick him up after school. Du Xiaoshan wondered what to do about Luai picking him up every day like this. Just as he returned to his seat, a girl came with snacks, inviting him to enjoy them on the lawn outside. Another girl squeezed forward, asked if he was interested in joining clubs. Du Xiaoshan didn't want to deal with them, saying he had something to do, and left. The girls behind wanted to know where he was going. He thought they were all just opportunists. Du Xiaoshan went to the rooftop, leaning on the railing. He felt he was becoming the type of person he used to despise most. Then Luai came. He didn't know why Du Xiaoshan would come to such a place. Hadn't he told him to wait in the classroom? Du Xiaoshan said he could go back by himself. Luai thought his resistance would only backfire. He took Du Xiaoshan's hand to go back with him. He had something to give Du Xiaoshan. Luai asked the maid if what he had instructed was ready. The maid said everything was prepared. Then Luai had the maid take Du Xiaoshan in to get ready. Du Xiaoshan didn't know what Luai was planning. Luai told him he'd find out once inside. After a while, the maid told Luai that Du Xiaoshan was ready. Du Xiaoshan looked at himself in the mirror. Luoyi asked how he felt. Du Xiaoxin didn't understand what Luoyi meant. Luoyi showed Du Xiaoxin the wardrobe he had prepared for him. From now on, he wouldn't have to wear that shabby uniform anymore. This way, no one would dare gossip about him. Du Xiaoxin tightly gripped his own hands. Luoyi thought he was too happy to speak, but Du Xiaoxin said he didn't need these things. He only agreed to be Luoyi's blood servant, and Luoyi helping his brother recover was enough. He didn't need anything else. Luoyi told him to be good because he was already Luoyi's person. So, being cute was also his duty. As he spoke, he bit Du Xiaoxing's ear. Du Xiaoxing pushed him away, telling him to stop. He pinned Du Xiaoxing against the wall. Du Xiaoxing gave up resisting. Luoyi assured him he would leave him alone until his body recovered. However, he demanded Du Xiaoxin voluntarily give him a kiss every day. Du Xiaoxin said he couldn't do it. Luoyi said there would naturally be punishment if he couldn't. Before leaving, Luoyi told Du Xiaoxin not to wear that uniform to school tomorrow. He pointed to his lips, reminding Du Xiaoxin not to forget their agreement. That night, Du Xiaoxin lay in bed, thinking about everything that happened during the day. Then someone entered the room. The man pulled up a chair and sat down. He thought Du Xiaoxin was being pampered like a princess by Luoyi. Du Xiaoxin sat up in bed and shouted, "Who's there?" The man thought Luoyi had spoiled him so much he couldn't even speak properly anymore. Du Xiaoxin then realized the man who entered his room was Luoda. Du Xiaoxin didn't know what Luoda wanted. Luoda said he had mentioned this before. The reason Luoyi was interested in him was because he resembled his previous blood servant. Luoda had warned Du Xiaoxin not to have any expectations, but he felt Du Xiaoxin hadn't listened to his advice and was falling deeper instead. Du Xiaoxin hurriedly denied it, but Luoda thought that was because Du Xiaoxin didn't know his own expression when kissing Luoyi. However, he felt Du Xiaoxin was at most a substitute. When Luoyi got bored, he would naturally cast him aside. Du Xiaoxin said it didn't matter even if that was true, because he wouldn't feel hurt at all. Luoda snorted, saying unfortunately. He hoped Du Xiaoxin could do as he said. Du Xiaoxin knew the letter was their prank. The girls thought since he came despite knowing, he must not want to miss any chance. Du Xiaoxin shook off the girl's hand. He said his business was none of their concern. He didn't understand why they always resorted to such petty tricks. Wasn't there anything more meaningful they could do? But the girls thought in this environment, the most meaningful thing was to climb up by getting close to vampire nobility. After all, that's what Du Xiaoxin did. Du Xiaoxin denied ever thinking that way. The girls felt Du Xiaoxin was still looking down on them at this point, so they slapped him. They dragged him to the iron gate and handcuffed him. The girls told Du Xiaoxin to figure out how to unlock the handcuffs himself. Since he thought getting close to vampires was degrading, let the rain wash him clean. Du Xiaoxin also hoped the rain would clear his mind. The sky grew darker. Someone stood in front of Du Xiaoxin. He thought it was Luoyi. Looking up, he found it was Misha. Misha mocked him for falling so low after just a few days of glory. Misha thought since no one cared about Du Xiaoxin anymore, it wouldn't matter if he died. Du Xiaoxin was terrified, but after being in the rain for so long, he had no strength to resist. Misha wanted to taste what Luoyi once liked, so he bit Du Xiaoxin's neck. Du Xiaoxin felt his consciousness fading. Blood stained his clothes. Just then, someone intervened and stopped Misha. Misha turned to see a man in black. He angrily tried to grab the man, but was dodged and got stabbed in the back. Luoyi arrived and kicked the man away. He thought the man was trying to harm Du Xiaoxin. Xian arrived at this moment. Seeing this, the man leaped over the iron gate. Luoyi could only watch him escape. In his haze, Du Xiaoxin heard Luoyi telling him to hang on. He thought it was his imagination, but it was reality. Luoyi was afraid of him dying. Luoyi sat beside Du Xiaoxin's hospital bed. Xian reminded him that Du Xiaoxin was out of danger and suggested he should get some rest. Luoyi pressed his lips. He just wanted to know about Misha's situation. Xian told him that Misha indeed intended to drain Du Xiaoxin's blood, but was interrupted by the man in black. Moreover, the weapon used to wound him was a silver dagger. Strangely, the nation's silver items had been destroyed long ago, with annual inspections. Xian thought since the Blood Hunter incident happened only 10 years ago, there might be survivors from the uprising. The man in black could be a blood hunter. Luoyi felt this matter should be handled by the Senate, but Xian believed since it happened at the academy, they should report to Luoda first. Luoyi could only say that Luoda had other matters to handle. Xian consoled Luoyi, saying this was a blessing in disguise. If the man in black was truly evil, his target would have been Du Xiaoxin, and he just happened to take advantage of the situation. Seeing Luoyi's silence, Xian thought it better to leave, telling Luoyi to contact him if needed. Du Xiaoshan had a long dream. He dreamed of his parents being killed, then dreamed of the mysterious man in black. Then Luoyi held his hand, comforting him not to be afraid and to sleep peacefully. When Du Xiaoshan woke up, he found Luoyi holding his hand while sleeping beside the bed. Luoyi sensed movement. He opened his eyes and asked how he was feeling. Du Xiaoshan quickly withdrew his hand. He wasn't sure if Luoyi was the one who had been comforting him in his dreams. He felt it was ironic. Luoyi noticed his unusual behavior. Thinking he was unwell, he planned to call a doctor. Du Xiaoshan grabbed his clothes, saying he wasn't feeling unwell. Luoyi gently stroked Du Xiaoshan's hair, asking why he was crying since he hadn't done anything to make him cry. Or was it because his previous coldness had affected Du Xiaoshan so much? Du Xiaoshan pinched his clothes, asked Luoyi why he came to save him when he could have just ignored him. Luoyi hugged him and explained that it was because he was his exclusive blood servant and Misha dared to bite him. Du Xiaoshan trembled and pushed him away, telling him not to be gentle anymore because it would make him stranger. He should hate Luoyi, yet he couldn't help but care. He didn't know when it started, but his heart had been out of control. This wasn't who he used to be. He was angry about this too. From Du Xiaoshan's words, Luoyi understood that his emotions changed with his every word and action. Du Xiaoshan didn't know which was real. He felt that even if this was the truth, he was just a substitute for Luoyi. Luoyi believed that for him, the one beside him now wasn't anyone else but Du Xiaoshan. This was his truth. Du Xiaoshan began to cry. Luoyi tried to calm him down. A white-haired man was taking a bath. His expression was worried. Someone grabbed the white-haired man's chin and proposed that if he played along well, they would let him enter the Lopester family's academy. Luoyi came to the hospital and asked Xian how Du Xiaoshan was doing today. Xian told him it was the same as usual. Du Xiaoshan had just fallen asleep, so he came to walk in the lobby, unexpectedly meeting Luoyi. He remembered Luoyi had just left this morning. It seemed Luoyi was very concerned. Xian opened the door, only to find Du Xiaoshan standing by the window. He didn't expect that the moment he looked away, Du Xiaoshan would get up. Luoyi would surely hold him accountable for this. Luoyi pushed him away from Du Xiaoshan, telling him not to whisper with Du Xiaoshan in front of him. Luoyi asked Du Xiaoshan why he got up when his body hadn't recovered. Du Xiaoshan said he had been lying down for days and wanted to go for a walk. Luoyi held his hand, saying he could go out, but only with him. He led Du Xiaoshan away, telling Xing they were going for a walk and forbade Xing from following. Xing didn't know what to do next. Might as well go play with Xiaolin. Luoyi took Du Xiaoshan to a place with nice scenery. Du Xiaoshan saw a pair of siblings playing and looked somewhat sad. Luoyi asked what was wrong. Du Xiaoshan said he just thought of Xiaolin. Luoyi reminded him that he was with him now and told him not to think about other men. Du Xiaoshan felt Xiaolin wasn't just another man. Luoyi told Du Xiaoshan he could only think about him now. Luoyi took Du Xiaoshan to eat. He asked if Du Xiaoshan wanted anything specific. Du Xiaoshan said anything was fine. A homeless boy grabbed Luoyi's clothes, wanting to beg for food. Luoyi glared at him. The boy was scared and let go. Du Xiaoshan feared Luoyi would hurt the boy, so he pulled him to a restaurant. Luoyi mentioned this was the first time Du Xiaoshan took his hand voluntarily. Du Xiaoshan shyly let go. Luoyi smiled, telling him to find a seat first. Du Xiaoshan sat watching Luoyi. He noticed Luoyi was pointing in the direction of that little boy. He thought Luoyi would harm the child, so he looked out the window, but saw a waiter giving the boy a bag containing food and some money. Du Xiaoshan didn't expect Luoyi would help a human child. He felt a sense of guilt inside. Du Xiaoshan noticed Luoyi only ordered one drink. It was a couple's cup, but he was very thirsty. Seeing him staring at the juice cup, Luoyi told him to drink if he wanted to. Du Xiaoshan couldn't care about formalities anymore, so he drank first. Suddenly Luoyi leaned, close, and drank together with him. Du Xiaoshan felt his heart racing. This was just like a date. When they returned to the hospital, Xian told Luoyi the Senate needed him for something. Before leaving, Luoyi told Du Xiaoshan to rest early. Xian asked Du Xiaoshan if he enjoyed the date. Du Xiaoshan denied it was a date. Xian thought they were both too uptight. He believed if they liked each other, that was enough. No need to worry about race. Watching Du Xiaoshan fall into deep thought, Xian asked if he had noticed that his eyes were different from other vampires. Because he was a descendant of humans and vampires, so he didn't have linear pupils like normal vampires. Du Xiaoshan was shocked by this. Xian recalled being discriminated against since childhood. Only Luoyi never despised him. Luoyi was his savior. He asked Du Xiaoxin if he wanted to know about Luoyi's past. Du Xiaoxin stopped walking. Xian noticed, so he said it would only be meaningful if Luoyi told it himself. After escorting Du Xiaoxin to the door, Xian reminded him to rest early. Lying in a hospital bed, Du Xiaoxin recalled what Luoda said to him. Had he really fallen for Luoyi? He buried his face in the pillow, telling himself he must control it. Luoyi asked from behind what he needed to control. He sat up wanting to leave, but Luoyi pulled him back, telling him not to try escaping, just stay obediently. Luoyi turned Du Xiaoxin around, asking him to praise himself. Du Xiaoxin didn't know what to praise. Luoyi told him to praise his hardworking master. Du Xiaoxin couldn't help but laugh. He thought Luoyi was being absurd, just like a child. Luoyi smiled, pushing him down, saying he dared to mock his master. Seems his courage had grown. However, considering it was Du Xiaoxin's first time smiling at him, Luoyi decided to forgive him temporarily. But Du Xiaoxin dared to call him a child. Luoyi flicked Du Xiaoxin's forehead, saying he didn't want to be called that by a bean sprout like him. Du Xiaoxin claimed he would still grow taller. Luoyi said he'd call him Bean Sprout from now on. Du Xiaoxin told him not to go too far. Luoyi thought he wasn't going too far at all and kissed him. Du Xiaoxin decided to put aside racial barriers, believing Luoyi was different. At least tonight, he didn't want to let go of these hands. Seeing Du Xiaoxin's lack of appetite, Xian thought the hospital breakfast wasn't good. Du Xiaoxin denied it, saying he just felt Luoyi was very busy lately while he could only idle here. Xian thought he missed Luoyi, but Du Xiaoxin said he had recovered. He didn't want to waste time here and wanted to go back to school for exams today, because without taking the exams he couldn't get credits, and he didn't want that. Credits were important to him. Having no choice, Xian could only take him back to school. As Xian and Du Xiaoxin were chatting, some female students saw them and thought Du Xiaoxin had found a new master. However, they discovered this master was Luoyi's follower. Xian appeared behind them, saying eerily that so this was how they viewed him. The two female students quickly apologized and fled the scene. Du Xiaoxin apologized for causing trouble for Xian. Xian said it was fine. Those girls were too bold to even gossip about him. The exam was about to start. Xian told Du Xiaoxin to hurry in, saying he would walk around campus and wait for him. After Du Xiaoxin left, Xian decided to tell Luoyi about his situation. Du Xiaoxin didn't want to miss classes because he was afraid of losing his scholarship and being unable to repay Luoyi's kindness. Plus, after the exam, he could visit Xiao Ling suddenly. A female student raised her hand, claiming Du Xiaoxin was cheating. She said she saw cheat notes hidden in his drawer. Du Xiaoxin looked down and indeed found notes there. The teacher was surprised Du Xiaoxin would do such a thing and said the school would publicly punish this behavior. Du Xiaoxin claimed he knew nothing about it, but the teacher thought he was making excuses. Du Xiaoxin argued he didn't need to cheat and asked the teacher to check if the handwriting matched his. The girl countered that Du Xiaoxin could have deliberately written differently, suggesting maybe all his previous grades were from cheating, since everyone thought he was manipulative. Luoyi snatched the cheat notes from the teacher's hand. He said he would examine them himself, and they would soon know who was lying. Moreover, he wanted everyone to see clearly what they all knew. He pulled Du Xiaoxin away, telling everyone to follow. He brought Du Xiaoxin to the balcony and announced to everyone that Du Xiaoxin was his exclusive blood servant. No one could harm him in any way. Du Xiaoxin hadn't expected Luoyi to protect him like this. People below whispered that it would be best not to mess with Du Xiaoxin anymore. Luoyi suggested Du Xiaoxin transfer to his class where he wouldn't have these troubles. But Du Xiaoxin thought it wasn't proper and couldn't accept being in a place full of vampires. Luoyi mentioned someone had already broken the rules, looking at the white-haired man below. The man was also watching them. In Luoyi's class, vampires were discussing that a blood servant would transfer to their class. Reportedly Lady Gorlitt's most favored blood servant. Luoyi silently listened to everything. Just then, the door opened. Luoda brought in the white-haired man, introducing him as Ming Jiyin, a transfer student. Luoda hoped everyone would get along with him. The vampires below whispered among themselves, smelling Ming Jiyin's sweet scent and thinking he must taste good. Luoda asked everyone to calm down. He told Ming Jiyin not to be afraid as he was indeed special here. Mingjian asked Luoda if he was like the others, wanting to eat him too. Luoda smirked, watching Ming Jiyin return to his seat. After Ming Jiyin sat down, the surrounding vampires looked at him sinisterly. Only Luoyi watched him thoughtfully. After school, several vampires called Ming Jiyin to a corner. They thought he was too scared to speak. One vampire felt that as a human in their class, Ming Jiyin had to pay a price. Since he was Lady Gorlit's blood servant, his skills in pleasing vampires must be excellent. He thought Ming Jiyin should know what to do after hearing this. He reached for Ming Jiyin's clothes. Unexpectedly, Ming Jiyin twisted his hand behind his back, telling him not to touch him with his dirty hands. The controlled vampire called for others to help, but Ming Jiyin dealt with them in just a few moves. Ming Jiyin thought they were trash. After saying that, he turned and left. Luoyi leaned against the corridor wall, waiting for Ming Jiyin to pass by. He thought Ming Jiyin was much sharper than he appeared. Ming Jiyin stopped. Luoyi reminded him that if he wanted to stay in this academy, being too conspicuous wasn't a good thing. Ming Jiyin replied that his master hated weak people. Luoyi smiled without saying anything. Du Xiaosheng was soaking in the bath. He recalled the day's events, not understanding what Luoyi was thinking. Just then Luoyi arrived. He said this was his place, and as he'd said before, there was nowhere he couldn't go. Besides, this was a public bath. He took off his clothes to take a bath. Du Xiaosheng blushed shyly. Luoyi thought it was too late for him to be shy now. Du Xiaosheng told Luoyi not to talk nonsense. They hadn't done anything. Luoyi disagreed, while Du Xiaosheng looked shocked. Du Xiaosheng opened his eyes to find Luoyi sitting beside him. Luoyi didn't know how long he had been soaking to suddenly faint. Luoyi warned that if it happened again, he would only be allowed to bathe with him from now on. Du Xiaosheng quickly refused. Luoyi thought he despised him. Du Xiaosheng thought Luoyi had come to check on him out of concern. Luoyi asked Du Xiaosheng why he didn't listen and stay in the hospital to recover. Were credits really that important? Du Xiaosheng explained that without enough credits, he couldn't apply for the scholarship. Luoyi thought he needed money, but actually, he wanted to repay Xiao Lin's medical fees that Luoyi had paid. Luoyi said he didn't need to repay the money. If he really wanted to repay him, there were other ways. But Du Xiaosheng felt it was different. Taking care of Xiao Ling was his responsibility. Moreover, it had always been his spiritual support to keep living. Hearing this, Luoyi snorted, saying he could ignore the past, but Du Xiaosheng's future spiritual support could only be him. He made Du Xiaosheng promise. Du Xiaosheng's face turned red, and he couldn't speak. Luoyi found Luoda, saying the matter he mentioned before should be approved today. However, Luoda said he had already refused when Luoyi proposed transferring Du Xiaosheng to his class. Luoyi didn't understand. With precedent already set, why was he still refusing? Why did Luoda always think he would be held back by such things? Whether Luoda agreed or not, Luoyi would do it anyway. Luoda reminded him if being hurt once wasn't enough. Luoyi froze. He turned and slammed the door as he left. Xian saw this and knew the result. But Luoyi told him to come find Du Xiaosheng with him. Du Xiaosheng was walking on the stairs. He realized he still hadn't clearly told Luoyi he didn't want to join the vampire class. The class bell suddenly rang, and he hurried back to the classroom. But he missed a step. Just as he was about to fall down the stairs, Ming Jiyin reached out and caught him. Luoyi stood at the top of the stairs watching everything. His expression was very gloomy. Du Xiaosheng gently pushed Ming Jiyin away. He bowed in thanks and turned to leave. He felt a sense of familiarity about Ming Jiyin. Ming Jiyin walked to the stairway, and his eyes met with Luoyi's. Then he brushed past him. Xian was surprised by this, as few humans dared to make eye contact with Luoyi. But Luoyi said a mere blood servant wasn't worth paying attention to. Luoyi sat in the chair, asking Du Xiaosheng to kiss him first. Du Xiaosheng obediently complied. Afterward, Luoyi asked if he had learned. Du Xiaosheng told him not to make things difficult. Luoyi pointed out this was their previous agreement, not making things difficult. Du Xiaosheng felt Luoyi wasn't in a good mood today and asked if something bad had happened. Luoyi was happy about this because he could read his mood. Luoyi asked how he would comfort him if that were the case. Du Xiaosheng offered to cook for him, like steak or something. Luoyi couldn't help but laugh. Cooking steak for a vampire sounded too interesting. However, he decided to let Du Xiaosheng show his skills and taste his cooking. They went to the kitchen. Luoyi asked if the food was ready while Du Xiaoxin told him to wait. Du Xiaoxin asked if Luoyi knew where the pepper was. Luoyi said he couldn't possibly know. Du Xiaoxin decided to look for it himself, but Luoyi couldn't wait. He wanted to have an appetizer first, but Du Xiaoxin hadn't prepared one. Luoda stood at the doorway, silently observing everything. Du Xiaoxin noticed Luoyi outside, but thought nothing of it. Du Xiaoxin asked Luoyi how the steak was. Luoyi said it was bland and a bit burnt. Du Xiaoxin got angry and told him not to eat it, but Luoyi said seeing how hard he tried, he'd give him another chance. Luoyi's class had a weekend outing, and he asked Du Xiaoxin to prepare lunch for him, though Du Xiaoxin couldn't guarantee it would taste good. Luoyi immediately asked Du Xiaoxin if he was ready. Du Xiaoxin was stunned until Luoyi called him again. He handed the lunchbox to Luoyi, who took it but then told him to come along. Du Xiaoxin only agreed to make lunch, not to go with him. Before he could finish speaking, Luoyi lifted him on a horseback. Luoyi thought weekends should be for going out. Staying home was too boring. They chatted while riding. Ming Jian watched everything from behind. Luoyi told Du Xiaoxin not to worry so much. It was just for fun. After calming Du Xiaoxin, they set off. They rested by a stream. Luoyi wanted to see what good food Du Xiaoxin had made. Looking at the delicious food in the lunchbox, Luoyi was surprised. Du Xiaoxin had a talent for being a housewife. Du Xiaoxin thought he was making fun of him, but Luoyi said he was praising him. Someone asked Luoyi if he wanted to challenge the shooting competition, as Ming Jian had broken his record from last year. Luoyi smiled disdainfully and took Du Xiaoxin to watch him shoot. Du Xiaoxin looked at Ming Jian, realizing he was the human transfer student rumored among vampires. He felt someone calling him from somewhere. He walked toward the forest with a blank stare, and Ming Jian noticed his direction. Du Xiaoxin walked into the forest. A snake coiled around a branch waited to strike. Ming Jian suddenly appeared and embraced Du Xiaoxin. The snake bit his shoulder instead. He swung his dagger and cut the snake in half. Du Xiaoxin finally came to his senses. Ming Jian asked if Du Xiaoxin was hurt. Du Xiaoxin didn't know why he was here. Ming Jian was relieved to see he was fine. Du Xiaoxin discovered Ming Jian was injured. Ming Jian said it was just a scratch from the snake's fangs. Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed. Du Xiaoxin realized it was a poisonous snake. He had to suck out the poison immediately. Otherwise, Ming Jian's life would be in danger. Ignoring propriety, he had to remove Ming Jian's clothes to suck out the poisoned blood. However, Luoyi arrived and witnessed this scene. He questioned why Du Xiaoxin had sneaked into the forest. Du Xiaoxin didn't want Luoyi to misunderstand and explained he didn't know why he walked into the forest. When he came to his senses, Ming Jian had been bitten by the snake. He was just helping remove the poison. Luoyi looked at the snake on the ground, recognizing it as that person's usual method. A group of people arrived then. Luoyi pulled Du Xiaoxin up. After they saw the injured Ming Jian, they had the accompanying doctor check his injuries. They wanted to ask if Luoyi was hurt, but Luoyi silently pulled Du Xiaoxin away. Du Xiaoxin felt Luoyi was angry. Luoyi threw Du Xiaoxin into the carriage. He closed the door and started kissing Du Xiaoxin. He was indeed angry, but Luoyi suddenly stood up. He sensed someone else's scent mixed in. He opened the door to leave. He would let it go this time, but in the future, Du Xiaoxin must not have any connection with Ming Jian. Du Xiaoxin remained silent. He didn't know what he really meant to Luoyi. A subordinate reported to Luoda that the assassination attempt failed because someone intervened, Ming Jian. Luoda hadn't expected this. However, he decided to stop trying to assassinate Du Xiaoxin. The subordinate asked about the next task. Luoda said he would fulfill their wishes. He wanted Luoyi to witness the entire process of being betrayed. Du Xiaoxin walked on the school path. He felt Luoyi was sulking. Then, he heard two female students discussing Ming Jian. So that was his savior's name. Ming Jian had been bedridden since returning from the outing. Now he was left alone in the infirmary. They said it was just his bad luck. Du Xiaoxin couldn't accept Ming Jian dying like this. After all, Ming Jian saved him. He had to take responsibility. Watching Du Xiaoxin run to the infirmary, the girl snorted. He took the bait. Luoyi was on the phone. The butler told him Miss Lilia would visit tonight. Luoyi saw Du Xiaoxin's figure through the window. He said he was busy and would talk later, then hung up. Du Xiaoxin rushed to the infirmary, but found Ming Jian wasn't seriously ill. Ming Jian said he'd recover after taking medicine for 2 more days. Du Xiaoxin was relieved. Ming Jian asked how Du Xiaoxin knew his name. Du Xiaoxin said he was famous at school and had heard about him. Du Xiaoxin wanted to introduce himself, but Ming Jian already knew his name. Du Xiaoxin told Ming Jian to rest well and left. but Ming Jian grabbed his hand to thank him. Du Xiaoshan withdrew his hand, saying it was nothing, but met Luoyi at the door. Luoyi felt his words had fallen on deaf ears, which scared Du Xiaoshan. Du Xiaoshan apologized to Luoyi. He had believed the rumors, but Ming Jian was his savior. Knowing he was in trouble, he couldn't just ignore it. If Ming Jian was his savior, then what was Luoyi to him? Du Xiaoshan also wanted to know the answer to this question. Luoyi thought it would be easier to just lock Du Xiaoshan up. He pulled Du Xiaoshan to leave. However, Ming Jian grabbed Du Xiaoshan's other hand. Luoyi told Ming Jian to let go. Ming Jian asked what if he wouldn't. Luoyi pulled Du Xiaoshan back and bit his neck, asserting his ownership. There was no room for Ming Jian here. He left with Du Xiaoshan, while Ming Jian's face darkened. Luoyi felt Du Xiaoshan dared to disobey his orders. He had indeed been spoiled. Du Xiaoshan had apologized for believing rumors, but on principle, he didn't feel he was wrong. Luoyi told him to drop his naive confidence. Only he could truly protect him. But Du Xiaoshan didn't feel naive. He asked Luoyi to explain why he was suddenly attacked last time. If Ming Jian hadn't saved him, he would be dead. Luoyi found it annoying. He didn't understand why Du Xiaoshan kept mentioning Ming Jian when he was Du Xiaoshan's master. Du Xiaoshan stated he never saw him as a so-called master. Luoyi thought Du Xiaoshan was the most willful person he'd ever met. He decided to give Du Xiaoshan one more chance. If he wasn't the master, then what was he? Du Xiaoshan couldn't give an answer. Luoyi pushed Du Xiaoshan onto the bed. Since he wouldn't say it, Luoyi would wait until he told the truth. Du Xiaoshan didn't understand Luoyi's meaning. Luoyi told him to guess. Du Xiaoshan covered his eyes, unwilling to guess. Afterward, Luoyi sat on the bed's edge. He gently stroked Du Xiaoshan's face, surprised at how scared he was. Just then, the butler announced Miss Lilia had arrived. Luoda had instructed Luoyi to personally receive her. To protect Du Xiaoshan's life, Luoyi thought it better to comply with Luoda. Lilia stepped out of the car. She placed her hand on Luoyi's shoulder. She noticed Luoyi had grown taller, but Luoyi told her not to touch him. She thought Luoyi was being shy, but Luoyi felt she was as frivolous as before. She whispered in Luoyi's ear, mentioning the games they played as children. Luoyi should remember. The butler invited Lilia to rest inside. Luoda watched all this with satisfaction. Luoyi finally understood his intentions. Reinhard thought it unnecessary to be so serious with his brother over a blood servant. Luoda used to think the same, but this time Luoyi was too obsessed. Reinhard agreed it was dangerous, but he remembered Lilia loved balls, so their house would be lively for a while. Early the next morning, the maid brought Du Xiaoshan the blood porridge Luoyi ordered. If Du Xiaoshan felt unwell, he would contact a doctor. Du Xiaoshan said he was fine. The maid told him there would be a welcome ball for Lilia tonight. As Lilia was an honored guest, Du Xiaoshan must attend on time. Du Xiaoshan sipped his porridge. He felt this must be Luoyi's way of showing care. Sometimes Luoyi could be quite gentle. These questions actually troubled him too. Du Xiaoshan thought they should find time to clarify their relationship. Xin just learned about everything that happened while he was away. He asked about Luoyi and Du Xiaoshan's progress. Luoyi said his previous defiance against Luoda only put Du Xiaoshan in danger. Now it was better to comply a bit. Xin hadn't expected Luoyi would compromise himself for Du Xiaoshan. Luoyi glared at him intently. Luoyi said Luoda was controlling everything now. Only when his vampire abilities awakened would he not have to worry about him. After being beaten, Xin became more obedient. He thought Luoyi made sense. Xin asked Luoyi if he would bring Du Xiaoshan to tonight's ball. Luoyi felt since it was being held in the house, avoiding it would be strange. It would be better to keep him close. That way there wouldn't be any danger. Xin worried that Du Xiaoshan would see Luoyi and Lilia's interactions and become jealous, but Luoyi thought that would be interesting. He wanted to see how Du Xiaoshan would react. Xin thought Luoyi was being mean. The ball began. Xin sat with Du Xiaoshan, worried he might be bored. But Du Xiaoshan said he was fine. He just noticed that Luoyi seemed very busy, never stopping since the beginning. Someone mentioned that Lilia and Luoyi knew each other since childhood. Lilia immediately took Luoyi's arm, saying they were close. Luoyi told her not to get too close, but Lilia said it was fine. Du Xiaoshan lowered his head. Luoyi thought he didn't care. Xin noticed Du Xiaoshan's discomfort and asked if he was alright. Du Xiaoshan said he was fine. Luoda needed to speak with Luoyi. Luoyi excused himself and went over. Du Xiaoshan comforted himself, thinking it was normal to socialize at such events. Lilia sat next to Du Xiaoxing. She asked if he was Luoyi's blood servant. Du Xiaoxing said it was none of her business. Xin mentioned that Luoyi treasured Du Xiaoxing. Lilia admitted Luoyi did have a sentiment for blood servants, but it might just be his pickiness about taste. After all, food needs to be well kept to taste better. But Du Xiaoxing wasn't food. Lilia was surprised that Du Xiaoxing was foolish enough to think Luoyi would like him. Du Xiaoxing's mind went blank. He wished Luoyi would appear immediately. As if on cue, Luoyi appeared before them. He extended his hand for a dance. Du Xiaoxing thought he was inviting him. He was about to take his hand, but Luoyi said he was inviting Lilia. Lilia gladly accepted. Du Xiaoxing stared blankly ahead. As the waltz began, Luoyi and Lilia danced gracefully in the center of the floor. Reiner thought Luoyi and Lilia made a good match. Luoto agreed. This should wake Du Xiaoxing up. This was reality. Du Xiaoxing gripped his dress tightly. He grabbed Xin's wine and drank it all at once. He put down the glass, stood up and asked Xin to dance with him. Xin wanted to refuse, but was pulled along anyway. Luoyi noticed the commotion, turned to see Du Xiaoxing dancing with Xin. Xin felt guilty. He knew Luoyi must be glaring at him. After the dance, everyone said Luoyi and Lilia were well matched. Du Xiaoxing couldn't bear to hear more. He pushed Xin away and ran. Seeing this, Luoyi excused himself from Lilia. He patted Xin's shoulder, saying they'd settle accounts tomorrow. Then he went after Du Xiaoxing. Xin thought it was their drama. Why was he being punished for it? Luoto watched all of this. Luoyi told Du Xiaoxing to stop. Du Xiaoxing ignored him. He had to grab Du Xiaoxing's hand. Du Xiaoxing turned around, his face flushed red. Luoyi felt his heart flutter. Du Xiaoxing shook off his hand and ran forward. Luoyi wanted to warn about the stairs ahead, but it was too late. He could only hold Du Xiaoxing as they fell down the stairs together. He scolded Du Xiaoxing for not watching his step. Du Xiaoxing said he never asked for protection. After all, he was just Luoyi's blood servant. It didn't matter how he was treated. Luoyi thought his words were bitter. He didn't expect one dance with Lilia would make Du Xiaoxing this jealous. Du Xiaoxing slapped Luoyi, saying he wasn't Luoyi's possession. Luoyi was stunned by the slap. Luoyi couldn't believe Du Xiaoxing dared to hit him. Du Xiaoxing felt nauseous. He pushed Luoyi away and returned to his room. Luoyi ordered a maid to prepare milk. Luoyi stood behind Du Xiaoxing watching him, telling him not to drink if he couldn't handle alcohol. Then Du Xiaoxing sat weakly on the floor. Luoyi tried to help him up, but was rejected. Du Xiaoxing told him not to touch him, but he still picked Du Xiaoxing up, saying the floor was cold, and if he caught a cold, Luoyi wouldn't care. Du Xiaoxing said then don't care. After placing Du Xiaoxing on the bed, Luoyi saw the formal dress was dirty and wanted to help remove it. Du Xiaoxing said he could do it himself. Luoyi hugged Du Xiaoxing, telling him to stay still, saying it was rare for him to want to be gentle. After removing the dress, Du Xiaoxing wanted to be alone, but Luoyi insisted he drink the milk first. Luoyi said he was already being nice by taking care of him. He shouldn't be too willful. Du Xiaoxing said he was just that ungrateful. Luoyi remained silent. He invited Lilia to dance because Luoto threatened him. Luoyi sighed, saying he wasn't playing games. He was protecting Du Xiaoxing. Someone of his status had no need to lie. As long as Du Xiaoxing believed him, that was enough. The milk would help with the alcohol. He told Du Xiaoxing to drink it before sleeping. Du Xiaoxing wanted to drink it later. Seeing this, he had to take the milk into his own mouth first, then fed it to Du Xiaoxing. Luoyi knew he was wrong this time, but he hoped Du Xiaoxing would stop being upset. He kissed Du Xiaoxing's forehead, telling him to go to sleep quickly. Luoyi told Du Xiaoxing to sleep quickly. Then he sensed he was being watched. It was Lilia. She thought Luoyi was putting on a show for her. She asked Shelley beside her if Luoyi and Du Xiaoxing were a good match. Shelley thought Lilia and Luoyi were the perfect match, and Du Xiaoxing shouldn't exist at all. Lilia remembered that the family recently caught a blood hunter with a silver dagger. The dagger was useless here now, so she might as well let Shelley dispose of it. Shelley immediately understood. Xin was beaten up by Luoyi. Du Xiaoxing felt sorry about it. Xin said if they continued like this, he would stop talking to them. He knew Du Xiaoxing was conflicted. Besides love, what troubled Du Xiaoxing more was the hatred between humans and vampires. But Xin was half human. If Du Xiaoxing didn't mind, he could confide in him as a friend. Du Xiaoxing thanked him for that. Du Xiaoxing returned to his bedroom, but found a silver dagger under his pillow. He didn't know how such a thing got onto his bed. Just then, the butler came looking for him. He could only lie that he was changing clothes. Until he figured out the situation, it was better to hide it. Apparently, Lilia's family was coming for dinner tonight. The butler hoped Du Shaoxing could help prepare. He just needed to serve dishes. Du Shaoxing helped while wearing a maid outfit. The maids behind him mocked him freely. People at the dining table were chatting happily. Luo only then noticed Du Shaoxing serving dishes. He knew this must be Luoda's idea. Lilia glanced at her father, mentioning that the friendship between their families was thanks to her relationship with Luoi. They were childhood friends and equally matched in status. Lilia pretended to be shy. Luoda also thought they were well matched. He suggested strengthening their families' bonds. Du Shaoxing was shocked. Luoda suggested uniting the two families through marriage. Luoi thought going along with Luoda would be enough, but he went even further. He asked Luoi's opinion on this matter. Luoi put down his spoon. He said he had matters to attend to and excused himself, then pulled Du Shaoxing away. Luoda told him to stop, saying it was improper to leave with a servant. But Luoi said Luoda's presence was enough. Staying here another second made him sick. Then he turned and left. Luoda apologized to everyone, saying it was his fault for poor discipline. Lilia's father scoffed, saying perhaps Lilia wasn't good enough for Luoi. Lilia bit her teeth and remained silent. Lilia's father pointed out that this visit wasn't about marriage. Luoda naturally understood the Senate's concerns. Lilia's family had caught blood hunters disguised as servants. Other families might have the same hidden danger, so the Senate entrusted them to investigate this matter together. Luoda expressed that he would do his utmost, but Lilia suddenly said she had something to say. Du Shaoxing didn't know where Luoi was taking him. Luoi pinned him against the wall, asked him why he appeared at the dinner. Du Shaoxing said Luoda's deputy butler called him. Luoi couldn't understand why he just went when called. Where had his dignity gone? Luoi had forcibly brought Du Shaoxing here, so he didn't want to cause more trouble. He didn't want Xiaolin to get hurt again. Luoi thought Du Shaoxing only cared about his brother. Even when he heard about Lilia's marriage arrangement, he seemed completely indifferent. Du Shaoxing was surprised that in Luoi's eyes he appeared indifferent. Luoi didn't know how long he had endured Luoda for his sake. What was it all for? He asked Du Shaoxing to tell him, in his heart. What kind of relationship did they have now? Du Shaoxing didn't know how to answer. This was also what he had been wanting to ask. It seemed they were nothing to each other. Luoi withdrew his hand and turned to leave, but Du Shaoxing hugged him from behind. He indeed couldn't answer Luoi's question, but one thing he was clear about. He didn't want to give Luoi to anyone else. However, even with such feelings, faced with reality, he was caught in a dilemma. He had no standing and didn't truly understand Luoi, so he really didn't know what to do. As he spoke, he began to cry. Luoi embraced him tightly. He understood everything now. He told Du Shaoxing to stop crying. From now on, he wouldn't let anyone hurt Du Shaoxing. Lilia came aggressively with her people. They quickly surrounded Luoi and Du Shaoxing. Luoi didn't know what they were trying to do. Lilia told Luoi that Du Shaoxing might be a blood hunter. Du Shaoxing wanted to refute, but Luoi blocked him behind, telling him not to be afraid. Whatever game Lilia was playing, Luoi wouldn't take it seriously. Luoda asked Luoi to come first. They must question him clearly. If it was a misunderstanding, they would naturally release Du Shaoxing. Luoi thought Luoda was the same. He released his power, warning them not to touch Du Shaoxing. Luoda told Luoi not to use his power. His body couldn't handle it yet. Du Shaoxing was also worried about Luoi's condition. Lilia couldn't understand what Du Shaoxing was to Luoi, making him protect him so much. Declared that Du Shaoxing was the person he loved. Everyone was shocked. Luoda told Luoi not to be too presumptuous. Luoi stated that if they kept pestering, they shouldn't blame him for being impolite. However, Lilia claimed there was evidence that Du Shaoxing was a blood hunter. Her family recently caught a blood hunter, and she brought the silver dagger from the hunter here, planning to hand it to the Senate for quick processing. But yesterday, she found the silver dagger missing, and her personal maid discovered Du Shaoxing sneaking around in her room. After listening for so long, he didn't know where the evidence was. Du Shaoxing finally realized the silver dagger under his pillow was meant to frame him. Guards had gone to search Du Shaoxing's room. Results would come soon. Just then, guards arrived. Lilia thought they found evidence. However, Guards found no silver items in Du Xiaoxing's room. Lilia refused to believe it. Luoyi asked everyone to withdraw, but Lilia demanded another search. Worried about Luoyi's health, Lauda ordered his men to search elsewhere and instructed the deputy butler to escort everyone back to their rooms. Lilia refused to let Du Xiaoxing go, believing he must have received news and moved the silver dagger. Lilia's father told her to stop. She had already caused trouble by mishandling official duties and should leave the rest to Lauda. Lilia remained unconvinced. Lauda told Luoyi to stop making trouble. After everyone left, Luoyi swayed slightly, saying he was just tired. Du Xiaoxing helped him to a nearby pavilion to rest. After sitting down, Du Xiaoxing decided to tell him something important. When he returned to his room in the evening, he saw the silver dagger. He didn't know why it was in his room. He hid it under the bed, but didn't understand why they couldn't find it. Luoyi believed Du Xiaoxing wouldn't betray him. Du Xiaoxing wondered why it was him. Luoyi asked which him he meant. Du Xiaoxing shyly said he meant Luoyi, about saying he liked him. Luoyi hadn't realized the reason was so important to him. Du Xiaoxing thought Luoyi was trying to dodge again. Luoyi moved closer, saying liking him needed no reason. He asked Du Xiaoxing to lean on him. Seeing Du Xiaoxing hesitate, Luoyi pulled him onto himself. Luoyi blushed slightly, because Du Xiaoxing kissed Luoyi's collarbone, leaving a mark. Luoyi found Du Xiaoxing increasingly cute. He asked if Du Xiaoxing was scared. Du Xiaoxing said at this point, there was nothing to fear anymore. Luoyi held Du Xiaoxing in his arms, feeling he was different from usual, so docile that Luoyi felt unaccustomed. But Du Xiaoxing was like this because Luoyi had just protected him. Luoyi asked if he would agree to any request he made. Lilia threw a tantrum in her room, believing it impossible not to find the silver dagger. She suspected Xueli was in cahoots with them and had hidden the dagger. But Xueli grew up with her. How could it be Xueli? Lilia didn't know how Xueli lost the dagger. Xueli remembered putting it on Du Xiaoxing's bed. Lilia scolded Xueli as useless and slapped her. Her actions had warned Du Xiaoxing to hide the dagger. She couldn't even handle this crucial task. If she fails again, next time, Lilia would twist her head off. Lilia threatened with a vicious expression. Xueli, terrified, said she understood. The most important thing now was to find the dagger quickly. Lilia guessed the dagger might no longer be in Du Xiaoxing's room. Exine sat on the railing playing with the dagger. It turned out Luoyi feared Lauda might harm Du Xiaoxing. Before the banquet, he had asked Exine to watch over Du Xiaoxing. Exine thought he was like an overprotective husband. He seriously stated he wasn't joking. Exine put his hand on Luoyi's shoulder, telling him not to worry. He would watch over Du Xiaoxing for him. Exine had checked Du Xiaoxing's room on a whim and unexpectedly found the silver dagger. Though unsure why Du Xiaoxing would hide such a thing, he thought it best to give it to Luoyi quickly. Someone behind him said he was indeed a human-vampire hybrid, able to touch a silver dagger barehanded. Exine turned to look at the speaker, recognizing him as the black-clad man who had wounded Misha. Exine taunted him about being defeated by Luoyi. The man who fled after being defeated by Luoyi said he'd spare Exine's life, considering his half-human blood, if he handed over the dagger. Exine thought he was too arrogant, having been kicked away by Luoyi before. The black-clad man said he had warned Exine. Holding the dagger in front, he challenged Exine to take it if he could. Luoyi and Du Xiaoxing were sleeping in bed. The phone rang, and Luoyi was shocked after answering it. Du Xiaoxing woke up and asked what was wrong. He remained silent with a gloomy expression. Something had happened to Exine. Luoyi and Du Xiaoxing rushed to the hospital. The guards didn't know why Exine was injured. Patrolling officers had found him. Luoyi pushed open the operating room door, where several doctors stood by the bed. Exine lay on the bed with a large wound in his chest. Du Xiaoxing was frightened by the scene. Luoyi urged the doctors to save him, but they said they were helpless. They called Luoyi because Exine wanted to see him one last time. Luoyi refused to accept this reality. He told Exine to hold on and not die. Exine tremblingly grabbed Luoyi's arm, struggling to speak. Luoyi held his hand, telling him not to waste energy. He wouldn't listen to anything. Luoyi just wanted him to get better quickly. Exine was interrupted by Luoyi when trying to say silver. He ignored Du Xiaoxing's reminder to listen to Exine. Finally, Exine mentioned the silver dagger was taken by blood hunters. This shocked Luoyi. He recalled everything that had happened before. Suddenly, Exine coughed up blood and collapsed to one side. Luoyi shouted his name loudly. Du Xiaoxing covered his mouth in disbelief. Luoyi told the doctors not to just stand there and to save him quickly. After checking Exine's pupils, The doctor told Luoi he was already dead. Luoi angrily grabbed the doctor's collar, saying with half vampire blood he couldn't die so easily. But precisely because he was a hybrid, the doctors had never dealt with such a case. Moreover, his injuries were too severe for his vampire genes to trigger self-healing. Luoi refused to listen further, calling the doctors useless. Luoi took a surgical knife and cut his palm, then placed his hand over Xian's mouth. The doctors were panicked. Luoi couldn't do this because giving blood to another noble vampire was taboo. Luoi didn't care about that. He just wanted Xian to live. Du Shaoxing stood aside praying. Xiaolin arrived at the hospital room door, showing concern. Guards spotted Xiaolin and immediately closed the door, telling him to return to his room. No spectators allowed. Du Shaoxing turned his head to look at Xian. He finally regained consciousness. Luoi removed his hand and sighed in relief. The nurses were amazed that Luoi's blood could bring Xian back to life. Ordinary purebloods couldn't do this. Only those like Luoi, who inherited the ancestors' lineage, could possibly achieve this. Luoi stated he would explain this matter to the Senate himself. The doctor should focus on saving Xian. But everything that happened here today must not be spoken of. Considering they might need Luoi during the rescue, the doctor asked him to wait before leaving. The doctor led him and Du Shaoxin to sit in nearby chairs. Du Shaoxin had never seen Luoi like this. But what seemed stranger was that Xian's family was nowhere to be seen. Luoi explained that Xian had been with him since childhood. Being a hybrid, he was rejected by his own family. Xian had told Du Shaoxin about this before. Luoi was surprised how open Xian was about it now. As a child, he used to cry often about this. When he was young, Xian would always cry alone and hiding, because his father called him useless, saying he was more human than vampire. Luoi believed it was because Xian's father's genes couldn't overcome the human ones. That's what his family elders said about Xian. Worried these words would reach his father, but Luoi wasn't afraid. At worst, Xian could become his family's child. Because he quite liked Xian, Xian was deeply moved by this. It was Luoi who brought Xian to his side, so he must take responsibility for him. He would definitely find out who hurt Xian like this and make them pay with their life. The black-clad man entered a hidden mechanism in the forest. He walked down a long corridor and pushed open a door. Similarly dressed black-clad men stood by the table. He placed the silver dagger on the table, stating the mission was complete. He had retrieved Pulin's dagger. At this moment, a woman in a blue dress walked to the table. She called the black-clad person Yin. So the person in black was Mingji Yin, and this woman was Fleur. Her eyes were blood red. Could she be a vampire too? Fleur asked Mingji Yin to follow her inside. She asked Mingji Yin to remove his shirt. His body was covered in wounds. It seemed he was seriously injured this time. Mingji Yin had already used Fleur's hemostatic medicine, but it was more complicated than he thought. Fleur apologized to him for making him serve as Gorlit's blood servant to gather intelligence, and for putting him in dangerous battles. But Mingji Yin felt that for everyone's future, he didn't care about anything. Fleur helped heal his wounds. She knew Mingji Yin would surely inherit his brother's will. But Fleur didn't have much time left. She hated these eyes of hers. They constantly reminded her that she was no longer human. In this state, she couldn't make holy water anymore. They could only place their hopes in Du Shaoxin, although Mingji Yin didn't want to involve him. But Fleur believed that with Du Shaoxin by Mingji Yin's side, he would surely become stronger. Mingji Yin nodded in understanding. The doctor pulled back the curtain. Luoi asked about Xian's condition. The doctor said thanks to his blood transfusion, the surgery was successful. Luoi and Du Shaoxing both sighed in relief. The doctor told Luoi to go rest, as it had been a long day. They would take good care of Xian. Luoi stood up and pulled Du Shaoxing to leave. Before leaving, he instructed the doctor that nothing should go wrong with Xian. The doctor respectfully saw Luoi and Du Shaoxing out. Xiaoling secretly watched them. He hadn't expected Du Shaoxing to still be with Luoi. He didn't know what happened, but had an ominous feeling. Du Shaoxing and Luoi sat in the car. Luoi was silent. Du Shaoxing thought he was worried about Xian. Luoi felt he should say something. If not for fearing Du Shaoxing would be unsafe alone in the mansion, Luoi wouldn't have wanted him to come. Luoi didn't want him to witness these things. Du Shaoxing shouldn't have to bear this. Du Shaoxing held Luoi's hand, telling him not to think that way. He wanted to share Luoi's burdens. He didn't want to be ignorant about Luoi like before. But Luoi felt things weren't as simple as he imagined. Du Shaoxing had just heard Xian mention the silver dagger and Xielie, so he guessed it was related to him. After all, Right after the dagger disappeared from his room, Xian got hurt because of it. Even if he was stupid, he could guess that Luoyi and Xian had been protecting him all along. Xian was important to Luoyi, but Du Xiaoxin hoped he could try relying on him too. Luoyi leaned on Du Xiaoxin's shoulder. Besides Xian, Du Xiaoxin was the only person he trusted, so Du Xiaoxin must never leave him, even if he just stood by his side without saying a word. Du Xiaoxin had many things to tell Luoyi, but he hoped Luoyi would rest first. Luoyi snorted and pushed him down. Du Xiaoxin's face turned red with embarrassment. Luoyi gestured for the driver to get out. He thought Du Xiaoxin was shy because there were others around. Now that they're gone, it should be fine. 2 days later, Du Xiaoxin walked in the academy hallway carrying books. Ming Jian called out to him from behind. He had something to tell Du Xiaoxin. The two came to an empty classroom. After hearing that Ming Jian's wounds had healed, Du Xiaoxin felt relieved. Ming Jian clenched his fist. He told Du Xiaoxin that his name used to be Ming Ziyangxi, and they had met as children. Du Xiaoxin fell into deep thought. As children, he and Ming Jian sat in the woods. Ming Jian was leaving with his brother the next day. Du Xiaoxin was reluctant to part, and Ming Jian felt sorry about it. But he swore he would return to find Du Xiaoxin. They pinky promised. No wonder Du Xiaoxin felt Ming Jian seemed familiar. He felt Ming Jian's appearance had changed drastically, must have gone through many hardships. But Ming Jian thought Du Xiaoxin had forgotten his own painful experiences. Ming Jian couldn't understand why Du Xiaoxin had forgotten his hatred and was so close to those vampires. His feelings for Luoyi were genuine. Du Xiaoxin explained that Luoyi was special. Ming Jian gripped Du Xiaoxin's shoulders firmly, saying that's exactly why it was wrong. With his superior genes, he could become an elder. If war broke out again between humans and vampires, whose side would Du Xiaoxin choose? Du Xiaoxin thought the war was over. Ming Jian told him humans wouldn't always live in submission. The Blood Hunters were working for humanity's future. Du Xiaoxin was shocked that Ming Jian was a Blood Hunter. Ming Jian invited him to join the Blood Hunters. Du Xiaoxin couldn't believe what he heard. Ming Jian explained he became a blood servant to gain vampires' trust and gather intelligence. Du Xiaoxin recalled Luoyi's words and leaned back against the desk. So Ming Jian wanted him to extract information from Luoyi. Shilya needed him not just because Luoyi trusted him, but also because of his background. Du Xiaoxin didn't want to hear more. His mind was confused and needed to calm down. Ming Jian grabbed Du Xiaoxin's hand, not understanding his hesitation. Du Xiaoxin cried, saying others could say what they wanted, but he couldn't betray Luoyi. Ming Jian was shocked at this response. He felt Du Xiaoxin could say such things only because he didn't know the truth. 10 years ago, Luoyi's family killed Du Xiaoxin's parents and Ming Jian's brother. Du Xiaoxin's eyes widened. Meanwhile, Luoyi was being questioned by the Elder Council. They demanded he explain why he wrote to Xian, a fellow noble. Luoyi answered that Xian was attacked by blood hunters and might have intelligence they needed. Leonard hadn't expected Luoyi to find such a plausible excuse to protect those around him. Someone asked Luoyi if he knew why this had become taboo. Luoyi said he knew. It was to prevent families from consuming each other. If one drinks the blood of a pure-blood vampire superior to oneself, they would be controlled by them for life. A female elder stated this was also to maintain family dignity and racial balance. Luoyi countered by asking which was more important, racial balance or racial survival. Some called him insolent, but Leonard thought he made sense. In the face of greater matters, being flexible was a virtue. A junior elder suggested that since Xian was a half-blood and not valued by his family, they should let the matter rest. However, through the Lilia family's dagger incident at Luoyi's house, the elders noticed his special protection of Du Xiaoxin. The elders warned Luoyi that if Du Xiaoxin was a blood hunter, he must die. Luoyi stated he knew clearly whether Du Xiaoxin was a blood hunter, and the elders needn't worry. That evening, Du Xiaoxin returned to Luoyi's mansion. Just as he was about to enter, Luoyi arrived by car. He was surprised Du Xiaoxin was also returning so late. Du Xiaoxin lied, saying he was studying at school. Luoyi patted his head, praising him as a good child. Du Xiaoxin's expression showed discomfort. Luoyi put an arm around his shoulder, suggesting they eat together. He hastily pushed Luoyi away, saying he'd eaten bread at school and just wanted to rest in his room. Luoyi suggested visiting Xian tomorrow. Du Xiaoxing agreed before leaving resolutely. Luoyi stood there, watching his retreating figure thoughtfully. Du Xiaoxing wrapped himself in blankets. He didn't know how things had become like this. At this point, he didn't know how to face Luoyi. He could only hug himself and cry painful tears. That night, Du Xiaoxing had a nightmare. He dreamed his parents were blaming him. Luoyi woke him up and offered him water. As he reached out to help him up, Du Xiaoxing remembered the vampire who killed his parents. He pushed Luoyi away, and the glass shattered on the floor. Luoyi looked disappointed. After realizing what he'd done, Du Xiaoxing quickly apologized, explaining he hadn't fully awakened from his nightmare. Luoyi sighed, wanting to know what nightmare had frightened Du Xiaoxing so much. Trembling, Du Xiaoxing said he dreamed of his parents' murder and of war breaking out again between vampires and humans. Luoyi embraced him, thinking recent events had made him anxious. Originally, Luoyi didn't want to interfere in such matters, but for Du Xiaoxing, he wanted to become stronger. Before Du Xiaoxing could react, Luoyi gently caressed his face. They held each other tightly. The next day, they visited Xin in the hospital. Thanks to Luoyi's blood, Xin survived. As long as he could wake up, that was good. Xin was about to become Luoyi's person. When Luoyi asked his thoughts, Xin said he had always been his. Du Xiaoxing felt there was something ambiguous between them, but Xin didn't mind. Being alive was hope enough. Although Xin was nominally Luoyi's subordinate, Luoyi still treated him as his best friend. They would always be equals. Xin smiled reassuringly. Xin had something to tell Luoyi. Du Xiaoxing wanted to leave, but Luoyi held him back. There was no one else here. Actually, Xin had found the silver dagger in Du Xiaoxing's room that day. Luoyi knew Lilia had deliberately framed Du Xiaoxing. Du Xiaoxing apologized to Xin, but Xin said it was fine. That day he had encountered the blood hunter who had attacked Misha before, though he couldn't see their face clearly. Luoyi was surprised that person had hurt Xin so badly and stolen the silver dagger. Xin felt useless, but he had managed to wound the blood hunter several times. More importantly, he discovered that the blood hunter's skills were much sharper than during Misha's assassination attempt. Luoyi didn't understand what this meant. Xin suspected a witch was empowering the blood hunter. Xin didn't know how to explain this to Elder Yuan. Luoyi told him not to worry, he would handle it. But the stolen dagger must be kept secret to avoid giving Luada and others leverage. Du Xiaoxing wanted to help, but Luoyi just wanted him to stay by his side. Xin teased that they had become more affectionate than before, making Du Xiaoxing very shy. Xin still believed humans and vampires could coexist harmoniously, just like Du Xiaoxing and Luoyi now. Seeing everyone being so gentle, Du Xiaoxing found his answer. He couldn't help but say thank you. Xin and Luoyi were confused. He had to say he wanted to see Xiaolin. Just then, Xiaolin appeared at the hospital room door. Xin noticed him first. Du Xiaoxing hadn't expected Xiaolin to appear here, but Xiaolin knew everything about their situation. Though his health was poor, they didn't need to hide things from him. Xiaolin hugged Du Xiaoxing tightly. He would support Du Xiaoxing's decisions unconditionally, as long as he was happy. Du Xiaoxing closed his eyes tightly, seeming to have made some decision. He found Ming Jian. Ming Jian thought he had decided to leave with him, but Du Xiaoxing stopped him. Du Xiaoxing wanted to try trusting Luoyi, so he decided to stay by Luoyi's side. Ming Jian hadn't expected Du Xiaoxing to make such a decision. Du Xiaoxing tried to explain, but was pushed against the wall. He thought Du Xiaoxing had revealed their secret. He didn't want their carelessness to harm the organization. Du Xiaoxing assured him he hadn't said anything. Rather than continuing with hatred, creating a better future was more important. Perhaps they could find other ways to coexist. Ming Jian thought he was too naive. He was about to say something, but was interrupted. Luoyi had arrived. He pulled Du Xiaoxing into his arms. Luoyi warned Ming Jian not to touch Du Xiaoxing, or he would kill him. Ming Jian doubted Luoyi could do it. Luoyi suggested he must be tired of living. Fearing they would fight, Du Xiaoxing quickly pulled Luoyi away. Ming Jian remained there with a gloomy expression. After walking for a while, Luoyi stopped. He asked Du Xiaoxing what was going on. Du Xiaoxing stammered, unable to speak. Was he afraid of someone? Seeing Du Xiaoxing explain that he and Ming Jian were just friends, Luoyi was surprised by their friendship, but he could sense Ming Jian's ill intentions. He smiled cunningly and took Du Xiaoxing home. Luoyi and Du Xiaoxing lay in bed. Perhaps he had been a bit too harsh. He gently wiped away the tears on Du Xiaoxing's face. Just then, someone knocked on the door. It was Luada. He wanted to talk with Luoyi. They went to a balcony. Their parents were long gone, so Luada hoped Luoyi could understand his concerns. Luai didn't know what he wanted to say. He knew that Du Xiaoxing's parents were killed by vampires. But Luada told him that their father was the one who killed Du Xiaoxing's parents. Luai's eyes widened. This information was discovered by Luo Digang's people. He worried Du Xiaoxing might harm Luai. But Luai believed, in that era of war, everyone was a victim. Such past matters should be left alone. Luada felt this was just Luai's opinion. Du Xiaoxing might not be able to let it go. Luai said he would handle this matter himself. Early the next morning, Luai went out. There was an important meeting at the council. He chose a personal maid for Du Xiaoxing, gave instructions, and left. Du Xiaoxing went back to sleep. After a while, he heard a loud boom and commotion outside. Something had happened at the council. Du Xiaoxing worried about Luai's safety. He ran barefoot to the council, praying nothing had happened to Luai. When Du Xiaoxing arrived at the council, he found it had been bombed to ruins. The guards saw him and wanted to warn him that it was dangerous. But Luada signaled to let Du Xiaoxing search. No one could explain clearly what had happened. Du Xiaoxing knelt in the ruins searching for people, but there was no news of Luai. He didn't know what to do. The elders questioned Luai about why he let CLI bomb the council. Luai explained it was meant to be a trap for CLI, but they hadn't expected such extreme bombing methods. However, they had captured many blood hunters and they had no casualties. The lead elder pointed out that Luai's approach had been too naive. If he wanted to remain an elder candidate, such mistakes couldn't happen again. The blood hunters were not to be underestimated, so they needed to discuss future strategies. Du Xiaoxing continued searching for Luai in the ruins, his nails bleeding. He felt dazed, not knowing if Luai was alive or dead. But the structure he was in was about to collapse. Rocks were about to fall on him. Du Xiaoxing closed his eyes tightly. Just then, Luai appeared and shattered the falling rocks. He didn't know what Du Xiaoxing was doing. Didn't he know it was dangerous here? Du Xiaoxing leaned against Luai's chest. He was so glad Luai was okay. Luai's eyes were full of tenderness. The next moment, Du Xiaoxing collapsed from exhaustion. Luai caught and carried him. He said he wasn't so easily harmed. Du Xiaoxing should worry less. In the Blood Hunters' secret base, the Blood Hunters reported to Fry that they had suffered heavy losses in this operation. Fry wanted to know who was the mastermind among the vampires. His subordinates told him it was Luai, which shocked him. Du Xiaoxing woke up. Seeing him all dirty, Luai told him to take a bath. Du Xiaoxing kept backing away, uncomfortable with this. But he accidentally slipped and fell into the bath. Luai thought he was quite clumsy. He reached out to touch the wound on Du Xiaoxing's knee. Du Xiaoxing wondered what he was doing, but then he realized Luai was helping him heal. Luai leaned on Du Xiaoxing's knee, asking how he would thank him. Du Xiaoxing blushed, but Luai didn't want just a simple thank you. The next day, when Du Xiaoxing woke up, he found Luai had already left. Then someone knocked on the door again. It was the maid Aina. Luai had specifically assigned her to take care of Du Xiaoxing. Du Xiaoxing often saw her around. Aina asked what Du Xiaoxing wanted for breakfast. He said bread would be fine. Du Xiaoxing sat in the small garden. With classes suspended, he thought about visiting Xing and Xiaolin. While lost in thought, someone called out to him. He turned to look and saw Ming Jian standing outside the railing. He had come to find Du Xiaoxing. Du Xiaoxing advised him not to come looking for him. It wasn't good for anyone. But Ming Jian said he had only heard about his scrapes and came to bring medicine. Du Xiaoxing was firm, telling Ming Jian not to come find him anymore. Ming Jian gripped the ointment tightly after hearing this. He had something to tell Du Xiaoxing, but Du Xiaoxing turned away, unwilling to listen. But this was about Luai. The blood hunters were already moving against Luai. Ming Jian worried Du Xiaoxing might also be in danger. But he knew that no matter what, Du Xiaoxing wouldn't leave Luai. So he just wanted to warn Du Xiaoxing to be careful, especially with food and drink. Du Xiaoxing hadn't thought there could be problems with food. Could someone be trying to poison Luai? Ming Jian didn't deny this possibility. Lilia was secretly watching all of this. She showed a sinister smile. Lauda and Luai were talking on the balcony. Lilia appeared with a crystal ball. She said she saw Du Xiaoxing having secret meetings with others. Luai saw this scene and seemed concerned, but said it didn't prove anything. He kept making excuses for Du Xiaoxing. Lilia argued loudly with Luai. He said he would handle it and turned to leave. Then Luai angrily pushed open the door, shouting Du Xiaoxing's name loudly, startling him. Luai asked Du Xiaoxing what he was doing. He nervously replied that he was cooking. Luai pressed closer, demanding if Du Xiaoxing was trying to please him because he had done something wrong. Seeing Du Xiaoxing's lack of response, he asked directly, "Did you meet with that guy today?" Du Xiaoxing realized Luoyi meant Ming Jian. He quickly explained that Ming Jian only came to deliver medicine. Luoyi was skeptical of this. Then Du Xiaoxing quickly fed him a piece of sausage, asked Luoyi if it tasted good. Unexpectedly, Luoyi said it was a bit burnt. Seeing Luoyi's normal response, Du Xiaoxing felt relieved. Du Xiaoxing suggested that he would take care of all of Luoyi's meals from now on. Luoyi wrapped his arm around his neck, saying he could reluctantly be his guinea pig for cooking practice. For Luoyi's safety, Du Xiaoxing promised he wouldn't talk to Ming Jian anymore. Luoyi appeared very happy, and their conversation was overheard by the maid outside. Ming Jian returned to a woman who was grooming herself. She asked about Du Xiaoxing's answer. Ming Jian said he didn't want to interfere with Du Xiaoxing's life. But the woman said if this continues, Du Xiaoxing would suffer more and more. Ming Jian said if there's danger, he would risk his life to save him. Du Xiaoxing was cooking in the kitchen. When Luoyi tasted it, he always gave negative feedback. Even so, Du Xiaoxing still felt satisfied cooking for Luoyi. Most importantly was safety. While cooking again, the maid walked up to Du Xiaoxing. She asked if he really didn't mind that Luoyi was a vampire. Du Xiaoxing said he had been through a lot. He was confused now too, but still believed cherishing the present was more important. After their chat, the maid said the soup was almost ready, and she would help serve it for dinner. Du Xiaoxing was already used to this. He naturally agreed. Du Xiaoxing confidently asked Luoyi how the soup was this time. Luoyi took a sip and said it tasted a bit better. Seeing Luoyi eating while reading documents, Du Xiaoxing asked if he was very busy lately and if there was anything he could help with. But Luoyi said Du Xiaoxing just needed to behave well. That would be helping a lot. Then Luoyi told Du Xiaoxing that he might be targeted by the blood hunters and to be careful. Better to go out less. Du Xiaoxing's face showed worry. He agreed. Seeing Du Xiaoxing's expression, Luoyi stroked his cheek, saying worrying would make him ugly. Suddenly he choked. Du Xiaoxing quickly stood up asking if he was okay. Luoyi trembled and asked if he had made the soup entirely by himself. Du Xiaoxing said yes. He thought Luoyi had an upset stomach. Unexpectedly, he suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. Du Xiaoxing quickly held Luoyi. Frightened, he called out his name. Luoyi's eyes turned blood red. Fresh blood seeped from his lips as he gradually lost consciousness. Du Xiaoxing shed tears of panic. Du Xiaoxing's whole body was trembling. He shouted for help, calling for a doctor as Luoyi was in trouble. Just then, the door was kicked open. A masked man put his hand on Du Xiaoxing's shoulder, telling him to leave together. Du Xiaoxing didn't know who it was. He pulled down his mask. It was Ming Jian. Du Xiaoxing was still asking why Ming Jian came here. At this moment, Lauda and Lilia arrived at the scene. They pushed open the door and saw everything in the room. Lauda was furious. His eyes widened, grinding his teeth. Ming Jian had already carried Du Xiaoxing away despite his protests. Du Xiaoxing didn't want to leave. He begged Ming Jian to let him face it. But Ming Jian thought Du Xiaoxing was too naive. As they were arguing, Lauda had caught up. A battle was imminent. Ming Jian pushed Du Xiaoxing away, telling him to run quickly. This scene made Lauda believe Du Xiaoxing was a blood hunter. Du Xiaoxing loudly denied it. Ming Jian kept telling him to leave quickly. Du Xiaoxing's hands were shaking. He wanted to live to wait for Luoyi to wake up, so he turned to leave, saying he'd wait at the usual place. Ming Jian told him to stay alive. At this moment, Ming Jian was stabbed by Luoda's sword. Blood covered the blade. Luoda mocked that Ming Jian couldn't escape. Ming Jian replied they'd have to try to find out. Then they began a new round of fighting. Du Xiaoxing ran until he was out of breath. He hoped Ming Jian would escape. His thoughts kept returning to Luoyi, wishing everyone would be safe. Then he heard a sound, thinking it was Ming Jian. Looking back, it was the guard squad. The guards recognized Du Xiaoxing's identity. Soon Du Xiaoxing's hands were caught by the guards. Ming Jian arrived and kicked away the guards, but Du Xiaoxing noticed he was injured. Meanwhile, Lauda also arrived at the scene, arrogantly telling them to give up struggling. Both sides faced off. Behind Du Xiaoxing was a river. He looked worriedly at Ming Jian, feeling he had brought him trouble. Du Xiaoxing quietly asked if they could escape by water. Ming Jian worried about Du Xiaoxing's stamina, saying he wasn't confident. Lauda ordered the guards to catch them. Ming Jian tried to protect Du Xiaoxing, but was pushed into the river by him. Du Xiaoxing wanted Ming Jian to escape alone. He said even if caught, he wouldn't be easily killed. Ming Jian somewhat disagreed. Lauda ordered the guards to catch Ming Jian in the water. He had to dive underwater to escape. Du Xiaoxing hoped Ming Jian could escape, but he himself himself was thrown into prison. Lilia took a whip and beat Du Xiaoxing until he was covered in blood. Then she tightly gripped Du Xiaoxing's neck, saying he had no reason to exist in this world, maliciously wanting Du Xiaoxing to die. Lilia suddenly released Du Xiaoxing's neck. Du Xiaoxing kept coughing. Lilia seemed to remember her role as an interrogator. She grabbed Du Xiaoxing's hair, continuously questioning him about the blood hunters. Du Xiaoxing remained silent. Lilia's face grew increasingly dark. She thought her lesson wasn't enough. She started whipping Du Xiaoxing again repeatedly. Du Xiaoxing had become somewhat numb to the pain. Du Xiaoxing constantly worried about his lover and friends, feeling helpless. He couldn't understand how, despite being so careful, someone still managed to poison Luoyi. His eyes suddenly widened. He remembered the maid who helped. Only he was present when the food was prepared. But the maid was someone Luoyi had assigned. She introduced herself as Aina. Du Xiaoxing recalled before Luoyi fainted. He said he was too careless. Could he have been Aina? Lilia, like a madwoman, insisted that Du Xiaoxing was evil. Otherwise, Luoyi wouldn't have been poisoned and she wouldn't have run. Meanwhile, in the forest, the wounded Ming Jian insisted on rescuing Du Xiaoxing. The woman with him strongly advised against it. Ming Jian blamed himself for failing to save him. The woman said everything was her fault. She had planned it all, aiming to make Du Xiaoxing return. But she never expected this outcome. Ming Jian insisted on leaving to save him. The woman urged him to stay calm and stick to the plan. They began arguing. The woman said if they acted rashly, they would fall into an irredeemable situation. Ming Jian finally fell silent. The unconscious Luoyi dreamed of his childhood. He sat on the ground thinking Free had abandoned him. His mind recalled happy memories of companionship. Suddenly he looked up and saw Free. Little Luoyi ran over happily, but Free drew a sword ready to stab him. His eyes widened. He suddenly woke up. Luoda beside him quickly asked if he felt unwell anywhere. He held Luoyi's shoulders. Before Luoyi could answer, he suddenly asked about Du Xiaoxing. Hearing this, Luoda looked unhappy. Luoda asked Luoyi why he still trusted him. Luoyi hurriedly asked what they had done to Du Xiaoxing. Luoda said he needed to tell Luoyi about Du Xiaoxing escaping with the blood hunters. Luoyi frowned. The sound of whips continued to echo from the prison cell as Lilia kept torturing Du Xiaoxing. Du Xiaoxing wanted to know about Luoyi's condition, but Lilia cursed him as shameless. Lilia drew a sword, saying she would report to her superiors. Du Xiaoxing remained defiant until death. She then raised the sword to strike him. Du Xiaoxing's eyes widened in terror. But at that moment, someone grabbed Lilia's hand and the sword fell to the ground. Du Xiaoxing's eyes showed excitement. Lilia discovered the arrival was actually Luoyi. Luoyi grabbed Lilia's neck. He told Lilia it wasn't her place to handle his people. Lilia couldn't understand why Luoyi did this, saying she did everything for him. But Luoyi only told Lilia to get lost, throwing her aside. Lilia clutched her neck, deeply hurt. Lilia had no choice but to turn and leave. In her heart, she hoped Luoyi would understand her good intentions one day. Luoyi's clenched fist kept trembling. Seeing Luoyi, Du Xiaoxing involuntarily called out his name. Luoyi asked if they had wronged him. Du Xiaoxing didn't know how to express himself. Luoyi continued questioning Du Xiaoxing about the series of events that night, hoping everything was just a false accusation. Du Xiaoxing painfully shed tears. Seeing Du Xiaoxing's tears, Luoyi clenched his fist again. Luoyi couldn't help but move closer to Du Xiaoxing, asking if he knew about the poisoning attempt. Du Xiaoxing avoided answering, only saying, "I'm sorry." Luoyi's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe Du Xiaoxing truly wanted to kill him. Du Xiaoxing immediately objected, repeatedly saying it wasn't him, that he tried to stop it. Luoyi angrily punched the wall. He shouted, "What did you make of my trust? I didn't expect you to be crueler than Fu Lei." Luoyi thought Du Xiaoxing had sacrificed his dignity for his goals. Du Xiaoxing said his feelings were genuine, but Luoyi found it ironic. He believed these were just Du Xiaoxing's excuses, fearing death. Luoyi grabbed Du Xiaoxing's chin, saying he wouldn't kill him, but make him wish he were dead. In the brightly lit villa, Luoda and Lilia were talking. Lilia wanted to give up and leave, but Luoda affirmed Lilia's actions. He even said Luoyi wouldn't allow any disloyalty from those he trusted, giving Lilia hope. At the hotel, Du Xiaoling asked Xinji why he suddenly took her traveling. She worried Du Xiaoxing didn't know about this. To protect Du Xiaoling, Xin had to lie, saying it was Du Xiaoxing's suggestion. Du Xiaoling felt uneasy uneasy, sensing Du Xiaosheng was in trouble. Xin reassured Du Xiaoling, saying nothing could defeat Du Xiaosheng. They soon fell asleep. At night, other maids brought Du Xiaosheng food and clean clothes. The maid conveyed Luoyi's demands. He wanted Du Xiaosheng to clean up, change clothes, and wait for him. Du Xiaosheng stared at the items before him, watching as the maid closed the door. The windows had been sealed shut. Just then, the door was pushed open. Luoyi stood before Du Xiaosheng. Luoyi said Du Xiaosheng wasn't obedient enough. Du Xiaosheng remained silent. Luoyi grabbed his chin, mocking Du Xiaosheng for playing pitiful. Luoyi thought Du Xiaosheng was making excuses. Du Xiaosheng wanted to tell Luoyi they were once lovers, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Luoyi became angrier when Du Xiaosheng mentioned the past. He gripped Du Xiaosheng's hand tightly. Du Xiaosheng asked what their relationship was now. Luoyi coldly said Du Xiaosheng was just his food and servant. On the balcony, Luoda asked about Luoyi's recent health condition. He kept mentioning Du Xiaosheng, wanting to know how Luoyi planned to deal with him. Luoda strongly disapproved of Du Xiaosheng, speaking ill of him. Luoyi angrily told him to stop. Hearing these words, Luoyi slammed the table hard. He declared again that his matters with Du Xiaosheng needed no interference from others. Luoda was very dissatisfied. He said Luoyi always talked tough, but was actually still protecting Du Xiaosheng. Luoyi said it wasn't Luoda's business. At night, Du Xiaosheng lay quietly alone in bed. Suddenly the door opened, and surprisingly, it was Luoda. Du Xiaosheng found it strange. Luoda immediately started mocking Du Xiaosheng, saying he thought Du Xiaosheng would have been beaten to death in the dungeon. Du Xiaosheng impatiently listened to Luoda's words, asked what he really wanted to say. Unexpectedly, Luoda suddenly covered Du Xiaosheng's mouth, saying he would give him an end. He had forced a pill into Du Xiaosheng's mouth. Du Xiaosheng nervously asked what he had been given. Luoda cruelly said the pill would corrode Du Xiaosheng's heart. This way, even if he died, others would think it was due to heart disease. Du Xiaosheng was shocked. Luoda told him not to get too emotional, or it would take effect faster. This made Du Xiaosheng feel scared. Luoda left. The door closed. Looking at the sealed window, Du Xiaosheng wondered if he would really die like this. He remembered all his previous attempts to escape and struggles. Every injury and pain, he had survived them all. If he left so easily now, Du Xiaosheng felt unwilling. Du Xiaosheng decided to try harder. At this moment, the door opened again. Luoyi walked in. Seeing Luoyi's calm face, Du Xiaosheng struggled to call his name. Luoyi moved close to Du Xiaosheng's neck, asking why he wasn't resisting anymore. Du Xiaosheng told him this might be their last conversation. Luoyi didn't believe this, saying he wouldn't show mercy. Du Xiaosheng felt a sharp pain in his neck. He decided to say everything this time. So he pushed Luoyi away and explained everything about his previous encounter with the Blood Hunters. Du Xiaosheng honestly shared all his difficulties and expressed his true feelings for Luoyi. But when Du Xiaosheng reached out his hand, Luoyi pulled it down. Luoyi said if Du Xiaosheng was sincere, he would have been honest from the start. He thought Du Xiaosheng was now just seeking sympathy. Luoyi grabbed Du Xiaosheng's hand, then let it go, saying Du Xiaosheng made him feel disgusted. Du Xiaosheng's tears flowed uncontrollably. He couldn't believe this was how Luoyi saw him. Du Xiaosheng suddenly knelt before Luoyi. This made Luoyi feel strange. Then Du Xiaosheng said he only had one request, to release his brother. After speaking, he collapsed. Luoyi anxiously embraced Du Xiaosheng immediately. Blood trickled from Du Xiaosheng's mouth. Luoyi couldn't believe things had turned out this way. Du Xiaosheng gazed tenderly at Luoyi, calling his name, while trying to place his hand on Luoyi's face. Du Xiaosheng told Luoyi, "I love you." Then his hand suddenly dropped. Luoyi frantically called out Du Xiaosheng's name. He immediately carried Du Xiaosheng out of the room, seeking a doctor's help. Luoyi moved very quickly, begging the doctor to save Du Xiaosheng. Luoyi placed Du Xiaosheng on the hospital bed. The doctor said Luoyi couldn't enter the emergency room and asked him to wait outside, then close the door. Luoyi stood alone at the emergency room entrance, not understanding why things had become like this. He kept replaying the previous scenes in his mind, remembering how Du Xiaosheng touched his face, said he loved him, then closed his eyes. He just hoped Du Xiaoxing wouldn't leave him. The emergency room door opened. The doctor was shocked that Luoyi had waited there all night. Luoyi anxiously gripped the doctor's shoulders, asking about Du Xiaoxing's condition. The doctor said 5 minutes later would have been too late, but fortunately, the rescue was timely, and he's temporarily out of danger. Luoyi's trembling hands finally relaxed. He let out a long breath. The doctor asked how to care for the patient. Luoyi said he would personally take care of Du Xiaoxing. Back home, Luoyi sat in the chair, watching the sleeping Du Xiaoxing on the bed. He took Du Xiaoxing's hand and kissed it with his lips, grateful that Du Xiaoxing hadn't left him. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Luoda walked in, questioning why Luoyi still wanted to save Du Xiaoxing. Luoyi put down Du Xiaoxing's hand, closed his eyes, and asked if Luoda was behind this. Luoda remained calm, saying Du Xiaoxing had heart disease and asked why Luoyi would suspect him, his closest person. But Luoyi said Luoda was never trustworthy, leaving Luoda silent. He kept saying everything he did was for Luoyi's good. Finally, he reminded him to rest early and left. Luoda stood alone on the balcony drinking, when suddenly someone approached. Luoda called out Leonard's name. Leonard touched Luoda's eyes with his finger, telling him that frowning would cause wrinkles. Luoda suddenly turned his head and said helplessly, "Stop it." Leonard knew Luoda was worried about his brother again. Asked why he helped conceal Du Xiaoxing's escape with Shelley when he clearly disliked him. Luoda said he was only helping Luoyi. Leonard put his arm around Luoda's shoulders as they continued their cheerful conversation. On another street, Du Xiaolin heard a newspaper vendor talking about the blood hunters poisoning incident and bought a newspaper. When he saw the newspaper, his eyes widened in shock. He hurriedly asked Xian what was happening, worried about his sister. Xian comforted him, saying the Senate had already found Aina and asked him to calm down. But Du Xiaoling insisted on going back. Xian hesitated, but agreed after Du Xiaoling's repeated requests. At night, Luoyi came to the hospital again, angrily asking the doctor why Du Xiaoxing hadn't woken up. Du Xiaoling overheard this as he entered. He rushed into the room to see Du Xiaoxing. Xian quickly went to comfort Du Xiaoling, saying Du Xiaoxing had heart problems like him. But Du Xiaoling said his sister never had heart problems before. Xian and Luoyi exchanged a few words. Then Xian asked the doctor if they would disturb the patient's treatment. The doctor said it could actually help because the patient's unconsciousness was voluntary. Having family and friends talk would help recovery. Hearing the doctor's words, Luoyi clenched his fists, wondering if it was because of him. Xian asked Du Xiaoling to return with him. Du Xiaoling was worried about his sister. Xian whispered that only the one who tied the bell could untie it, and they left. The door closed tightly. Luoyi stroked Du Xiaoxing's hair. He began his self-reflection. He recalled his past actions, realizing he had been too self-centered. He hadn't considered Du Xiaoxing's situation, failed to protect him, and hurt him the deepest. He said sorry, then kissed Du Xiaoxing's lips, saying, "I love you too." Just then, tears suddenly fell. Luoyi looked with wide eyes. Du Xiaoxing had opened his eyes with tears. Luoyi became very excited, thinking Du Xiaoxing had awakened. He touched Du Xiaoxing's face, repeatedly calling his name. But Du Xiaoxing showed no response. Luoyi quickly pressed the call button to summon the doctor. After examination, the doctor said there were signs of improvement and advised Luoyi not to worry. Luoyi could only stay quiet. The doctor reminded him to rest well and left, closing the door. Luoyi sighed deeply. He sat on the bed, saying they could both rest early today. But then something shocking happened. Du Xiaoxing's body unconsciously moved backward. Luoyi quickly tried to stop him. Du Xiaoxing tried to turn over, but almost fell off the bed. Luoyi quickly held him. Luoyi concernedly asked if Du Xiaoxing was okay, but Du Xiaoxing showed strong resistance towards Luoyi. Luoyi felt sad. Du Xiaoxing's hands kept pushing Luoyi away from himself. His whole body was trembling. Luoyi had to let go of Du Xiaoxing and cover him with a blanket. Said he wouldn't sleep on the bed and told Du Xiaoxing to rest easy. Du Xiaoxing's eyes were very numb. Luoyi sat in the chair, quietly watching him. Time passed, and Luoyi remained motionless. Slowly, down Brocke, Du Xiaolin and Xian walked in the corridor. Xin was asking if coming at 7 a.m. might be too early. Du Xiaolin was worried. He wanted Xin to tell him what exactly had happened to Du Xiaoxing recently. Xin said lovers always have some conflicts, but Du Xiaolin disagreed. Du Xiaolin firmly stated that humans and blood clan shouldn't be together, believing his sister was suffering. Xin patted Du Xiaolin's shoulder, saying this happens because of love and they should support them. Du Xiaolin said he would respect his sister's choice. Xin suggested they wait before entering the room. Du Xiaolin nodded in agreement. Du Xiaoxing opened his eyes. He turned to see Luoyi sleeping in the chair. Luoyi noticed Du Xiaoxing was awake and caringly asked if he felt unwell. Du Xiaoxing shook his head. Luoyi went to the table to prepare medicine. He stirred it with a spoon, brought it over, and blew on it. He tried to feed it to Du Xiaoxing, but Du Xiaoxing turned his face away, refusing to drink. Luoyi said he would have to use force if necessary. He then took the medicine in his mouth and pulled Du Xiaoxing close, attempting to feed him mouth to mouth. Du Xiaoxing pushed Luoyi away. The medicine bowl shattered on the floor, and Luoyi's hand was cut. Du Xiaolin and Xin, hearing the commotion outside, quickly opened the door to check. Luoyi worried Du Xiaoxin's hand was scalded. He used his mouth to heal the wound. At this moment, Du Xiaoxin also noticed Luoyi's cut hand. Xin asked Luoyi what happened. Luoyi replied the bowl just spilled while giving medicine. Xin suggested letting Du Xiaoling feed the medicine. Seeing Du Xiaoxing obediently take it, Luoyi clenched his teeth. Luoyi turned to leave, saying he needed some air. But just as he was about to leave, Du Xiaoxing grabbed his arm. Luoyi's eyes widened with joy as he turned back. Pretending to be casual, Luoyi calmly asked Du Xiaoxing what was wrong. Du Xiaoxing didn't speak. He just looked at him longingly. Luoyi's lips curved into a happy smile, thinking Du Xiaoxing was being coy. He stroked his cheek, then gently kissed Du Xiaoxing's forehead. Xin and Du Xiaoling, seeing this scene, felt ignored and awkward. The doctor happened to come in, and seeing Du Xiaoxing sitting up, said his recovery was good. After careful observation, the doctor said Du Xiaoxing could be discharged and could take a bath at home. Hearing this, Luoyi's smile widened, saying it was a good idea. That evening at home, Luoyi helped Du Xiaoxing bathe, telling him to trust him. Seeing Du Xiaoxing's face flush from the hot water, Luoyi felt his heart touched. His lips curved involuntarily into a smile, saying Du Xiaoxing's expression was unfair. Luoyi's eyes turned red. His fingers touched Du Xiaoxing's pink lips, asking if he could kiss him. Then he started kissing him, and they embraced tightly. Luoyi heard Du Xiaoxing call his name. The next morning, Du Xiaoxing stood barefoot on the floor in the breeze. Luoyi came in asking why he was up so early. Du Xiaoxing didn't look well. He suddenly called Luoyi's name. Luoyi was curious. What's wrong? Du Xiaoxing said he had something to tell him. Luoyi didn't know what Du Xiaoxing wanted to say. Du Xiaoxing turned his head, saying he was no longer suitable to stay by Luoyi's side and wanted to leave. Hearing Du Xiaoxing's words, Luoyi suddenly frowned, finding it hard to accept. Luoyi strongly disagreed, saying he wouldn't let Du Xiaoxing leave. But Du Xiaoxing insisted, believing humans and blood clan shouldn't be together because of their ancestral feud. Luoyi remained silent with a gloomy face. He felt they had been through so much and shouldn't separate. But Du Xiaoxing thought continuing would hurt them both. Luoyi grabbed Du Xiaoxing's wrist, promising to protect him better. Du Xiaoxing said he was the one who had wronged Luoyi. He couldn't choose between Luoyi and Xuelia. Luoyi held Du Xiaoxing tightly, saying he wouldn't put him in difficult situations anymore. He mentioned Du Xiaoxing's dream, offering to help fulfill it, and even visit his future hermitage. Du Xiaoxing fell silent, knowing this was just a temporary solution. But due to his feelings for Luoyi, he agreed for now. Luoyi sighed in relief, and they embraced and kissed. Soon Luoyi took Du Xiaoxing out. They traveled by carriage to a villa in the countryside. Luoyi carefully helped Du Xiaoxing off the carriage. Seeing the scene before him, Du Xiaoxing was delighted. Luoyi held his shoulders, asking if he liked it here. Du Xiaoxing nodded happily. Then Xin, carrying Du Xiaoling on the carriage, asked when they would eat. Du Xiaoling stuttered Xion's name while being carried. Unexpectedly, Luoyi confidently said he would cook today. Everyone was shocked hearing this. Xin prepared many ingredients. Du Xiaolin thought it was too much, but Xin said it was better to be prepared. Luoyi overheard this. Du Xiaoxing gently asked if Luoyi needed help. Luoyi patted his head, telling him to just wait for the meal. Xin brought an apron, which Luoi firmly refused to wear. But worried about dirtying his clothes, he finally compromised. After putting it on, Luoi discovered there was a cat on the apron. He was speechless. Xin thought it was cute. Du Xiaoshan laughed too. Seeing his lover so happy, Luoi let Xin off the hook. A while later, Luoi stood holding the knife, staring motionless at the pumpkin. While Xin and Du Xiaoling were discussing if he didn't know how to cut it, Luoi suddenly chopped down on the pumpkin. His expression became impatient. He chopped the pumpkin into tiny pieces. The three onlookers were speechless. Due to using too much force, the pumpkin hit Luoi's chin. Finally finishing everything, Luoi was about to put the pumpkin in the pot. Du Xiaoshan quickly reminded him he hadn't peeled it. Luoi said he'd discard the pieces with skin. He had already sorted them. Du Xiaoshan worried if the dish would turn out well, but Luoi confidently said everything was fine. Moments later, Luoi's cooking was served. It looked like something from hell. The other three saw Luoi pouring his own portion and froze, not daring to eat. Luoi arrogantly told them to hurry up and try it. Du Xiaoling quietly asked her sister if she was sure about living with such a man. Du Xiaoshan was speechless too. As night fell, Du Xiaoshan walked out of the bathroom after his shower. He suddenly felt there was a shadow outside the window. Looking up, he saw nothing. Du Xiaoshan thought it was his imagination. When he reached the door, he found Luoi sitting by the hot spring, soaking his feet. Luoi invited him to join, and Du Xiaoshan walked over. They sat together chatting. Luoi asked how Du Xiaoshan liked staying here. Du Xiaoshan said it was nice, but worried about safety. Luoi said he could protect him. Du Xiaoshan's mind started wandering. If that black shadow wasn't human, it must be a ghost. He started sweating in fear. Luoi stroked his head, asking what's wrong. Du Xiaoshan awkwardly said nothing. Du Xiaoshan asked if the house was newly built. Luoi replied it was recently purchased. Du Xiaoshan grew more scared, asking if anyone had died in the house. Knowing what Du Xiaoshan feared, Luoi teased him deliberately. Lying on Du Xiaoshan's lap, he said they could sleep in the same room, and told Du Xiaoshan to come find him if scared at night. Then Luoi shamelessly asked for a kiss. Du Xiaoshan had to bend down. Luoi suddenly turned his head. Their lips met perfectly. Du Xiaoshan's face turned red. Luoi laughed heartily. Du Xiaoshan emphasized he was just uncomfortable with the position. They said goodnight and went to their rooms. Lying alone in bed, Du Xiaoshan couldn't sleep at all. The room felt strange, and there were some noises. Du Xiaoshan suddenly opened his eyes, saw shadows outside, and screamed in fear. He accidentally tripped on the bed leg and was about to fall. Luoi arrived just in time, heroically catching him. He asked concernedly if Du Xiaoshan was okay. Du Xiaoshan immediately hugged Luoi, crying in fear, telling him about the shadow in the window. Luoi looked up and found black bats outside the window. He comfortingly patted Du Xiaoshan's back, then playfully said he'd sleep with him tonight. He carried him to his room as they flirted with each other. Fireworks were going off everywhere. Du Xiaoshan felt confused. He asked what was happening while walking down the stairs. Du Xiaolin happily said it was Du Xiaoxing's birthday, and everyone was wishing him happy birthday. Du Xiaoxing was very touched. Then Luoi walked towards him and extended his hand. Du Xiaoxing felt shy, but still reached out his hand. They walked down the stairs together. Xin joked that the scene was full of happiness. Du Xiaoxing blushed shyly. Luoi said it's rare for everyone to be together dreamily, so it's fine. Luoi pressed Du Xiaoxing into his seat. Du Xiaoling happily said that the cake was a birthday gift made by her and Xin. Du Xiaoxing closed his eyes to make a wish, hoping everyone could live happily ever after. Du Xiaoxing blew out the candles. Luoi cut the cake and took a spoon to feed Du Xiaoxing. Just as Du Xiaoxing opened his mouth and eyes, he realized he had bitten Luoi's finger. Luoi amusingly asked if his finger tasted good. Du Xiaoxing then realized everything was just his dream. Luoi said it was Du Xiaoxing's birthday, and they prepared a surprise for him to get up quickly. Du Xiaoxing was happy everyone remembered, but he faced the cruel reality that Luoi had made the birthday cake himself. Remembering how he vomited after eating last time, Du Xiaoxing felt nervous. Luoi had insisted he would definitely make good food. Now he had truly achieved something remarkable. Fortunately, Du Xiaolin and Xin prepared normal food. Du Xiaoxing happily chatted with them. Seeing this, Luoi got angry. Noticing Luoi sulking, Du Xiaoxing felt he needed to comfort him. So he turned to Luoi, fighting his fear, saying he wanted to try Luoi's cake. Strongly controlling his urge to run away, Du Xiaoxing forced himself to put the cake in his mouth. But to his surprise, the cake actually tasted good. Du Xiaoxing gave very high praise. Luoyi's expression finally improved. Luoyi asked if he meant it. Then he wiped Du Xiaoxing's mouth corner with his finger and tasted it. Du Xiaoxing's face immediately turned red, telling Luoyi not to do this in front of others. Luoyi told him Du Xiaoling and others were washing dishes. Du Xiaoxing still shyly said no even though they couldn't see. Luoyi suddenly put a necklace on Du Xiaoxing, saying it was his birthday gift and asked if he liked it. Du Xiaoxing happily thanked him. Luoyi touched Du Xiaoxing's face, asking if he had forgiven him now. Du Xiaoxing didn't know which incident Luoyi meant. He just said to let bygones be bygones and live well from now on. Du Xiaoxing said he liked their current life and wanted to continue living like this. Luoyi promised he would try his best to fulfill his wish. Du Xiaoxing smiled from his heart. While Du Xiaoxing was picking flowers, Luoyi suddenly opened the door and walked in. Du Xiaoxing wondered why he was home so early. Luoyi answered he finished work and asked what he had been doing lately. Du Xiaoxing talked about wanting to grow flowers for a living. Luoyi touched the flowers and then put them in Du Xiaoxing's hair. Du Xiaoxing thought he was being silly. As they flirted, they didn't notice a black crow standing on the garden fence. Only after the crow flew away did Luoyi sense something was wrong. Seeing Luoyi's unnatural expression, Du Xiaoxing asked what was wrong. Luoyi told him he just saw a crow, nothing else. They went back to the room for dinner. At the evening elder council, Luoda had just walked out when he heard others discussing his family and education. Hearing others mock the Luopest family's decline, Luoda's face darkened as he clenched his fists. At that moment, Lilia's father patted Luoda's shoulder, saying he had something to discuss. They went to the balcony, where Lilia's father advised Luoda to ignore those comments. He mentioned the marriage alliance between their families, and Luoda apologized about it. But Lilia's father brought up marriage again, expressing hope for a union between Lilia and Luoyi. He told Luoda that Lilia had been depressed lately, and he couldn't bear to see it. He also stated that he had influence in the elder council, and Yar was from his family. He could guarantee that Luoyi would be the next elder if the marriage proceeded. Only then did Luoda agree to try his best to arrange the marriage. In the suburban villa, Xian and Luoyi were discussing family matters. Xian said he had always been left to his own devices. Luoyi also said he could occasionally control things. Hearing their conversation, Du Xiaoxing remained silent while washing dishes. He wondered how long these days could last. In the evening, Luoyi prepared to leave, with Du Xiaoxing seeing him off at the door. Shortly after leaving the yard, Luoyi suddenly encountered Luoda. Luoyi questioned why Luoda was following him. Luoda replied that a simple investigation would reveal everything. He handed Luoyi a pack of blood, telling him to drink it quickly. But Luoyi pushed it away, throwing the blood pack to the ground. Luoda shouted at Luoyi not to be willful. He demanded Luoyi act like a proper family heir and brought up the marriage arrangement with Lilia. Luoyi said it was impossible, but Luoda stated he would spare Du Xiaoxing if Luoyi agreed to the marriage. Otherwise, he would kill him personally. Luoyi felt Luoda was blackmailing him. Luoda likewise felt Luoyi was forcing his hand. The two reached a standoff. Luoda patted Luoyi's shoulder, stubbornly believing he was doing what's best for him. He dismissed Luoyi's opposing views entirely. After mentioning Du Xiaoxing's life again, Luoda gave a deadline. Then he turned and left, leaving Luoyi conflicted. Luoyi pushed open the door. Du Xiaoxing wondered why he had returned. Unexpectedly, Luoyi kissed him without saying a word. The clothes in Du Xiaoxing's hands fell to the ground. As Luoyi hesitated about drinking blood, Du Xiaoxing voluntarily said his body was fine now. Luoyi, somewhat depressed, asked if he trusted him. Du Xiaoxing touched Luoyi's face and said he did trust him. A night passed. Luoda stood in the room waiting for Luoyi's arrival. He opened his pocket watch to check the time, then closed it. Then Luoda picked up the phone on the table. He called Lilia's father, Lord Meili, telling him that Luoyi had agreed to marry Lilia. Upon hearing this news, Xian rushed over. He pushed open the door, asking if Luoyi had really agreed to the engagement. Luoyi asked him to close the door before they talked. After the door was closed, Luoyi explained his thoughts. He planned to go somewhere unknown with Du Xiaoxing once everyone let their guard down. While Xian was surprised about Luoyi's plan to elope, Luoyi seriously asked Xian if he wanted to come along. Luoyi told Xian the time and place he had arranged with Du Xiaoxing and firmly stated he was serious. Hearing this, Xin fell silent, then smiled. He recalled being mocked and insulted in his childhood. Everyone called him a failure. Even his parents looked down on his decision to become a subordinate. But Luai had accepted him and treated him as his best friend. Xin firmly stated that since the day Luai saved his life, he had dedicated his life to him. Luai reached out his hand, saying he never saw Xin as a subordinate. Instead, he always hoped Xin would stay by his side of his own will. Moved by Luai's words, Xin reached out, and their hands clasped tightly together. Du Xiaosheng was watering flowers in the courtyard. At this moment, he recalled last night when Luoi asked if he would be willing to elope with him. He also learned this place had been discovered by Luoi and decided to face reality. Just then, Du Xiaosheng suddenly heard the door opening. A woman in a black cloak walked in. The woman's eyes were blood red, and she smiled, saying "Long time no see" to Du Xiaosheng. But Du Xiaosheng didn't recognize this person. The watering kin in Du Xiaosheng's hands fell to the ground. He asked in shock who she was. The woman said she didn't blame Du Xiaosheng for not remembering her, but she was still mistaken for a vampire sent by Loada. The woman had to seriously reveal her identity. She was Du Xiaosheng's mother's sister, named Free. This familiar name made Du Xiaosheng quickly remember. Previously, Loada had said that Luoi was interested in him because he looked similar to Free, who was Luoi's blood servant. Du Xiaosheng couldn't believe such a coincidence. He thought Free was lying and noted she didn't seem human. Free grabbed Du Xiaosheng's arm, telling him that her non-human state was all because of the Luopest family. Du Xiaosheng said Luoi had promised not to hurt him anymore, but Free mentioned Luoi's upcoming marriage to Lilia. Du Xiaosheng knew about this and fell silent. Free asked if he still wanted to stay with Luoi despite this. Du Xiaosheng asked Free if her sudden appearance was meant to separate him from Luoi. Free answered yes, and persuaded Du Xiaosheng to become a member of Xielia. Du Xiaosheng was shocked that Free was from Xielia, thinking of Ming Jian, who was also from Xielia. Back then, Ming Jian had said he wanted to introduce him to someone important. Du Xiaosheng suspected this person was Free. Free thought Du Xiaosheng understood the situation and grabbed his arm to take him away. Unexpectedly, Du Xiaosheng firmly stated he wouldn't join Xielia and said he wouldn't betray Luai like Free did. An angry Free slapped Du Xiaosheng, scolding him for having no human dignity. She berated him for betraying his deceased parents. She said he was too naive. Du Xiaosheng's tears fell as he touched his cheek, but still said even so, he didn't want to leave. Helpless, Free said she wouldn't force Du Xiaosheng, but she suddenly raised her hands and hypnotized Du Xiaosheng, and learned about the time and place where Du Xiaosheng planned to elope with Luoi. Then Du Xiaosheng fell into a deep sleep. Free apologetically embraced the fallen Du Xiaosheng. Free wanted to quickly take away Du Xiaosheng and his sister. She ordered her subordinates to lay an ambush for the vampires. Xin, arriving on time, pushed open the door, apologizing for being late due to preparing things, but found the courtyard empty. Then Xin discovered traps at the entrance, and suddenly someone charged at him from behind with a sword. In the emergency, Xin had to dodge quickly. The person behind kept pressing forward. Xin drew his sword and discovered many blood hunters were present. He realized that Du Xiaosheng and his sister must have already left. Surrounded by enemies, Xin wanted to quickly escape to notify Luoi. But for the moment, he had no way out. Luoi was driving to the meeting point to wait. He took out his watch to check the time, still imagining that after tonight, he and Du Xiaosheng could be together forever. But at this moment, the car clearly had problems, encountering roadblocks along the way. He suspected Luada's doing, but quickly dismissed the thought. The car began to lose control, and after continuous skidding, finally crashed into a tree. The car was destroyed, but Luai walked out from the wreckage, extremely angry. He swore that anyone who blocked his way would die. Luai began his attack, causing fierce winds to blow. The blood hunters were busy shooting arrows, with will swords flying towards Luoi. Luoi stood alone, surrounded by countless attacks, yet effortlessly broke through the sword formation. He domineeringly ordered the enemies to show themselves. After the blood hunters nodded to each other, someone walked out from the side. Luai's attention was suddenly drawn. He saw they had taken Du Xiaosheng hostage. They stated directly that if Luoi attacked, they would kill Du Xiaosheng. Left with no choice, Luai had to withdraw his power. What Luoyi didn't expect was an attack from behind. Caught off guard, his neck was injected with a drug. His back was also hit multiple times. The severely wounded Luoyi fell to his knees, fearlessly pulling out the needle from his neck and throwing it to the ground. But he found his entire body paralyzed and unable to stop bleeding. He then realized the needle had contained holy water. Luoyi looked up at the approaching Xielia. At this moment, Xielia suddenly threw Du Xiaosheng into Luoyi's arms. Luoyi's hands held Du Xiaosheng's neck. Only then did he realize what he held was just a doll. Due to excessive blood loss, Luoyi quickly became disoriented and collapsed to the ground. Xielia was praising Lady Free's brilliant strategy. Luoyi, not yet fully unconscious, heard Free's name. Free brought her subordinates back to the secret base. In the room, Du Xiaosheng had his head buried in his knees when he heard the door unlock. He quickly raised his head. The door opened, and Du Xiaosheng watched Free enter. He loudly questioned Free about how long they planned to keep him locked up, saying he wouldn't harm Luoyi. Free casually stated she wanted to show him something. Du Xiaosheng didn't know what Free's true purpose was. He was still grabbed by the blood hunters and led out. The three walked through the base's dark corridor, surrounded by darkness. Du Xiaosheng keenly smelled blood and suddenly had a bad feeling. Du Xiaosheng questioned Free about where they were going. Free didn't answer. Soon they arrived at their destination. Du Xiaosheng saw the scene before him and covered his mouth in shock. He found Luoyi covered in blood, tied to a chair, already unconscious. Du Xiaosheng immediately ran anxiously towards Luoyi. He held Luoyi's face, desperately calling his lover's name. Tears had already filled his eyes. Nearby, Free told Du Xiaosheng that Luoyi had been severely tortured and repeatedly injected with holy water. He wouldn't wake up for a while. Du Xiaosheng gritted his teeth. Asked Free why she did this. Free replied that to fulfill her long-cherished wish, she would become a demon if necessary. Du Xiaosheng painfully begged Free to release Luoyi, saying he would do anything she asked. But Luoyi was a candidate for the Senate and the heir to the Lopez family. Free would show no mercy to enemies. Du Xiaosheng argued that Luoyi was different from other vampires, that he also wanted to stop the war. When Free doubted Luoyi, Du Xiaosheng firmly believed in him. Free thought Du Xiaosheng was being willful, but agreed to give him a chance. She stopped her subordinate's advice. She demanded Du Xiaosheng join the Blood Hunters, extract military secrets from Luoyi, and completely break ties with him. Hearing Free's demands, Du Xiaosheng felt troubled. Free sternly asked if he could do it. Du Xiaosheng cried and said he needed time. Free set the final deadline until Luoyi wakes up. Du Xiaosheng was heartbroken to the extreme, momentarily dazed. Suddenly fell to his knees, crying helplessly. Luoyi woke from his unconsciousness, seeing the cage before him and the holy water syringe. She also noticed Du Xiaosheng's presence. Seeing Luoyi regain consciousness, Du Xiaosheng was overjoyed, said he would find a way to untie him. But Luoyi was curious why Du Xiaosheng was here. Du Xiaosheng nervously broke into a sweat. He told Luoyi Xielia wanted him to persuade Luoyi to reveal vampire intelligence. Du Xiaosheng explained he didn't want to do that. Luoyi didn't blame him, just kept expressing relief that Du Xiaosheng was safe. Du Xiaosheng grabbed Luoyi's arm and cried continuously, unable to accept seeing Luoyi so badly injured. Luoyi weakly kissed Du Xiaosheng's hair, gently telling him not to cry. They talked about Xing and Du Xiaoling's involvement in this incident. Du Xiaosheng said Du Xiaoling was safe, but didn't know about Xing's situation. Luoyi said he was the target, hoping Xing would be safe. Suddenly Luoyi cried out in pain. Du Xiaosheng hurriedly supported him. It was because the holy water prevented Luoyi from healing his wounds. Du Xiaosheng remembered that Luoyi could restore his healing ability by drinking blood. But Luoyi refused to drink Du Xiaosheng's blood, fearing he couldn't control himself. Du Xiaosheng kept persuading Luoyi, saying escaping was their only hope. Du Xiaosheng tied up his hair. He straddled Luoyi's legs, actively moving closer, hoping Luoyi would drink his blood to recover strength. Du Xiaosheng firmly held Luoyi's shoulders. The pain from the bite made him grab Luoyi's clothes. He couldn't help saying in his heart, "I'm sorry." In the forest, flames suddenly rose high. Du Xiaosheng's former house was engulfed in fire. Xan walked with heavy steps, covering the wound on his arm, going to find Luoyi. He thought Shuoya had kidnapped the Du siblings and wanted to tell Luoyi. But when he reached the intersection where Luoyi had been, he saw tire marks from turning vehicles. Suddenly stopped. Xan silently looked at everything before him. Everything was in chaos. There were wrecked cars and blood on the ground. Xan could barely stand. He fell to his knees, unable to believe Luoyi had also been attacked. After calming down, he realized the blood hunter's target was Luoyi, and the Du siblings were probably just hostages. Xan was in great pain, unable to help Luoyi escape danger. With no choice, he had to seek help from Luada. Meanwhile, in the secret base, blood hunters lay scattered on the ground. Du Xiaoxing and Luoyi had escaped. Du Xiaoxing couldn't help asking Luoyi if humans and vampires would go to war. Luoyi told Du Xiaoxing that even if he tried to stop it, he couldn't change the Senate's decision to go to war. Luoyi said the previously escaped may have been caught, and war would start soon. Du Xiaoxing worried about Luoyi reporting the secret base's location. Luoyi honestly shared his thoughts. Du Xiaoxing didn't know why Luoyi was telling him all this, but Luoyi said he had long decided to never hide anything from him again. Hearing these words, Du Xiaoxing didn't know how to respond. At this moment, the blood hunters suddenly appeared. They spotted Du Xiaoxing and Luoyi. Du Xiaoxing suddenly pointed to a small path. The two fled inside. But surprisingly, this path turned out to be a dead end, with a cliff ahead. With nowhere to escape, the two were surrounded by Shuoya's people. Only then did Du Xiaoxing realize that the escape route Fleur had told him was fake. Fleur indeed appeared. Luoyi was very surprised to see Fleur, yet he greeted Luoyi with a smile. Luoyi was shocked. Why had Fleur's eyes turned blood red? Then he remarked how ironic this was. But soon, Fleur showed him something even more ironic. Fleur beckoned Du Xiaoxing to come over. Luoyi couldn't understand what was happening. While Du Xiaoxing hesitated, Fleur impatiently warned of consequences if he didn't comply. Du Xiaoxing had to step forward. As he passed by Luoyi, he grabbed Du Xiaoxing's wrist. Du Xiaoxing's eyes filled with desperate tears. He broke free from Luoyi's hand, saying, "I'm sorry," to him. This made Luoyi disbelieve. Du Xiaoxing walked to Fleur, saying he had done as told and hoped Luoyi would be released. Hearing their dialogue, Luoyi still couldn't believe Du Xiaoxing had sided with Fleur. Fleur told Luoyi that Du Xiaoxing was his niece. Luoyi kept asking Du Xiaoxing for the truth. The desperate Du Xiaoxing reluctantly confirmed it. After the shock, Luoyi suddenly laughed out loud. He felt he was a joke. Seeing Luoyi in such a state, Du Xiaoxing became worried. But Fleur had already ordered the blood hunters to shoot their arrows. The same situation as before occurred. Countless swords flew towards Luoyi. But Luoyi smiled. His foot gently stepped backward. He closed his eyes and fell off the cliff. Du Xiaoxing anxiously tried to grab Luoyi's hand. Fleur quickly pulled him back. Du Xiaoxing was very emotional. He felt Fleur had deceived him. Seeing Du Xiaoxing's hysteria, Fleur became very angry. He slapped Du Xiaoxing's face, trying to make him come to his senses. Du Xiaoxing kept crying. Fleur grabbed his arm forcefully, shaking him repeatedly, mocking their relationship as fragile, telling him to stop lingering. But Du Xiaoxing had realized that Fleur's purpose wasn't to make him gather intelligence, but to deliberately make Luoyi hate him. Fleur revealed that he just wanted Du Xiaoxing to see reality sooner. He said if Luoyi truly loved Du Xiaoxing, he would have fought their way out, then continued criticizing that neither understood love or responsibility, saying they were just playing house. Du Xiaoxing kept struggling, arguing that he knew what he was doing, and that he just wanted to try loving the other person. Fleur yanked Du Xiaoxing's hand, mocking his sickness and intending to take him back to confinement. Du Xiaoxing had lost all will to live, but Fleur said there was no need to die for love, as this cliff couldn't kill Luoyi. Knowing Luoyi wouldn't die, Du Xiaoxing felt relieved. He thought it was enough that Luoyi would return, whether he hated him or not. Fleur was excited about Luoyi's return. He told Du Xiaoxing that even if Luoyi didn't come, Luoda would. Du Xiaoxing didn't understand what Fleur meant. Fleur said they had planned to abandon this secret base and had already set up traps. Only then did Du Xiaoxing realize everything was part of Fleur's calculation. This woman had set up the trap long ago. Luoyi was indeed alive at the bottom of the cliff. He shed a tear as he walked. Luai covered his wound. He walked forward with heavy steps, now extremely tired and weak. He had lost all spirit and motivation. Finally, he collapsed from exhaustion. It started raining. At this time, Luada and Exine's group finally arrived at the foot of the valley. Finding Luai collapsed, Exine quickly picked him up, repeatedly calling his name. In the thunderstorm, Luai finally returned safely to the villa. Exine sat in a nearby chair, silently watching the unconscious Luai. Luai was discussing Luai's condition with the doctor, learning he had been injected with large amounts of holy water. He demanded the doctor save Luai, threatening to take him down too if he failed. Exine, hearing Luai's words in the room, felt helpless. He wondered if Luai felt the same worry when he was in the hospital. Exine kept begging Luai to wake up, wanting to know what had happened. Meanwhile, at the secret base, Du Xiaoxing remained locked in a cage-like room. He sat alone on the bed, hugging his knees, afraid to look up. In Du Xiaoxing's mind, he kept remembering when Fleur proudly revealed his identity to Luai. Luai's incredulous face. He also recalled Luai closing his eyes and jumping off the cliff in despair, and the scene of him being tied to a chair, injured all over. Du Xiaoxing didn't know if his decision was right. He remembered Fleur saying the base had been turned into a trap. Deciding not to wait passively, he wanted to prevent Luai from falling into Fleur's trap. The medicine in the bathtub kept overflowing. Luai, fully immersed in the bathtub, was covered in sweat. The doctor said this medicinal bath might help Luai quickly purge the holy water from his body. Exine and Luada silently watched this scene. Looking at his weakened brother, Luada gritted his teeth and swore to make the blood hunters pay. Exine worriedly asked Luada if he planned to go to that mountain range, advising him to wait until the situation was clearer. But Luada couldn't wait. He said this was his family's matter and blamed Exine for meddling with Luai. Hearing this, Exine had nothing more to say. Luada was very emotional, stating he would capture and interrogate nearby villagers if he couldn't find the blood hunters. Exine strongly objected, saying this would trigger a war between humans and vampires. But Luada said no one could prevent the coming war. He warned Exine to be prepared for war. After saying this, Luada angrily slammed the door and left. At this moment, Exine didn't know what to do. He recalled his and Luai's wish for humans and vampires to coexist peacefully. He felt powerless and unwilling, wondering if things would always be different from what he wanted. Exine's hand trembled slightly on the table. He didn't want to accept this reality. At night, Xuelia was patrolling the secret base when suddenly he saw Du Xiaoxing, locked in the cage, lying motionless on the ground. Xuelia told Du Xiaoxing to get up quickly, but he showed no response. He had to quickly unlock the door to check on Du Xiaoxing's condition. Unexpectedly, Du Xiaoxing suddenly bit Xuelia's arm. Then he ran away, but more blood hunters suddenly appeared nearby. They surrounded Du Xiaoxing tightly. In desperation, Du Xiaoxing threatened to bite his tongue and kill himself if they came any closer. Xuelia had to report Du Xiaoxing's escape to Fleur. Fleur said she had anticipated this and asked if anyone was pursuing Du Xiaoxing. Another blood hunter reported that vampires had reached nearby villages. Fleur's plan had succeeded. She wanted Du Xiaoxing to see the cruelty of war. Fleur ordered the blood hunters to watch Du Xiaoxing and bring him back when the time was right. All this was overheard by Du Xiaoling, who was hiding behind the door. She had a bad feeling, so she ran out too. In the forest, Du Xiaoxing was running desperately. He remembered asking Luai if he would report the base's location to Yuan Lao Yuan. Now Du Xiaoxing felt he was like Luai, unable to betray humans no matter what. But he needed to ensure Luai wouldn't fall into the fortress trap. Du Xiaoxing suddenly saw figures in the woods and quickly stopped. He hid behind a large tree. He discovered it was Luada ahead. Luada had learned the base was on the mountain, and they were preparing to split into two groups to climb up. Du Xiaoxing fearfully covered his mouth. He knew he would be in danger if discovered, so he tried to bypass these people. But unexpectedly, Du Xiaolin saw him at that moment. Du Xiaoxing happily called out sister, and Du Xiaolin was glad to have found him. But their commotion was discovered by Luada. Du Xiaoxing had to quickly escape with Du Xiaolin. Du Xiaoxing didn't know that blood hunters were already ambushing in the nearby trees. They saw everything. The blood hunters in the trees jumped down at that moment. The two sides were about to fight. Luada fought with furrowed brows, and the scene became very intense and bloody. Luada didn't want to let Du Xiaoxing escape. The siblings ordered their subordinates to deal with the blood hunters while they went after them. Du Xiaoxing kept asking Du Xiaoling why she was here. Du Xiaoling said She was just worried about her sister. Du Xiaoxing sighed and said it was all his fault. Just as Du Xiaoling was about to comfort her, they suddenly saw flames in the forest. While they were surprised, they didn't notice the landslide beneath their feet. They rolled down and fell to the ground. Du Xiaoxing ignored his own pain and rushed to check if Du Xiaolin was all right. After making sure they were both safe, they looked up at the nearby area and were shocked to discover that villagers had been captured and their houses were burned down. A vampire cruelly grabbed a man to drink his blood, but the man, disregarding his own safety, begged them not to harm his children. The two children kept crying and calling for their father. Seeing this scene, both Du Xiaoxing's siblings were very worried. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind. It was Luada. Luada pointed his sword at Du Xiaoxing, deciding to kill him. Du Xiaoxing and Du Xiaoling were desperately trying to protect each other. Luada sarcastically said they had no right to negotiate with him, but if they provided the location of Shulia's base, he might consider sparing them. Du Xiaoling kept trying to stop Du Xiaoxing from revealing it. Du Xiaoxing understood. His brother didn't know about Fleur's plan at all. He asked Luada if Luoi had come, but Luada wouldn't answer. Du Xiaoxing wanted to tell Luada the base's location in exchange for Du Xiaoling's safety. He stood up, not wanting to continue being willful and weak. Du Xiaoxing clenched his fists and said he would guide Luada. Luada was naturally pleased to hear this. Du Xiaolin didn't understand Du Xiaoxing's intentions. The two kept pulling at each other. Du Xiaoxing whispered in his brother's ear that he had to do this. Then he removed Du Xiaolin's arm from his shoulder and walked ahead to guide Luada. Luada turned back and gave Du Xiaolin a contemptuous look. Du Xiaolin remembered how his sister had always protected him since childhood. He didn't want Du Xiaoxing to become a criminal. Du Xiaolin believed he had grown up and could protect his sister, so he drew the dagger from his waist. Then he charged at Luada, but clearly this was all part of Luada's plot. He quickly turned and stabbed Du Xiaolin in the chest with his sword. Du Xiaoxing saw his brother stabbed in the chest. He cried out in desperate helplessness. He quickly ran over to hold Du Xiaolin's body, repeatedly asking why. Du Xiaoxing's tears fell like broken beads. He wished he had died instead. Luada said he wouldn't easily trust Du Xiaoxing and kept asking him how it felt to watch someone important to him being killed. Du Xiaoxing recalled the hatred he harbored when his parents were killed, and just now his brother had met the same fate. Even thinking of Xian and Luoi's friendship, Du Xiaoxing finally understood destiny. Luada grabbed Du Xiaoxing's shoulder and raised his sword to strike him. The sharp sword pierced through Du Xiaoxing's chest. Blood flowed from his mouth, but Du Xiaoxing suddenly smiled. Luada didn't understand why he was smiling. His eyes suddenly widened. Just then, Du Xiaoxing had used his dagger to stab Luada in the abdomen at the same time. Luada couldn't accept that he had been stabbed by Du Xiaoxing, but he quickly said smugly that a silver dagger couldn't hurt him. Then he violently threw Du Xiaoxing to the ground. Du Xiaoxing's body lay next to Du Xiaoling, looking at his brother's face. Du Xiaoxing's face bore a smile. He gently caressed Du Xiaolin's face. He told his brother he would always be with him. Luada watched everything and said letting the siblings die together was his mercy. Then Luada was about to strike again. Du Xiaoxing had already closed his eyes in resignation. At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from behind Luada. Luada turned back in shock, but suddenly his pupils contracted, blood spilled everywhere. A hand had pierced through Luada's chest. The attacker was Fortress. Fleur told Luada that his subordinates had been crushed to pieces. Now it was Luada's turn. Luada hadn't expected that Fleur was the one behind everything. He angrily began to attack Fleur, but Fleur easily dodged. At this moment, Fleur, like a villain, kept provoking about Luoi and Luada's brotherhood. Luada coughed up blood. He realized there was holy water in his wound. Fleur said she wanted to settle the grudge between herself and Luada, while mocking Luada that as the head of the Lopister family, he would do anything for his brother. Luada was still trying to confirm if Du Xiaoxing was Fleur's planted spy, but Fleur said none of that mattered anymore. Today would be their death day. Hearing this, Luada suddenly thought of Luoi. He realized Luoi must be in danger, so he immediately turned back to check on Luoi's situation. Fleur ordered her subordinates to continue pursuing Luada. The group quickly ran away. Fleur looked at Du Xiaoxing and Du Xiaoling lying on the ground. She slowly walked over. While feeling heartache, she said they had finally learned their lesson. At this moment, the Lopister family mansion was filled with corpses. The blood hunters had all rushed into the house. Exine, who stayed in the room guarding Luoi, heard hurried footsteps outside and felt nervous. He remembered Luda telling him before leaving that he had left people to guard the mansion and entrusted Luoi to him. But he hadn't expected the blood hunters to break through the defense line so quickly. As the footsteps got closer, Exine immediately drew his sword. The door was forcibly broken open. A group of blood hunters stood at the door confronting Exine. While saying he didn't expect to fight again so soon, Exine fought the enemies with his sword. At this time, 2 blood hunters had already circled around Exine and rushed straight towards Luoi. Exine kicked off the ground forcefully and jumped over to attack. The blood hunters wouldn't allow these people to get near Luoi. However, there were too many enemies. Caught off guard, Exine was stabbed in the abdomen by a blood hunter. Exine ignored his pain and still used all his strength to protect Luoi. He was quickly stabbed again by the enemy. Even with severe injuries, Exine still firmly stated, even at the cost of his life, he would definitely protect Luoi. At this moment, someone grabbed Exine's sword. Exine suddenly widened his eyes. The blood hunters nearby were also shocked. It turned out Luoi had stood up behind Exine. He had awakened. Exine happily looked back. Luoi's eyes had turned blood red. His combat power was extremely strong. With one strike, he knocked all the blood hunters to the ground. Luoi stood barefoot on the ground. He pointed at the blood hunters in front. The blood hunters remained vigilant of Luoi's actions. But unexpectedly, Luoi just casually pointed, and the people nearby were quickly struck dead. The blood hunters realized something was wrong and hurriedly tried to return to report to Fleur. But Luoi had already gone berserk. He continued attacking these blood hunters. Blood stained the entire room red. Seeing Luoi in this state, Exine felt surprised. He quickly called Luoi's name, asking if he had awakened his abilities. Luoi didn't answer this question. Instead, he turned and asked if Exine was the only person in this world who would never betray him. Exine didn't know why Luoi asked this. He felt that Luoi must have experienced something he didn't know about. Meanwhile, Fleur sat by the bed watching the unconscious Du Xiaoxing. Du Xiaoxing soon opened his eyes. Fleur said his injuries were very severe this time, but Du Xiaoxing's first words were asking about Du Xiaoling. Fleur then said she would let him see people once his wounds healed, and asked if Du Xiaoxing hated her. Du Xiaoxing didn't want to give any answer to this question. Fleur then said she wanted to tell Du Xiaoxing a story. Time had reached the cold winter. Bare branches were everywhere. Du Xiaoxing walked alone on a small path. He came to a desolate cemetery. Then he stood in front of a tombstone. Du Xiaoxing stood there quietly. He brushed his hair with his hand. He recalled that day when he was lying in the hospital bed. Fleur told him a story. Fleur told Du Xiaoxing that 10 years ago, there was constant warfare between vampires and humans. At that time, a girl was chosen as a spy to infiltrate the Lopister family with the purpose of stealing intelligence. To facilitate her mission, the girl became a blood servant to the family's second son. Then she discovered that the child, like ordinary humans, would cry when he couldn't get his parents' company. The girl would comfort him every day, and the child came to see this girl as his mother. The girl gradually developed a sense of guilt and began to question the world. But at this time, she received orders. The organization ordered her to kill the child she was caring for. Because this child had the blood of the ancestor, he would become a great threat to them in the future. The girl tried countless times, but couldn't bring herself to kill the child, so she ran away. But what she didn't know was that the master of the mansion had already discovered her true identity. When the girl returned to the base, the vampires followed her and found it, then attacked the blood hunters. The witch at that time died, and the girl's fiancé also died protecting her. She felt she had become a sinner to humanity. Filled with remorse, the girl returned to the mansion, intending to kill the child with one strike. But she hesitated the moment she raised her knife. As a result, she ended up being killed instead. Fleur told her entire story to Du Xiaoxing, letting him carefully consider his answer. Du Xiaoxing didn't know why he was the chosen one. Fleur said it was because he had the White Feather Witch's bloodline. Only with the White Feather Witch's existence could the Blood Hunters have a chance to win the war. Back then, Fleur sealed his abilities to protect Du Xiaoxing. But now Fleur's powers had disappeared, and she could only rely on Du Xiaoxing. Du Xiaoxing stood at his parents' grave, blaming himself for not protecting his brother. He resented himself for causing his brother to possibly never wake up again. Du Xiaoxing believed he carried countless sins. At this moment, footsteps were heard. It was Ming Jian. Du Xiaoxing was curious about Ming Jian's arrival. Ming Jian said he heard about what happened and came. Du Xiaoxing casually greeted Ming Jian, pretending to be relaxed. But Ming Jian loudly said he should care about his own situation first. Du Xiaoxing told him that he wouldn't cry anymore after this, so it didn't matter what happened. Hearing this, Ming Jian was very worried. He put his hand on Du Xiaoxing's shoulder, blaming himself for not appearing sooner. Hearing Ming Jian say he wanted to protect him, Du Xiaoxing rejected him. Du Xiaoxing said he didn't want Ming Jian to live for him, hoping he could do more worthwhile things. He also said he would try to become stronger, strong enough not to rely on anyone. Ming Jian didn't know what to say. Du Xiaoxing was already preparing to leave. In the new base, Ming Jian opened the door and saw Fleur standing in the room. Fleur smiled and welcomed Ming Jian's return. But Ming Jian questioned why Fleur had kept everything from him, while also blaming her for making Du Xiaoxing sad. Fleur explained that because Du Xiaoxing was her niece, she had to make him see reality early. Moreover, for the greater good, sometimes sacrifices had to be made. Then Fleur ordered Ming Jian to go back and complete his mission. Ming Jian didn't move. He asked Fleur why she chose this location for the new base. Fleur explained her reasons and thoughts. But Ming Jian felt that Fleur was just self-satisfying. Hearing Fleur continue to tell him to go back, Ming Jian only said that using any means to achieve goals wasn't what his brother would want to see, then left. Only Fleur remained standing in the room, with the door tightly shut. Just like the fortress back then, now Du Xiaoxing has also taken the same path. He wanted to face reality and bring everything to an end. 2 years passed, Luoyi had grown long hair. Du Xiaoxing, who was leading the blood hunters, cut his hair short. He looked up into the distance, swearing he would risk his life if necessary. The war between humans and vampires broke out again. It was all because during these 2 years, vampires had increasingly enslaved nearby humans. Therefore, more humans were willing to risk death to join the blood hunters. The blood hunter organization gradually expanded their territory and wanted to rescue more humans. On the streets, vampires were ruthlessly killing humans, and everyone was running for their lives. A pair of siblings was being hunted by vampires. The brother was stabbed by a vampire sword while protecting his sister. The sister ran forward desperately, but she was cornered in an alley. The vampire cruelly said that running away would be punished. The girl collapsed on the ground in fear. Tears of terror flowed from her eyes as she covered her head, not wanting to face death. At that moment, a sword flashed. The girl opened her eyes to find a figure standing before her. The girl didn't know who was standing in front of her. Du Xiaoxing answered that he was a blood hunter. Seeing how scared the girl was, Du Xiaoxing gently helped heal her wounds. The girl's wounds were quickly healed. As Du Xiaoxing stood up, the girl grabbed his skirt, repeatedly begging him to take her away. Du Xiaoxing turned his head, looking at the approaching vampires. At this time, the blood hunters had also arrived. With these people helping to block, Du Xiaoxing grabbed the girl's hand and ran out. The blood hunters' base was full of wounded people. Du Xiaoxing brought the girl back to settle her in. Elle said she was working too hard, but she replied it was all what she wanted to do. Al looked at Du Xiaoxing worriedly, but Du Xiaoxing said he had something to do first. As he was leaving, the girl suddenly grabbed Du Xiaoxing's arm, saying she wanted to fight vampires like him and wanted to follow him. Looking at the girl's pleading eyes, Du Xiaoxing unconsciously remembered his past self. He asked the girl's name. After learning she was called Koning, he told her to come find him after settling in. That night in his room, Du Xiaoxing sat by Du Xiaolin's bed, telling him about the girl he met today. Looking at his brother lying unconscious on the bed, Du Xiaoxing felt full of guilt. He said he would wait for his brother to wake up, no matter how long it took. At this time, Du Xiaoxing received Fleur's summons. When he arrived at Fleur's office, he heard the disturbing news that all their blood had been captured. Du Xiaoxing felt sad thinking about his companions. Fleur said they needed to know the exact location of imprisonment to rescue these companions. To get the intelligence, Fleur wanted someone to seduce Lord Brins to find out the location. Du Xiaoxing wanted to go himself, but Fleur refused. He said many vampires knew Du Xiaoxing, and once he took off his mask, he would be easily recognized. And the other 2 female blood hunters weren't suitable for taking risks. Therefore, they could only choose a suitable woman from the refugees, with Du Xiaosheng providing protection. Fleur gave 7 days for Du Xiaosheng to train the newcomer, and instructed that it must be done secretly. Watching Du Xiaosheng's departing figure, Fleur felt that Du Xiaosheng kept his distance from her, thinking he hadn't forgiven her yet. The hall was bustling with people coming and going. Du Xiaosheng, walking among them, still hadn't found a suitable candidate. Just as he was thinking how difficult it was to choose someone, he suddenly heard Kuning calling his name. Kuning said she had settled everything and now wanted to follow Du Xiaosheng. Du Xiaosheng looked her up and down. Then he asked Kuning if she was ready to become a female blood hunter, and received an affirmative answer. Over the next few days, Du Xiaosheng put Kuning through various training exercises. Not only self-defense, but also the use of various hidden weapons. Du Xiaosheng brought Kuning to a table. On it were wigs, masks, formal dresses, and various items needed for a ball. Kuning didn't know what these things were for. Du Xiaosheng told her that she needed to complete a mission now. As night fell, Du Xiaosheng and Kuning sat under a tree. Du Xiaosheng was explaining to Kuning about her identity for this mission and how to complete it. But Kuning felt nervous and insecure. Du Xiaosheng said he would protect her from the shadows. Looking at the masked vampires at the entrance, Kuning unconsciously remembered the vampires who tried to kill her before. She couldn't help but vomit. She said she really couldn't complete this mission. Du Xiaosheng hugged Kuning sympathetically, constantly reassuring her that she had been very brave. Kuning hugged Du Xiaosheng, crying continuously, not knowing what to do. With no choice left, Du Xiaosheng said he would take the stage himself. He changed into formal wear and slowly walked to the entrance. Then he handed an invitation to the guard at the door. Du Xiaosheng safely entered the ball using Diane's identity. Du Xiaosheng was dressed both elegantly and beautifully. Everyone at the ball was dancing gracefully. At this time, the host of the ball was thanking guests for attending. People around were applauding, and beautiful music started playing. Everyone was inviting each other to dance. The entire ball had a peaceful atmosphere. Du Xiaosheng decided to observe from the side during the first dance. Just then, suddenly a hand reached out. A gentleman beside was inviting Du Xiaosheng to dance. To avoid suspicion, she had to accept. Du Xiaosheng gave her hand to the gentleman, and the music started. The two danced gracefully in the venue, moving with the rhythm of the dance steps. Du Xiaosheng vaguely felt that the person before her seemed very familiar. She kept reassuring herself it couldn't be such a coincidence. But the other person noticed her nervousness. She apologetically said sorry to them. By now the music had ended, and people around were applauding. Each pair of dance partners was bowing to each other. At this moment, the man in front of Du Xiaosheng suddenly removed his mask, saying it was uncomfortable. Seeing the face beneath the mask, Du Xiaosheng's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that the person who just danced with him was Luo Yi. Du Xiaosheng was getting nervous. Unexpectedly, Luo Yi leaned close to his ear, saying Du Xiaosheng seemed familiar. Du Xiaosheng worried about being recognized. Du Xiaosheng said verbally that it was quite a coincidence. Luo Yi remained expressionless. Du Xiaosheng wasn't sure if Luo Yi was suspicious or just thought they looked similar. So he naturally asked what kind of person they were thinking of. Unexpectedly, Luo Yi said just to serve it. Du Xiaosheng felt Luo Yi was doing this intentionally and laughed, saying he must be joking, then turned and left. Just then, a man walked over and greeted Luo Yi. They quickly engaged in familiar conversation. However, even while talking, Luo Yi's attention remained on Du Xiaosheng as she left. He kept his eyes fixed on the direction Du Xiaosheng left, wanting to see what she would do. Du Xiaosheng walked towards Brins in the crowd. She warmly greeted him, bowing and introducing herself as Diane. Du Xiaosheng acted very charming, while Brins kept complimenting her figure. The two people who were just chatting with Master Brins immediately left upon seeing this, wanting to let Brins enjoy himself. Master Brins said he was a bit tired. He wanted to chat in the lounge, then boldly put his arm around Du Xiaosheng's waist. The two sat on the sofa complimenting each other. Du Xiaosheng kept praising Brins's prowess, saying he was both scholarly and martial, then said she found killing frightening. Master Brins hurriedly said he only captured people, hadn't killed them. Du Xiaosheng quickly probed, asking if the people were imprisoned in the dungeon under the mansion. But Brins said they were kept in the dungeon in the west of the city, telling her not to be afraid. Having obtained the information, Du Xiaosheng smiled with satisfaction. Master Brins wanted to drink with Du Xiaosheng, but she said she was a bit drunk and wanted to go out for some fresh air. But Brins grabbed her arm, and pushed her down onto the sofa. Brins looked lecherous, saying he wanted to do something else with Du Xiaoxing. Du Xiaoxing quickly avoided him, fearing her disguise would be revealed. At this moment, Luo Yi pushed open the door, saying he wanted to rest in the room. Seeing Luo Yi, Brins immediately became scared. He said he needed to attend to the guests and told Luo Yi to rest well. Brins quickly closed the door and left. Du Xiaoxing quickly said he wouldn't disturb Luo Yi's rest and tried to leave. But as he passed by Luo Yi, his mask was suddenly pulled off. Luo Yi said, "It really is you." Having been recognized, Du Xiaoxing immediately tried to escape, but was quickly blocked by Luo Yi. Luo Yi jokingly said long time no see to him. Du Xiaoxing knew he was in big trouble. Du Xiaoxing didn't know why he had to run into Luo Yi at this moment. He told Luo Yi that he had let him down before. At this moment, Luo Yi suddenly grabbed Du Xiaoxing's hand, telling him not to play tricks. Du Xiaoxing knew he couldn't let Luo Yi catch him, so he immediately shook off Luo Yi's hand and ran to the side. He took a big step, rushed through the glass window, and jumped down, then landed on the ground. Luo Yi stood still, silently watching Du Xiaoxing's retreating figure. Du Xiaoxing returned to the agreed meeting place with Kening and began giving the signal. Seeing the signal, Kening quickly nodded. Du Xiaoxing ran ahead, hoping Kening would safely bring the intelligence back to headquarters. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Du Xiaoxing. Discovering Luo Yi waiting ahead, Du Xiaoxing quickly stopped. Not wanting to confront Luo Yi directly, he turned to run. But Luo Yi stretched out his hands at this moment, activating his ability. Under the intense attack, Du Xiaoxing desperately tried to steady himself. But by then Luo Yi had reached his side, warning Du Xiaoxing he would kill him if he moved. Du Xiaoxing knew Luo Yi's ability was too powerful and he had no chance in a direct fight, so he didn't resist. Luo Yi asked Du Xiaoxing what his purpose was this time. Du Xiaoxing remained silent. Luo Yi couldn't bear Du Xiaoxing ignoring him and forced him to answer, then attacked him, violently throwing Du Xiaoxing against a nearby tree. Du Xiaoxing stated he wouldn't say anything. Luo Yi tightly gripped Du Xiaoxing's neck, advising him to be more cooperative. Otherwise, he might kill him. Hearing this, Du Xiaoxing tightly closed his eyes, telling Luo Yi to kill him. Luo Yi looked at Du Xiaoxing's face, hearing him say to do it now, or they would become enemies. Luo Yi asked if this was his true self. Du Xiaoxing replied that none of it mattered. Luo Yi angrily tightened his grip on Du Xiaoxing's neck. Du Xiaoxing struggled to breathe, feeling that dying by his hands would be a relief. Luo Yi's eyes reddened, saying he wouldn't let Du Xiaoxing die easily. After speaking, he bit his neck. Blood suddenly flowed, and Du Xiaoxing bit down on his teeth in pain. He kept his eyes tightly shut, not knowing what Luo Yi wanted to do. Du Xiaoxing kept saying, telling Luo Yi to kill him now. But Luo Yi stated that regardless, Du Xiaoxing had no ability to oppose him. Du Xiaoxing felt helpless. He struggled to make his hand move. Soon his hand was bleeding from the piercing. Finally breaking through Luo Yi's power, Du Xiaoxing pulled out the dagger hidden on his leg. Luo Yi was shocked that Du Xiaoxing could counterattack and immediately stepped back. As Du Xiaoxing tried to escape again, Luo Yi immediately stretched out his hands to try to control him. But at that moment, Luo Yi's hand was suddenly pierced by a silver arrow. Luo Yi realized Du Xiaoxing had an accomplice. He quickly pulled out the arrow and looked to the side. Knowing Du Xiaoxing had already run far away, Luo Yi turned and walked towards the nearby bushes, immediately spotting Kening hiding there, asking if he was the accomplice. Kening's eyes widened in fear. After returning to the secret base, Du Xiaoxing immediately told Fleur about the vampires keeping prisoners in the western dungeon. Fleur asked Du Xiaoxing if he had fought with the vampires. Du Xiaoxing thought Fleur had discovered about Luo Yi, but Fleur stood up, saying they must rescue the people immediately. But he stopped to ask where Kening was. Du Xiaoxing then realized Kening might be in danger. But time was urgent, so they could only talk while walking. Fleur called for people to rescue their companions. He said they would send someone separately to check on Kenny's situation, but rescuing people was the priority now. Meanwhile, Fleur handed Du Xiaoxing a gun, saying its silver bullets were very effective against vampires. But due to development difficulties, there was only one gun. Fleur told Du Xiaoxing to use it to protect everyone in emergencies. Everyone immediately took action. The blood hunters waited near the dungeon. Then squad leader Al said that half an hour ago, a group of people had been moved, probably because the vampires discovered the location. Learning that people were transferred to the dock, they hurried to chase after them. But by then the people had been moved onto ships, so they could only continue pursuing. The small boat floated on the sea. Some prisoners were locked in cages, with guards watching outside. In the room, Luo Yi was saying it was his discovery, so he had the responsibility to escort them, talking about how the sailing time wasn't good, as people nearby were getting seasick. Luo Yi explained they rushed because they wanted to wait for other blood hunters to come rescue their companions. Then they could catch them all at once. Then they discussed the existence of witches. Luo Yi said his purpose for joining this journey was to hunt witches. Meanwhile, Du Xiaoxing and his companions had also boarded a small boat. A storm raged at sea, making the small boat rock, poisoning her, making her drink his blood, leading to her paralysis. Ming Jian picked up a bowl to feed her. Gorlet wanted to die, but Ming Jian said her life was still useful. Meanwhile at sea, Luo Yi carried Du Xiaoxing to a small island. He laid Du Xiaoxing on the ground, then supported his neck, kissed Du Xiaoxing's lips, and used his power to heal him. Soon Du Xiaoxing woke up coughing. Upon waking, Du Xiaoxing saw Luo Yi right in front of him. Luo Yi joked that the legendary, which wasn't much after all. Du Xiaoxing turned his head away. He tried to free his hand, but Luo Yi held it tightly. Luo Yi said to Du Xiaoxing, "Don't try to escape again," then leaned back against a rock and closed his eyes. Du Xiaoxing found his hand was released and felt confused. Suddenly, he saw Luo Yi's wound continuously bleeding. Du Xiaoxing quickly touched Luo Yi's face, kept calling his name, not knowing what to do. Du Xiaoxing knew Luo Yi had been shot with a holy water silver bullet. He needed immediate rescue. Looking at Luo Yi's unconscious state, he kept telling himself he just didn't want to take advantage of the situation, remembering that Luo Yi was injured because of saving him. Du Xiaoxing tried to use his healing magic to save Luo Yi. Under his rescue efforts, Luo Yi showed some response. His breathing became smoother. Du Xiaoxing finally felt somewhat relieved, but he also understood that soon the vampire forces would find this small island. They would have to continue opposing each other. Du Xiaoxing felt caught in a dilemma. At night, Du Xiaoxing carried Luo Yi into a cave. He lit a fire. He was considering whether to change his clothes and dry them. Du Xiaoxing eventually hung his clothes on a wooden rack nearby and only wore a robe. Du Xiaoxing hoped Luo Yi wouldn't wake up for now, but suddenly he felt something was wrong. Luo Yi's face was flushed red, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Du Xiaoxing put his hand on Luo Yi's forehead. Indeed, Luo Yi seemed to have a fever. To prevent the situation from worsening, Du Xiaoxing had to remove Luo Yi's wet clothes. He looked at the dried coat nearby, wanting to help Luo Yi change clothes. Du Xiaoxing nervously placed his hands on Luo Yi's chest, unbuttoning his clothes. He slowly removed Luo Yi's clothes and placed them on the ground. Before he could finish undressing him, Luo Yi suddenly woke up. He asked Du Xiaoxing what he was doing, staring directly at him. Du Xiaoxing quickly covered his robe, explaining he just wanted to help him change clothes. Luo Yi looked at Du Xiaoxing, asking if he was worried about him. Du Xiaoxing blushed, saying now that Luo Yi was awake, he could change by himself. Unexpectedly, Luo Yi pushed Du Xiaoxing to the ground. Luo Yi thought Du Xiaoxing was trying to trick him again. Du Xiaoxing told Luo Yi to let go, but Luo Yi ignored his words. But then he was pushed away. Du Xiaoxing kept saying he was no longer the weak person he used to be, and he was shocked to discover that due to the sudden movement, Luo Yi's wound had reopened. Du Xiaoxing stood up saying he didn't want to owe Luo Yi any favors, but Luo Yi felt Du Xiaoxing hadn't changed at all. Du Xiaoxing looked displeased, and at this moment Luo Yi suddenly grabbed his clothes. Before Du Xiaoxing could react, his neck was bitten and Luo Yi drank a lot of blood. Du Xiaoxing looked vulnerable as he asked Luo Yi why he saved him. Luo Yi laughed, grabbing Du Xiaoxing's chin, saying only he could end his life. Luo Yi couldn't understand why Du Xiaoxing was the White Witch. Regarding this matter, Du Xiaoxing said he didn't know either. Luo Yi then asked if this was also part of Du Xiaoxing's plot, but Du Xiaoxing demanded to be released. At this moment, Luo Yi saw that Du Xiaoxing was only wearing a robe, accidentally exposing part of his body. He believed Du Xiaoxing was deliberately trying to seduce him. Du Xiaoxing blushed, covering his robe, loudly denying it. Luo Yi said he wouldn't fall for Du Xiaoxing's tricks again, then staggered to his feet and walked outside. He said the cave was too stuffy and wanted to get some fresh air. So Luo Yi walked to the cave entrance and sat down nearby. Du Xiaoxing watched Luo Yi, knowing he couldn't explain the misunderstanding from years ago, deciding to keep everything in his heart. The next morning, Du Xiaoxing put on his clothes and walked out of the cave. He rubbed his eyes and found Luo Yi still outside. But Luo Yi said he wouldn't let Du Xiaoxing escape, and said Du Xiaoxing was his only food source so he wouldn't kill him. Then Luo Yi suddenly threw a snake at Du Xiaoxing, frightening Du Xiaoxing to trembling. A moment later, Luo Yi turned the snake into a strange dish and offered it to Du Xiaoxing. Du Xiaoxing said he doesn't eat snake. Luo Yi thought Du Xiaoxing was being picky. Sure enough, soon Du Xiaoxing's stomach started growling. The two walked along the seaside. Luo Yi said they must find a water source quickly. That's when Du Xiaoxing realized how dry his throat was. Luo Yi pointed to the forest ahead, and they prepared to look inside. After 3 hours of searching, Du Xiaoxing could barely walk due to thirst. He didn't understand why Luo Yi was so comfortable walking with his back turned to him. Just as he was thinking this, Du Xiaoxing suddenly misstepped. He tried hard to steady himself, but still twisted his ankle. Du Xiaoxing blamed himself for being distracted. Luo Yi turned and asked what happened. Du Xiaoxing said it was nothing, and Luo Yi told him to walk faster. Luo Yi, walking ahead, discovered a fruit tree, so he reached out and picked a fruit. He first smelled it, then took a bite. Finding it wasn't poisonous and edible, Luo Yi handed it to Du Xiaoxing. But Du Xiaoxing felt embarrassed and said he could pick one himself. Luo Yi thought Du Xiaoxing was disgusted because he had bitten the fruit. Du Xiaoxing walked to the tree, looking for the lowest fruit to pick. But he wasn't tall enough, standing on tiptoes unsteadily. He was just a bit short of reaching the fruit while Luo Yi watched. Eating his fruit, Du Xiaoxing had to jump a little. Finally, he managed to touch the fruit. But at this moment, Du Xiaoxing frowned. When his foot touched the ground, a sharp pain shot through it. Having already touched the fruit, Du Xiaoxing didn't want to give up. He thought one more jump would do it, but his eyes suddenly widened as someone pressed against him from behind. Luo Yi was pressed tightly against Du Xiaoxing, their heartbeats audible to each other. Luo Yi easily reached the fruit on the tree, picked it, and handed it to Du Xiaoxing. He called him by a familiar nickname. Du Xiaoxing couldn't hide his excited heartbeat. He remembered when he was with Luo Yi before, how Luo Yi had flicked his forehead and gave him the nickname Bean Sprout. Du Xiaoxing warned himself not to fall for Luo Yi again. Watching Luo Yi holding the fruit in front of him, Du Xiaoxing unconsciously clenched his fists. He asked Luo Yi if it felt strange to be getting along with someone who was his enemy. Luo Yi fell silent. He explained he was just rewarding Du Xiaoxing for not running away. Then he suddenly threw the fruit to the ground. Du Xiaoxing asked Luo Yi if he was going to hand him over to the Senate. Luo Yi only said he didn't need to explain his actions. Just then, they suddenly heard flute sounds from not far away. Du Xiaoxing realized the Blood Clan had arrived and immediately tried to run away. But his hand was quickly caught by Luo Yi. Luo Yi mocked that it was too late to run now. Du Xiaoxing believed Luo Yi had treated him nicely just to lower his guard. Luo Yi admitted it. Du Xiaoxing bit his lip, then produced a syringe of anesthetic. He suddenly attacked Luo Yi, but Luo Yi had already sensed Du Xiaoxing's intentions and immediately grabbed his other hand. Luo Yi gripped Du Xiaoxing's wrist, saying he had known Du Xiaoxing's thoughts all along. He took Du Xiaoxing's hand and jabbed the anesthetic into Du Xiaoxing's neck. Du Xiaoxing's eyes suddenly widened. Luo Yi told him he couldn't hurt him, Du Xiaoshan blamed himself, but his consciousness gradually faded into unconsciousness. Luo Yi supported Du Xiaoshan's neck with one hand, saying he would make him pay for his betrayal. A large ship slowly approached the shore. Luo Yi carried Du Xiaoshan as he walked over, seeing the Blood Clan members who came to welcome him. Luo Yi loudly ordered them to set sail. Watching Luo Yi's departing figure, the Blood Clan members all nodded in agreement. Luo Yi quickly returned to the mansion with the Blood Clan. Someone excitedly ran over. It was Exin, happily saying Luo Yi had finally returned. He looked to the side and suddenly noticed Du Xiaoshan being carried by the Blood Clan. Luo Yi ordered the Blood Clan to throw Du Xiaoshan into the dungeon under strict guard, then left. Exin didn't understand what had happened. Night fell. Luo Yi sat alone in a chair in his room. He held a glass of wine, drinking slowly. His mind unconsciously recalled the scene of Du Xiaoshan treating his wounds. He told himself not to be deceived by Du Xiaoshan again. This was all his plot. Luo Yi tightly closed his eyes. Suddenly, he heard a knock. The person waiting outside was Xin. He walked in, surprised to find that Luo Yi had drunk a lot of wine. Luo Yi poured another glass and asked Xin if he wanted to drink together. Xin took the glass and asked how Luo Yi would deal with Du Xiaoshan. Luo Yi told Xin that Du Xiaoshan was the White Witch. Xin was shocked. He didn't know what to say and found it hard to believe. Luo Yi told Xin to face reality sooner, believing it was all a conspiracy. Xin asked again what Luo Yi planned to do. Luo Yi said he would imprison Du Xiaoshan in his cage forever. Du Xiaoshan was still sleeping in the secret room. His eyes were covered with a black cloth, and chains were on his hands and feet. Suddenly the door opened, and someone walked in. Du Xiaoshan sensed something was wrong. The person firmly pinned Du Xiaoshan down, placing their hands beside his pillow. Du Xiaoshan knew the visitor was Luo Yi and didn't know what would happen next. He smelled strong alcohol. At this moment, Luo Yi removed Du Xiaoshan's cloak. Du Xiaoshan said he would never reveal the organization's secrets, but Luo Yi indicated he wanted to do something else. Du Xiaoshan knew the anesthetic hadn't worn off yet, and he couldn't move at all. The cloak was thrown to the ground by Luo Yi. Du Xiaoshan shouted that he would never submit no matter what. Luo Yi calmly looked at Du Xiaoshan, then opened his mouth to bite Du Xiaoshan's collarbone, his hand caressing Du Xiaoshan's waist. He pulled down his clothes in one motion. Luo Yi was shocked to discover scars on Du Xiaoshan's body. Du Xiaoshan didn't understand why Luo Yi was doing this. Luo Yi threw all of Du Xiaoshan's clothes on the floor, saying he would make Du Xiaoshan pay the price. Du Xiaoshan helplessly bit his lip. His hands trembled involuntarily, not understanding why Luo Yi would do this. So he questioned Luo Yi, asking why he would do unnecessary things when he could just kill him. But regarding Du Xiaoshan's words, Luo Yi just thought he talked too much. He warned Du Xiaoshan not to flatter himself, saying he only wanted to humiliate him. Du Xiaoshan unconsciously gripped the bedsheet beneath him. Du Xiaoshan's face turned red, tears flowing involuntarily. He said, "I didn't." Luo Yi asked what he didn't do. Du Xiaoshan's hand was still shaking. He slowly raised his hand and grabbed Luo Yi's clothes at his chest. Crying, he said he didn't intentionally betray Luo Yi. Luo Yi was somewhat surprised. Then, Du Xiaoshan's hand suddenly fell onto the bed. He had passed out crying. Luo Yi gritted his teeth, thinking Du Xiaoshan was still lying to him. Meanwhile, at the Blood Tears base, subordinates reported to Fu Lei that Luo Yi might have returned to the mansion with the White Witch. Fu Lei was relieved that Du Xiaoshan was still alive, but wasn't sure if this was a trap set by Luo Yi. Fu Lei said they must reclaim the White Witch, then told his subordinates he would lead the operation personally. He walked to the window, gazing at the distant moon. Let the vampires come. Luo Yi stood alone on the balcony, looking into the distance. He recalled Du Xiaoshan saying he didn't intentionally betray him. At this moment, Xin suddenly came to the balcony, asking what Luo Yi wanted from him. Luo Yi asked Xin to investigate what Du Xiaoshan did during the war 2 years ago. Xin found it strange but agreed to do it immediately. Additionally, Luo Yi instructed to temporarily keep Du Xiaoshan's identity secret. Xin agreed to everything. Meanwhile, Luo De, standing nearby, heard everything. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips. The next morning, Du Xiaosheng opened his eyes and saw blurry symbols on the wall in front of him. He thought he had had a very sad dream. Du Xiaosheng moved his fingers and found the anesthetic had worn off. He sat up, feeling puzzled. He wondered when his clothes had been changed. Just as he put his feet on the ground to walk, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. Then he fell to the ground. Du Xiaosheng was shocked, his face suddenly turning red. Memories of last night with Luo Yi flashed through his mind, and he realized it wasn't a dream at all. Du Xiaosheng stood up trying to walk outside. Heavy shackles were still on his feet. When he reached the main door, Du Xiaosheng was surprised to find the door was locked tight. He couldn't open it at all. Du Xiaosheng tried to use his power to open the door, but it had no effect whatsoever. He realized the formations on the door might be restricting his powers. Du Xiaosheng forcefully rubbed his handcuffs against the markings on the wall, but no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. He angrily punched the wall. Du Xiaosheng worried that his mistake would affect the organization. Suddenly, Du Xiaosheng's eyes widened. A passage had opened at the bottom of the wall. Water and food were pushed through. Looking at the food, Du Xiaosheng, who hadn't eaten for a long time, couldn't help but swallow. Du Xiaosheng knew he couldn't care about dignity now. He understood the most important thing now was to survive and then escape. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Du Xiaosheng looked up to see Luo Yi walking straight in. He noticed Du Xiaosheng had eaten the delivered food. He said Du Xiaosheng at least understood how to stay alive. Du Xiaosheng ignored Luo Yi's words, not looking at him. Luo Yi thought he was playing deaf and dumb. He grabbed Du Xiaosheng's hand, pulling him up. Du Xiaosheng struggled constantly, but couldn't escape Luo Yi's grasp. Du Xiaosheng shouted not to let Luo Yi touch him, but Luo Yi had already picked him up. Du Xiaosheng was so angry, he gritted his teeth. He finally couldn't help but open his mouth and bite Luo Yi's collarbone. Luo Yi was surprised. He suddenly threw Du Xiaosheng onto the bed. Then he loomed over Du Xiaosheng, teasing that he had learned to bite. Du Xiaosheng worried about what Luo Yi might do to him. Luo Yi said he would let Du Xiaosheng go if he answered his questions truthfully. Du Xiaosheng firmly stated he would never talk. But Luo Yi asked him what he meant last night about not intentionally betraying him. Du Xiaosheng then remembered he had said such things last night. He suddenly closed his eyes, not wanting to answer. Luo Yi felt irritated. He suddenly smiled, saying he had captured the female blood hunter from the masquerade, using this to threaten Du Xiaosheng to cooperate. Du Xiaosheng suspected the captured female blood hunter might be Kuning. He unconsciously sat up, warning Luo Yi not to hurt them. Luo Yi insisted that Du Xiaosheng must answer his questions. But Du Xiaosheng felt that since they stood on different sides, too much explanation would be meaningless. Luo Yi insisted on knowing the answer. Du Xiaosheng said even if he had his reasons, there was nothing he could do now. They couldn't go back to the past. Luo Yi silently closed his mouth. He stood up saying Kuning was temporarily unharmed, then left. Before leaving, he threw a box of medicine, telling Du Xiaosheng it was anti-inflammatory medication. It would make him feel more comfortable. Du Xiaosheng felt embarrassed by Luo Yi's concern. He sat on the bed, watching the main door close in front of him. Luo Yi stood alone outside the door. He touched the spot where Du Xiaosheng had bitten him, lost in thought. Exine walked alone to the mountains where the war happened 2 years ago. He found the place unrecognizable from before. Thinking physical evidence would be hard to find, he decided to look for witnesses instead. Meanwhile, he clenched his fist, worried about Du Xiaoling. In the Luo Peist family mansion, Luo had just finished his bath and walked out. He sat in a chair. He casually picked up a wine glass from the table beside him and quietly drank alone. In Luo's mind, he kept recalling the image of Du Xiaosheng and Du Xiaoling lying bloodied before him, thinking he should have finished them off. Just then there was a knock at the door. Reinhard had arrived. Luo walked over and opened the door. He had a brief conversation with Reinhard. Reinhard saw the scar on Luo's chest and unconsciously touched it, regretting that it couldn't be made before. Luo asked about the investigation results. Xin said too much time had passed. There were no clues left there. Luo had expected this, but Xin wanted to express his opinion. Luo listened attentively as Xin said he believed Du Xiaosheng wouldn't easily betray Luo. At this point, Luo fell silent. Xin continued that if Du Xiaosheng wanted to kill Luo he could have done it long ago. Luo argued that back then, Du Xiaosheng had led him into a trap and she was the White Witch. She felt betrayed by her beloved. Exine still insisted there must be other reasons. He believed neither Luo Yi nor Du Xiaosheng could stay uninvolved in the situation. He thought Luo Yi also believed in Du Xiaosheng, otherwise he wouldn't be so eager to find answers. Luo Yi touched where Du Xiaosheng had bitten him, lost in thought. Soon after, Luo Yi went alone to the secret chamber. He stood at the entrance and silently opened the door. Then he sat by Du Xiaosheng's bedside, quietly watching Du Xiaosheng sleeping. He unconsciously used both hands to caress Du Xiaosheng's face, deep in thought, recalling scenes of their intimate moments together. And Du Xiaosheng's shy, adorable expressions. Luo Yi suddenly leaned down, wanting to kiss Du Xiaosheng. But Du Xiaosheng opened his eyes at that moment. Seeing Luo Yi about to kiss him, his heart began beating rapidly. Luo Yi realized Du Xiaosheng was awake and immediately froze. Du Xiaosheng asked Luo Yi what he meant by this. Luo Yi frowned without speaking. Then he brushed aside Du Xiaosheng's hair, saying he wanted to feed. He held down Du Xiaosheng's wrist and bit his neck. Du Xiaosheng struggled continuously, wondering if Luo Yi would keep him imprisoned forever. The Senate members were having a meeting. They had found the Blood Hunters' base in an abandoned castle and wanted to eliminate them all at once. You're asked if anyone had anything else to report. At this time, a senator raised a question to Luo Yi. He said he knew Luo Yi had captured a female blood hunter. Asked why he hadn't reported it to the Senate. Luo Yi was shocked, wondering if someone had been following him or if his subordinates had leaked the secret. Then, Luo Yi said he did capture a blood hunter, intending to interrogate personally, but hadn't obtained any intelligence yet. The senator told him to hand the person over to the Senate. Luo Yi closed his eyes and agreed. The senator found Luo Yi's quick agreement surprising, wondering if Luo De was overthinking. After confirming Luo Yi would hand over the prisoner to the Senate, the meeting adjourned. Luo Yi left the Senate by car. Xin, who was driving, asked about his plans and if he would really hand Du Xiaosheng over. Luo Yi frowned silently. Meanwhile, Du Xiaosheng was still rubbing his handcuffs against the door's markings, trying to break the formation to escape using his own power. Suddenly, someone called Du Xiaosheng's name. He was startled and turned to see someone standing outside. Du Xiaosheng's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected it to be Fu Lei. Fu Lei handed Du Xiaosheng some anesthetics and hidden weapons to help him escape the basement door, saying this would help him escape. Du Xiaosheng took these items, asked how he found this place. Fu Lei said he had stayed at the Luo residence before. That's why he knew. Suddenly, someone came to patrio. Before leaving, Fu Lei told Du Xiaosheng he would wait for news in hiding. Du Xiaosheng nodded in agreement. Du Xiaosheng finally realized this was the Luo residence's basement. He didn't understand why Luo Yi would do this. Thinking about these questions, Du Xiaosheng opened the package. He thought the success rate of escaping with hidden weapons was too low. Recalling how Luo Yi tried to kiss him, Du Xiaosheng unconsciously gripped the anesthetic, thinking it might be useful. Soon Luo Yi returned to the basement. He pushed open the door, seeing Du Xiaosheng kneeling on the bed. Luo Yi said Du Xiaosheng seemed to have gotten used to life here. Du Xiaosheng pursed his lips, then got up and asked Luo Yi what his true intentions were. Before Luo Yi could understand what Du Xiaosheng was planning, he suddenly moved closer to Luo Yi, then kissed Luo Yi on the lips, immediately making Luo Yi swallow the pill. Luo Yi's eyes suddenly widened. Du Xiaosheng grabbed the keys from Luo Yi's body. Luo Yi then pushed Du Xiaosheng away forcefully. He couldn't believe he had been fed anesthetic. Du Xiaosheng broke free from the chains on his feet and rushed out the door. He thought he could finally escape. Du Xiaosheng kept running through the corridor, but someone grabbed his shoulder at that moment. Du Xiaosheng nervously looked up. The Senate members had arrived outside to escort the prisoner. They demanded Xin hand over the blood hunter. Xin handed over someone wearing a robe to the Senate. This person was unsteady on their feet. It was actually Kuning, who had been captured earlier by Luo Yi. Fu lay hid in the bushes, watching the Luo residence through binoculars. He noticed two blood hunters standing at the entrance. These two people ran in different directions. Fu Lei was about to go rescue Du Xiaosheng, but his subordinate reported seeing Kuning, so Fu Lei had to split his forces to rescue both. The Senate members put Kuning in the car. Xin watched as they left. He had observed Kuning for a long time. Knowing Kuning was just an ordinary kiro. He felt sorry about using Kuning to substitute for Du Shaoxing. Suddenly, a large amount of smoke appeared ahead. Everyone was on guard, knowing blood hunters had come to ambush. Earlier, when Du Shaoxing was running in the corridor, someone had grabbed his arm. That person was Luo De. Du Xiaoxing sao Luo De's face. He shook off his hand, saying he had long wanted revenge. Luo De thought Du Shaoxing was overconfident. They quickly began fighting. Du Shaoxing drew a small knife. Luo De hadn't expected him to have hidden weapons. He was accidentally wounded on the neck. Luo De clicked his tongue in annoyance. Du Shaoxing said he must avenge his brother Xiaolin and continued attacking with the dagger. Luo De could only dodge, but he quickly grabbed Du Shaoxing's wrist, saying with Du Shaoxing's strength, revenge was impossible. But Du Shaoxing suddenly took out a syringe of holy water with his other hand and stabbed Luo De with it. In anger, Luo De violently threw Du Shaoxing. Thrown against the wall, Du Shaoxing couldn't help but cough up blood. He gradually slid down the wall to the ground. Luo De said this time he would make sure Du Shaoxing died completely. But Du Shaoxing opened his mouth and said today would also be Luo De's death day. Luo De kept mocking Du Shaoxing, saying the recently made holy water wasn't very effective. Du Shaoxing wasn't sure if Luo De was testing him. He said Luo De's power wasn't as strong as before, and the holy water would harm him regardless. Plus, Fu Lei had already led people into the mansion. Hearing this, Luo De stepped on Du Shaoxing's shoulder, saying he wouldn't live to see any rescue. Then he raised his sword to kill Du Shaoxing. Du Shaoxing's eyes widened in terror. At that moment, there was a whoosh of wind. Du Shaoxing felt a drop of blood fall on his face. He opened his eyes to see Luo De standing in front of him, grabbing Luo De's sword. Luo De was surprised to see Luo De here. Luo De said he had warned Luo De many times not to interfere with his affairs. Reluctantly, Luo De could only purse his lips. Du Shaoxing didn't understand why Luo De would save him after he had just drugged him. Luo De said he wanted to believe once again that Du Shaoxing hadn't betrayed him back then. Hearing this, Du Shaoxing shed tears. Then he passed out. Luo De anxiously called out his name. Luo De kept asking Luo De why he would save this woman who had betrayed him multiple times. Luo De held Du Shaoxing in his arms, saying he had been confused too, but perhaps this was love. He mocked Luo De for not understanding. Luo De remained silent at these words. Hearing sounds outside, they realized the blood hunters had arrived. Luo De told Luo De to quickly take Du Shaoxing and leave. Luo De didn't understand why Luo De would help him. Luo De said Du Shaoxing was their hostage and couldn't be taken by the blood hunters, nor did he want the Senate to know about this situation. Luo De hurriedly left carrying Du Shaoxing. Luo De faced Fu Lei and his subordinates alone. He thought silently that it was precisely because he understood love that he would risk everything to protect Luo De. Fu Lei strongly demanded Luo De hand over Du Shaoxing. Luo De said vampires never surrender. Ming Jian said he would hold off Luo De while Fu Lei pursued Du. Fu Lei jumped high and went around Luo De. Luo De had to continue fighting with the remaining blood hunters. He was surrounded by a group of people. Ming Jian said he was Luo De's opponent. Meanwhile, Fu Lei had caught up to Luo De, who was carrying Du Shaoxing away. He immediately attacked Luo De. Luo De had to stop while holding Du Shaoxing. He looked at Fu Lei in the distance. Fu Lei smiled and greeted him. Luo De activated his defensive power, saying if Fu Lei didn't want to die, he should leave immediately. Fu Lei demanded Luo De return his niece. But Luo De said he would never hand her over to anyone. Fu Lei knew that Luo Yi's ability prevented anyone from getting close. He kept provoking Luo De, asking why he didn't fight back. Luo De said he didn't want to dirty his hands. Fu Lei thought Luo De was too arrogant. He increased his attack, making the defense somewhat unstable. Luo De fell to his knees while holding Du Shaoxing. He protected Du Shaoxing's head with his hand. His subordinates hurriedly warned Fu Lei not to harm Du Shaoxing. Fu Lei said someone else would protect Du Shaoxing. The unconscious Du Shaoxing suddenly opened his eyes. He saw Luo De covered in blood. The blood hunters outside were attacking them. Du Shaoxing didn't want Fu Lei to continue hurting Luo De. At this moment, Luo De stretched out his hands, saying the truly arrogant ones were the blood hunters. Fu Lei smiled, believing he could soon break through Luo Yi's defense. But then Xin arrived, drawing his sword to fight the blood hunters. Fu Lei thought it was vampire reinforcements. He realized the blood hunter troops at the entrance must have been killed. At this moment, Luo Yi attacked Fu Lei with all his strength. Then he left with Du Xiaosheng, leaving the battlefield to Xin. Xin saw there weren't many casualties here, guessing Luo Yi had held back because of Du Xiaosheng. Xin smiled, thinking the old Luo Yi had finally returned. He told his subordinates these blood hunters would rather die than submit. Fu Lei could only secretly curse, "Damn brat." Luo Yi kept running forward carrying Du Xiaosheng, vowing never to let go of him again. Du Xiaosheng felt like he was constantly falling. He closed his eyes tightly, memories of the past flashing through his mind. Fu Lei had once said the future of blood hunters could only be sustained by themselves. Du Xiaosheng knew he became a blood hunter and went to battle not just out of duty, but to punish himself. He remembered Luo Yi getting hurt because of him. His brother was hurt because of him. He felt he didn't deserve forgiveness. Back when setting traps with Xie Lai's companions, Du Xiaosheng hid in the bushes telling everyone to prepare for attack, but suddenly realized the leader was Luo Yi sitting on horseback. Du Xiaosheng was shocked, but his companion said eliminating Luo Yi would be greatly satisfying. Du Xiaosheng frowned, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Luo Yi suddenly looked in their direction from afar. Du Xiaosheng and the others quickly hid. The companions sensed killing intent, unsure if Luo Yi had discovered them. To gain the upper hand, he led troops to fight in front, letting Du Xiaosheng provide support from behind. The companion handed Du Xiaosheng a bow with holy water arrows, telling him to find a chance to shoot Luo Yi. Du Xiaosheng silently took the bow. The blood hunters began their attack on the vampires. After explosions rang out, all the blood hunters charged forward. Du Xiaosheng even, watching the chaotic scene, not knowing what to do. The smoke finally cleared. Du Xiaosheng could see figures now. He picked up his bow and aimed with holy water at people on the battlefield. Du Xiaosheng saw Luo Yi about to launch an attack. Worried about heavy casualties on his side, he told himself he must attack Luo Yi. Then he aimed the holy water at Luo Yi's body. But Du Xiaosheng's hands were trembling uncontrollably. He finally lowered his bow. He simply couldn't bring himself to hurt Luo Yi. Du Xiaosheng put the bow on the ground. Tears fell onto his fingers. He wiped his eyes, not believing he was actually crying. Du Xiaosheng had sworn he would never cry again, but now he couldn't hold back. Du Xiaosheng bent over, his hand on his chest, realizing that no matter what, he still deeply loved Luo Yi. In his unconscious state, Du Xiaosheng hazily called out Luo Yi's name, seeing his lover's pained expression. Luo Yi, unsure if he was having a nightmare, held Du Xiaosheng's hands and kissed his forehead, telling him not to be afraid. In his daze, Du Xiaosheng heard Luo Yi say he would stay by his side forever. He slowly opened his eyes and realized this wasn't a dream. Luo Yi thoughtfully supported Du Xiaosheng's back. But Du Xiaosheng got up barefoot from the bed. Luo Yi asked where he was going. Du Xiaosheng walked toward the door. Hearing the question, he suddenly stopped, saying he didn't know where to go. For someone like him, the best destination would be dying on the battlefield. Luo Yi was unhappy. He quickly went over and grabbed Du Xiaosheng's hand, wanting him to stay by his side, promising to protect him. But Du Xiaosheng felt he didn't deserve protection. Luo Yi hugged Du Xiaosheng, asking him to tell what happened. Du Xiaosheng remained silent. Luo Yi suddenly turned Du Xiaosheng around, demanding loudly what he was struggling with, why he wouldn't trust him like before. Tears flowed from Du Xiaosheng's eyes. Luo Yi said he wanted to trust Du Xiaosheng, but always faced his silence. Du Xiaosheng saw for the first time such a suffering, helpless Luo Yi. He clutched his heart, feeling pain that almost suffocated him. As Luo Yi kept shouting for Du Xiaosheng to speak, he finally opened his mouth. He said it was because everyone he loved got hurt. Du Xiaosheng grabbed his dress, saying he didn't deserve love. Luo Yi was very unhappy hearing this. He said Du Xiaosheng couldn't become his enemy for such a reason. Du Xiaosheng felt both desperate and pained. Every word from Luo Yi struck his most vulnerable spot. The wall he built to hide his weakness crumbled completely. Looking at Luo Yi before him, Du Xiaosheng knew he still deeply loved this person. Ignoring his tears, he said it was precisely because of his love that others got hurt. Du Xiaosheng said sadly that he didn't want to experience such pain again because he feared losing Luo Yi. Hearing this, Luo Yi's eyes widened. He suddenly hugged Du Xiaosheng, saying that after hearing these words, he would never leave Du Xiaosheng and told him to rely on him more. Being embraced in Luo Yi's arms again, Du Xiaosheng closed his eyes. He felt all his previous grievances finally had an outlet. Luo Yi's arms tightly held Du Xiaosheng as they embraced each other. Du Xiaosheng kept saying sorry. Luo Yi said he didn't want to hear this, and Du Xiaosheng didn't know what to do next. Luo Yi suddenly grabbed Du Xiaosheng's wrist and held it before him. He said they could build a place of love together. Du Xiaosheng was deeply moved. He couldn't understand why Luo Yi was still so gentle with him. Luo Yi sighed, saying he had also done things that hurt Du Xiaosheng, then gently wiped away Du Xiaosheng's tears. He pressed his forehead against Du Xiaosheng's, saying they had taken too many detours. Luo Yi's arms wrapped around Du Xiaosheng's waist. Du Xiaosheng unconsciously stood on tiptoes, and they kissed again. On the balcony, Du Xiaosheng told Luo Yi everything that happened in the past 2 years. Luo Yi stood beside him, looking at Du Xiaosheng tenderly. He said he would fulfill his promise to stop the war, asking if Du Xiaosheng would trust him. Du Xiaosheng smiled, saying yes, he would build a place of love with him. They looked at each other. Du Xiaosheng became energetic again. Luo Yi watched him like this. Gently bending down, he pressed his forehead against Du Xiaosheng's. Du Xiaosheng asked Luo Yi about his thoughts on stopping the war. Luo Yi lowered his eyes. He proposed a peace agreement. Du Xiaosheng was surprised, given that both blood clans and blood hunters were in a killing frenzy. But Luo Yi said both sides were exhausted. He was preparing to go to the Senate to propose peace talks. Du Xiaosheng asked where they were. Luo Yi said they were in a safe zone at a suburban hotel. Luo Yi pressed on Du Xiaosheng's shoulders, telling him to rest well here, saying he'd return soon. Luo Yi asked if Du Xiaosheng had any objections. Du Xiaosheng closed his eyes and agreed with the idea. Du Xiaosheng waved to Luo Yi. Luo Yi watched Du Xiaosheng as he gradually closed the door from outside, deeply hoping Du Xiaosheng would wait for his return rather than leaving midway. Through the door, they both quietly gazed at each other. Luo Yi was walking out. The waiting messenger asked what he planned to do. Luo Yi told him he was returning to the Senate and entrusted Du Xiaosheng to him. Soon Luo Yi arrived at the Senate. He heard everyone in the conference room discussing plans to annihilate the blood hunters. At this moment, Luo Yi reached out and opened the conference room door. Everyone looked at Luo Yi as he entered. The senators welcomed his appearance. You're asked if Luo Yi had encountered any problems. Luo Yi replied that the blood hunter's leader had escaped. Everyone consoled him, telling him not to blame himself. Luo Yi quickly raised questions about funding and weapons. Everyone was shifting responsibility. Luo Yi asked her whether to attack or defend next. You're left the decision to those present. Everyone offered different opinions and ideas. They quickly began arguing, unable to convince each other. After all, whether funds would return was a major issue. Luo Yi then placed his hand on the table, saying he had a suggestion. You're told Luo Yi to speak freely. Therefore, Luo Yi proposed peace talks. But hearing this idea, many people disagreed. You also didn't know what to say. A senator nearby found it very interesting. In the suburban courtyard, Du Xiaosheng sat on the bed. He recalled that Luo Yi hadn't restrained him. It felt unreal, and he had some doubts about his decision. Night came quickly. Luo Yi had returned. Xin was waiting at the stairs. Luo Yi asked if there had been any problems. Xin smiled and said everything was fine. Luo Yi nodded. He continued walking to the room. When he opened the door, he couldn't see Du Xiaosheng. But then Du Xiaosheng peeked out from behind the door, asking Luo Yi what was wrong. It turned out Du Xiaosheng was looking at books in the bookcase. Luo Yi suddenly let out a sigh. Du Xiaosheng asked how things went at the Senate. But Luo Yi suddenly hugged Du Xiaosheng, thanking him for waiting for his return. Du Xiaosheng smiled, saying he had promised and wouldn't go back on his word. Xin stood outside, watching everything. A smile appeared on his face. Then he slowly walked away. Luo Yi said half the Senate agreed to peace talks, with a high chance of success. Du Xiaosheng also thought this was good news. He happily told Luo Yi he wanted to return to the blood hunters' headquarters. Luo Yi asked why. Du Xiaoxing said he wanted to go back and persuade the blood hunters to make peace. Luo Yi remained silent. Du Xiaoxing smiled, asking Luo Yi to trust him, saying he wanted to help too. Luo Yi finally nodded in agreement. Night had fallen. Luo Yi and Du Xiaoxing said goodbye downstairs. Luo Yi pointed to a pine tree in the distance, telling Du Xiaoxing they would meet under that tree at 8 p.m. in 2 days to exchange information. Du Xiaoxing agreed the location was well hidden and suitable for the exchange. Luo Yi pointed to a horse nearby, saying it was very practical. He told Du Xiaoxing to ride it. Du Xiaoxing patted the horse's head, and Luo Yi assured him the horse was very gentle. As Du Xiaoxing was about to leave, Luo Yi suddenly gripped his wrist again. Du Xiaoxing asked Luo Yi what was wrong. Luo Yi just repeated 2 days. Seeing Du Xiaoxing smile and nod, Luo Yi released Du Xiaoxing's hand. Du Xiaoxing stepped on the stirrup and mounted the horse. He thanked Luo Yi for trusting him. Luo Yi nodded with closed eyes. Du Xiaoxing rode away as Luo Yi watched his departing figure. Xian suddenly came out surprised. He said he hadn't expected Luo Yi to let Du Xiaoxing return. Luo Yi clenched his fist, saying he believed Du Xiaoxing would definitely return. Meanwhile, at Ciel Lai's stronghold, everyone was in a state of chaos. Ayr suddenly saw Du Xiaoxing return and was overjoyed. Du Xiaoxing greeted Ayr and asked why everyone was so busy. Ayr explained that everyone was injured, but fortunately, all had returned alive. Du Xiaoxing wondered if this was the result of Luo Yi showing mercy. Ayr suddenly said sadly that Ming Jian wasn't so lucky. Du Xiaoxing asked in shock what happened to Ming Jian. Ayr said Ming Jian was severely injured in the battle with Luo De. Du Xiaoxing rushed off to visit Ming Jian. He remembered their childhood promise when they held hands. They had grown up as childhood sweethearts. He didn't want anything to happen to Ming Jian. Du Xiaoxing immediately pushed open the door and saw everyone busy. Fulei was surprised to see Du Xiaoxing back. Du Xiaoxing explained he was released because the vampires wanted peace. Fulei found the mention of peace strange. Du Xiaoxing sadly looked at Ming Jian lying in bed. He said saving lives was now the most important thing. Then, Du Xiaoxing quickly released his power. Fulei nodded at this. Du Xiaoxing stood nearby, channeling healing energy to Ming Jian. Soon, Ming Jian opened his eyes. Du Xiaoxing assured Ming Jian everything would be fine. Ming Jian didn't speak and quickly closed his eyes. Fulei was surprised seeing all this and advised Du Xiaoxing not to push himself too hard. Du Xiaoxing had released too much energy and was weakening. Fulei quickly pulled his hand away, telling Du Xiaoxing he would faint if he continued. Fulei advised Du Xiaoxing that healing Ming Jian completely at once was impossible, suggesting that working with doctors would be the best recovery method. Du Xiaoxing nodded in understanding and went outside to rest. Standing at the room's doorway, Du Xiaoxing hesitantly opened the door. He saw Du Xiaoling lying in the hospital bed. Sitting down slowly by the bed, Du Xiaoxing caressed Du Xiaoling's face, telling him he was back. Then Du Xiaoxing lay down and told his brother about recent events. Suddenly, Du Xiaoling's hand moved slightly. Du Xiaoxing was still asking his brother how things had been. He comforted him, saying he would stay by his side. Gradually, Du Xiaoxing fell asleep from exhaustion. Du Xiaoxing suddenly opened his eyes. He heard Ayr calling him and asked what was wrong. Ayr suddenly said Ming Jian's condition was critical. Du Xiaoxing's eyes widened as he immediately got up from the bed. He and Ayr hurriedly ran out of the room. Du Xiaoxing anxiously asked what time it was. Ayr told him it was already 3 p.m. the next day. Du Xiaoxing suddenly remembered he had agreed to meet Luo Yi at 8 o'clock today, and he might be late if he rushed back now. Meanwhile, Luo Yi was already waiting under the pine tree. It was already 10 o'clock, but he hadn't seen Du Xiaoxing. In the vast night, Du Xiaoxing rode his horse quickly forward. He kept apologizing to Luo Yi in his heart. Even though he was late, he still wanted to keep his promise. It suddenly started raining. The horse Du Xiaoxing was riding was suddenly startled by the thunderstorm. Du Xiaoxing tried hard to control the panicking horse, but clearly the horse was too frightened. Soon, the horse threw Du Xiaoxing off its back. back. The horse ran away alone, leaving Du Xiaoshan behind. Watching the horse's departing figure, Du Xiaoshan didn't know what to do, blaming himself for not holding the reins tightly enough. Du Xiaoshan clenched his fists. He decided he wouldn't give up meeting Luo Yi no matter what, so he started running alone on the path. It was already midnight. Luo Yi was still waiting alone under the pine tree. At this time, Xin came with an umbrella. He urged Luo Yi to wait downhill, but Luo Yi remained silent. Xin grabbed his hand, tried to take him down. He told Luo Yi it was dangerous under big trees during a thunderstorm, but Luo Yi told Xin to leave him alone. Xin didn't know what to say. Just then Xin suddenly heard thunder. He quickly turned around, threw the umbrella to the ground, saying Du Xiaoshan wouldn't come tonight, and urged Luo Yi to leave. Luo Yi wondered if Du Xiaoshan didn't want to return. Xin said definitely, because Du Xiaoshan must be tied up with other matters. Luo Yi also said Fu Lei must be forcing Du Xiaoshan. Xin kept agreeing with Luo Yi's words. He knew Luo Yi was very anxious now. Running in the rain, Du Xiaoshan felt very cold. His steps became heavier and heavier. Du Xiaoshan felt his vision becoming increasingly blurry, but he still persisted in moving forward. Du Xiaoshan's eyes were somewhat unfocused. Finding that the rain had stopped, he was very happy and staggered forward. But when Du Xiaoshan arrived under the big tree, he suddenly froze. There was no one under the tree. Du Xiaoshan laughed unnaturally. He thought it was normal for Luo Yi to leave at this hour, and felt he had hurt Luo Yi again. Du Xiaoshan lost his footing and suddenly slipped. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, someone caught him by the waist. Du Xiaoshan's eyes widened in shock. He thought it was Luo Yi, but suddenly something felt wrong. He turned his head and indeed saw someone else. The man stroked Du Xiaoshan's chin. It was Will. An hour earlier, Xin firmly persuaded Luo Yi to go back. But Luo Yi suddenly heard a horse neighing. It was his horse Nos returning. They watched as the horse ran towards them. Luo Yi quickly grabbed the reins and tried to calm the horse down. Xin didn't understand why Nos came here. Luo Yi asked him to take the horse back to the stable first. He believed Du Xiaoshan was in danger and wanted to go find him. Luo Yi told Xin to settle the horse and then come back here to wait for Du Xiaoshan. When Xin took the horse back to the house, he gently stroked Nos's head, finally calming him down. Suddenly Xin heard someone approaching. He turned to look and saw a group of attackers. Back to the present, Will was still smiling and greeting Du Xiaoshan. Du Xiaoshan grabbed Will's hand, trying to break free, but Will kept holding his chin. Du Xiaoshan took out the dagger, strapped to his leg, and slashed at Will. Will quickly dodged, teasing that Du Xiaoshan had changed a lot in 2 years. Du Xiaoshan demanded to know why Will was here. But Will said he came back for revenge, and mocked Du Xiaoshan for failing to notice he was being followed. Du Xiaoshan frowned, wondering if Will had discovered his relationship with Luo Yi. His hand holding the dagger trembled slightly, worried about affecting the peace negotiation plan. So Du Xiaoshan desperately charged forward, wanting to fight Will to the death. But Will thought Du Xiaoshan was too naive. With just one kick, he sent Du Xiaoshan flying. Du Xiaoshan crashed hard against the big tree behind him. Will was somewhat shocked. His chest had been hit by a hidden weapon. He realized this was Du Xiaoshan's true intention. Will easily pulled out the weapon. Then he threw these things to the ground, saying hidden weapons were useless against him. Du Xiaoshan found it strange, as even high-level vampires couldn't resist this kind of poison needle. Suddenly, Du Xiaoshan's neck was constrained by Will's power. Will proudly stated that in 2 years, he had become completely different from before. Du Xiaoshan's neck was firmly gripped by Will's materialized hand. He suddenly screamed as Will increased the pressure. Du Xiaoshan quickly coughed up blood. He gently closed his eyes, telling himself not to give up, because Luo Yi was still waiting for him. Thinking of Luo Yi's figure, Du Xiaoshan raised his hand holding the dagger, trying to cut through Will's power, but he found it had no effect at all. Will withdrew his power. Du Xiaoshan slid to the ground. Will then came over and grabbed Du Xiaoshan's wrist. He said frivolously that he wasn't here to kill Du Xiaoshan. His goal was to take everything from Luo Yi and torment the person he loves most. Hearing this, Du Xiaoxing thought Will was insane. Will said he would now expose Luo Yi to the Senate and remove him from his position. Du Xiaoxing struggled desperately. Will said everything ends here. He forcefully twisted Du Xiaoxing's hand. The dagger suddenly dropped, and Will covered Du Xiaoxing's mouth and nose. He quickly succumbed to the drug, gradually losing consciousness. Before falling asleep, Du Xiaoxing still saw Will's smiling face. By now, Luo Yi had already gone down the path looking for Du Xiaoxing. He looked around, still couldn't see any sign of Du Xiaoxing. Xin had already engaged with the attackers. He stepped back and realized these people weren't very skilled. Only their leader was formidable. Xin was still wondering who these people were. Suddenly, a clear whistle sounded, and these people quickly retreated. Xin didn't know what happened. He worried something might have happened to Du Xiaoxing and Luo Yi. Xin didn't want to let these people escape and hurriedly chased after them. But soon Xin smelled something strange. There was sleeping gas here. By now, Xion's neck had been hit by a hidden weapon. He suddenly collapsed to the ground. Luo Yi quickly returned to the pine tree where he had arranged to meet Du Xiaoxing. He was shocked to find signs of a fight here. Luo Yi suspected both Du Xiaoxing and Xin were in danger. Then he found a button in the corner on the ground. After picking it up, Luo Yi recognized the Burlington family crest on the button. He suspected what was behind this. In the Luo family mansion, a subordinate reported to Luo Yi that someone had seen Will enter the city. Luo Yi understood all evidence pointed to Will. The button was deliberately left behind. He turned and left, asking his subordinates to continue investigating while he headed to the Senate. In the Senate, Yer said they discovered Lady Gorelet was imprisoned in the basement by the Snow Servants. The lady's assets had been transferred away by the Snow Servants, causing their financial shortage. As everyone was discussing this, Reinhard said Luo Yi's advocacy for peace negotiations would invite suspicion. Luo Yi stated he would prioritize the greater good. Yer warned Luo Yi not to have any more unclear associations with blood servants. Luo Yi understood that all these incidents seemed to be targeting him. Yer then asked everyone to discuss how to counter the blood hunters. Meanwhile, at the base, Lei believed that since Du Xiaoxing ran out last night and hadn't returned, something must have happened. He wanted to go look for him. But subordinates came to report that something had happened with Lady Gorelet, and their activities had been discovered. Fu Lei had to gather everyone for an emergency meeting. She had to deal with the immediate situation first. At this moment, someone knocked and entered. Fu Lei smiled and said this person came at the right time. A car was moving forward on the forest path. Luo Yi sat in the car. Suddenly, the driver was shot in the foot with Xin and Du Xiaoxing, making Luo Yi choose between them. Then mockingly said that Xin seemed to be the one abandoned. Xion's eyes widened, asking who the guard's master was. The guard said his master was Will of the Burlington family. Xin was surprised. He remembered when Will left, he said he would take revenge. So it was true. Xin smiled and said this was something Will would do. He suddenly clenched his fist tightly, telling the guard not to underestimate him. Indeed, Xin immediately broke free from the cross, saying he didn't need to wait for Luo Yi to save him. The guard put his sword to Xion's neck, saying he was impressive, but it didn't matter anymore. Suddenly, there was an explosion at the door. The guard was surprised that Luo Yi had chosen Xin. Xin nervously frowned. He wasn't sure if it was really Luo Yi. Looking carefully, it wasn't Luo Yi at all. The guard asked who it was. They replied they were here to kill him. Meanwhile, at the ancient church, Luo Yi had also arrived. Will, standing upstairs, saw Luo Yi's figure. He said Luo Yi would surely come to save Du Xiaoxing. He told Yar that his guess was correct. Yar said he was very disappointed that Luo Yi would have an affair with Du Xiaoxing and couldn't understand why his sister Lilia would like such a person. Will said he was willing to execute traitors for the Senate. Yar didn't want to be involved and left. Will proudly announced the game was about to begin. In the ancient church, Du Xiaoxing was tied to a cross. They wore a red dress, surrounded by roses. The unconscious Du Xiaoxing suddenly opened their eyes. Luo Yi walked heavily towards the ancient church. He recalled Will proudly telling him that Du Xiaoxing was in the church, and the person he just met told him to protect Du Xiaoxing. Lost in thought, Luo Yi reached the church entrance. He stood there and pushed the door open forcefully. Seeing everything in the church, Luo Yi's eyes widened in shock. Seeing Du Xiaoxing tied to the cross, Luo Yi rushed over, but was quickly blocked by Will. Will said he knew Luo Yi would come. Luo Yi asked what Will wanted. Will's clone flashed over, grabbed Du Xiaoxing's chin, and asked Luo Yi if he liked the prepared gift. Seeing Du Xiaoxing unconscious, Luo Yi was furious. He asked what he had done to Du Shaoxin. Told Luo Yi not to worry. His clone soon disappeared. Appeared before Luo Yi again, saying he had poisoned Du Shaoxin. Luo Yi was extremely angry, but warned Luo Yi not to act rashly, because only he knew where the antidote was, otherwise his clone would destroy it. Luo Yi anxiously bit his teeth, unsure if it was telling the truth. Smugly said Luo Yi had no choice now, and told him to look at the bound Du Shaoxin. Luo Yi looked up. He saw Du Shaoxin bleeding continuously, blood dripping onto their white collarbone. Luo Yi frowned deeply and increased his power to attack Will. Warned if Luo Yi used his powers again, he would destroy the antidote immediately. Luo Yi's pupils contracted, and he had to withdraw his power. At this moment, Will used his power to knock Luo Yi to the ground, saying he must behave or Du Shaoxin would die. Luo Yi wiped his mouth, telling Will to come at him instead, as past events had nothing to do with Du Shaoxin. Luo Yi's eyes suddenly widened as Will grabbed him with his power and threw him against a nearby pillar. The force was so strong that blood involuntarily flowed from Luo Yi's mouth. Will said he had suffered great humiliation because of Luo Yi. After becoming the head of the Burlington family these 2 years, he came for revenge. Luo Yi demanded Will give Du Shaoxin the antidote, or he wouldn't let him go. Will thought Luo Yi had fallen so low for a woman, calling it degrading. Luo Yi trembled unconsciously as Will increased his power again. Luo Yi's injuries worsened, his body covered in blood. Will said he would make Du Shaoxin witness Luo Yi's death, making them suffer for life. Luo Yi sensed Will wouldn't spare Du Shaoxin and wanted to kill him, but didn't know how to get the antidote. Will withdrew his power and pulled Luo Yi from the pillar, then threw him in front of Du Shaoxin. Will grabbed Luo Yi's hair, pressed against his neck, and bit down hard, tearing off a layer of skin from Luo Yi's neck. Will spat out Luo Yi's blood, saying it tasted not bad. This made Luo Yi think Will was insane. Will then pushed Luo Yi's head in front of Du Shaoxin. He said even though Du Shaoxin couldn't speak, they still reacted to seeing Luo Yi being tortured, telling him to say goodbye properly. At this moment, Du Shaoxin's tears fell, landing right on Luo Yi's face. Luo Yi touched Du Shaoxin's face, telling him not to cry. Luo Yi gazed tenderly at his lover before him. Will was displeased seeing this scene. Du Shaoxin suddenly called out Luo Yi's name. Both Will and Luo Yi were shocked. Will especially couldn't understand why Du Shaoxin could speak. At this moment, Du Shaoxin spoke brokenly, saying there was no antidote and telling Luo Yi to kill Will. Luo Yi's eyes suddenly widened. Will quickly stepped back. In his anger, Luo Yi used his power. Luo Yi had stood up, but Will said Du Shaoxin was lying to protect Luo Yi. Luo Yi questioned how Will could prove the antidote existed, realizing Will never intended to spare anyone. Will, his thoughts exposed, nervously broke into sweat. He said he had planned to destroy the antidote in front of Luo Yi before his death, to make him feel true despair. At this moment, a vial of antidote slipped from Will's hand. He gripped the vial, saying he could destroy it in 1 second. Luo Yi suddenly narrowed his eyes. Will was surprised as his hand was attacked, involuntarily releasing the antidote. Will's eyes widened. Luo Yi smiled, saying he hadn't expected Will to be so foolish. The antidote quickly came into Luo Yi's possession. He said it only took him 0.1 seconds to sever Will's hand. Will angrily shouted Luo Yi's name and manifested greater power. The two began fighting, with Luo Yi jumping to one side. Will extended both hands, using his power to strike at Luo Yi. But Luo Yi walked towards Will, saying he would make him pay. Will didn't believe Luo Yi could defeat him. The battle scene between them was spectacular. As the smoke cleared, Will smiled triumphantly, thinking the battle was over. But his expression quickly turned to shock. Luo Yi had secretly attacked him. Will couldn't understand how this happened when he had restricted Luo Yi's movements. Luo Yi explained he could cut through anything, and Will couldn't stop him. Will, severely wounded, suddenly collapsed. At this time, Luo Yi was also unsteady on his feet. Will smugly said what Luo Yi had wasn't the real antidote. Luo Yi opened his eyes, Before dying, Will said he was still the final winner. Looking at everything before him, Luo Yi remained silent. He searched Will's body, but found nothing. Luo Yi tightly gripped the antidote he had just obtained, knowing Will always liked to set traps. Luo Yi looked back at Du Xiaosheng, who was still tied up. Then he walked forward. He had no time to hesitate, wanting to try even if there was only a glimmer of hope. Luo Yi opened the antidote bottle. Then he put the antidote in his mouth. He cupped Du Xiaosheng's face with his hands, then kissed him, transferring the antidote into his mouth. Luo Yi quickly released Du Xiaosheng's lips. Using his power, he broke the chains on Du Xiaosheng's wrists. Du Xiaosheng fell weakly into Luo Yi's arms. Luo Yi held Du Xiaosheng tightly, saying he was too foolish and that he couldn't live without him. Some light returned to Du Xiaosheng's eyes. He lifted his head and called Luo Yi's name. Seeing this, Luo Yi felt happy, believing the antidote was real. He closed his eyes in relief. Then he lost all support and collapsed. Seeing Luo Yi like this, Du Xiaosheng hurriedly called his name. Suddenly, Du Xiaosheng's eyes widened. He discovered blood flowing from Luo Yi's bitten neck. He quickly covered Luo Yi's bleeding neck with his hand. Tears burst from his eyes. Du Xiaosheng held Luo Yi's head, painfully begging him not to leave him alone. At this moment, the church doors opened. Will's subordinates rushed in. They were surprised to see Will dead on the ground. But with Luo Yi down, they thought Du Xiaosheng alone would be easy to deal with. Du Xiaosheng held Luo Yi's body tightly. He remembered being saved by Luo Yi countless times. He gently placed Luo Yi on the ground. Du Xiaosheng vowed that this time he would protect Luo Yi. He stood up resolutely. Will's subordinates charged forward. Du Xiaosheng's eyes turned fierce as he released his power. Will's subordinates warned each other to be careful of Du Xiaosheng's witchcraft. Du Xiaosheng quickly flew towards these people. He seized 2 swords from them. Will's subordinates called it a mere trick. Du Xiaosheng said he borrowed their 2 swords to repay everything Luo Yi had suffered. Will's subordinates rushed at Du Xiaosheng. Du Xiaosheng's lips curled into a cold smile. At this time, the rescued Xian was running towards the ancient church. He prayed that Luo Yi and Du Xiaosheng would be safe. Xian and the mysterious person arrived at the church entrance. When they pushed open the door, Xian saw everything inside the church. Luo Yi lay on the ground covered in blood, while Du Xiaosheng stood there holding a sword. Xian was shocked. The mysterious person at the door painfully clutched their heart. The sword in Du Xiaosheng's hand suddenly fell to the ground. He walked towards Luo Yi. Then Du Xiaosheng lifted Luo Yi's shoulders, placing his head in his arms, saying they would always be together. Xian collapsed to his knees in devastation. He struck the ground with his fist, clenching his teeth tightly. Xian watched this scene before him, feeling only intense pain. He believed if he had been stronger, this situation wouldn't have happened. Du Xiaosheng touched Luo Yi's neck. Seeing this, Xian was surprised. He helplessly lowered his head. Then he stood up, walked towards Du Xiaosheng, and asked what he was doing. Du Xiaosheng said he was trying to perform healing magic on Luo Yi, but it had failed. Xian went to Luo Yi's side and quickly examined him. Du Xiaosheng said he had tried to save Luo Yi from the beginning, but it didn't work. He didn't know why. Du Xiaosheng wanted Xian to take Luo Yi to a safe place. Xian clenched his hand. He also knew that Luo Yi was the most important thing now. Xian put Luo Yi on his back, wanting Du Xiaosheng to leave with him. But Du Xiaosheng said he had to stay here because he needed to handle Will's death scene. Otherwise, it would affect the peace negotiations. Xian lifted Luo Yi's body. At this moment, Du Xiaosheng suddenly started coughing. Xian asked Du Xiaosheng what was wrong. Du Xiaosheng said he was fine and told Xian to quickly leave with Luo Yi. The mysterious person outside walked in. They told everyone to leave, saying they would handle the rest. Xian and Du Xiaosheng looked at the newcomer in surprise. Du Xiaosheng asked who they were. The mysterious person said their identity wasn't important, but they would help them. Xian carried Luo Yi on his back, saying this person could be trusted, and asked Du Xiaosheng to come with him. The 2 walked out, with Xian thanking the mysterious person. The 3 walked outside the ancient church. Du Xiaosheng suddenly turned his head to look back. His hand had been covering his chest the whole time. When he looked, it was covered in blood. It turned out Du Xiaosheng hadn't recovered. Their retreating figures grew more distant. In the Luo family mansion, Luo De sat alone in his room. A maid knocked on his door, telling Luo De that Lord Yer was waiting in the guest room. Luo De didn't know what important matter there could be at this time, but he still went to receive him. Luo De bowed to Yar, who asked where Luo E was. Luo De could only say his brother went to handle official business. Yer said Luo E had already left the Senate. He then questioned Luo De if he knew Luo E was secretly communicating with the Blood Alliance. To this, Luo De said Yer must provide evidence. Yer then said he himself was the evidence. Luo De didn't understand what this meant. Yar said Luo E hadn't returned because he had fallen into a trap and gone to save Du Shaoshan. Luo De's eyes widened at these words. Luo De asked Yer what he wanted to do. Yar told Luo De that he came specifically to resolve this crisis. In a quiet forest, Xian suddenly kicked open a door. He said the mansion was too far away, so they could only arrange for Luo E to stay in this old house in the post-war ruins. The two placed Luo E on the bed. Xian suddenly cut his palm with a small knife. He fed his blood to Luo E, thinking this might work. Du Shaoxing frowned and told Xian he would go look for a doctor nearby. He had already reached the door, and Xian couldn't stop him no matter what. After leaving the room, Du Shaoxing kept coughing, looking at the blood on his hands. He knew Will hadn't produced the complete antidote. Du Shaoxing still had toxins in his body. He tried to heal himself with witchcraft, but it was useless. Du Shaoxing clenched his fist, hoping to find a doctor before his strength ran out. He ran forward, panting heavily from exhaustion. He finally reached the nearby slums. Du Shaoxing anxiously asked people nearby if they knew where to find a doctor, but they ignored him. When Du Shaoxing went to another house to ask, the window suddenly closed. Many people watched Du Shaoxing in silence. He didn't understand why this was happening. Then Du Shaoxing noticed an old person nearby and asked if there was a doctor in town. He anxiously explained that he had a relative who needed treatment. The elder turned away, but still said that Du Shaoxing's clothes showed he wasn't an ordinary human. Du Shaoxing quickly bowed and said they misunderstood him. The elder said no one would help him. Du Shaoxing said if it was about the clothes, he could take them off. He just wanted to know where the doctor was. At that moment, Du Shaoxing was attacked with stones. Children nearby kept hitting him, calling him a vampire's lackey. Du Shaoxing unconsciously stepped back. He couldn't reason with them at all. Then two men blocked Du Shaoxing from behind. These two men said if Du Shaoxing took off his clothes, they'd tell him where to find a doctor. Du Shaoxing wasn't sure if the thugs were telling the truth. A group of men appeared, wanting to watch him undress. Du Shaoxing frowned in hesitation. One man touched her chin. Just then, someone appeared. The newcomer was called Lan Li. He said it was shameful for these people to bully a girl in public. He criticized them, saying they should join the blood hunters instead of wasting time. He told them to leave immediately, or they wouldn't get any medicine. The men around finally dispersed. Lan Li asked Du Shaoxing if he was all right. Du Shaoxing asked if he was the doctor here. Lan Li said he was just a pharmacist. Du Shaoxing excitedly grabbed Lan Li's hand, asking him to come save someone. Du Shaoxing brought him back to the previous place and urged him to save the person. Lan Li smelled blood and felt something was wrong. He looked up and saw Luo E lying there. Unable to imagine how he could be so severely injured, Lan Li quickly put down his tools to examine Luo E. He opened Luo Yi's eyes. Suddenly he screamed and stepped back in fear. Lan Li fell to the ground in fright. He demanded to know why Du Shaoxing hadn't told him the patient was a vampire. Du Shaoxing explained that if he had told him, he wouldn't have come. Lan Li picked up his tools, saying he wouldn't save a vampire, and was about to leave. But suddenly a sword appeared in front of him. Xian said whether he liked it or not, he must save the person, or else they wouldn't be polite. Lan Li was furious, wondering why these humans would want to save a vampire. Xian said he was a hybrid, not human. Lan Li was very surprised. Du Shaoxing then said Luo E could prevent the war between humans and vampires. Lan Li thought he was joking, but Du Shaoxing kept saying that peace was the most important thing no matter what. Lan Li frowned. He didn't want to see bloodshed either. Seeing Du Shaoxing's nervous state, he fell silent. Lan Li said he could help keep Luo E alive. The condition was they must tell him the whole truth. Hearing this, both Xian and Du Shaoxing agreed. Lan Li said he was a psychology scholar and told them not to deceive him. Xian compromised, saying he would do anything to save Luo E. Lan Li smiled and extended his hand, saying their deal was made. Luo E still lay quietly on the bed. Lan Li treated all his wounds and said the neck wound was still bleeding, probably due to poison. Du Xiaoxing was very surprised. He remembered what had bitten that spot. He wondered if that was why his healing magic had no effect. Lonley said he needed to take blood samples for analysis to prescribe the right medicine. Xin begged him to develop the antidote quickly. While packing his tools, Lonley demanded they tell him everything. He smiled and said it was time for them to fulfill their promise. Du Xiaoxing said he would tell Lonley everything. Meanwhile, at the Luo mansion, Luo De sat alone at his desk. He kept replaying his conversation with Yar in his mind. Yar had smiled at that time. He said his sister Lilia still loved Ruoi, and he didn't want scandal to affect his family, so he could give Luo De a chance. Luo De asked what the requirements were. Yar said in the upcoming Holy War, the Lopister family must commit everything and become the main force. Luo De accused Yar of using his family to fill the void left by the Gorlight family. He angrily clenched his fists, then released them, saying he needed to think about it. Yar stood up to leave. Before leaving, he told Luo De to make the best choice. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. A subordinate came in to report to Luo De that they had investigated Luo Yi's trail, but only found the destroyed vehicle and the dead driver. Hearing that Luo Yi was missing, Luo De was very surprised. He ordered his subordinate to handle the accident scene and search for Luo Yi. The door was tightly closed. Luo De looked out the window alone. He felt all this was because of Du Xiaoxing. Luo De's hands gripped the chair tightly. He stood there silently, saying if he found them, he would definitely kill Du Xiaoxing. In the abandoned house, Lonley sat next to the alcohol lamp, questioning Du Xiaoxing if the peace negotiations were for love. Hearing Xian's objection, Lonley laughed. He found this kind of love very interesting. He pointed at himself, saying he wanted to join in too. While Du Xiaoxing and Xin were still surprised at what Lonley meant, Lonley suddenly put his hand on the ground. He moved closer to Du Xiaoxing and stroked his hair. He said he wanted to know why Du Xiaoxing was so obsessed with Luo Yi. Seeing this scene, Xin suddenly widened his eyes. Xin suddenly pushed Lonley away, warning him that Du Xiaoxing belonged to Luo Yi. Lonley smiled, saying Xin was cute protecting his brother's lover. Xin grabbed Lonley's clothes, saying judging by his clothes, he didn't look like someone from the slums. He asked what his real purpose was. Du Xiaoxing put his hand on Xion's arm to stop him. Lonley said he had only recently come to the slums. Du Xiaoxing urged them to stop arguing. Xion suddenly released Lonley's clothes. Xion angrily turned his head away. Du Xiaoxing saw Lonley coughing continuously and quickly went forward to apologize. Lonley withdrew his hand, covering his chest, saying he thought he was quite popular. Xion was speechless hearing this, while Du Xiaoxing gave a bitter smile. Lonley picked up his toolbox, saying he wanted to return to his place to prepare medicine for Luo Yi. He requested Du Xiaoxing to come with him. Xion couldn't accept this, but Du Xiaoxing agreed. Xion and Du Xiaoxing argued as Xion wanted to go himself, but Du Xiaoxing said it would be safer if he protected Luo Yi. Seeing this, Lonley smirked at Xion. Xion frowned unhappily, seeing his smug expression. In the Senate, you're asked what Luo De wanted to do here. Reynard said Luo De must have legitimate reasons, but Luo De said he came here to apologize. Everyone was very surprised. They all discussed among themselves, wondering what Luo De meant. Luo De closed his eyes, looking pained, saying Luo Yi had given up his Senate position. He would take over the position and promised to commit all family resources to support the Holy War. Hearing this, Yer finally smiled with satisfaction, while Reynard beside him was shocked. After the meeting, Luo De walked out. Reynard suddenly called his name. He caught up with Luo De, asking why he did this. Then Reynard grabbed Luo De's arm, saying this decision would affect the foundation of the Luo family. Luo De gritted his teeth, saying he knew, but had no choice. The car door slammed shut. Inside sat Lilia's father and Yar. He asked her why they couldn't just arrest Luo Yi. Yer said this was the only way to destroy the Lopister family. As the car moved forward, Lilia's father said only when the Lopisters disappeared would Lilia be free. In his sleep, Luo Yi was still thinking about Will's last words. He dreamed of Du Xiaoxing's suffering figure. Du Xiaoxing sat on the ground crying blood tears, begging him for help. Suddenly Luo Yi opened his eyes. He sat up calling Du Xiaoxing's name. Only then did Luo Yi feel some stinging pain in his neck. Xian quickly came over to ask if he was alright. Seeing Xian, Luo Yi looked up and asked where Du Xiaoxing was. Xin scratched his head, saying Du Xiaoxing went to get the antidote. Luo Yi closed his eyes in pain, and upon learning that Du Xiaoxing left with the doctor, he shockingly asked if the doctor was male or female. Hearing this question, Xin was suddenly speechless. He awkwardly said it was a man. Luo Yi urgently tried to get out of bed. He couldn't accept Du Xiaoxing leaving with a man. Luo Yi said they couldn't be careless with Du Xiaoxing's poison treatment. Only then did Xin surprisingly learn that Du Xiaoxing was poisoned. Luo Yi grabbed Xin's clothes, pulling him close, asking where exactly Du Xiaoxing was. Du Xiaoxing and Lan Li returned to the slums together. The women around were discussing Du Xiaoxing's clothes. They were all accusing Du Xiaoxing of being shameless. Hearing these words, Du Xiaoxing tightly clenched his fists. Lan Li apologetically told Du Xiaoxing that the slums were chaotic and asked him to avoid conflicts. Du Xiaoxing said such things meant nothing to him. Hearing this, Lan Li was shocked. He patted Du Xiaoxing's head, saying he was very strong. Du Xiaoxing immediately brushed away Lan Li's hand. Lan Li pointed at himself, asked Du Xiaoxing why his attitude towards him had changed. Du Xiaoxing calmly said they should keep some distance. They walked forward while talking. Soon they arrived at Lan Li's residence. Two women nearby saw Du Xiaoxing and thought he was harassing Lan Li. Lan Li quickly closed the door. In the room, Du Xiaoxing looked around. He involuntarily started coughing. Lan Li asked if Du Xiaoxing came with him because he had something to say in private. Du Xiaoxing frowned and said he was also poisoned and couldn't use witchcraft to heal. Lan Li turned back shocked. He said Du Xiaoxing's abilities might have been suppressed by the poison. Du Xiaoxing asked Lan Li to keep it a secret and wanted him to check on him later. Seeing Du Xiaoxing's troubled expression, Lan Li suddenly moved close to his face. Du Xiaoxing quickly said embarrassedly to let Lan Li prepare medicine for Luo Yi first. While preparing medicine, Lan Li said Du Xiaoxing's poisoning couldn't be taken lightly. He got up to look for medicine on the shelf, wanting Du Xiaoxing to take some to suppress it first. Handing the medicine to Du Xiaoxing, Lan Li told him to use less witch power or it would speed up the poison's effects. Du Xiaoxing sat on the sofa, watching Lan Li prepare medicine. He wanted to ask if there was anything he could help with. After being refused, Du Xiaoxing became restless. Lan Li quickly noticed Du Xiaoxing's unease. He pointed to the medical tools nearby, asking Du Xiaoxing to help clean them. Du Xiaoxing immediately stood up, saying he would wash them now. But Lan Li said Du Xiaoxing's clothes were too eye-catching and let him change into one of his own clothes. After changing clothes, Du Xiaoxing bowed to Lan Li, thanking him for lending the clothes. Lan Li stood at the door, pointing out the exact location of the river to Du Xiaoxing. At the riverside, Du Xiaoxing squatted down to clean the medical tools. The women nearby pointed at Du Xiaoxing's clothes, recognizing Lan Li's shirt. Du Xiaoxing tried his best to ignore the women's accusations. He packed up the clean tools to leave. Just as Du Xiaoxing stood up, he felt dizzy. He held his forehead with his hand. Suddenly, water was splashed on him, soaking his clothes. He angrily asked these women what they were doing. The two women spoke rudely, saying they were helping wash Lan Li's clothes. They immediately came forward to pull at Du Xiaoxing, trying to remove his clothes. Du Xiaoxing pushed them away, saying he wouldn't be polite if they continued. At this time, several men came over. They helped up the women nearby, saying Du Xiaoxing was too arrogant. Du Xiaoxing knew the conflict would only get more complicated, so he turned to leave. But he was suddenly blocked. The man in front blocked Du Xiaoxing's path, arrogantly stating he wouldn't make way. Just then, someone grabbed the man's hand and kicked him to the ground. Luo Yi stated that if they dared harm Du Xiaoxing again, he would immediately break the man's hand. Seeing Luo Yi come, Du Xiaoxing was surprised. In the grove, Luo Yi knocked the man to the ground. The man's wails echoed throughout the forest. "Ah, it hurts!" As soon as Luo Yi released his grip, the man kept backing away, seeking protection from his companions. "You're awake." Du Xiaoxing looked concernedly at Luo Yi, very worried about his condition. Unexpectedly, Yi suddenly caressed his cheek and softly told him he was fine. This sudden intimacy left Du Xiaoxing speechless. At this time, Xin came running, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Before they could exchange greetings, a villager suddenly confronted Luo Yi. That man's pupils were like a vampire's. The villagers who discovered Luo Yi's identity shouted for revenge. revenge. They all picked up large stones and threw them at the three. The situation instantly became uncontrollable. Luo Yi held Du Shaoxing tightly in his arms. These barbaric villagers were truly detestable. Unexpectedly, Du Shaoxing in his arms suddenly pulled Yi's hand and ran, saying, "Let's quickly leave." Although the proud Luo Yi was very unwilling. Because he was injured, he couldn't recover his original fighting strength. For the sake of peace, he could only choose to endure. The three ran frantically. Unexpectedly, they were blocked by villagers carrying weapons. Luo Yi immediately protected Du Shaoxing behind him. Xian also said he would protect the safety of both. But Du Shaoxing stepped forward, and both believed he could solve the problem at hand. As everyone was confused, Du Shaoxing took a deep breath. He bowed 90 degrees, saying, "I'm truly very sorry. As a blood hunter, I failed to protect everyone's safety. I feel deeply ashamed." The villagers were stunned when they heard Shaoxing reveal his identity. Then, a man rushed towards Du Shaoxing like a madman. Wielding a 6-foot pole, he made a fierce downward strike. Du Shaoxing dodged. With one palm strike, he subdued the man to the ground. Du Shaoxing loudly told the villagers they had strength, but would not choose violence to counter violence. He hoped the villagers would trust him and the two vampires behind him, that they could bring peace to everyone. However, the villagers didn't believe him and discussed among themselves. Only one man in the crowd showed a meaningful smile. At this critical moment, an old man with a cane stepped forward, accusing Du Shaoxing of deceiving the crowd. He stated directly that the vampire before them must be severely injured and outnumbered, only pretending to seek peace, inciting villagers to avenge their families. The instigated villagers immediately surged forward, shouting to kill these blood-stained devils. The three were outnumbered and in imminent danger. Suddenly, a neighing sound came from above, and horse hooves approached from afar. Luo Yi's Qing soldiers surrounded the villagers. Several leaders dismounted and knelt before Luo Yi. "Lord Luo Yi, please let us escort you back to the city." The tense situation instantly reversed. Luo Yi coldly ordered. The soldiers drew their cold, gleaming swords. "You dare to attack the noble vampire clan. Could these villagers still leave here alive?" The descended army instantly occupied the high ground. The previously agitated villagers, under the army's encirclement, instantly fell silent. Suddenly a roar came from the crowd. "You think we'll be afraid just because reinforcements arrived? Think of our dead wives and children." Angry emotions reignited the crowd. The desire for revenge became even stronger. The villagers, fearless of death, wielded wooden clubs and axes towards Luo Yi and others. But due to the disparity in strength, the villagers were kicked to the ground. Just as they were about to meet their end, the daggers stopped mid-air. It turned out Luo Yi had ordered no killing, and even from now on, killing was forbidden. Just as the soldiers were about to object, sudden applause rang out from the crowd. "Lord Luo Yi, I am Lan Li, the pharmacist who treated you." Lan Li's appearance instantly shifted the conflict. The villagers loudly questioned why he would treat a vampire. Lan Li not only answered the villagers' doubts, but even persuaded them to try trusting Luo Yi and Du Shaoxing. At this time, a young man finally gathered his courage, loudly asking if Shaoxing's blood hunter identity was real. After receiving an affirmative answer, this man actually apologized on the spot and requested Shaoxing to let him join the blood hunters to make a fortune. Shaoxing immediately agreed to the man's request. More and more villagers eagerly raised their hands, applying to join the blood hunters. At this point, the crisis was finally resolved, but Luo Yi looked seriously at Shaoxing, telling him if there was a next time, he would definitely not stand idly by. Shaoxing comfortingly patted Luo Yi's hand, saying he believed everything would get better. In the cabin, Lan Li handed the rushed antidote to Luo Yi and advised him not to exercise vigorously or use blood clan abilities. Luo Yi stated he would send generous payment to Lan Li after returning to the city. Unexpectedly, he was immediately refused. As it turned out, Lan Li wanted to follow Shaoxing to the series base. Luo Yi immediately looked at Shaoxing with jealousy. How could he be so intimate with another man? To prevent Luo Yi's anger from harming the innocent, Xian had to reveal the whole story. Unexpectedly, Luo Yi proposed making Lan Li his personal physician. Lan Li didn't know danger was close at hand. He even risked death by expressing his liking for Xiaoshan in front of Luo Yi. Luo Yi, with a dark expression, immediately gripped Lan Li's shoulders forcefully. Such a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere made Lan Li break into a cold sweat, willingly agreeing to Luo Yi's proposal. A knock on the door sounded. The guard handed a bag to Luo Yi. Then Luo Yi actually proposed to be alone with Xiaoxing in the cabin. Lan Li agreed with a mischievous smile, but was thrown out the door the next second. It turned out Luo Yi didn't like other men sent on Xiaoxing, so he had sent for a change of clothes. Xiaoxing shyly tried to explain, but was firmly rejected by Luo Yi, who then turned around and demanded Xiaoxing change clothes within 2 minutes. After changing, Xiaoxing hesitantly asked, "You're not jealous, are you?" Unexpectedly, Luo Yi immediately admitted it. Such a direct answer caught Xiaoxing off guard. Then, Luo Yi turned to help Xiaoxing zip up his dress. This man held Xiaoxing in his arms, forcefully demanding that no other men be allowed near him. As they prepared to return to the city, Luo Yi and Du Xiaoxing bid farewell. Du Xiaoxing reminded Luo Yi not to use his vampire abilities before his wounds healed. Xiaoxing worried that something unpredictable had happened in Luo Yi's family. Otherwise, the Qing soldiers wouldn't have appeared. Luo Yi promised Xiaoxing that no matter what happened, he would strive to realize their dream and return safely to Xiaoxing's side. He also reminded Xiaoxing to take good care of himself during the time they're apart. Xin rode up on horseback to remind them it was time to leave. Luo Yi carefully helped Xiaoxing onto the horse. He instructed Xin to protect Xiaoxing well on his behalf, especially not allowing other men to approach him. Xiaoxing protested from atop the horse. Unexpectedly, Xin solemnly agreed. Xiaoxing, touching his burning cheeks, was about to depart, but Luo Yi called out to stop him. A hand gently touched his wrist. Luo Yi solemnly said to Xiaoxing, "When everything is over, let's get married." Both Xin and Xiaoxing were shocked, yet felt Luo Yi's words were somehow reasonable. Seeing Xiaoxing's silence, Luo Yi became very nervous. Xiaoxing looked lovingly at Luo Yi and finally accepted his proposal. Only then did Luo Yi reluctantly let go of Xiaoxing's hand. The man watched as Xiaoxing's group disappeared into the distance, silently vowing in his heart that he would fulfill his promise. Turning around, Luo Yi gave orders to the Qing soldiers, warning them not to reveal that they had seen Du Xiaoxing. The Qing soldiers immediately promised not to say a word. Then Luo Yi led the large group of Qing soldiers toward the city. Lan Li, hiding in the shadows, witnessed everything and quietly left after following Luo Yi's Qing soldiers. Meanwhile, Du Xiaoxing and Xin were marching. Unexpectedly, Xin suddenly asked about Xiaoxing's feelings about the proposal. Xiaoxing immediately expressed that although he was startled, he was actually very happy. Xiaoxing worried their marriage wouldn't be understood or blessed, but Xin immediately stated that he and Xiaolin would bless them. Then, Xin suddenly suggested that Xiaoxing shouldn't have accepted Luo Yi's proposal because he hadn't prepared an engagement ring. Xin's complaint made Xiaoxing smile knowingly. Xin said after everything was over, he would make Luo Yi propose again. Xiaoxing was touched by Xin's protection, but Xin said it was all natural. However, beneath the calm surface, the group's whereabouts were being silently monitored by a person in black. After a day's journey, the villagers were exhausted. Xiaoxing and others rested temporarily in tents. Xiaoxing couldn't help but sigh that traveling like this was too tiring. Everyone was snoring loudly from exhaustion. Xin comforted him, saying at this marching speed, they would reach the base the next day. Hearing this news, Xiaoxing immediately became energized. This way, he could soon successfully complete the task he had given him. Xiaoxing and Xin bid each other goodnight, and soon both entered sweet dreams. Deep in the night, strange movements suddenly came from outside the tent. A smoke bomb was quietly inserted into the tent. The strong smell made Xiaoxing cough. Xiaoxing immediately became alert. Sure enough, a person in black broke into the tent and forcefully stabbed at Xiaoxing's pillow. After the first failed attempt, the person in black quickly withdrew their sword. This time, the sword aimed directly at Xiaoxing's brow. In this critical moment, Xian appeared just in time, firmly shielding Xiaoxing behind him. Xian loudly demanded to know who they were. Then he saw these people in black were wearing stalkers' clothes. They turned out to be the Lopister family's strongest assassination unit. When Xiaoxing heard Xian say this, he became deeply worried about Luo Yi's safety. The stalkers respectfully asked Xian to leave, saying they needed to kill Xiaoxing for the Lopister family's future. Otherwise, they wouldn't mind killing Xian as well. Facing the stalkers' threats, Xian showed no fear and engaged them in combat, loyally fulfilling his promise to protect Xiaoxing. Meanwhile, Luo Yi and Lan Li were heading to the city with the guards. Lan Li sat comfortably in the carriage that the guards had specially found for Luo Yi, praising how thoughtful the guards were. Luo Yi kindly explained that these guards weren't just family members, but also his own men, which was why they were so attentive. Lan Li belatedly asked Luo Yi if they were heading directly to his home now. Unexpectedly, Luo Yi pulled back the curtain and suddenly discovered the carriage was going in the wrong direction. Luo Yi immediately ordered the guards to stop. However, the carriage continued in its original direction, showing no signs of stopping. A guard walked to the carriage side, informing Luo Yi they would soon reach their intended destination. Luo Yi became furious, demanding if the guards knew the consequences of defying him. The guards calmly stated they would soon die from poison for disobeying orders. Luo Yi broke through the door, trying to leave, but these loyal guards surrounded him, preventing his escape, and begged him not to oppose the Senate. Luo Yi demanded loudly to know whose orders they were following. At this moment, a man stepped out from the crowd. It was Luo Yi's brother, Luo De. Luo De, as the elder brother, ordered Luo Yi to stop acting recklessly. Although Luo Yi wanted to resist, his physical condition prevented him from using his full strength. After a standoff, Luo Yi was locked in a dark room by Luo De. In the room, Luo Yi desperately pondered ways to escape. Lan Li, acting unbothered, lay down on the soft bed. He invited Luo Yi to feel the bed's softness. Luo Yi wanted to know when he could use his abilities. Lan Li, enjoying himself on the bed, gave an ambiguous answer. This finally angered the already upset Luo Yi. If you can't beat them, avoid them. Lan Li jumped up and gave up the bed. Luo Yi sat down on the bed, resigned, and ordered Lan Li to quickly think of a solution. After thinking for a moment, Lan Li suddenly came up with a good idea. After searching in the toolbox for a moment, Lan Li drew a syringe of his own blood and offered it to Luo Yi. Unexpectedly, this man suddenly gave a wicked smile, grabbed Lan Li, and began to enjoy his dinner. The dark castle was brightly lit. A group of people sat around a long table discussing the holy war plan. The leading man inquired if the blood hunters were still at Lika Castle in the Alensis Mountains. After receiving confirmation, he then asked about troop deployments. It seemed he was determined to destroy the blood hunters' origin. At this time, Xiaoxin and Xian were still engaged in difficult combat. Fighting side by side, they finally defeated all enemies. Under Xian's protection, Xiaoxin only suffered minor injuries. Hearing that Xiaoxin wasn't seriously injured, Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately notified the entire team that despite what happened, they couldn't stay here any longer. Everyone repacked their belongings and headed towards Lika Castle. At dawn the next day, they finally reached Lika Valley. Xiaoxin saw the castle ahead. He told Xian this was far enough. Xian gladly accepted, happy to have fulfilled Luo Yi's request. Before parting, Xian suddenly told Xiaoxin he had something to say. Under Xiaoxin's surprised gaze, he told him, in the 2 years without Xiaoxin, Luo Yi had become very cold and ruthless. No matter how hard Xian tried, he couldn't change him. But Xiaoxin's appearance changed him again. This showed how important Xiaoxin was to Luo Yi. Xian begged Xiaoxin to stay by Yi's side forever. Xiaoxin also told Xian he would never leave Luo Yi again, because Luo Yi had already become part of Xiaoxin's life. Xiaoxin looked gratefully at Xian, believing that with their shared beliefs, they could create a future without prejudice and conflict, full of peace and happiness. After encouraging each other, they finally parted ways in the valley, each heading towards their hoped-for future. In the castle, while taking a bath, Luo Yi was deeply worried about Xiaoxin's safety. He kept reassuring himself that Xiaoxin would be safe and sound. Meanwhile, Lan Li sat in the corner of the room, deeply worried about his own safety. He hadn't expected Luo Yi to drink his blood so mercilessly. The layers of bandages made Lan Li feel terrified. He had to escape quickly. As Lan Li was contemplating how to use his medical skills, Luo Yi suddenly appeared before him. Asked about their next plan, falling right into the trap, Lan Li seized the opportunity to propose his plan to Luo Yi. "Help! Lord Luo Yi is dying." Early in the morning, Lan Li shouted outside the prison, demanding the guards to quickly take Luo Yi to the hospital for emergency treatment. Luo Yi, who was vigorous last night, suddenly collapsed and coughed blood. This was the escape plan they had devised together. Lan Li kept threatening the guards with Luo Yi's life safety, finally forcing the guards to open the cell door. Just as the key turned in the lock, Lan Li quickly knocked down the guard. Lan Li and Luo Yi, with lightning speed, rushed towards the exit. Luo Yi, who was just playing dead on the ground, ran even faster than Lan Li. While running, he complained that the previous position had dirted his white clothes. Suddenly, 3 guards appeared ahead, blocking their path. They told Luo Yi he couldn't leave. Luo Yi became angry and ordered them to get out of the way. This stance terrified Lan Li. Goodness, the wound on his neck wouldn't allow such forceful movement. A fierce fight seemed inevitable. But suddenly a mist exploded behind the guards. With a loud boom, the guards fell to the ground. As the mist cleared, Xian appeared, holding his dual blades. Seeing this, Luo Yi smiled slightly. "Brother, I've been waiting for you." However, Xian didn't bring good news. He told Luo Yi that Luo had already led the vampire army towards the Holy War battlefield. This was like a bolt from the blue for Luo Yi. Meanwhile, in the Meligena family castle, Lilia sat restlessly on her bed. For some reason, she had been feeling uneasy lately. Victory was near. She heard the Lopister family would deploy all their forces to eliminate the hunters. Lilia felt worried, thinking about her father and brother, who were in the study since early morning. Lilia decided to ask them personally. The thoughtful Lilia prepared some tea and snacks. About to knock, she heard her father and brother still discussing the war. About to leave, she suddenly heard a shocking conspiracy. It turned out her father and brother had prepared 20 cannons, planning to eliminate both the Lopisters and Blood Hunters during their battle, to ultimately dominate the era. This news shocked Lilia. She didn't care about the war situation, but was very worried about Luo Yi's safety. Lilia quickly drove to Luo Yi's house. Unexpectedly, the servants informed her that Luo Yi and Luo had already headed to the battlefield. Time was running out. Lilia quickly turned and got back in her car. She had to catch up with Luo Yi before the great battle began. In the Meligena castle, just as Lilia's father and brother finished their meeting and left the study, they suddenly discovered the tea set at the door. Yara immediately became alert and called for the servants. Asked who had come to the study this morning. The servant respectfully replied it was Lady Lilia, and informed Yar that Lilia had hurriedly left in the morning and hadn't returned home yet. Yar knew this was bad. Immediately arranged for all household guards to set out and bring Lilia back. In Lika Castle, Xiao Sheng hurriedly knocked on Fu Lei's office door. Fu Lei saw Xiao Sheng burst in, closed his book, and was very displeased about Xiao Sheng's departure. Xiao Sheng hurriedly tried to explain, but Fu Lei told him he knew everything clearly. Xiao Sheng wanted to know if Fu Lei had sent people to look for him after he left. Fu Lei directly accused Xiao Sheng of meeting with Luo Yi before the war. Facing Fu Lei's firm attitude, Xiao Sheng argued reasonably. He told Fu Lei, Luo Yi had clearly expressed his intention for peace, and he was tired of war. Fu Lei became furious, asking Xiao Sheng if he had forgotten everything from 2 years ago. Xiao Sheng expressed that war would only cause more people to experience pain. He wanted to stop the war, but Fu Lei thought Xiao Sheng was beyond help, even wanting to give up on him as heir. As they were arguing, a soldier suddenly came to report. The Lopister family was leading a large army towards the castle. Fu Lei believed Luo Yi had deceived Xiao Sheng, but Xiao Sheng still trusted Luo Yi. He firmly believed something must have happened to Luo Yi, otherwise this situation wouldn't occur. Xiao Sheng tried to rush out to find Luo Yi, but Fu Lei grabbed his wrist. Had enough? Where else do you want to run? Fu Lei locked Xiao Sheng in the dark room. No matter how much Xiao Sheng shouted inside, he wouldn't let him out. Late at night, several calls suddenly came from outside the dark room. It was Ming Jian who had come outside the dark room. Xiao Sheng was overjoyed and begged Ming Jian to let him out. but Ming Jian didn't respond to him. Instead asked if he had reconciled with Luo Yi. Xiao Shen couldn't deceive him and had to tell the truth. Ming Jian angrily punched the ground. He didn't understand why Xiao Shen wanted to return to Luo Yi's side. Xiao Shen replied that it was fate, which made Ming Jian even angrier. If it was fate, then what meaning did their efforts and struggles have? Xiao Shen didn't want to continue this topic and hoped Ming Jian would let him out. But Ming Jian flatly refused. Ming Jian recalled everything that had happened. She couldn't let go of Xiao Shen again. Not wanting to watch from afar anymore, Ming Jian finally broke down. She sat outside the dark room, repeatedly confessing her feelings to Xiao Shen. Ming Jian told Xiao Shen she wouldn't let him leave. She would personally join the war to cut off Xiao Shen's inappropriate feelings. No matter how much Xiao Shen called from behind the door, Ming Jian didn't stop her departing steps. Luo Yi and Xian rode horses at full speed, trying to catch up with Luo De's army. Xian hadn't expected Luo De would commit the entire family to support the holy war. But Luo Yi indicated there must be hidden circumstances. Luo Yi guessed either the Senate took advantage of his absence to pressure Luo De, or the whole incident had leaked and was being used as leverage by another family. Xian expressed that he would stand by Luo Yi's side no matter what. And Luo Yi, unprecedentedly, expressed his trust and brotherly feelings towards Xian. Hearing Luo Yi say this, Xian couldn't help but smile. So this is Xiao Shen's magic? Xian's words aroused Lan Li's curiosity. He rode between Luo Yi and Xian, hoping to join their conversation. Unexpectedly, Luo Yi raised his horsewhip, leaving the two behind. Lan Li, catching up, still persisted and turned to ask Xian how he found the place where he and Luo Yi were imprisoned. But he was met with rejection again. However, Xian suddenly turned and sincerely thanked Lan Li for treating Luo Yi's wounds. Lan Li was speechless, not understanding why both of them were giving him the cold shoulder. Xian immediately stated that they brought him along only because he knew too much, hoping he wouldn't misunderstand. Lan Li was extremely embarrassed, wishing he had followed Xiao Shen even if it meant death. Inside Lika Mountain Castle, Xiao Shen lay sadly in the dark room. Thinking about Ming Jian's feelings for him made him increasingly sad. The dark room grew colder. Xiao Shen's limbs gradually began to feel numb. This sensation was too similar to poison effects, frightening Xiao Shen greatly. He worried that without his White Witch power, it would affect the war's outcome. Recalling Fu Lei's words about his insignificance, he didn't know how to fulfill his promise to Luo Yi while trapped in the dark room. The cold and fear made Xiao Shen miss Luo Yi more and more. In his daze, Xiao Shen seemed to see Luo Yi again. Their hands were tightly clasped together. Even knowing it was an illusion, Xiao Shen gained endless strength from Luo Yi's embrace. Luo Yi softly comforted Xiao Shen, telling him that as long as their hearts were together, they could overcome any obstacle in the world. Luo Yi's words gave Xiao Shen renewed strength to survive. For Yi, and for those who believed in him, Xiao Shen became strong again. Xiao Shen found some poison-suppressing potion that Lan Li had given him before and drank it. He began thinking about how to escape from this dark room. Actually, since being locked in the dark room, Xiao Shen had tried various methods, but none were effective. Suddenly, a note fell inside the room, asking Xiao Shen why he wanted to stop the war. Xiao Shen called out desperately, but received no response. Finally, Xiao Shen slowly explained all grudges came from racial discrimination and conflict. He didn't want everyone to become victims of war, no matter how others viewed him. He hoped to end the war and let future generations live in peace. Xiao Shen's words moved the wizard outside. He wanted to know what Xiao Shen could do to stop this war. Xiao Shen told him that Luo Yi could stop the vampire invasion. And on the Blood Hunter's side, someone must also step up to prevent the war. With war imminent, Xiao Shen desperately hoped the person outside would let him out. A few seconds later, the door opened, but there was no one outside. Xiao Shen clutched the note tightly and ran out. Outside the castle, soldiers were ready to depart. According to intelligence, the Blood Hunter's army had reached the Alensis Mountains. They were expected to enter the valley soon to secure advantageous positions in Alensis. Fu Lei arranged 2 musket teams to ambush both sides of the valley. He led the rest to engage the enemy head-on, determined to annihilate the vampires in the valley. However, when the musket teams reached their ambush positions on both sides of the valley, they discovered the mountain patrol had already been assassinated. Many hidden stakes suddenly appeared behind them, causing a bloodbath. The musket teams suffered heavy losses. It turned out that Luo De's group had anticipated the Blood Hunters' army would block the key route to Licca Mountain. To obstruct the Imperial army, Mond had arranged troops in advance to ambush both sides of the Alensis Valley, catching the Blood Hunters' army completely off guard. As the two were celebrating their successful preemptive ambush, they saw someone galloping from afar. Luo Yi shouted to Luo De that regardless of his difficulties, the Lopister army must follow his orders. Luo De cursed Luo Yi for disregarding family honor for personal desires. Luo Yi insisted on stopping the war. As they argued about whether the Lopister army should participate in the victory battle, suddenly gunfire erupted in the distance. Mon stepped forward to remind them that the troops ambushed in the valley were already engaging the Blood Hunters head-on, and they couldn't delay any longer. Luo De ignored Luo Yi and gave the order, leading the Lopister army toward the valley. Seeing the situation becoming uncontrollable, Xian anxiously asked Luo Yi what to do. Luo Yi spurred his horse to catch up, determined to stop the war at all costs. At this moment, Lan Li, who was following them, started to have second thoughts. I'm just a small doctor. Please spare me from the battlefield. 5 minutes earlier, the Blood Hunters' army had reached the Alensis Valley. Unexpectedly, they were ambushed from both sides of the valley. Fu Lei knew this was bad. The 2 advanced musket teams must have been completely wiped out. They were clearly at a disadvantage. Fu Lei asked Ming Jian if he wanted to retreat. However, the Blood Hunters' army had nowhere to retreat. The Lopister family's army was already approaching. Ming Jian immediately spotted Luo Yi on horseback in the crowd, drawing his sword. Even if he died, he would drag Luo Yi down to hell with him. When Xiaoshan arrived at the Alensis Valley, he saw the 2 armies already engaged in battle. Blood flowed on the battlefield as soldiers fell one after another. Even so, Xiaoshan didn't give up. He firmly believed he could still do something. In the center of the battle, Fu Lei and Luo De were locked in fierce combat. Their sword clashes were as fast as lightning. Luo De berated Fu Lei for being ungrateful, unworthy of Luo Yi's life-saving grace from years ago. Fu Lei, remembering the past events, grew even more furious, raised his sword and struck fiercely at Luo De. On the other side, Ming Jian's sword was even more vicious. Every strike at Luo Yi was filled with killing intent. Luo Yi tried to appeal to Ming Jian's emotions, skillfully dodging attacks, but Ming Jian was blinded by hatred. After several exchanges, blood was seeping from the wound on Luo Yi's neck. Luo Yi hoped to stop the fighting immediately and continue peace negotiations. But Ming Jian refused to stop, wanting revenge for his murdered relatives. Even dying in battle would be an honor for the Blood Hunters. Xian carefully dodged enemy blades while on horseback. He saw Lan Li following behind him, screaming in fear. Just as an enemy was about to slash Lan Li's neck, Xian quickly drew his dagger to block it, protecting Lan Li behind him. Xian hadn't expected Lan Li to not only lack fighting ability, but also require protection. So he kicked Lan Li's horse's rear, making him dodge to the side. Unexpectedly, another man also turned around, following Lan Li away from the battlefield. Lan Li thought to himself, so I'm not the only deserter? In an unknown corner of the battlefield, a wizard wearing a bamboo hat arrived late. Since the war couldn't be stopped, they could only fight with all their might. The wizard's appearance brought tremendous power. A bright light instantly swept across the battlefield, sword shadows dancing like lightning. All this was witnessed by Lan Li hiding behind. Meanwhile, Ming Jian continued to engage with Luo Yi. He lunged and stabbed Luo Yi's warhorse to the ground. Luo Yi couldn't dodge and was thrown from his horse. Ming Jian seized the opportunity to strike downward, but Luo Yi blocked it with his arm. The two reached a stalemate. Luo Yi tried to persuade Ming Jian to stop, but was seen as putting on an act. Suddenly, a warhorse rushed between them. It was Xiaoshan arriving just in time. Xiao Shen urged both sides to stop fighting. While dismounting, Luo Yi told Xiao Shun that the battle situation was completely out of control and asked him to retreat quickly. But Ming Jian demanded Xiao Shun to empower the blood hunters to win the war. Xiao Shun begged Ming Jian to help him control this war together, but received no response. Ming Jian, taking advantage of their unpreparedness, pushed Xiao aside and lunged at Luo Yi behind him. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shen dove in front of Luo Yi, firmly gripping Ming Jian's incoming sword. Luo Yi looked worriedly at Xiao Shun in his arms, demanding to know why he jumped to block the attack, as with his strength, Ming Jian couldn't have hurt him. However, Xiao Shun gripped the sword at his chest tightly, looking at Ming Jian. If blood must be shed for peace, then let it be my blood. Xiao Shun's action made Ming Jian freeze in place. He absolutely had no intention of hurting Xiao Shun. Seeing Xiao Shun injured, Luo Yi immediately shot energy waves at Ming Jian. Xiao Shun held Luo Yi tightly, not wanting them to fight because of him. Just as Xiao Shun was about to step forward to talk with Ming Jian, soldiers ambushed from the canyon above. Luo Yi immediately summoned a protective shield to guard Xiao Shun. It turned out that the Maligna family's army was lying in ambush above the canyon. Seeing that both the Lopister army and blood hunters were exhausted, they planned to bombard everyone. No one would survive the battlefield. Luo Yi, watching the disturbance from the mountaintop, suddenly had an ominous feeling. He couldn't let the war continue. Luo Yi channeled his vampire powers. Instantly, wind gathered from all directions, and everyone felt the energy fluctuations in the canyon. They all turned to look at Luo Yi simultaneously. Feeling the power gathering, Luo Yi slammed his fist into the ground. Energy instantly spread outward in a whirlwind with Luo Yi at its center. The vampire's offensive was temporarily suppressed. The massive drain reopened the wound on Luo Yi's neck. Even in such weakness, Luo Yi endured the pain and demanded the vampire stop fighting immediately. Luo De, worried about Luo Yi's condition, advised him to stop struggling needlessly. Luo Yi loudly demanded to know who placed cannons on the mountain. At this moment, those fighting in the canyon frantically looked toward the summit. It was the Yerith cannons. Everyone in the canyon was within their effective range. Once fired, the consequences would be unimaginable. Only then did Luo De realize it was a trap within a trap. But it was too late. Fierce cannon fire rained down into the valley like a downpour. The canyon was instantly filled with fire and chaos. Luo Yi gathered energy again, using wind protection to shield everyone. Blood continuously flowed from his lips. Xiao Shun felt helpless. His very purpose was to protect Luo Yi. Yet at this crucial moment, he couldn't do anything. Fu Lei couldn't understand Luo Yi's actions. The lonely figure before him, in Fu Lei's heart, slowly transformed into that little boy who had once begged him not to die. The enemy's bombardment grew more intense. Forced by circumstances, Luo De had to choose to cease fighting. To reduce casualties, Luo De turned and invited Fu Lei to join him in confronting the enemy above the canyon. However, at that moment, Luo Yi could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground, coughing blood. The moment Luo Yi fell, the enemy's artillery fire, now without a barrier, bombarded the canyon even more frantically. However, after the bombardment cleared, a green barrier still covered the canyon. It was Xian. At the final moment, his new power had finally awakened. Near the Alansis Canyon, a car was racing towards the gorge. Before it could come to a complete stop, Lilia rushed out. However, accompanied by a huge explosion, raging fires erupted in the canyon. Could he have perished? Lilia couldn't accept the reality before her eyes. In the canyon, Xian's power had finally awakened. Luo Yi told Xian it was a powerful defensive ability. Shocked and overjoyed, he looked at his own hands. Finally, he could protect everyone with his own power. Meanwhile, Fu Lei and Luo De finally reached an agreement. Luo De proposed they must stop the enemy before the next round of bombardment begins. At the command, the Blood Hunters and Lopister armies split into two groups to eliminate the enemy forces on the mountain. Seeing the Blood Hunters and Lopister army finally cease fighting, Luo Yi's group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the situation had fortunately improved, only by catching the mastermind could the crisis for both armies truly be resolved. While Xiao Sheng and He Xian were debating who should search for the true culprit, Luo Yi made a bold decision. Lan Li, hiding in the distance, quietly watched everything unfold. Unexpectedly, the battle situation had truly changed due to Xiao Sheng and Luo Yi's intervention. It was becoming more and more interesting. Meanwhile, Ming Jian finally came to Xiao Sheng's side. Xiao Sheng comforted Ming Jian, saying he only had minor injuries and hoped he wouldn't worry. But Ming Jian fell into deep self-reproach. Xiao Sheng optimistically invited Ming Jian to fight alongside him, then rode to catch up with the lone witch ahead. After confirming the other's identity as a white witch, Xiao Sheng enthusiastically introduced himself and invited them to work together. Fu Lei was happy that Xiao Sheng finally rejoined to fight alongside everyone, but he stubbornly stated that the ceasefire was only temporary and the grudge with the vampires must eventually be settled. The smoke of battle continued on the battlefield. Lilia reminded everyone to be careful as she led the Blood Hunter army up the mountain. On the other side of the canyon, Luo De and Luo Yi led the Lopester army in a massive assault up the mountain. Luo De was very worried about Luo Yi's body reaching its limit, but he could do nothing about Luo Yi's insistence on joining the battle. Facing the approaching Lopester army, the cannons instantly changed direction, launching fierce attacks at Luo Yi and others. Luo De leaped using his horse's strength. In that moment in the air, he thrust at the gunner with incredible speed and power. Luo De's swordsmanship was ruthless and sharp, accompanied by piercing wind sounds, deadly accurate. Suddenly, a man pointed his gun at Luo De, firing multiple shots in quick succession. However, to the man's surprise, not only was Luo De unharmed, but he also easily cut the gun in his hand into two pieces. Realizing the gap between them, the man became panic-stricken. Luo De didn't hesitate and immediately passed judgment on the traitor before him. Under Xian's defensive protection, the Lopester army was invincible and victorious. On the other side of the canyon, CLI's army, supported by Xiao Shun and Ming Jian, achieved final victory. However, after the three-way battle, the cruel face of war was revealed. Warriors' lives were taken, blood stained the battlefield, and the entire canyon was filled with smoke and the scent of blood. After analysis, Luo Yi found that the enemy relied mainly on ranged attacks, with weak close combat abilities. Luo De interrogated Meng De about who was behind everything. Unexpectedly, this traitor began mocking the Palas family. Just as Luo De was about to get angry, he saw the weapons scattered on the ground. Suddenly floating in midair, the swords transformed into sword language, accurately striking towards the Palast army. So, who was actually controlling everything from behind? Xiao Shen saw from afar that Luo Yi was surrounded by flying swords. Ignoring Fu Lei's obstruction, he ran towards Luo Yi. The white witch wearing a bamboo hat was healing injured soldiers. From the corner of her eye, she saw Ming Jian following Xiao Shun, running together towards the other side of the mountain peak. On the other side of the canyon, flying swords continuously shot towards Luo Yi and others. Under the mysterious person's control, these cold weapons seemed to come alive, each sword surrounded by a purple aura. Forming a closed loop in the air, they precisely attacked the Palast army. Xian stood in the center of the crowd, using his protective power to keep everyone safe. The flying swords continuously struck the barrier. Luo Yi tried to use wind techniques together with Xian to resist the sword attacks, but had to give up due to the intense pain from his wounds. At this moment, the captured traitor suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. It turned out the mysterious person had broken through Xian's defense. The barrier shattered. The Lopesta army was in imminent danger. Without obstacles, the flying swords moved freely, striking many soldiers. Suddenly, several sharp swords attacked Luo De simultaneously, too fast to dodge. Only Luo Yi's blade could possibly counter them. However, Luo Yi's body had reached its limit. Luo De quickly thought of countermeasures. Perhaps these Yalite cannons could help them resolve their current predicament. Luo De quickly requested Xian's help. Although Xian was also reaching his limit, he used all his remaining strength to activate one last protective barrier. Meanwhile, Luo de quickly mobilized the soldiers to use cannons and firearms to bombard the enemy. With everyone's cooperation, the Palast launched a fierce attack against the mysterious person. After a barrage of gunfire, the swords charging at the protective barrier fell to the ground, and Xin, finally unable to maintain the barrier, fell to his knees. Everyone was waiting expectantly, but in the next moment, the mysterious person appeared unharmed in everyone's view. Luo de was at a loss for what to do. The nearby cannons suddenly began to shake violently, and in the next second, all the cannons rose into the air, surrounding Luo Yi at an incredible speed. Luo Yi and the mysterious person launched attacks simultaneously, their powers colliding in midair. A massive energy burst forth, as if heaven and earth were trembling. Everything seemed to freeze for an instant. The explosion shockwaves swept through everything. Rocks and soil flew, dust filled the air, and the sky turned blood red. "Wake up, wake up!" Luo de held Luo Yi in his arms. Seeing Luo Yi regain consciousness, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because of his final strike, Palast achieved ultimate victory, but he had fainted from exhaustion. Luo Yi suddenly shook Luo de violently. He remembered that Xin was standing very close when the bombardment happened. Luo Yi was very worried about Xin's safety. But in the next moment, Luo Yi looked at the blood on his hands, suddenly realizing that Luo de had lost an arm. It turned out, in the last second of the bombardment, Luo de had used his own body to firmly protect Luo Yi. Luo de finally collapsed slowly due to excessive blood loss. Luo Yi couldn't accept this reality, continuously questioning the man before him why he would do such a thing. It turned out that in Luo de's heart, Luo Yi was his only family. No matter what, he wanted to protect his only brother. Luo de's words deeply shocked Luo Yi. Luo Yi felt he wasn't worthy of Luo de's sacrifice. However, in this critical moment, Luo de only wanted to hear Luo Yi call him brother one more time. Luo de finally spoke the words hidden in his heart to Luo Yi. It turned out Luo de cared so deeply for Luo Yi. Luo Yi didn't know that while he bravely pursued his own love, he had repeatedly hurt his brother who loved him. Luo Yi tightly embraced Luo de, softly apologizing to him. Luo de was happy that in the end, he could reconcile with his brother. Hearing Luo Yi call him brother one last time, but his body could no longer hold on, and he fell into a deep sleep in Luo Yi's arms. Luo Yi couldn't accept Luo de's departure, his deep cry echoing throughout the canyon. In the Lopister Castle, Luo de was holding young Luo Yi's hand by the lake. White swans swam freely and joyfully in the water. Luo Yi stared at the white swans before him. Watching intently, little Luo Yi happily told Luo de he loved the swans in the lake because they were white and beautiful, just like their mother in her white dress. Young Luo Yi missed his father and mother very much. Luo de held his hand as they gazed into the distance. If they could achieve victory in the war, their parents would return to them. Young Luo Yi didn't understand the meaning of war. Perhaps when he grew up, he would understand everything that happened today. Soon it would be little Luo Yi's birthday. Luo de prepared a big surprise for his dear brother. The white swans played joyfully in the lake. He loved this gift so much. For young Luo Yi, Luo de was his everything. Similarly, Luo Yi was also Luo de's most precious brother. Soon after, war engulfed everything. Luo Yi's mother lost her life in the war. Luo Yi couldn't accept his mother's departure. For over half a year, he remained immersed in the grief of losing his mother. Luo Yi was very anxious. His mother had already left him, and he wasn't sure if Free would one day disappear from his life, just like his mother. Free held young Luo Yi in her arms, promising to stay by his side forever. But one day, no matter how much Luo Yi called out in the castle, he couldn't find any trace of Free. Luo de couldn't bear to tell him the truth, only lying that caring for him was too difficult, and Free had been assigned other work. However, this well-intentioned lie deeply hurt Luo Yi. Luo de cruelly told Luo Yi that humans and Blood Clan could never be together forever. Luo Yi couldn't accept the successive departures of his mother and Free, creating the first rift in his relationship with Luo de. Soon after, the Blood Clan achieved a great victory, and the whole country was immersed in the joy of winning the war. However, in the Lopester family, everyone was immersed in grief. It turned out that Luo Yi's father's injuries were too severe to recover from. On his deathbed, their father entrusted Luo to shoulder the honor of the Lopester family and protect Luo Yi well. It turned out that Luo Yi inherited his mother's ancestral bloodline, representing the future of the entire Lopester family. Before their father's death, Luo vowed to protect Luo Yi with his life. Luo was the most sensible child in the entire Lopester family. After losing their father's protection, he single-handedly bore the honor of the entire family. And Luo Yi promised his father that he would always listen to his brother. Luo Yi held Luo De's hand, standing quietly at their father's grave. Mother was gone, Free was gone, father was gone. Luo Yi worried that one day Luo De would leave him too. Luo De told Luo Yi that once the war ended, there would be no more partings, and Luo De would protect Luo Yi forever. Memories from his youth kept flooding into Luo Yi's mind. Luo Yi's eyes filled with tears. Brother, please be okay. In the hospital room, Luo Yi finally opened his eyes. Xiaoshen was very happy to see Luo Yi wake up. He hurriedly came forward to ask if he felt unwell anywhere. Luo Yi told Xiaoshen that his body was fine now, but he didn't know how Luo De was doing. Xiaoshen clenched his hands, not knowing how to answer. Luo Yi immediately got up to visit Luo De. In the ICU, Luo De was in critical condition. Xiaoshen told Luo Yi that Xian arrived in time with Lan Li to perform emergency treatment. Luo Yi looked at Luo De sleeping in the hospital room. He felt very guilty. Xiaoshen watched the devastated Luo Yi. He also remembered Xiaolin, who was still in a coma after protecting him. Although Luo De had done many things, he shouldn't have to protect the family and Luo Yi. At this moment, Luo Yi suddenly understood him. No matter how difficult Luo De's situation was, he had always indulged Luo Yi's rebelliousness and willfulness, never living a day for himself. If Luo De could wake up this time, Luo Yi hoped he would lay down his burdens and live for himself, and Luo Yi would take his place, shouldering the future of the Lopester family. However, seeing Luo Yi's sadness, Xiaoshen's heart also slowly sank. He hid alone in a corner, secretly crying. At this moment, Xiaoshen felt very conflicted. Why did Luo De lose his memory? If only Xiaolin hadn't been injured. Just as Xiaoshen was crying over missing Xiaoling, Luo Yi suddenly came looking for him. Xiaoshen was sorry for making Luo Yi worry about him at such a time. But Luo Yi felt he should be the one apologizing, as he had made Xiaoshen worry again. The two hugged tightly, very grateful that in such difficult moments, they could still rely on each other. Meanwhile, on the other side, Free and Yin, she were arguing constantly about Xiaoshen's departure. Yin, she questioned Free if she was plotting something again in her mind. She didn't believe one battle could change Free's view of the Blood Clan. It turned out that after this battle, the Blood Army's forces had suffered great losses. To prevent the Blood Clan from launching another holy war against CLI, Free chose to temporarily maintain an ambiguous relationship with the Lopesters. This way, whether they negotiate peace or continue the war in the future, the Blood Army would maintain an advantage. Seeing Free's attitude softening, Yinshi tentatively asked when she planned to let Xiao's son know the truth. While Free was unclear, Xiaolin suddenly burst in. It turned out Xiaolin had already woken up long ago. Free had made Xiaolin pretend to be in a coma to keep Xiao Sin's hatred for the Blood Clan alive. Now Xiaolin had learned enough. She didn't want to continue deceiving her sister along with Free. Free was very angry seeing Xiaolin like this. She hadn't expected Xiaolin to be like Xiaoshen, forgetting the pain once the wound healed. But Xiaolin argued firmly, hoping Free would let go. Let the siblings live their own lives. Free hadn't expected Xiaolin to say such things to her. In these chaotic times, wanting to live one's own life was just a fool's dream. But Xiaoling firmly stated that she would work hard with her sister and everyone else to achieve this goal. At this point, continuing to hide from Xiaoshen had no meaning. Free finally acquiesced to Xiaolin's request. Yin Shi, waiting outside, hadn't expected Xiaolin to actually convince Free. Xiaolin herself was also very surprised. Yin Shi reminded Xiaoling to maintain her initial appearance in front of Xiaoshen. Otherwise, she worried that Xiaoshen might not be able to accept everyone's deception at once. Continuing this well-intentioned lie might not be a bad thing for them. In the hospital corridor, Luo Yi and Xiao Shun were reviewing what happened on the battlefield. It was said that Leonard also encountered obstacles when dispatching rescue teams out of the city, but the investigation hadn't yielded results yet. Luo Yi suspected that this matter was likely done by someone from the Council of Elders. However, if this person had already colluded with people in the Senate, things would become more complicated. Luo Yi turned to ask about Xian's whereabouts. Xiao Xin just learned that Luo Yi had assigned Xian a secret mission. It turned out that before the war began, Luo Yi had noticed something unusual. So before the war, he asked Xian to go north on his behalf to seize the Burlington family's power. Luo Yi was certain that after Will's disappearance, there must have been turmoil within the Burlington family, and this was the best time for them to strike. Since Will dared to move against Luo Yi back then, the Burlington family should be prepared to face Luo Yi's revenge. Luo Yi told Xiao Shun that he planned to convene a council meeting, but before that, he must first visit Leonard to thank him for his help. Xiao Shun was very willing to help Luo Yi, but he hadn't expected Luo Yi would trust him to look after the unconscious Luo Da. However, Xiao Shun agreed without hesitation because he hoped Luo Yi could focus on doing what he needed to do. Xiao Shun's response deeply moved Luo Yi. He had always known about the intense conflict between Xiao Shun and Luo Da, but he was willing to compromise for his sake. And Xiao Shun expressed that if he could, he hoped to do more for Luo Yi for the victory of reform. Just as they were having an intimate moment, Leonard suddenly burst in. Xiao Shun instantly turned his head away in embarrassment while Luo Yi gracefully greeted Leonard. Xiao Shun ran away to hide. Leonard immediately wondered if he had interrupted something between them. Getting back to business, Leonard inquired about Luo Da's injuries. Seeing Luo Da unconscious in the hospital room, Leonard deeply regretted not strongly opposing his military deployment at the time. Luo Yi hoped Leonard wouldn't blame himself. All of this was happening because someone was deliberately trying to eliminate the Lopesters. Leonard was Luo Da's best friend, and his family would always be the Lopesters' eternal allies. Luo Yi shared his plans with Leonard and hoped for his assistance. 20 Yarite cannons were very valuable. Luo Yi hoped Leonard could help him find the mastermind by tracking the financial movements of the major families. Meanwhile, Leonard told Luo Yi that the traitor who commanded the artillery was very tight-lipped and hadn't revealed the mastermind despite several interrogations. Luo Yi told Leonard that he might have a way to make the traitor talk and would handle everything from here. Xiao Shun sat basking in the sunlight by the fountain outside the hospital. Luo Yi suddenly found him and mentioned he needed help with something. At the northern border, a team was advancing through the cold wind and snow. This was Xian heading towards the Burlington family. The increasingly harsh environment was affecting the team's progress. Just then, soldiers from the rear reported pursuers appearing behind them again. Xian, tired of the constant pursuit, ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle. The two forces instantly engaged in fierce combat in the ice and snow. Weapons clashed with sparks flying, creating a brutal scene. After an hour of fighting, Xian finally repelled the pursuers. In the heavy snowfall, the bloodstains on the ground appeared particularly stark. Xian grabbed the man's throat, demanding to know who was behind this. Unexpectedly, the man on the ground would rather die than reveal the mastermind. Suddenly, Xian's heart began to race violently. After awakening his ability, Xian always had an involuntary craving for blood. The man on the ground continued to taunt Xian, but in the next moment, Xian's pupils suddenly dilated. He bit into the man's neck, sucking his blood. After Xian's followers cleared the surrounding enemies, they found Xian sitting on the ground with his back turned, doing something unknown. The followers worried if Xian had encountered danger. The next moment, Xian slowly stood up. The diluted blood had given him an unprecedented feeling of satisfaction. Under Xian's command, everyone continued their journey forward. Inside the Maligina family castle, Lilia was locked in her room by her father and brother. It turned out that Yar and her father were very angry about Lilia running off to the battlefield on her own. To prevent leaking family information, they had to resort to this measure. The man demanded Yar resolve the situation quickly. It turned out that the mysterious person who appeared on the battlefield at the end was him. Yar hadn't expected the Lopester brothers to be so resilient. Even his personal intervention couldn't finish them off. To avoid exposing their purpose, they had to quickly have the butler destroy the records of canon purchases. The Meligena family was plotting in the study. They were very worried that after Luo de woke up, he would expose the deal between them. However, the Lopesters in action left them unable to make a move. Leonard had deployed heavy forces surrounding the hospital. The mercenaries sent north to track had all lost contact. Nothing was progressing. What worried them most was that Mond Ake's fate was unknown. If he were captured, it would directly threaten the Meligena family's safety. In a heavily secured prison cell, this man who the Meligena family was so concerned about was bound and suspended in the air. It was evident that he had endured considerable torture. At this moment, Luo E suddenly appeared in the prison cell. Mond had endured torture for days without confessing, which was remarkable for a privileged nobleman. As Mond EKA was asking about Luo Yi's brother, Luo E suddenly took out a bottle of blue potion. It turned out to be highly concentrated holy water. Just one drop would paralyze Mond Ake's entire body, making life worse than death. The man didn't believe Luo E would actually use the holy water on him. However, in the next moment, Luo E began torturing the man. Horrific screams echoed through the prison. Drop after drop of holy water was injected into the man's body. As the man's will was wearing thin, Luo E finally asked if he was willing to reveal the mastermind. Faced with the man's silence, Luo E administered another strong dose. Mond's silence was either due to coercion or because he thought he still had hope for survival. In fact, to the mastermind, Mond was just a disposable pawn. If Mond continued to refuse to confess, he and his family would inevitably become targets of the Lopester family's revenge. Luo Yi's words finally broke through the man's last psychological defense. He would prove to the man what he really meant to the mastermind behind all this. After seeing the man's spirit completely crushed, Luo Yi finally left satisfied. In the hospital corridor, Du Shaoxing walked restlessly. He didn't know if the holy water had helped Luo Yi, nor was he sure if it would work to its full effect. Patting his head, Shaoxing decided to put aside Luo Yi's matters for now and focus on taking care of Luo De. Suddenly, Lanli appeared at the corner and called out to Shaoxing. Lanli struck a cool pose, then pulled Shaoxing to a mysterious corner. Lanli excitedly told Shaoxing that he had developed an antidote for him, though it was still in the experimental stage. However, it would definitely help suppress the poison in Shaoxing's body. Shaoxing gratefully accepted the antidote, but suddenly asked about progress on Yi's antidote. However, the toxins in Luo Yi's body were extremely complex. Without getting a blood sample from Will, it would be difficult to develop an antidote. However, Lanli promised Shaoxing he would develop the antidote as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lanli also told Shaoxing good news. He would delay his travel plans to work as a visiting doctor at the city hospital. Shaoxing didn't know how to thank Lanli for everything they had done. Unexpectedly, the next moment Lanli suddenly moved closer to Shaoxing. He actually tried to corner Shaoxing against the wall. But just then, Luo Yi suddenly appeared behind Lanli and gave the wall a solid slap. Seeing the situation turn bad, Lanli immediately made a quick escape. After Lanli left, Luo Yi started his possessive boss-like speech again. Shaoxing secretly put the antidote in his pocket, very relieved that Luo Yi hadn't heard about his poison condition. Shaoxing changed the subject, asking if his holy water had been useful. After getting Luo Yi's positive response, Shaoxing became very happy. Together with Luo Yi, they noisily headed to Luo De's ward. Meanwhile, Xin finally arrived at the Burlington family castle. In the howling snowy night, Xin led the Lopesta soldiers on a killing spree. The Burlington family, leaderless, had no power to resist and scattered in flight under Xion's pursuit. Xion led the soldiers in surrounding and intercepting, finally capturing all the Burlington family nobles. Xion once again had soldiers check every room to confirm no one was missed, to prevent anyone from secretly informing the Senate. Xion interrogated one of the nobles, asking if there were any other family members who hadn't been arrested. The man tremblingly spoke a name. Surprisingly, it was Misha, another heir candidate of the Burlington family. Xion immediately demanded Misha's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, he had been imprisoned by his family and forced to give up the position of family head. During the argument, the man suddenly suspected that Xion was responsible for Will's disappearance. Xion didn't want to waste more words with him, kicked the man to the ground, and again demanded Misha's whereabouts. Xion imprisoned all the Burlington family nobles, then set out personally to find Misha. It turned out Misha was actually Xian's good friend. Xian braved the snow and wind to find an attic. At that time, Misha was grooming in front of a mirror. He didn't understand why Will had to go find Luo Yi. Perhaps he would never return. At this moment, the attic door suddenly opened. It was Xian, whom Misha hadn't seen for a long time. Xian came through the wind and snow, appearing before Misha like a deity. Misha was surprised that Xian would come to the north. Unexpectedly, Xian said she came to rescue the princess. Misha blushed, saying she was now just an insignificant existence. But Xian told him that Misha was now very important to both Xian and Luo Yi. Xian told Misha everything that had happened during this time. Misha couldn't believe so much had happened during his absence. Then Misha suddenly revealed very important intelligence to Xian. It turned out Will likely used special drugs during his revenge that enhanced his abilities but also caused dramatic personality changes. Xian wanted to know more information, but Misha only knew that these drugs only circulated in the black market and could only be obtained through mysterious people. After Will's disappearance, Misha was placed under house arrest due to power struggles among nobles. If Xian hadn't arrived in time, it's unimaginable how much harm Misha would have suffered. At this point, Xian offered Misha a new choice. He invited Misha to cooperate with Lopister. Misha would provide support to Lopister, and they would help Misha reclaim his inheritance rights. Xian thought Misha still had feelings for Luo Yi, but Misha immediately denied it. It turned out when Misha and Xiaoshan were both injured, Yi's indifference had broken Misha's heart. At that time, Xian was the first to show concern for Misha's injuries. Since then, Misha had secretly developed feelings for Xian. Misha thanked Xian for helping him stay strong. But Xian's heart only belonged to Luo Yi. Regarding the arranged mission, Misha didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked if Xian would protect him throughout the mission. After receiving Xian's affirmative response, Misha gladly accepted. In the Senate, Luo Yi had convened a Senate meeting to judge the matter of attempting to harm Lopister with 20 cannons during the Holy War. For judgment, the Senate was filled with discussion. Luo Yi firmly stated that until the truth was revealed, everyone was a suspect. Luo Yi demanded account books from the past 10 years from all major families. The representatives of the Meligena family exchanged knowing glances. Then all the major families began reviewing the account books. During the review, Luo Yi arranged for the guards to quietly bring Mon to the scene. After review, all family account books appeared normal. The Meligena family directly stated that Luo Yi was too suspicious. However, Luo Yi discovered a new account book among the old ones and demanded Yaoshe explain. Unexpectedly, Yao shifted the blame to Butler Qiao. Butler Qiao explained that he had rewritten part of the accounts because the ledger was damaged by moisture. However, in the next moment, Luo Yi produced an old ledger at the Senate meeting. This was the very ledger Yi claimed was moisture damaged. The Meligena family had refused to submit it, but Luo Yi's secret agents had found it. Luo Yi pointed out that the ledger clearly recorded an unaccounted sum that exactly matched the value of 20 Yalite cannons. Everyone immediately began discussing, could Meligena really be behind this? However, the Meligena family refused to acknowledge the ledger's authenticity. Hearing this, Luo Yi immediately called in the most authoritative handwriting experts to verify the ledger's authenticity on the spot. Based on the experts' on-site analysis, they finally confirmed that the ledger Luo Yi produced and the one provided by the Meligena family were written by the same person. The Senate fell completely silent. At this moment, the Meligena family's butler suddenly fell to his knees. He falsely claimed he had made accounting errors due to carelessness and rewrote the ledger to cover up his mistake. Yaoriji stated this was their family's private matter, and that mere ledgers couldn't prove the Meligena family intended to harm Lopister. Luo Yi immediately asked the elders loudly which family was most likely behind Mond EKA. Hearing everyone discussing the Meligena family, Yal immediately tried to shift the conflict. He directed accusations toward Mond and his backing family. However, what Yal didn't expect was that Mond EK had heard everything from outside the hall. Seeing things developing as expected, Luo Yi had Mond brought in for a face-to-face confrontation. Under soldier escort, Mond was brought into the hall. He immediately identified Yal Meligena as the mastermind behind him. After 5 full hours of confrontation, the chain of evidence confirmed the Meligena family's guilt. Luo Yi announced that after trial, they They preliminarily determined the Meligena family as the main culprit. The hall fell silent. However, the Meligena family's noble status made sentencing difficult for the Senate. Luo E proposed placing Yal under house arrest at the Meligena estate pending the next round of trials. The trial of the Meligena family finally concluded. The Senate proposed a 30-minute break before continuing discussions on handling issues between vampires and vampire hunters. In the break room, Luo E expressed gratitude to Reinhard. It turned out the ledger used in the trial was provided by Reinhard. When Lord promised to clear all forces for the Holy War, Reinhard found it suspicious. Investigation revealed the Melli family was likely the root cause. Family spies discovered the butler attempting to secretly destroy the ledger. That's how they obtained this crucial evidence. However, Luo E was concerned about Yal's calm demeanor. Things seemed far more complex than imagined. Reinhard wasn't worried, focusing on handling immediate matters. However, Reinhard didn't understand why they didn't round up all the families Mond had implicated. It turned out Luo E wanted to use these families' power to focus pressure on Meligena and resolve the case quickly. Moreover, Luo E planned to use these families' guilty conscience to promote peace between vampires and vampire hunters. Reinhard greatly admired Luo Yi's foresight, but warned him to be careful of certain Senate elders. Luo E nodded reassuringly. He still had one final weapon to deal with those old fellows in the Senate. Later, the Senate meeting continued, with Luo E engaging in heated debates with the Senate, analyzing pros and cons. He proposed that negotiating peace with the vampire hunters was the wisest move without guaranteed victory. Some elders seemed to waver. However, a man suddenly stood up, stating that vampires had always been superior to humans, and if they raised another army, vampires would have a good chance of winning. Reinhard immediately brought up the threat of civil war, warning that another internal conflict would be devastating for vampires. Amid the various opinions, Luo E proposed a vote. The result was an awkward situation with 2 opposing votes, 2 in favor and 2 neutral. At this point, Luo E whispered with his attendant, confirming that the Burlington family representative had arrived. With the elders' consent, Misha entered the meeting hall. I represent the Northern forces in fully supporting the peace negotiations. These words were met with silence. The next moment, the Meligena family suddenly began questioning Misha's identity. Misha boldly announced that Will had been expelled from the family for using black drugs to enhance his abilities, and that she was the only legitimate Northern representative. Misha passionately declared that only peace could bring tranquility. Others agreed. Luo E proposed another vote. This time, the vote in favor increased to 4, reaching a 4:2 decision for negotiations. At Lopesta Manor's entrance, Xiao Shun was waiting to welcome Luo E. Luo E embraced Xiao Shun, telling him the negotiations succeeded. Xiao Shun knew Luo E could do it. And now there was even better news waiting. Luo E had awakened. Lord had finally escaped danger and was moved to a regular ward. Xiao Shun guessed Luo E had much to say to his brother, so he waited outside the room. Luo E opened the door and entered Lord's room, feeling emotional. He hesitantly walked to the bedside, seeing Lord with his eyes closed. Thinking he was asleep, Lord glanced at Luo E after hearing his voice. Unexpectedly, this made Luo E feel awkward and uneasy. Luo E sat by Lord's bed, asking about his brother's condition. Lord hadn't heard Luo Yi's concern for so long, it felt like a dream. Luo E apologized shamefully to his brother, but Lord felt that. Luo E seemed to have suddenly grown up. The brothers discussed recent developments, with Luo E telling Lord that Meligena was behind the attempt on Lopester's life. Lord finally realized he had fallen into their trap. Lord told Luo E everything he knew. It turned out that when Luo E was missing, Yal had approached Lord privately. Using Luo Yi's secret communications with vampire hunters as leverage, they forced the Lopester family to commit all their military power and resources to the Holy War. Luo E hadn't realized this matter was connected to himself. Lord urged Luo E to keep his deal with Yal secret, as it could affect Luo Yi's reputation in the Senate. Luo E told Lord to let everything go and focus on recovery. He would protect the Lopester family's honor. Lord felt comforted seeing his brother like this. After promising to visit Lord again tomorrow, Luo E turned and left the room. Together with Xiao Shun, who was waiting outside, they walked toward Lopester Castle. On the way, Xiao Shun suddenly mentioned returning to the organization, hoping to convince Free and others to accept the peace agreement through his efforts. Luo Yi suddenly showed a strange expression while looking at Xiao Shun. He then asked Xiao Shun to wait in the hall while he quickly left. Xiao Shun felt something was wrong watching Luo Yi leave, so he followed behind. Unexpectedly, Luo Yi entered the operating room alone. Worried about Luo Yi's condition, Xiao Shun rushed in impulsively. He was surprised to find Luo Yi holding a blood pack. Xiao Shun stared at the blood pack, feeling very awkward. He had forgotten about Luo Yi's needs, but Xiao Shun's body still contained toxins. He couldn't satisfy Luo Yi. Xiao Shun rushed to leave, but Luo Yi pulled him onto the bed. "You must take responsibility for the hunger you've aroused." Luo Yi brushed aside Xiao Shun's hair. He couldn't remember when was the last time he drank blood. Xiao Shun looked troubled, but Luo Yi thought he was afraid of pain. Luo Yi promised Xiao Shun he would be gentle, but as he drew closer, Xiao Shun pushed him away. Luo Yi stumbled from Xiao Shun's push, stepping on and breaking the blood pack. Xiao Shun kept apologizing while covering his neck with his hand. He hurriedly ran away. Luo Yi stood stunned in the operating room. He couldn't believe he was rejected by this little bean sprout. In the hallway, Xiao Shun ran quickly to his room, only daring to stop after running a long distance. Seeing Luo Yi hadn't followed, he finally felt relieved. But immediately, Xiao Shun began to blame himself. He felt sorry for rejecting Luo Yi in that atmosphere. But with toxins still in his body, Xiao Shun couldn't risk it. He vowed to recover quickly. Early the next morning, Xiao Shun prepared breakfast for Lord. Lord was surprised by Xiao Shun's actions, but Xiao Shun thought nothing of it. Not just breakfast, Xiao Shun even helped change Lord's bandages. Lord didn't know why Xiao Shun was treating him this way. It was all because of Luo Yi's request. Xiao Shun told Lord he would soon leave and return to Xilye. Everyone was relieved that Lord had successfully awakened. Just as Xiao Shun was about to leave, Lord suddenly called out to him. Lord suspected that Xiao Shun hadn't told Luo Yi about the attack on him and his sibling 2 years ago. Xiao Shun told Lord not to worry. Since Lord and Luo Yi had just reconciled, he didn't want his and his brother's matter to cause conflict between them again. He hadn't mentioned it before and wouldn't mention it now. Lord thought Xiao Shun wanted to use this as leverage against him, but Xiao Shun said he was above doing such things. Lord's continued questioning and assumptions finally angered Xiao Shun. Xiao Shun angrily shouted back at Lord. After venting, Xiao Shun felt he had lost control. Lord asked Xiao Shun if he truly didn't feel uncomfortable being in the same space with him. Xiao Shun didn't want to respond to Lord anymore. Just as he was about to open the door to leave, he heard Lord's thank you. Xiao Shun didn't know how to respond. He opened the door and walked out. Xiao Shun never expected someone like Lord would say thank you. But the next moment, he saw Luo Yi at the corner. Seeing Luo Yi's unwilling expression, Xiao Shun thought he was still angry about yesterday. So he nervously apologized to Luo Yi. Luo Yi didn't respond, creating an awkward atmosphere. Xiao Shun tried to find a new topic, but Luo Yi only responded with a simple As the awkwardness continued, Xiao Shun told Luo Yi he would leave tomorrow. This time he finally got a response from Luo Yi. Xiao Shun had planned to leave alone. However, the next moment, Luo Yi started speaking in his cold, domineering way. As they passed each other, Luo Yi told Xiao Shun not to make him worry, instantly warming Xiao Shun's heart. He vowed not to remain in a cold war with Yi before leaving. He must do something. Xiao Shun stood at Luo Yi's door for a long time. He wasn't sure if his sudden appearance would disturb Luo Yi's work. Inside the room, Luo Yi was deep in thought, but suddenly noticed movement outside the door. Just as Xiao Shun gathered courage to knock, the door suddenly opened. Startled, Xiao Shun stepped back and was about to fall. Luo Yi caught him by the waist. This man even steadily caught the tea snacks from Xiao Shun's hands. Looking at the divine face so close, Xiao Shun's heart fluttered uncontrollably. Du Xiao Shun knocked on this man's door late at night, but facing him, he didn't know what to say. Luo Yi put down the snacks and asked if Xiao Shun needed something. It was too late to just be delivering tea snacks. Seeing Du Xiao Shun dressed thinly, Luo Yi immediately took off his coat coat and draped it over him. Du Xiaoshan hesitated, not knowing what to say. But Luo Yi pulled him into the room. Luo Yi thoughtfully took Du Xiaoshan's hands, holding them gently in his palms to warm them. Seeing Luo Yi being so kind to him, Xiaoshan couldn't hold back his grievances anymore. He hugged Luo Yi tightly, hoping they wouldn't continue their Cold War. Looking at the crying girl in his arms, Luo Yi was confused. It turned out Xiaoshan had misunderstood him, so this man had to apologize immediately. He frantically explained that he was just too embarrassed after being rejected and didn't know how to speak. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Xiaoshan happily threw himself into Luo Yi's arms. Luo Yi gently comforted the silly girl in his arms. While Xiaoshan was still thinking about how to talk to Luo Yi, he suddenly yawned. Luo Yi asked if he was sleepy. The next moment, he carried the girl to bed. The man thoughtfully tucked her in and told her he would always be there. Under Luo Yi's protection, Xiaoshan fell into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, the man who had sat at the desk all night finally stretched, while the girl on the bed was still immersed in sweet dreams. Little did she know how torturous her beautiful sleeping face was for the man. Finally, at the moment of parting, Luo Yi, like a mother hen, gave Du Xiaoshan countless reminders. Even Xian, standing aside, could feel the electricity between them. At this moment, Lonli suddenly rushed over noisily. He even brought love-packed lunches for everyone. Just as Lonli was about to say goodbye to Xiaoshan, Xian, acting as love's guardian, covered his mouth. And the next second, it jumped to a not suitable for children scene. It turned out, Xiaoshan gave Luo Yi a hickey right in public, and promised to return to Luo Yi's side before the kiss mark faded. Luo Yi watched Xiaoshan leave. Recalling the sweet moment, a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Lon Li, whose eyes were covered, curiously asked Luo Yi what good thing had happened. Unexpectedly, except for Xian, no one had noticed Lon Li's presence. Several days later, Xiaoshan finally returned to the Lika castle. Xiaoshan wanted to discuss reconciliation with Flair, but Flair didn't welcome the Lopez family. Even so, Xian politely introduced himself to Flair. Flair was very curious about Xian. Upon learning Xian was just Luo Yi's subordinate, she became more displeased. Xiaoshan urgently tried to explain for Luo Yi, but was sternly stopped by Flair. After a brief conversation, Flair instantly understood the true situation within the vampire clan. Seeing Xian's naive and innocent appearance regarding the proposal, Flair decided to take Xiaoshan and Xian to another room for discussion. The fundamental conflict between vampires and humans was the inequality in the food chain. Flair knew deeply that this couldn't be changed by individual will alone. Xian suggested using paid blood donations to achieve balance between vampires and humans. Xiaoshan also believed they could restrict the nobles by reformulating laws to protect people's lives and property safety. However, Flair didn't seem to agree with these statements. Xiaoshan then suggested that after unification, they could try to develop blood substitute packages to meet vampire needs. Unfortunately, Flair didn't believe in these fairy tale-like assumptions either. With no choice left, Xian had to reveal his true identity. It turned out he was a hybrid of human and vampire. Therefore, he firmly believed that humans and vampires must be essentially the same. Xian's words seemed to finally break through Flair's fixed mindset. Seeing Flair softening, Xiaoshan immediately pressed on. He told Flair that in other countries around the world, there were already examples of racial coexistence. They had created more civilized societies by adapting to different racial habits. Finally, Flair gave Xiaoshan and Xian 2 years to prove their theories, and demanded to personally meet the pharmacist Xiaoshan mentioned. Everything seemed settled, but Flair proactively suggested that Xiaoshan should visit Xiaoling. Xiaoshan immediately agreed happily. Xiaoshan and Xian hadn't expected the reconciliation to go so smoothly. However, what worried Xian was Xiaoling's life and death. Just when Xian thought Xiaoling was safe, Xiaoshan said he didn't know how to explain Xiaoling's current situation. Xiaoshan gently pushed open Xiaolin's door. However, Xiaolin wasn't in the room. Xiaolin had awakened from his coma and was now walking in the garden. Xiaoshan couldn't believe what he heard. He ran quickly towards the garden. The next second, a man appeared in Xiaoshan's view. Xiaolin and Xiaosun shared a bear hug, knocking Xiaolin to the ground. The siblings exchanged warm greetings. Xiaolin told his sister that his recovery was all thanks to her. After a while, Xiao Sun finally came to her senses from the joy of Xiao Lin's awakening. She hurriedly asked about her brother's condition, apologizing for her rash behavior. After Xiao Shun helped Xiao Lin up, Xiao Lin immediately spotted Xian standing in the garden. The next second, Xiao Lin flew into Xian's arms. They hugged and comforted each other, as if Xian were Xiao Lin's real brother. In the Lopez castle, a man frantically rushed into Luo Yi's study. It turned out his subordinate had received Xian's pigeon message. The reconciliation was successful. Luo Yi was overjoyed upon hearing this news. He had also confirmed all the charges against the Maligna family. Everything was developing in a good direction. The subordinate couldn't help but flatter this great man. But what Luo Yi hoped for was to change the fate of everyone in this country. At this moment, he desperately wished to fight alongside Xiao Shun and Xian. At this time, the Maligna manor was also brightly lit. Yar sat desolately by the floor-to-ceiling window. His heart was filled with endless melancholy. Suddenly, a man rushed in. It turned out that the Blood Council and the Senate had decided to hold a reconciliation conference in 2 days. Yar's silence made the man even more distraught. He couldn't understand how the noble Maligna family could have fallen to such a state. While the man was being hysterical, Yar suddenly called out Leonard's name. He suspected that Leonard must have been working behind the scenes, leading to the failure of the Maligna family's plans. It turned out that Leonard was the truly insidious one. Yar remained silent, but was brewing another plan in his mind. 2 days later, the Blood Hunters arrived at the capital. Luo Yi and Xiao Shun met again, and this time, it was finally not a bloody scene of clashing weapons. They smiled at each other, looking forward to the success of the reconciliation proposal. With Xiao Shun's command, the Blood Hunters put away their weapons, and Lopez opened the city gates wide, welcoming the arrival of the Blood Hunters. From now on, this country would begin a new chapter. In the Senate, the reconciliation conference officially began. Vampires and humans exchanged respectful greetings. People gathered in small groups outside the Senate, awaiting the results of the reconciliation. Xian comforted the anxious Xiao Shung, saying that the reconciliation conference was proceeding smoothly. Flair had made concessions, and things would surely end well. But Xiao Shin found Flair's behavior strange and worried about possible unexpected changes. Xian kept encouraging him, gradually giving Xiao Shin more confidence. Finally, the meeting ended. Everyone held their breath, looking at Luo Yi. Luo Yi announced loudly before everyone, humans and vampires had officially signed a 2-year ceasefire agreement. The reconciliation was successful, and everyone was excited. As dusk fell, brilliant fireworks bloomed in the sky. This country finally welcomed long-awaited peace. However, in the Maligna manor, Yar was not happy upon receiving the news. After the reconciliation, the next step would be the trial of the Maligna family. However, he seemed powerless to change this outcome. Under the brilliant fireworks, Xiao Shin waited alone for his appointment with Luo Yi. Recalling Luo Yi's words, thoughts of marriage involuntarily emerged. But the next second, this young woman fell into shyness. Thinking about marriage so soon was really too embarrassing. Suddenly, Luo Yi appeared behind Xiao Shung. Their eyes met. Was Luo Yi really going to propose? The banquet atmosphere was joyful and harmonious, but Fu Lei's words destroyed this beautiful atmosphere. Flair asked Lord, "How has someone like you managed to survive until now?" Lord didn't back down, returning the sentiment. The two watched the beautiful fireworks from the balcony, confrontational, yet perfectly in sync. Lord didn't think Flair came just to argue with him. The next moment, Flair handed him a crucifix. It turned out to be Luo Yi's mother's keepsake, lost 2 years ago when Luo Yi jumped off the cliff. Lord didn't believe Flair could be so kind. But the next second, Flair handed over the crucifix. Now that they've reached a ceasefire, what ill intentions could Flair have? Despite Flair's attempts to prevent it, Xiao Shin still chose Luo Yi, so Flair didn't mind doing Luo Yi this favor. Besides, Flair didn't actually dislike Luo Yi. Flair finally compromised regarding Luo Yi and Xiao Shin's love. And so did Lord. Suddenly, Lord made a request to Flair, who hoped Lord wouldn't push his luck. Unexpectedly, Lord brought up the matter of Flair's transformation into a vampire years ago. This topic touched Flair's raw nerve. Lord told Flair he had sealed away Luo Yi's memories of that part and hoped he wouldn't mention it. Flair immediately retorted, leaving Lord with an ambiguous response before departing. The next moment, Leonard approached Lord, swirling a wine glass. a finger suddenly poked Lord's forehead. "You're getting wrinkles." Lord was helpless against Leonard's teasing. Leonard just wanted Lord to be happier. The next second, Leonard slapped Lord's shoulder. "Cheer up. Look how beautiful tonight's fireworks are." In the center of the banquet hall, beautiful couples paired up. Xian found Misha with a glass of wine, thanking Misha for being willing to cooperate with Lopez. Misha and Xian raised their glasses in celebration. She also thanked Xian for rescuing her. Suddenly, Misha shyly asked Xian if he had found a dance partner for tonight. Xian frankly said he had drunk too much tonight and couldn't dance properly. Next, Misha asked Xian if there was already someone very important to him. Surprisingly, Xian said his most important person was Luo Yi. He even declared his loyalty to Luo Yi in front of Misha. Misha was speechless, but found herself more attracted to Xian. Lonley was again alone, observing everything happening, though he seemed satisfied with the current outcome. By the small lake in the suburbs, Xiaosheng and Luo Yi walked quietly along the cobblestone path. Suddenly, Xiaosheng noticed that Luo Yi had cut his hair short. Luo Yi touched his hair, saying he hoped everything could start anew. Luo Yi worried that Xiaosheng wouldn't like his short hair, but Xiaosheng said she would like whatever hairstyle Luo Yi chose. However, Luo Yi noticed disappointment on Xiaosheng's face. Surprisingly, Xiaosheng was just sad about missing the sight of Luo Yi with long hair. Hearing this reason, Luo Yi couldn't help but laugh. The next moment, Luo Yi took Xiaosheng's hand and rushed to their next date location. Unexpectedly, Luo Yi had prepared a castle filled with fresh flowers for Xiaosheng. Xiaosheng loved it very much. Then, Luo Yi asked Xiaosheng to close her eyes. He carefully placed the ring he had prepared on Xiaosheng's middle finger, then said helplessly, "This counts as our engagement." After getting Xiaosheng's consent, Luo Yi picked up Xiaosheng and slowly walked into the castle. He dominantly demanded that Xiaosheng couldn't refuse him tonight. As Xiaosheng's condition had improved, she gladly agreed. Luo Yi brushed aside Xiaosheng's hair, about to enjoy his delicious dinner, when he suddenly noticed raging flames in the distance. Something had indeed gone wrong. They hurriedly rushed to the scene to find the Maligina manor engulfed in flames. Outside the door, Lilia was screaming desperately for her father and brother, trying to rush into the castle, but was stopped by guards. Lilia turned and saw Luo Yi and Xiaosheng's intertwined hands. Hatred burned in Lilia's eyes like the raging flames. That day, the capital university officially opened. Lord returned to his old profession as the academy's director. Luo Yi was touring Lord's office. Unexpectedly, Lord was dissatisfied with Luo Yi calling him by name, demanding to be called brother or director. Getting back to business, Lord asked for Luo Yi's opinion on the new academy's uniform design. Luo Yi was non-committal, but the next moment, the butler handed the uniform to Luo Yi, who looked incredulous. He couldn't believe his brother wanted him to go back to school. Luo Yi argued with his brother. Lord mentioned the importance of education, hoping Luo Yi could use his abilities to influence more people to become peace advocates. After centuries of war, the country finally achieved peace. The eastern Vadiot Star City and western Old Capital became territories for humans and vampires respectively. The Peace Corridor Commercial District in the middle became the deepest point of interaction between both sides. The new era couldn't be achieved overnight. Under the peaceful surface, many gray areas gradually emerged. To prevent these gray areas from spreading, the new government established a new academy in the north, allowing children who had to suspend their studies during the Holy War to return to school. Du Xiaosheng and Du Xiaoling were among them. Du Xiaoling hadn't expected that Luo Yi would be so popular at school. Many female students became Luo Yi's devoted fans. However, the next moment, news of Luo Yi's engagement shocked everyone, though it seemed no one knew that the bride-to-be was Xiaosheng. In the hallway, Xiaolin asked her sister if she planned to keep hiding their relationship. Xiaosheng remembered the commotion their relationship caused 2 years ago. She didn't want to become a topic of gossip again. Moreover, Xiaosheng's main purpose this time was to develop artificial blood that could substitute human blood, to resolve the biggest conflict between vampires and humans. Luo Yi was willing to respect Xiaosheng's wishes. Xiaosheng was very happy that his brother could continue attending school, but Xiaolin told him that his sister was the best teacher in the world. Receiving Xiaolin's approval, Xiaosun was very excited. Unexpectedly, the next moment Xiaolin teased his sister about having boundless energy in her small body. Soon, Xiaolin escorted his sister to the girls' dormitory. Before leaving, Xiaolin told his sister to find him at the high school if anything happened. After parting with Xiaolin, Xiaosun quickly found her dormitory. All other roommates had already arrived. Xiaosheng politely greeted everyone, hoping for their guidance. At this moment, a girl suddenly approached Xiaosheng enthusiastically. It turned out she was Winnie, who lived across from Xiaosheng. However, after Xiaoshen's self-introduction, one girl showed an unfriendly look. The next day, Xiaoshen rushed to class, only to find that Lanli had become a professor and was very popular among female students. Since Xiaoshen was the last to arrive, Lanli asked her to introduce herself to everyone. After hearing Xiaosheng's name, everyone started discussing. Xiaosheng thought she might need to change her appearance to be more low-key. The next moment, Xiaosheng spotted Ming Jiyan among the students. Xiaosheng hadn't expected Ming Jiyan to appear at school. Since the Great Battle, they hadn't spoken much. After class, a girl kept staring at Xiaosheng intently. It turned out she knew that Xiaosheng was previously Luo Yi's blood servant. Even worse, she spread rumors about Xiaosheng's relationship with Lanli. Luo Yi's arrival caused a sensation at school. Many female students crowded at the windows, wanting to catch a glimpse. However, Xiaosheng was worried. Luo Yi's arrival would surely cause new chaos at school. After Luo Yi and Xian arrived at school, they were quickly surrounded by crowds. Girls chatted excitedly about the ring on Luo Yi's finger. They all confirmed the engagement rumors. Xian looked embarrassed being surrounded by everyone, but Luo Yi just treated them like air. It was impossible for Luo Yi to walk around sneakily. Perhaps after a few days, when the novelty wears off, these girls would calm down. Inside the classroom, Xiaosheng hadn't expected Luo Yi and Xian to attend school too. But this was good, as they could see each other often being in the same school. At this moment, Xiaosheng's two roommates suddenly came to find her. The girls were curious why Xiaosheng, as an old acquaintance, didn't go greet Luo Yi. Seeing that they knew about her past, Xiaosheng, to avoid trouble, had to say they were too busy to disturb. However, the next moment, the girls brought up Luo Yi's engagement. It seemed these two roommates were deliberately trying to cause trouble. Xiaosheng directly stated she had no comment and advised the two not to pry into others' privacy. Seeing Xiaosheng leave angrily, the two started bad-mouthing her. And all of this was witnessed by Winnie from nearby. Soon it was lunchtime. Although several classmates recognized her, it didn't affect Xiaosun's normal study in life. Xiaosun was still quite content. At this time, Xiaosun suddenly discovered several girls mocking Winnie for her poor family background. The mocking words kept piercing Winnie's ears. Xiaosun sat down across from Winnie and invited her to share her lunch. Xiaosun's care made the neglected Winnie feel touched. It turned out Winnie was an adorable hamster-like girl. A new day began. After class, Lanli assigned the task of cleaning teaching equipment to Xiaosun and slipped away. At this time, a man suddenly greeted Xiaosun. He turned out to be a vampire. To improve relations between humans and vampires, the classes here weren't segregated by race. Although some still rejected vampires, most people could get along well now. Seeing the man voluntarily helping Xiaosun clean equipment, Bailing and Yage started making sarcastic remarks again. Hearing their words, Winnie stayed behind voluntarily, warning Xiaosun it's better to keep some distance from boys. While Xiaosun was still confused, Winnie, afraid of talking too much, transformed into a hamster and scurried away. However, the next moment Xiaosun looked at the vast distance between herself and the man. This was also a struggle. If one had to be perfect in everything in a group, it would be too exhausting. However, after cleaning the equipment, the man followed Xiaosun out of the classroom. On the way back to the dormitory, Xiaosun suddenly felt something was wrong. Because the boys' and girls' dormitories weren't in the same direction, but the man in front hadn't left. The man suddenly bumped Xiaosun's shoulder and asked what she thought of him. Then he forcibly pulled Xiaosun into a dark corner. The man hoped Xiaosun would be his girlfriend, but Xiaosun rejected him. The next moment, the man tried to get handsy with Xiaosun. Xiaosun didn't show any mercy. She gave the man before her a good beating. While the man was cursing, Luo Yi suddenly appeared, praising Xiaosun as worthy of being his little bean sprout. When the man saw it was Luo Yi who came, he ran away frantically. Luo Yi explained to Xiaosun that he saw her being harassed by the man, so he couldn't help but follow. He didn't expect Xiaosun's combat ability to be so high now. The next moment, Luo Yi lifted Xiao Shun's hand, but didn't find their engagement ring. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shun had turned the ring into a necklace and wore it all the time. Luo Yi couldn't do anything about Xiao Shun, smiled bitterly, and joked that they now seemed like having a secret affair. Xiao Shun seriously raised her head to explain to Luo Yi, but Luo Yi lovingly embraced her. They were both working hard, striving together for a better future. The next day, rumors spread throughout the school. On the classroom blackboard, there were glaring words saying Du Xiaoshun is a shameful third party. Xiaoshun never thought that in New Zheng's university, she would experience such childish tricks. Perhaps this was how everyone viewed her. Just as Xiao Shun was about to erase the words on the blackboard, Ming Jian grabbed the eraser first, angrily threw it at the man's nose. The man immediately started shouting. Not only did he deny writing the words on the blackboard, but also suspected Ming Jian of having an affair with Xiao Shun. At these words, Winnie, sitting in her seat, suddenly stood up for some reason. Xiao Shun didn't want to respond to such low-level childish provocations, nor did she care about others' opinions. But if anyone dared to obstruct her path forward, she wouldn't let it go easily. Xiao Shun's warning angered Bailing. Just as the conflict was about to escalate, Lonli suddenly appeared. However, Xiao Shun ignored Lonli. Lonli had no choice but to continue with the class. After class, Winnie hurriedly caught up with Xiao Shun, hesitating repeatedly. Winnie suggested having a private talk with Xiao Shun. After a brief silence, Winnie suddenly started apologizing to Xiao Shun. It turned out she felt deeply guilty for not standing up for Xiao Shun this morning. Xiao Shun appreciated Winnie's thoughts, but didn't want her to get into trouble because of it. Xiao Shun suddenly became very curious why Winnie would want to speak up for her. It turned out, although Winnie had heard many rumors, her interactions with Xiao Shun had given her a different perspective. Though appearing gentle on the outside, Winnie was actually a very strong-minded girl. Winnie couldn't understand why people still wouldn't get along when peace was so hard to achieve. This wasn't the new peaceful era she had imagined. It turned out Winnie came from the slums. New Zheng's support allowed her to come to this academy. However, after enrollment, she discovered reality wasn't as beautiful as imagined. This place was still full of discrimination and malice. Xiao Shun comforted Winnie, saying the new era couldn't rely on policies alone. It needed everyone to constantly interact and adapt, and they would work hard together on this path. Suddenly, Xiao Shun saw Ming Jian in the distance. She immediately said goodbye to Winnie and ran towards Ming Jian. Xiao Shun was very grateful to Ming Jian for standing up for her today, but didn't want her presence to affect Ming Jian's life at school. Ming Jian didn't agree to Xiao Shun's request. He would continue to protect Xiao Shun in his own way. After Winnie returned to the dormitory, she was immediately confronted by Bailing, who condescendingly told her that everyone would help if she had any difficulties, but hoped she wouldn't associate with someone like Xiao Shun anymore. This time, Winnie didn't choose to be cowardly. She believed that neither poverty nor being a former snow servant should make anyone endure others' gossip. Winnie's retort left Bailing stunned. Originally, Mayor Li had arranged student dormitories for Luo Yi and others to ensure equal treatment. However, when roommates heard they would be living with Luo Yi, they immediately fled overnight. This was probably like living with a tiger. Unexpectedly, even at school, Luo Yi still had to handle new government documents. It turned out Luo Yi's presence was just to set an example of friendly coexistence. His main work was still dealing with issues arising during the new administration. Because Xiao Shun wanted to conduct research quietly at the academy, Luo Yi temporarily hadn't announced their relationship. But he hadn't expected this would bring Xiao Shun many unnecessary troubles. After learning about Xiao Shun's experiences, Luo Yi was determined to properly rectify these bad influences at the academy. After class, Lonli announced the end of this week's courses. He reminded students going out for the weekend to be careful, and also mentioned next Monday's opening ceremony. The welcome dance that evening excited the students. At the Lopez estate, Xiao Shun and Luo Yi were leisurely enjoying their weekend. Suddenly, Luo Yi suggested announcing their relationship at the welcome dance. Xiao Shun found it very sudden, then realized that Luo Yi had learned about what happened to her last week. Luo Yi was very upset and couldn't accept others saying Xiao Shun was the third party between him and his fiancée. Only then did Xiao Shen notice she had been ignoring Luo Yi's feelings all along. The next moment, Xiao Shen finally agreed to make their relationship public, but suggested choosing another suitable time, because she didn't want to announce personal marriage matters at the opening ceremony. They finally reached an agreement. The opening ceremony arrived as scheduled. Luo De, as the director, gave a solemn speech. Then Luo Yi spoke as an outstanding student representative of the Blood Clan. The female students went wild, while the male students looked displeased. Although Luo Yi always seemed casual before, his grades were surprisingly excellent. This was all thanks to Luo De's careful guidance. After taking the stage, Luo Yi proposed to rectify the bad influences from the old era. However, people misunderstood the relationship between Xiao Shen and Luo Yi and didn't buy it. Meanwhile, Winnie beside them couldn't help but tremble. It turned out she was going to be the outstanding student representative from the human side. Xiao Shen silently cheered for Winnie in her heart. Unfortunately, Winnie's speech didn't go smoothly. She was too nervous. Even after the opening ceremony ended, Winnie was still immersed in her nervous state. Her performance just now was really embarrassing. At this time, Xiao Shen embraced Winnie, continuously encouraging her. She also invited her to return to the dormitory together to prepare for tonight's freshman dance. However, Luo De suddenly added a new requirement for the dance. As the dance was about to begin, Xiao Shen brought Winnie to the ballroom. Winnie looked even more beautiful and lovely in her formal dress. At this time, Lan Li, who was surrounded by a group of girls, suddenly walked away. Xiao Shen in formal wear was really eye-catching. Winnie was still asking Xiao Shen if she had a dance partner tonight. Xiao Shen immediately spotted Luo Yi in the ballroom. Their eyes met unexpectedly in the air. The dance officially began. The host announced that every student must dance at least once. They also invited 2 freshman representatives to lead the dance. Both Luo Yi and Winnie looked surprised. Apparently, they hadn't received any advance notice. Winnie became panicked immediately. She not only couldn't remember the dance moves, but also didn't have a designated partner. Winnie immediately rushed out to find a partner. Unexpectedly, she accidentally bumped into Ming Jian. By coincidence, Ming Jian invited Winnie to dance the first dance of the day. However, on the other side, Xiao Shen couldn't see Luo Yi anywhere. Actually, Luo Yi had already appeared behind Xiao Shen, gracefully inviting her to dance with him. Only then did everyone suddenly realize that Du Xiao Shen wasn't the third party, but Luo Yi's rightful fiancé. With Luo De's help, Luo Yi and Xiao Shen finally made their relationship public. The dance continued in a joyful atmosphere. At this time, a Blood Clan man wanted to invite a beautiful human girl to dance, but the girl couldn't overcome her fear of the Blood Clan and ran away in panic. Worried about her safety, the man had to follow her. Unexpectedly, danger really occurred. A masked person appeared trying to kidnap the girl. Fortunately, the man appeared in time and knocked the masked person down with one punch. However, this man was no match for the masked person. After the masked person drew a weapon, this man unfortunately died. The next day, Lan Li reported last night's situation in class and told students that the academy would implement curfew and restricted open days, hoping everyone would take care of their safety. Although it was just a coincidence, a murder occurred on the very night Xiao Shen and Luo Yi made their relationship public. This made Xiao Shen very uneasy. After class, Xiao Shen stayed behind alone. It was awkward for both when Xiao Shen called him Professor Lan Li for the first time. Lan Li told Xiao Shen all the details from last night. The Blood Clan member from last night was severely injured and still hasn't escaped life-threatening danger. Xiao Shen hoped to help with her healing magic, but Lan Li firmly refused. Xiao Shen's constitution wasn't suitable for using magic now. Moreover, even though she was once a blood hunter, this matter should now be fully handled by the new government. In the new government hall, leaders of various clans were analyzing the case. All missing persons were good-looking humans. The perpetrator was likely a male Blood Clan member, but further investigation was needed. Luo De felt very guilty about his inadequate supervision and would fully investigate the criminal situation at the academy to ensure the safety of academy students. In the girls' dormitory, Bai Ling anxiously waited at the door. Yiga hadn't returned after going home to get living expenses, and it was now much later than expected. Although Yiga might be staying overnight at home, the recent frequent disappearances made by Bai Ling very uneasy. As they spoke, Bai Ling got dressed to go look for Yagu. However, Xiaoshen suddenly stopped her, saying it was almost curfew time. It was very dangerous to go out now. She asked them to stay in the dorm while she went to check the situation. However, Bai Ling and Winnie didn't agree. Bai Ling was Yaji's best friend, and she didn't need Xiaoshen to play hero. And Winnie was worried about Xiaoshen going alone. Yaji's home wasn't far from school. They decided to go with Xiaoshen to find Yagu. Soon they arrived at Yaji's house. After Bai Ling politely greeted them, she asked if Yagu was home. Surprisingly, Yagu was home, but the woman's expression was very strange. After the new government meeting, it was decided that the Lopester family would be responsible for investigating disappearances at and around the academy. Luo specifically emphasized strict supervision to prevent more victims. As they spoke, subordinates brought a list of students who hadn't returned to school. Luo Yi's task was to confirm these students' safety. While checking the list, Luo Yi suddenly found Du Xiaoshen's name on it. Luo Yi asked the guards to protect the academy and hurriedly left. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Meanwhile, Du Xiaoshen and the others arrived at Yaji's house, but saw no sign of Yagu. It turned out Yagu had been tied up. The woman made an excuse that Yagu was still showering and served them delicious tea and snacks. She kept suggesting they drink the tea. Just as Bai Ling was about to taste the red tea, Du Xiaoshen interrupted her. Next moment, Winnie suddenly asked to use the bathroom and requested the woman to show her the way. Seeing the woman leave, Du Xiaoshen instantly switched the woman's cup with Bai Ling's. Soon the woman reappeared in the living room. She again suggested they enjoy the tea and snacks. Finally, the woman drank the red tea before her. However, the next moment, the woman fainted. It turned out the tea really was problematic. Xiaoshen immediately went to look for Winnie, but the bathroom was empty. The next moment, Bai Ling was also grabbed by a masked person. Du Xiaoshen grabbed a nearby teacup and instantly struck the masked person with a critical hit. Quickly grabbed Bai Ling and rushed out of the villa. Unexpectedly, they met Winnie on the roadside. It turned out Winnie had also sensed something was wrong, escaped in time, and called the police. However, two masked people blocked their path ahead. Xiaoshen told her two roommates to escape first, but none of them left. The two masked people were about to attack. Xiaoshen drew her dagger, leaped forward, and knocked down one person in black with a shadow kick. That's when the two girls discovered Xiaoshen's super fighting ability. As a blood hunter, she would absolutely not let masked people do as they pleased. Xiaoshen finally revealed her blood hunter identity. Her roommates hadn't imagined she had such an experience. The next moment, Xiaoshen told her roommates to leave quickly so she could focus on fighting. After a moment's hesitation, Winnie immediately pulled Bai Ling away. They couldn't become Xiaoshen's burden. The next moment, the masked people attacked again. Xiaoshen fought back with all her might. Not knowing Xiaoshen was a blood hunter before, the masked people had let their guard down. But now it was a real battle. However, what Xiaoshen hadn't expected was these masked people were carrying sleeping gas. Xiaoshen quickly retreated, thinking of countermeasures. 2 against 1 was already disadvantageous, plus the hidden weapons. In an instant, the masked people surrounded Xiaoshen. Winnie and Bai Ling quickly ran towards the police station. Bai Ling hadn't expected that Winnie and Xiaoshen could make such calm decisions in such an urgent situation. She also didn't know how they had detected the problems earlier. Actually, before entering, Winnie had carefully observed the surroundings. After entering, she noticed unusual scratches and sand on the ground near the door. Moreover, the woman's expression was very suspicious. She even trembled nervously while pouring tea. Based on these clues, Winnie became alert immediately. After leaving, Winnie also noticed a person in black shadow in the next window. Although not completely certain, for everyone's safety, Winnie decided to call the police first. Bai Ling hadn't expected Winnie to be so attentive to detail, and Xiaoshen had also accurately judged the abnormalities in the house. If the problem had occurred before they arrived, where would Yagu be? At this moment, they finally saw the police force. After the police search, they finally found Yagu and her mother safe and sound. Bai Lin and Yagu hugged each other in tears. Yaji's mother also apologized to everyone. Just as the police wanted to take statements, Winnie suddenly interrupted, saying she didn't know if Xiaoshen was safe. Although police had sent backup, there was still no clear news. Winnie was very worried and decided to check the situation herself. The next moment, Winnie saw Luo Yi standing outside the door. Xiaoshen was in danger. Winnie quickly rushed to the scene with Luo Yi. Unexpectedly, all they found at the scene were several police officers' bodies. Winnie couldn't help but cry. But Luo Yi saw Xiao Shun's personal ring. The ring was very important to Xiao Shun. If nothing had happened, Xiao Shun would never have left it here. Luo Yi guessed the masked people couldn't have gone far. He immediately arranged for people to expand the search area. However, Xiao Shun had already been locked in a dark cage. After Xiao Shun woke up, she found herself locked in a dark cage. It turned out, all those imprisoned here were previously missing humans. At this moment, a woman opposite let out a sorrowful whimper. Xiao Shun asked the woman what happened. Unexpectedly, this woman knew Du Xiao Shun. She was Mei Ling, who disappeared at the freshman dance. Xiao Shun was very relieved that Mei Ling was still alive. But the woman suddenly remembered the attacked vampire male classmate and grieved deeply. Xiao Shun immediately told the woman that the male classmate wasn't dead. Xiao Shun's news gave the woman renewed hope. Xiao Shun encouraged Mei Ling to find a way to escape. But the woman said that the moment they were locked in the room, their fate was sealed. Soon they would become food for others. The next morning, the police were still searching for Xiao Shun's whereabouts. However, after staying up all night, everyone was reaching their physical limits. Luo Yi angrily punched the wall. He couldn't find Xiao Shun. At this moment, Luo De suddenly appeared. He criticized Luo Yi for leaving the student protection work to Xin while running around the city like a headless fly. However, Luo Yi had completely lost his composure now. If he couldn't protect his own fiancée, who could he protect? Although Li Ji told this man he had many things to do, right now he just wanted to confirm Xiao Shun was alive. He kept hoping he could see Xiao Shun waiting for him at some street corner. He blamed himself for arriving too late. But repeated disappointments had driven Luo Yi into despair. He wished Xiao Shun hadn't left the ring. That way he could still deceive himself that Xiao Shun was temporarily safe. Unexpectedly, Luo De offered words of comfort. Xiao Shun was in danger because she protected others. She wouldn't just wait for death. And as Xiao Shun's fiancé, Luo Yi should remain calm in the face of danger. Trust Xiao Shun and do his duty. The next moment, Luo De handed the latest intelligence to Luo Yi. They needed to make a new battle plan based on the intelligence. Luo Yi immediately adjusted his emotions and apologized to everyone present. Luo De was very pleased to see his brother's change. After reading the report, Luo Yi quickly made his analysis and targeted the vampire club mentioned in the report. Suddenly, a masked person opened the dungeon door. The imprisoned humans instantly became restless. It turned out that no one taken out of the cells ever returned. Xiao Shun quickly made a judgment. The current masked person in the prison wasn't either of the two from yesterday. They had specific masks and locations, likely a premeditated group operation. Suddenly, the masked person stopped at Mei Ling's cage. Xiao Shun knew this was bad and immediately started shouting, drawing the masked person's attention to herself. Unexpectedly, the masked person said there were orders from above to keep Xiao Shun for a few more days. Xiao Shun deliberately provoked the masked person again, successfully replacing Mei Ling. Mei Ling worried Xiao Shun would never return, but Xiao Shun seemed confident. Du Xiao Ling pushed open Fu Lei's office door, asking if Xiao Shun's disappearance last night was because of his assigned task. Fu Lei denied it and asked what he planned to do. Du Xiaoling said they would rescue her. As soon as he finished speaking, Mingzhe walked in, agreeing with Du Xiaoling's decision. Both requested to join the special task force. Even if Fu Lei didn't agree, they would act privately. Fu Lei looked at their determination, which was exactly what he admired. Finally, he had no choice but to agree to their request. In the secret passage, the masked person pushed the cage containing Du Xiaoshun forward. Du Xiaoshun observed her surroundings. Both sides of the passage were filled with prison cells. How big was this organization? Seeing Du Xiaoshun showing no fear, the masked person smiled and said they wouldn't disappoint her. The masked person took her to the elevator, warning that the elevator was the only exit from this dungeon, over 20 meters underground. Then remembered Du Xiaoshun's hunter identity. That's quite a selling point. Du Xiaoshun remained unmoved by his intimidation. Upon arrival, he was still shocked by the scene before him. Masked vampires were everywhere, toying with humans. After sucking their blood, they carelessly tossed them aside. The masked person indicated that someone of your special status would be arranged for more premium clients. He also mocked that the new government would be replaced one day and humans would become mere food. The vampires in the room were shouting for more entertaining humans. The masked person brought Du Xiaoxin in. Du Xiaoxin shuddered at the bloody corpses she passed by. The masked person dragged Du Xiaoxin out of the cage. After introducing her hunter identity, he left. The person called Master walked up to Du Xiaoxin, showing an eager expression. Another masked person leaving the room asked, weren't they supposed to wait until the maze ceremony to release Du Xiaoxin? The person replied that if she couldn't pass this level, there was no value in cultivating her. The scene changed to Luo Yi disguising himself as a member, discussing infiltration plans for the underground club with the negotiator. Time was precious, so the two set out. Du Xiaoling walked determinedly on the dark street. Ming Jiyin crouched on a nearby rooftop wearing a mask, waiting for club members to capture Du Xiaoling as a regular human so they could get close to Du Xiaoxin. As Du Xiaoling walked, a car suddenly approached from behind. Just as she turned around, a hand from the car covered her nose and mouth. She was drugged by the handkerchief. Ming Jiyin and his companion jumped onto the club's car. The masked person brought Du Xiaoling to a cell. Taking advantage of his carelessness, Du Xiaoling pressed her dagger against the masked person's neck, demanding to know what was going on here. The masked person remained silent. Du Xiaoxin noticed there were no windows in the room. The vampire seemed to read her thoughts and came closer, saying none of the rooms had windows. To get out, you either die or kill him. Du Xiaoxin showed no weakness, saying then I'll have to kill you. The vampire became more excited. Du Xiaoxin pushed off with both hands. She kicked at him, but the vampire grabbed her ankle and threw her. Walking over, he pressed her head to the ground, mocking her abilities. He turned her over, exposing her neck, about to bite. Du Xiaoxin moved her body away, revealing a magic circle she had just drawn. The vampire was shocked, covering his eyes in pain, asking what this was. Du Xiaoxin strangled his neck with the iron chain, answering it was holy water. The vampire was surprised that an ordinary hunter could use witchcraft. Du Xiaoxin said you underestimate hunters too much. The strangled vampire was still laughing as he groped around and pressed a switch. The door behind opened, and Du Xiaoxin quickly rushed out. The masked people behind shouted and chased after. A person disguised as a masked figure nodded approvingly from the side. Meanwhile, the disguised Luo Yi and Xin arrived at the club. They were escorted to the elevator by masked people. Du Xiaoxin ran through the club's corridors, trying to escape to notify the police, but was shot from behind by pursuing masked people with a sedative. She fell down the stairs. Du Xiaoxin supported her still trembling body, got up from the ground, and continued running towards the exit. Reached the corridor, rushed into a random room to hide. The masked people outside were about to go in and capture her. A sleazy person stopped their actions. Du Xiaoxin had accidentally stumbled into their carefully prepared maze. Many VIP guests had arrived tonight, making it a perfect surprise. The masked person leading Luo Yi and Xin introduced them to tonight's special activity, the maze feast, asking if they wanted to participate. Luo Yi and Xin decided to split up. Luo Yi went to the maze. Xin followed the masked person to the VIP room, knocked him out, changed into the masked person's clothes, and left. The masked person announced there were 10 youths in the maze. They specifically emphasized that one handcuffed girl was a blood hunter with some aggression. This sparked even more interest among the members. Du Xiaoxin weakly leaned against the wall, observing her surroundings. This place was strange, with beds everywhere like a maze. Suddenly heard someone calling for their sister. She turned around and saw Du anxiously rush towards Xiaoling's figure, but bumped into a vampire. The vampire saw her handcuffs. Knowing she was the blood hunter, excitedly tried to catch her. Du Xiaoxin hurriedly turned to run, seeming to hallucinate. Everywhere around were scenes of vampires feeding, making it hard to distinguish reality from hallucination. Suddenly was caught up to. The vampire grabbed her hair and pushed her onto the sofa. Du Xiaoxin struggled, telling him to let go, unable to escape due to the drug's effects. Just as she was about to be bitten, the vampire on top was suddenly thrown off. Luo Yi came before Du Xiaoxin and apologized for being late. Du Xiaoxin opened her eyes to see the blurry figure before her. This voice seemed familiar. A group of masked people in the corridor were searching everywhere for Du Xiaoling. Du Xiaoling hid in the corner frustrated, thinking she should have calmed the victims first. Their shouting brought others over, leaving no time to disguise themselves. Suddenly, a masked person appeared behind. Others arrived and surrounded Du Xiaoling. Then a masked person appeared from behind, grabbed Du Xiaoling, saying they failed to watch the merchandise and would take her back. A masked person stopped them, asking which division they were from. The masked person couldn't answer and quickly ran away with Du Xiaoling. Du Xiaoling looked at the masked person in front of her. The voice sounded like Brother Xian. If it really was him helping, his identity as a blood hunter would be exposed. In desperation, Du Xiaoling couldn't care less and was about to act when the masked people behind were about to attack. Xian activated his ability, temporarily blocking everyone. Continued running with Du Xiaoling. They ran into an empty room. Du Xiaoling asked if the person in front was Xian, trembling while backing away, telling her not to come closer, saying he might hurt her. Du Xiaoling walked forward and removed his mask, saying it really is you. Looking at Xian's red right eye, Du Xiaoling was confused. Xian explained that since his ability awakened, he had developed a desire for blood. Du Xiaoling was silent for a moment, then undid her collar, exposing her neck. Xian looked at the snow-white skin. Unable to resist anymore, his fangs emerged. He embraced Du Xiaoling's neck and bit down. In the maze, Luo Yi helped Du Xiaoshan up. Du Xiaoshan saw the familiar face, became cautious, and pushed him away, saying this was all an illusion. Luo Yi stepped forward and grabbed Du Xiaoshan's wrist. He still struggled to escape. Luo Yi suddenly pinned him against the wall, telling him to calm down. Du Xiaoshan gasped in pain. Luo Yi quickly apologized, then removed his mask. Du Xiaoshan denied it, saying he wouldn't appear here. It was all hallucinations. Luo Yi held Du Xiaoshan's face, gently telling him this wasn't an illusion. Looking at Du Xiaoshan's somewhat dazed eyes, Luo Yi kissed him with that familiar feeling. Du Xiaoshan slid to the ground, saying, "Finally found you." Luo Yi looked at the masked people around, saying, "I'll handle the rest." The masked people on both sides raised their guns. "He's from Xinjiang." Luo Yi shoot. Seeing them shoot, Luo Yi's eyes sharpened, activated his ability, making the bullets return, hitting the masked people who fired. Luo Yi carried Du Xiaoshan through the bloody water. Unexpectedly, all the shot masked people got up again. This healing ability was unusually powerful. Luo Yi activated his ability again fully. This time, all masked people were torn into pieces. Suddenly, his face stung. Luo Yi was surprised. Hadn't the previous wound healed? Luo Yi quickened his pace, wanted to get out quickly. Suddenly, Xian called out to him, with Du Xiaoling there too. Luo Yi explained that Du Xiaoshan was injured and injected with a mind-altering drug, then asked Du Xiaoling why she was here. Du Xiaoling hesitantly explained that she was captured and met Xian while trying to escape. Xian had just scouted the path and let everyone out. Just as they were about to escape, masked people at the door attacked them. Xian quickly activated his ability to protect everyone. Luo Yi handed Du Xiaoshan to Du Xiaoling and joined the battle. Watching from the side, they couldn't hold much longer. Better to retreat first. Surprisingly, the enemy could block Luo Yi's attacks. Even among nobles, those who could awaken abilities were rare. Xian suddenly remembered intelligence provided by Mei Sha. There were rumors in the north about drugs that could enhance vampire abilities. Luo Yi also noticed something strange. He needed to control his power and keep someone alive. Xian agreed to wait for the rescue team. The masked people said they had already blocked all exits. Before finishing, their throat was slashed. Ming Jiyan arrived with the reconnaissance team. Xian urged the club members to surrender. The masked person said this was just a branch of their grand cause, then stepped on a mechanism below. Poison gas emerged from above. Luo Yi used his ability to disperse the poison gas around them. The masked people committed mass suicide. The reconnaissance team came to arrest the club members and rescued the captured humans. The masked people who escaped in the chaos. Lonley stood at a high place watching the destroyed club, planning to relocate and restart operations. A masked person reported to Ye about the club's destruction. That person chuckled, saying this was just a welcome gift for Xinjiang. In Luo Yi's house, Du Xiaoshan opened his eyes. Outside, Luo Yi was listening to subordinates report on the club's aftermath. With staff committing suicide, they could only question members to deduce the organization's scale and operations. Luo Yi opened the door. Seeing Du Xiaoshan awake, he rushed forward and hugged him. Du Xiaoshan was surprised. Luo Yi trembled, hugging him back and apologizing, saying he made him worry. Luo Yi blamed himself fearfully for not protecting him well. Du Xiaoshan quickly comforted him, saying it was his own willfulness. Luo Yi ended their mutual blame, asked Du Xiaoshun to value himself more in the future. He agreed, then asked about other situation. Luo Yi answered that everyone else had been rescued. Xin came to the forensics room, asking about the progress of the criminal's autopsy. Lonley took him in to discuss specific suspicions. They did blood tests but found nothing, but there's a possibility the drugs naturally decomposed. Xin reported to Fu Lei that the current case wasn't very valuable. He had ordered people to search for drug samples in the north. Fu Lei understood the severity of banned drugs entering the market. The masked people's mass suicide proved the complexity of this incident. The masked people said this was just a branch. The organization behind was larger than imagined, a huge challenge to the new government. Fu Lei also said after handling this case, he would announce major news to the public. After hearing the news, Xin rushed to Du Xiaoxin's room, hurriedly knocked on the door. Both were confused by Xin's sweaty appearance. Perhaps something was wrong with the new government. Xin said the government was fine. He couldn't wait to tell them that after the club incident, their marriage would be announced to the public. Hearing this, both Luo Yi and Du Xiaoshun were shocked. Du Xiaoshun asked why in confusion. Xin explained it was a symbol of peace between the two races. Luo Yi understood. The club incident caused quite a stir. This was to divert attention. Luo Yi looked at Du Xiaoshun, asking his opinion. Although marriage was private, Du Xiaoshun naturally agreed to follow the organization's arrangement. Xin sighed. Your marriage has become a political alliance. If the new government has problems in the future, your situation will become more complicated. Yet you're so calm. Du Xiaoshun was touched seeing Xin's deep consideration. Luo Yi firmly said the new government would be maintained with full effort, and he would only have one wife. That was Du Xiaoshun. Ming Zhiyin, who was outside with flowers, lowered his head upon hearing this. Xin expressed his envy. Luo Yi joked that he should find someone too. Then he pulled Xin out of the room, saying they needed to follow up on the case. Xin laughingly asked Luo Yi if he was embarrassed by his earlier words. Luo Yi denied with a red face. Neither noticed Ming Zhiyin hiding defeated in the corner. Suddenly, Luo Yi felt a sharp pain. He was somewhat worried but didn't say anything. Ming Zhiyin came to the rooftop, told the worried Du Xiaoling that Du Xiaoxin was fine and would be discharged soon. Du Xiaoling said frustratedly that her student status prevented her from leaving campus. Ming Zhiyin suddenly asked Du Xiaoling if she blamed her for pretending to be unconscious and joining the series. Du Xiaoling denied. Ming Zhiyin continued asking what if it was exposed because of Du Xiaoxin's danger. Du Xiaoling said she would try to avoid such things, then looked at Ming Zhiyin and asked, "Aren't you the same?" Ming Zhiyin comforted, "Yes, indeed." Du Xiaoling continued asking if she still liked her sister. Ming Zhiyin was silent for a moment, said he already had Luo Yi, and she didn't want to become his burden. Du Xiaoling suggested it was time to go back. Ming Zhiyin noticed the bite mark on his neck, but didn't say anything. The next day, Du Xiaoshun was discharged. The siblings hugged each other. Du Xiaoshun learned from Xin about Du Xiaoling's capture while sneaking out. Told him not to be reckless again. 3 people escorted Du Xiaoshun back to the dormitory. Du Xiaoshun hurried them to leave, saying it was too conspicuous. Luo Yi held Du Xiaoshun's hand, saying if anyone bothers you, you must tell him. Du Xiaoshun comforted, saying everyone was good. Du Xiaoshun stood at the dormitory door, feeling nervous, having been away for so long. Opening the door, Winnie hugged him. Everyone was waiting to celebrate his return. 3 months ago, Lilia watched as 2 burnt bodies were carried out from the scorched room. She broke down crying, saying these couldn't be her father and brother. Lilia rushed into the ruins, searching through the ashes. People nearby explained, "Your father and brother were held here. After the fire, these bodies could only be theirs. Initial judgment was they didn't want to implicate you." Lilia didn't stop searching. The investigators finished their work, leaving Lilia still in the ashes. Lilia lay exhausted in the ruins, crying heavily. In her dream, her brother and father looked like before. Lilia hugged them, crying that she wanted nothing else, only them. Lilia felt very warm hugging Shelley's body. Waking from the dream, she alertly pushed away the person beside her, asking who she was. Shelley explained this was her home, the Maligna family. She was worried after what happened. Seeing Lilia faint in the ruins, she brought her back. After hearing this, Lilia fell back onto the bed powerlessly. All this misfortune was real. Shelley came forward asking if she was all right. She turned over, saying she wanted to be alone. After Shelley left, her mother asked why she brought her back. She wasn't a lady anymore, and this would cause gossip. Lilia felt sad hearing Shelley's rebuttal. Shelley brought food into the room. Seeing she wouldn't eat, her mother sarcastically said they couldn't afford a doctor if she got sick. After Shelley asked her mother to leave, Lilia asked her if she wanted to keep her here to take revenge. Shelley quickly denied, comforting her that there's hope as long as one lives. Lilia was desperate, saying with her loved ones dead, what hope was there? Shelley was optimistic, saying everyone will leave eventually. But we can't deny there are still other meaningful things in this world. Lilia asked what they were. After thinking, Shelley said, at least your father and brother wanted you to live on. Lilia couldn't help but tear up, feeling warmth from a servant. Lilia got up, asking why she was still so kind, despite how cruel she had been before. Shelley explained, she was used to being by young lady's side. Just stay here for now. Lilia said she was nothing now. Don't call her young lady anymore. Shelley knelt down, saying no matter what happens, you're still Lady Lilia. Lilia remembered she still had things to do. Images of Luo, couple flashed in her mind. We have time ahead. Shelley's mother was scolding Lilia for not washing dishes clean. Lilia smashed the plate. Shelley's mother grew angrier, saying, what attitude is this? Living here free for 3 months, and you smash plates when asked to wash them. Lilia held back her anger. Shelley's mother continued, you think you're still the young lady from before? Lilia couldn't bear it anymore and smashed all plates on the ground. Shelley's mother said distressfully, do you know how expensive those plates were? Then pointed at the door, saying she could leave if she didn't want to work. Lilia's eyes were turning red. She left angrily, slamming the door. Shelley returned home, asking where Lilia went. Mother said she threw a tantrum and left. Shelley helplessly went out to find her. Lilia walked on the street, seeing warmth around her, feeling hungry. Lilia sat down somewhere randomly. The waiter asked what she wanted to eat. Lilia retorted, asking if she couldn't rest when tired. When customers came, the waiter asked her to leave and make room. Du Xiaosheng and Luo Yi were also on the street. Luo Yi noticed Lilia leaving. After telling Du Xiaosheng, both fell silent. Lilia sat at a street corner, thinking how she ended up homeless. A child handed her a bag, saying it was from a brother and sister. Lilia looked up and recognized Luo Yi and Du Xiaosheng. Lilia waved the money bag to the ground, shouting she would never accept their charity, then ran away. Lilia heard from passersby that Luo Yi and Du Xiaosheng would hold an engagement banquet, symbolizing peace. She calmly turned and left. Picking up a knife, she thought, how can those who made me lose everything find happiness so easily? Luo Yi helped Du Xiaosheng put on formal clothes, saying he would announce her as his fiancée, asking if she was ready. Du Xiaosheng said everyone else was preparing. She hadn't done anything. Luo Yi leaned closer, joking that he meant tonight. Du Xiaosheng was startled, telling him not to mess around. Luo Yi comfortingly kissed Du Xiaosheng's hair, leading her blushing downstairs. Under everyone's gaze, they walked hand in hand onto the stage, solemnly vowing their eternal loyalty to each other. The audience had various expressions. Du Xiaoling stood with Xing, silently praying for Du Xiaosheng's happiness. Ming Jian remained silent. Free looked pleased. Roommates were also happy for Du Xiaosheng. Lonely hid behind a pillar drinking. Luoda walked onto the stage, announcing they would hold their wedding at the church in a month. As people were applauding, sudden commotion came from outside. Lilia opened the main door. Holding a knife, Lilia said, such a joyous occasion. Yet you didn't invite your childhood friend? Luo Yi warned this wasn't a place for her. Lilia never planned to leave alone. She rushed forward fighting with guards. Ming Jian knocked her unconscious when she was off guard. Luoda ordered to take her away. After apologizing to guests, the Luo couple exchanged worried glances. Shelley was still searching for Lilia on the streets. Suddenly heard passersby discussing the incident at Luo Yi's engagement party about a blonde woman barging in. Shelley fell silent for a moment, wondering if it was Lady Lilia. Luo Yi sat by the bed, apologizing to Du Xiaosheng that tonight shouldn't have been like this. Du Xiaosheng hugged her from behind, comforting that whatever happens, she would face it together. Du Xiaoxing smiled, saying meeting her was wonderful. Luo Yi also thanked their meeting. Then, Luo Yi laid Du Xiaoxing on the bed, asking if it was okay. Du Xiaoxing smiled and responded with actions. Next day, Lilia opened her eyes, weakly sitting by the bed, suddenly standing up, alertly watching him, asking if he was going to kill her. Luo stated under new policy, they wouldn't randomly kill civilians. Then, holding a box beside him, said she was pitiful, but he wouldn't let her interfere with Luo Yi's happiness. Take the money and leave. Lilia angrily said she wouldn't take his money. Luo stood up, saying revenge would do her no good. After closing the door, Reinhard asked about the situation. Lilia is very stubborn and won't easily compromise. With the Meligena family's fall, there's much aftermath to deal with. 2 years ago, the Lady of Meligena died in the battle with blood hunters. This destined them to do everything to prevent peace between humans and vampires. Of course, that wasn't their only purpose. Lilia curled up in bed, reflecting on her 3 months of acting out of spite. After doing so many foolish things, she couldn't rush headlong anymore. As long as she could get revenge, enduring humiliation didn't matter. Servants reported that Lilia refused to eat, wanting to see Luo Yi, and her maid was waiting outside. Kelly said perhaps Lilia's obsession with Luo Yi made her act this way. Luo didn't care about that, saying Lilia couldn't stay here. Luo Yi heard everything from outside. Kelly entered Lilia's room. She insisted she wouldn't leave without seeing Luo Yi. Someone behind her knocked her unconscious when she wasn't looking. Shelley stood worriedly outside, unable to do anything. Suddenly heard movement and saw Kelly carrying Lilia out. Quickly shouted. Kelly ordered to gag Shelley, not to disturb the master. Then, Luo Yi arrived, asking Kelly what she was doing. Lilia opened her eyes, recognized, and called out Yi. Luo was surprised by Luo Yi's decision to keep Lilia in the capital and find her work. Luo Yi said this was his request. They shouldn't be ruthless. Luo asked if he wasn't afraid of revenge. Luo Yi paused, asking his thoughts on the fire 3 months ago. Luo said it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Luo Yi said, if it was truly Meligena's plot, Lilia was the only lead. Luo smiled, saying Luo Yi had grown up, then asked what if she harmed Du Xiaoxing. Luo Yi said he'd discussed it with her and made sufficient security arrangements. Seeing his thorough preparation, Luo agreed. At school, when he saw Du Xiaoxing's worried face and asked why she seemed troubled when about to marry, wondering if it was pre-wedding anxiety. Du Xiaoxing laughed. When he continued asking if it was about Lilia, with her thoughts guessed, Du Xiaoxing could only admit. Winnie comforted her, saying she wouldn't shake their relationship. Seeing Winnie's reaction to their romance, Du Xiaoxing asked if she had someone she liked. Winnie quickly denied, saying she only wanted to study well. Suddenly, Winnie pointed Du Xiaoxing to Lilia carrying books ahead. Du Xiaoxing understood the arranged job was at the library. Shelley asked Lilia to rest, but Lilia refused, saying as a new librarian, she should work hard. Shelley remarked that her lady had changed a lot this time. Watching Lilia work diligently, Shelley felt relieved and grateful for Luo Yi's arrangement. Lilia quickly gestured for her to be quiet. Revenge was her own matter. She couldn't involve Shelley. Nearby, Poulin watched Lilia with a kind expression. He thought the librarian here might be Luo Yi's spy, so he needed to be careful. After a week of observation, Poulin was the most suspicious. He was the only one willing to accept her. To figure out what Poulin was plotting, Lilia decided to win him over. She pretended to fall from the ladder while testing him. Poulin quickly caught her. Poulin asked concernedly if she needed to rest in her dorm. Lilia said she was fine and thanked him for talking to her. Poulin became somewhat shy. She pretended to say she had moved on and wanted to start anew. Poulin was deeply pleased and offered his support. Lilia also said she was previously too obsessed and hurt Du Xiaoxing, wanting to apologize. She asked Poulin if there was a kitchen she could use to make pastries for her. Poulin seemed troubled. News of Lilia wanting to use the kitchen reached Luo Yi. Luo Yi and Xian didn't understand what she was planning. Shelley wanted to help, but Lilia said she wasn't a lady anymore. Poulin observed everything. After school in the evening, Lilia called out to Du Xiaoxing. She offered her homemade pastries and apologized. Du Xiaoxing hesitated, wondering what was happening. People around were gossiping, all with negative speculations about Lilia. Du Xiaoxing was still hesitating. Lilia asked if she feared being poisoned. Du Xiaoxing admitted such behavior was indeed suspicious. Lilia opened the package and took a bite herself, showing she hadn't tampered with it. Du Xiaoxing said she didn't mean anything by it. Lilia continued offering the bag, saying Winnie just thought her gift was too humble. Du Xiaoxing had no choice but to accept, saying she didn't need to make more, just live well. Lilia turned and left. Back at the dorm, Winnie asked Du Xiaoxing what she planned to do, wondering if she'd really eat them. Du Xiaoxing asked Winnie's opinion. Winnie said everyone would find her behavior suspicious. Winnie gave 3 possibilities. Either the piece she ate wasn't poisoned but others were, or it was a roundabout tactic to lower her guard, or she was genuinely trying to make amends with Du Xiaoxing. Keeping the cookies, she's not foolish enough to poison them. Bailing came over, pulled out the cookie bag, said these cookies couldn't be eaten, then threw them in the trash. Nothing is more important than life. Du Xiaoxing and Winnie were both intimidated by Bailing's dominance. Pullen reported to Luo E, saying he watched Lilia make cookies the whole time. Nothing unusual was seen, and he ate them himself. Luo E asked about Du Xiaoxing. The subordinate replied she hadn't eaten them. The cookies were thrown in the trash. Luo E said with relief that it would have been worrying if she had eaten them. Lilia planned to offer cookies to everyone, saying she wanted to improve her image. In the break room, only Pullen took a piece and encouraged others to try. But everyone else made excuses and left. Pullen saved the situation by saying he could have them all, as he liked them. Lilia hugged him in gratitude. Pullen blushed. Lilia secretly showed a victorious smile. The subordinate reported that Lilia had been behaving well these days, and Pullen had gained her trust. Luo E told him to keep observing. While arranging Xian's entry into new diplomatic affairs, Lonley knocked and entered Jingxin's office to question why he stood him up for the medical examination. Luo E stood up, saying he'd been busy lately. As he was about to leave with him, Xian asked why he hadn't mentioned feeling unwell. He was worried that the club's air had been preoccupied and his memory was deteriorating. At the private clinic, Lonley conducted an examination. He said the pain might be due to overusing abilities before full recovery, and memory decline was a sign of deterioration. Luo Yang explained he only meant to teach a lesson that time. He didn't expect to lose control of his strength. Lonley stated his abilities shouldn't be like this, suspecting they might collapse due to loss of control. Luo E asked if Xiao Shun, who was also poisoned, would end up like him. Lonley said she was fine now. Luo E asked when he would recover. Lonley explained that Weyer had consumed many forbidden drugs, and the poison transferred through his bite. Xian was already looking for drug samples, hoping to develop an antidote. For now, they could only wait. Lilia walked alone on campus. Making cookies as a gesture had become campus gossip. This made it easier to deploy her plan. She knew Du Xiaoxing went to the lab every day after school. Lilia waited along her regular route. Lilia glared at passers-by who looked at her. Those people turned and left, saying they didn't want to deal with her. Lilia grabbed one, asking if they were prejudiced against her. The person shook off Lilia, saying, "So what? Everyone knows your family is no good." Lilia became angry and slapped them, saying, "You can insult me, but not my family." The person pinned Lilia against the wall, threatening, "You think you're still a young lady?" About to teach her a lesson, when passing Du Xiaoxing stopped them. The person explained that she struck first, then they left. Lilia thanked her. Du Xiaoxing said it was nothing, and turned to leave. Lilia called out to her, saying she was lost and couldn't find her way back to the library. Du Xiaoxing pointed in a direction, saying she could follow her. Lilia followed, saying she could keep her distance. While walking, Lilia asked Du Xiaoxing if she hated her. Du Xiaoxing honestly said her feelings were complicated. Lilia extended her hand, saying, "Since you don't hate me, let's put our differences aside." Du Xiaoxing was somewhat surprised. Du Xiaoxing pondered, thinking it seemed suspicious, but not ruling out genuine kindness. Du Xiaoxing reached out to shake Lilia's hand, suddenly pulled back, asking what she meant by taking so long to consider. "You arrange work for me, help me out, but in the end, don't trust my help. Am I just satisfying my fake kindness? Or do you want to crush me, watching me struggle?" Du Xiaoxing told her to calm down. She demanded to know if she ate the cookies. Seeing no response, Lilia turned away disappointed, saying no one in the world believed in her, wondering who she was trying so hard to live for. Du Xiaoxing felt guilty, thinking even if cautious, she shouldn't have shown it. This was when she was most vulnerable and sensitive. Would she do something foolish? Du Xiaoxing followed behind Lilia. She actually went to the gray zone. It was too dangerous for a girl to come to such a chaotic place. Du Xiaoxing saw Lilia being invited to drink. There were spices here that could knock out unsuspecting people, and it was easy to get lost inside. Lilia covered her nose and mouth beforehand. Du Xiaoxing wanted to follow. Luo Yi's subordinate stopped her from entering. Lilia's scream came from inside. Du Xiaoxing tried to enter, breaking free from Luo Yi's subordinate's restraint. The subordinate had no choice but to follow. Feeling dizzy, when they could see clearly again, Du Xiaoxing had disappeared. The subordinate quickly returned to report to Luo Yi. Du Xiaoxing walked out of the alley, asking some smoking thugs if they'd seen a blonde girl. The two laughed and said they had. "It's easy to get lost here. I'll take you." Du Xiaoxing followed. The thug pointed to a half-open door, saying she was inside. Du Xiaoxing probed about the blonde girl's characteristics. The two couldn't answer. Du Xiaoxing became alert, asking if they'd really seen her. The thugs showed their true colors. Du Xiaoxing turned to leave. A thug grabbed Du Xiaoxing's shoulder. Du Xiaoxing shook off his hand, kicked him far away. Both thugs were surprised at how rough this woman was. At that moment, a mysterious cloaked figure descended from above. When Luo Yi heard his subordinate's report about Du Xiaoxing's disappearance, he quickly brought people for rescue. When Luo Yi arrived, Du Xiaoxing was still there, but his eyes were somewhat vacant. Luo Yi worriedly grabbed Du Xiaoxing's shoulders, asking what happened. He struggled to speak the words "not dead" intermittently. Luo Yi was confused. Du Xiaoxing continued, saying your Meligena wasn't dead. Du Xiaoxing caressed Luo Yi's face, then fell unconscious the next second. Fortunately, Xian arrived with the police force. Seeing Du Xiaoxing's arm draped over Luo Yi's neck, he quickly turned away. Luo Yi picked up Du Xiaoxing. He solemnly told Xian that Xiaoxing said Meligena's people might still be alive. The playfulness disappeared from Xian's face as he became serious. The gray zone was no small matter. Lon Li examined Du Xiaoxing, said he probably inhaled too much of the incense, would be fine tomorrow. Specifically mentioned he'd be very clingy today, so he wouldn't disturb them. Luo Yi looked at Du Xiaoxing, thinking he was really cute. Don't unconsciously seduce people. The next day, Du Xiaoxing woke up to find himself in Yi's room. Suddenly remembered worrying about Lilia and walking into the alley last night, but couldn't remember much after that. Du Xiaoxing got up, wanting to find Luo Yi for answers. Outside, the maid changed to calling him young madam, Luo Yi's request. The maid said Luo Yi was in the study and they could have breakfast together after washing up. At the study, Du Xiaoxing asked Luo Yi about Lilia's situation. Learning her condition was similar to his own, Du Xiaoxing explained yesterday's events. Luo Yi said, "You're always like this." Du Xiaoxing apologized for underestimating the situation, saying he couldn't remember after meeting the masked person. Luo Yi said he'd investigate this matter. Du Xiaoxing saw he'd been busy for long and asked him to eat breakfast. Luo Yi teased that he was very clingy last night, saying he took care of him all night. Du Xiaoxing almost spat, then asked about the change in how he was addressed. Asked if he didn't like it. Du Xiaoxing of course liked it. Solemnly said he would become stronger. Luo Yi smiled, saying he was taking a spouse, not going to war. Seeing Du Xiaoxing's worried face, Luo Yi comforted him, saying he brought intelligence that Meligena's family might not be dead and were connected to underground organizations. In the room, Lilia curled up on the bed, looking at the family crest in her hand, missing her brother and father. Nothing else matters, just don't abandon me. In the infirmary, Ming Jiyin opened his eyes, saw Winnie watching over him. The previous night, Ming Jiyin followed Du Xiaoxing to the gray zone, saw Du Xiaoxing deal with the thugs. The masked person suddenly appeared. Du Xiaoxing drew a dagger, asking who they were. The masked person swung their whip, knocking away Du Xiaoxing's dagger. Du Xiaoxing grabbed the whip and kicked at the masked person's face, sprayed holy water hidden in his sleeve at the masked person. The masked person had strong self-healing abilities. Du Xiaoxing didn't want to get entangled, turned to leave. At the corner, heard someone talking to Lilia. That person claimed to be a follower of the lewd religion. Lilia asked what it had to do with her. That person handed over the Meligena family crest. The masked person said they were ordered to protect her. Once exposed, they were to inform her that her father and brother were still alive. They hoped she wouldn't seek revenge and live well. Du Xiaoshan eavesdropped, didn't notice the masked person's sneak attack from behind, was strangled by the whip. Lilia also discovered Du Xiaoshan there. Then, Ming Jian arrived, supporting Du Xiaoshan, told him to leave quickly and bring the news to Xinjing. Du Xiaoshan turned and fled momentarily. The masked person stopped Lilia, telling her not to get involved. Du Xiaoshan couldn't escape, inhaled the incense for too long, heard footsteps from behind, quickly jumped into a nearby room. The masked person wanted to search the warehouse. Then Luo Yi arrived. When he noticed Du Xiaoshan hadn't returned to the dorm late at night, worriedly searched around campus, saw someone climbing over the wall into campus. When he was startled, wondering if it was Xiaoshan, went over and saw it was indeed Ming Jian with somewhat dazed eyes. When he approached to ask what happened, Ming Jian told her to go away. When he supported his unsteady form, wanting to take him to the infirmary, Ming Jian caressed Winnie's face, looking at her face up close. Winnie shyly recalled their previous dance. Besides that time, we had no other interaction. Ming Jian kissed Winnie's lips. What was happening this time? Winnie struggled to push Ming Jian away. Ming Jian hit the wall behind him and fainted. Winnie was shocked. I knocked him out. With no choice, Winnie had to carry Ming Jian to the infirmary. Ming Jian opened his eyes, saw Winnie sleeping by the bedside. He also couldn't remember what happened yesterday. His movement woke Winnie up. She hurriedly got up and frantically took care of him, handing him water. Ming Jian thanked Winnie for last night. Winnie said it was no trouble at all. At this time, Xiao Yi came to check Ming Jian's wounds. Winnie quickly got up and left. Xiao Yi asked Ming Jian if he liked Winnie. He treated it as a joke. The knife wound wasn't deep. Ming Jian said part of his memory was blurry. His aunt said it was due to being drugged. She also advised him to rest as his health wasn't good. Lilia walked on the street. She understood that her father and brother were alive. She couldn't hide it anymore and needed to take initiative. Du Xiaoxing took sick leave, but couldn't stay idle. He moved the experimental equipment home, saying he had made some progress in synthesizing artificial blood. Luo Yi smiled and praised him as a good helper. Du Xiaoxing looked at him and asked if he wanted to try it. Seeing Luo Yi's suspicious look, Du Xiaoxing felt a bit disappointed. This was half a semester's worth of research. Luo Yi had no choice and reluctantly drank it all at once. Then asked Du Xiaoxing if he was trying to murder his spouse, saying he was very sensitive to taste. Then Luo Yi leaned his head on Du Xiaoxing, smiled, and said he was a bit hungry. Du Xiaoxing blushed a little, silently allowed him to brush aside his hair to drink blood. Just as he was about to bite, someone outside reported that Lilia requested to see them. Du Xiaoxing and Luo Yi went out together to meet her. The three looked at each other across the door. Luo Yi coldly asked what she wanted. Lilia took a deep breath, saying she wanted to discuss last night's events. She also requested to talk inside. She first apologized to Du Xiaoxing with a bow for not controlling her emotions yesterday. Luo Yi asked if she came just to apologize. Lilia sat down, mentioning she remembered some things from last night. She confessed about the masked person returning her family crest. Luo Yi asked why she did this. She said she wanted to cooperate with Xinjing. Both Luo Yi and his spouse were shocked to hear this. To show sincerity, Lilia revealed that her father and brother were still alive. The couple was surprised she confessed, realizing she knew she couldn't hide it anymore. Luo Yi asked why she wouldn't side with her relatives. Lilia knew Xinjing would eventually defeat the rebels and begged them to spare her father and brother from death. The reason seemed somewhat forced. Luo Yi asked if she already knew about their forces' size. Lilia said she didn't know. She just selfishly wanted to see them. They refused to meet her, fearing it would implicate her. She feared their last meeting would be at their execution. If they died, she didn't want to live alone. Luo Yi and his spouse were both moved. Lilia took the chance to express her intentions, saying she had always been sincere. Du Xiaoxing was a bit unhappy. Luo Yi got up and told her to go back and wait, saying he would report to Xinjing. Du Xiaoxing asked if Lilia could be trusted. He said whether her intentions were genuine and if Xinjing would cooperate with her were questions worth pondering. Just avoiding the death penalty was enough to make one think. Xinjing was already closely watching Lilia, but cooperation would bring more information. Luo Yi agreed. She might be a double agent. Winnie was freaking out in the dorm. After last night's events, she couldn't focus on studying at all. Her roommates were confused and asked what was wrong. Winnie quickly said she was fine. Bailing asked what she was doing out all night. Winnie explained she wanted to see Du Xiaoxing, but obviously couldn't have been there all night. Finally, Winnie had to confess about last night. Bailing said this was normal. Winnie said she didn't want to date. Yegan seriously said she could feel that you like her. Winnie became more shy, wondering if she really liked her. Yage guided Winnie, asking if her heart raced when thinking of him. Winnie listened to her heartbeat and honestly admitted it did. Yage concluded that not disliking means liking. Bailing continued naturally, saying mutual feelings mean they could be together happily. Ming Jian doesn't seem like a playboy, and his actions show he likes you. Winnie was shocked. We're mutually in love? Bailing asked since they've kissed. Aren't they together? Winnie panicked, saying probably not since there was no confession. Yage wondered if kissing could count as a confession. Winnie continued denying, saying she hadn't agreed. Yage agreed it's good for girls to be reserved. He might confess again after you're more comfortable. She consoled, saying this was good. Just enjoy the romance. In the lab, Winnie was secretly looking at Ming Jian's profile. Feeling awkward, wishing Du Xiaoxing was here, Winnie hesitantly continued stealing glances, wondering how his wound was. Just then, someone nearby lost balance and bumped into Winnie. Winnie lost balance and hit Ming Jian's wound. Seeing him frown, she quickly apologized. Ming Jian went to the infirmary, and she followed. Lonely sighed, youth is wonderful. The nurse advised them to be more careful next time. After lunch break, the nurse left them in the room. Ming Jian invited her to lunch together. Winnie blushed and agreed. Ming Jian told her to find a seat and wait. Winnie was happy. This was their first lunch together. Ming Jian handed her the newly bought lunch, saying lunch should be good. Winnie was touched, thinking, is this what love is? Then he said this was to thank her for yesterday's help. Since it's already bought, it would be a waste not to eat. Winnie remembered Du Xiaoxing, who had helped her before. It was really nice to have met them. Luo Yi's subordinate brought their wedding attire. They want to try them on separately. Luo Yi waited at the door. Du Xiaoxing asked how she looked in the white wedding dress. Luo Yi smiled, kissed her hand, and said, you'll be the most beautiful bride in the world. After dismissing the servants, Luo Yi apologetically said their marriage had still become entangled with politics. But without political pressure, they wouldn't be marrying so early. Du Xiaoxing asked if he was worried the wedding would be sabotaged. Even with strong security, Luo Yi was still worried. Du Xiaoxing comforted him, saying not to worry too much. His intention was enough. Luo Yi solemnly asked if she was willing to become his wife. Du Xiaoxing naturally answered yes. Luo Yi hugged her, calling her adorable, saying regardless of the wedding, they had already made their vows to be each other's only one. Pulin reported to Luo Yi that Lilia had been living and working normally, showing no unusual connections. Luo Yi was surprised at his patience and continued arranging with Pulin the next steps to verify their suspicions. Someone came to find Lilia, inviting her to the new government council hall. She sent Shelley away and went alone to face the officials. Lilia said she would provide all underground intelligence she knew, on the condition of sparing her relatives from execution. Reinhardt said it depended on the value of the information and asked how she planned to gather intelligence. Lilia said to imprison her and announce torture publicly. Her brother would surely come to rescue. If taken back to their base, she could learn more intelligence. Reinhardt had slow-acting poison and partial antidote brought out, saying drinking it would seal their cooperation, with antidote provided for intelligence. Lilia drank it decisively. She said being summoned publicly to the council hall was already the start of torture. After the meeting, Luo Yi met Reinhardt privately. 2 days before the wedding, this would anger the underground organization. Reinhardt apologized, saying this would divert the underground party's attention. They would think wedding security would be tighter, making the dungeon less guarded. They would redeploy for Lilia. He had already positioned lookouts near the church and would try to protect everyone's safety. Luo Yi was unhappy and practiced sword alone in the courtyard. Though he couldn't use special abilities now, he could still fight. Just as he was about to swing, Du Xiaoxing blocked him, invited him to practice together, neither being polite. Back and forth, Luo Yi carried the seriously fighting Du Xiaoxing on his shoulder. Just as Du Xiaoxing was about to struggle, Luo Yi carried him back to the room. The underground party leader was furious about the new government's actions against Lilia, vowing they would pay for this. On the eve of the wedding, they suddenly received news. The prince from the southern kingdom arrived early to offer his blessings. Luo Do worriedly said tomorrow's wedding would be dangerous, unsuitable for foreign friends to attend. Free suggested sending people to escort and delay their arrival. Reinhard stood up, saying they must show everyone that the new government can protect citizens and fight the underground party. That night, everyone was worried. The traveling twins were tirelessly playing with marbles. Prince Sack dressed like a little girl, wondering if they would like his gift. Subordinates suddenly reported messengers from the capital ahead. The wedding was being held in the church. Reinhard comforted that they controlled the number of guests, and the southern prince hadn't arrived, so they could focus on the battle. Xian looked at the nervous Luo Yi, comforting that Du Shaoxing would arrive soon. Winnie sat in the guest seats, secretly watching the dejected Ming Jiyan. The music started. Luo Yi was somewhat stunned. Du Shaoxing walked down the red carpet arm in arm with her brother. Du Shaoling handed his sister's hand to Luo Yi. The couple looked at each other, about to take vows before the priest. Suddenly gunshots were heard outside. Xian shielded the couple and went out to check. Outside, soldiers were shooting down doves carrying explosive packages. Xian activated his ability to protect the entire church. Soldiers reported all doves had been shot down. Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. A larger flock of doves appeared in the distant sky. Reinhard came out asking if Xian's barrier could buy them shooting time. Xian confirmed it could, but still worried if this was really the best solution. Fu Lei mocked that doves symbolize peace, making this ironic and cruel. Lan Li looked at Luo Yi, reminding that his body couldn't handle fighting. They should leave it to Xian and others. Sack, who just arrived, fell into thought watching the situation outside. Luo De watched the approaching doves, asking Xian to activate his ability again. While shooting the doves, thunder and rain suddenly started. The explosive packages on the doves were soaked by rain. Doves hitting the barrier slid down. Free questioned the suspicious timing of the rain. It seemed like someone important was helping. Lan Li sighed the rain was timely, as explosives become ineffective when wet. After the sky cleared, Sack's carriage door opened. Everyone bowed to him. Sack lifted his skirt and returned the bow. Reinhard quietly asked Luo De if the information was wrong and if it was actually a princess. Luo De wasn't sure either. Reinhard asked him if the rain was his doing. Sack admitted it, saying a wedding shouldn't be disturbed. Xian was surprised that such an incredible ability to control weather existed. Sack explained that his family inherited elven bloodline, allowing them to borrow nature's power. Everyone returned to the church. The younger twin grabbed a dove, wanting to eat it. The older brother threw the dove away, telling him better food was coming later. Sack asked the Luo Yi couple if he had missed the best part. Luo Yi answered that his timing was perfect. The couple exchanged rings before the crowd. They kissed happily. Everyone eagerly participated in the bouquet toss. The bouquet fell into Sack's arms. He wondered if he would start an international romance. At the wedding banquet, subordinates reported that someone had taken Lilia. Reinhard and Luo De exchanged smiles. Everything was going according to plan. Luo De approached Luo Yi. He handed him their parents' necklace. Luo Yi was confused, wondering how something lost 2 years ago ended up with him. Luo De explained that Fortress people found it. Perfect timing to return it on his wedding night. Their parents would bless them from heaven. Luo De smiled, saying the task of continuing the Lopister family line was now his, telling him to return to his room soon. Misha asked Xian about the progress of searching for forbidden medicine in the north. Seeing Xian reply there was no news, Misha took out a small bottle from his bag and handed it to him. Said it would be his wedding gift today. It was a sample of the forbidden medicine. Xian was surprised. Misha explained that such things were easy to obtain in his territory. When Xian wanted to give the sample to Luo Yi, Misha quickly pointed out he had already left the party. Xian put the sample in his pocket, not wanting to spoil their night. Luo Yi opened the door to find Du Shaoxing already drying his hair. He teased that he took a bath without waiting. Du Shaoxing shyly said he wasn't used to it. Quickly pushed him into the bathroom. After washing, Luo Yi asked him to hand over his clothes. Du Shaoxing reached in. Luo Yi grabbed his wrist and pulled him into the bathroom. Du Shaoxing shyly asked what he was doing. Luo Yi smiled and asked how about some bathroom play. Du Shaoxing pushed him, but accidentally knocked off Luo Yi's towel around his waist. He quickly told Luo Yi to calm down. Luo Yi laughed, saying after this commotion, there was no need to put clothes back on. Du Shaoxing hesitated with a red face. Finally, he gave in. Looking at the bed, he suggested moving there instead. Luo Yi obeyed. He pounced on him on the bed. Caressing the scar on his chest, he asked if tonight he could tell him how he got it. Du Shaoxing recalled Luo De's incident and shook his head. The future is what matters most now. Luo Yi asked if they should have a child. Seeing Du Xiaoxing about to speak, Luo Yi covered his mouth. No, but we're doing it now. Du Xiaoxing agreed. At the underground party, subordinates reported the first white dove operation failed, but Lilia was rescued. You said it didn't matter. Learn from mistakes. Rescuing Lilia was the priority. There would be plenty of time for Luo Yi. The next day after the wedding, Du Xiaoxing woke up first. Usually when he woke up, the bed was empty beside him. It had been long since he'd seen his sleeping face in the morning. Du Xiaoxing happily touched Luo Yi's face. But with just one touch, he opened his eyes. Du Xiaoxing quickly apologized, but he said he'd been awake for a while. Just wanted to sleep in together. Luo Yi asked if his body was okay. Du Xiaoxing shyly ducked under the covers. Just as Luo Yi wanted him to fulfill his wifely duties again, they were interrupted by someone outside, saying lunch was ready. Du Xiaoxing was surprised it was already noon. Luo Di said Xin was sightseeing with Sack in the capital. His circus was rehearsing. They could join if free. Luo Yi helped a lot. It's right to thank him personally. Du Xiaoxing also wanted to see the circus. Du Xiaoxing stumbled getting out of the carriage. He felt weak since noon. Luo Yi asked what's wrong. Not wanting to spoil the mood, he explained it was his first circus, just nervous. The couple arrived at the circus tent. It was lively inside, lions jumping through fire rings, twins performing acrobatics. Xin saw them and quickly greeted them. Luo Yi asked where Lord Sack was. Xin pointed, saying he was giving instructions. Luo Yi remarked he was demonstrating personally. Sack walked on the tightrope. Du Xiaoxing worried there was no safety net below. Too dangerous. Sack excitedly waved when he saw them, accidentally slipping off the wire. Xin rushed forward to catch him. Sack took the chance to wrap his arms around his neck, striking a pose. Sack praised Xin for being thoughtful and reliable, even kissed his cheek, saying it was a reward. Xion's face darkened. Luo Yi watched amusedly, saying he must have charmed him again. The twins peeked from behind the curtain, their stomachs growling in protest. The younger brother asked pitifully when they could eat. The older brother smiled, saying soon. Sack was having dinner with the Luo Yi couple. The twins were biting and tearing at each other. Luo Yi noticed Du Xiaoxing looking unwell. He arranged for a reluctant Xin to escort Sack back. In the carriage home, Du Xiaoxing rested his head on Luo Yi's shoulder, looking tired. Feeling his forehead, he had a fever. He'd been pushing himself all day. Luo Yi asked if he knew he was sick. Du Xiaoxing smiled, saying he just felt weak, not necessarily sick. Luo Yi was unhappy, saying he should speak up when feeling unwell, then felt guilty for not noticing. Du Xiaoxing apologized, saying as his wife, he shouldn't be so delicate and shouldn't miss important dinners. Luo Yi sighed, hugging him, saying he could be more selfish. Du Xiaoxing listened to his heartbeat, closing his eyes contentedly. Back in the room, the doctor diagnosed fever from exhaustion. After seeing the doctor out, Luo just stopped his brother, chopped his forehead, scolding him, making his wife sick on their first day of marriage. How embarrassing if people found out. As Luo Yi tried to explain, Luo De left, telling him to show more restraint. Rarely scolded by his brother, Luo Yi knew he should care for his wife. He'd have to abstain for a while. The next day, Luo Yi was woken by knocking, about to scold the maid when opening the door, but Xin had urgent business. Arriving at the scene, Xin reported. Initial judgment suggested a wild animal attack last night. Looking at the mangled corpse, Luo Yi hesitated. Wild animal? Xin asked, confused. Are you suspecting Lord Sack? Luo Yi explained, besides the underground party, his circus had many suspicious points. The werewolf-like twins and the beast-controlling trainer were all suspects. Xin thought it unlikely they'd act so soon after arriving. As guests, investigation would be difficult. Better to clear their suspicion quickly. Xin said he'd handle it. Luo Yi hesitated, saying the crime happened in Novian's jurisdiction. You might meet that person. Xin smiled, saying after so many years, are you still worried about me? Luo Yi said, that's your only hang-up. Xin assured him he'd drawn clear boundaries. Nothing would come of it. Luo Yi extended his fist encouragingly, saying he'd always support him. Xin was moved and fist bumped him, saying he understood. At home, Du Xiaoxing sat bored in the courtyard, wondering why he was stuck at home on a normal workday. The maid said Luo, he wanted him to rest well. It's just a fever, making a big deal out of nothing. Passing by, Luo saw him and told him to rest inside, as the sun was too strong. Du Xiaoxing walked with him. It was still awkward having a former enemy become family. Luo initiated conversation about his health condition. After receiving a positive response, Luo continued, saying Luo he needed his understanding in some ways, but not to indulge his willfulness too much. Du Xiaoxing was surprised, smiled saying he had his own shortcomings and would grow together with him. Luo was pleased and asked for his guidance. Du Xiaoxing said he should be the one asking for guidance. Luo left for work at the new government, telling him to ask the butler if needed. Watching Luo's departing figure, Du Xiaoxing marveled at how much he'd changed, feeling unaccustomed to such politeness. Suddenly his eyes were covered. It was Du Xiaolin. He said Luo told him his sister was sick, so he came. Du Xiaoxing hugged his brother, wishing they could live together. Du Xiaoling teased that his sister learned to be spoiled, must be brother-in-law's influence. After leaving Luo Yi's office, Xian met his sister Age. Age caught up and called him brother. Xian stopped, facing away, saying he'd been disowned by the family. Don't call him that anymore. Age hurriedly said father missed him. Xian interrupted, saying he only missed his awakened ability. No need to greet him next time. Xian arrived at the circus, planning to investigate quietly. While encouraging himself, he noticed trap holes on the ground, feeling confused. Turning around, he saw the twins hiding nearby watching. Xian smiled, thinking they showed up quickly, called to the twins asking if those traps were their doing. The younger brother, scared, admitted it. The older brother called him an idiot. Xian laughed, asking what if Lord Sack fell in. The older brother said he wouldn't. The younger still apologizing. Xian reached out to pat the younger brother's head. The older stopped him, saying don't touch. Xian paused, apologized, and offered to pat his too. Xian remarked they felt nice, tugged at their ears. It came off they were headbands. The older brother quickly grabbed it back, saying tails and ears were their selling point. Can't take them off. Xian apologized after confirming they weren't werewolves, then asked where Lord Sack was. Said he was his guard. The older brother pointed to a nearby tent, saying he was resting inside. Xian patted the older brother's head again, telling them to stay good. He'd bring candy next time. The older brother shouted not to pat his head, then quietly added, or I'll bite you to death. Xian reached the tent. Sack told him to enter. Xian entered to see him naked and sitting up, quickly turned away, frightened. Sack walked over and wrapped an arm around his neck, asking why he turned away. Xian pleaded for him to put on clothes, saying this wasn't appropriate. Sack said they're both men, nothing inappropriate about it. Xian turned around surprised. He really was male. Sack mentioned it was clearly written in the diplomatic handbook. Xian continued questioning his attire. Sack said it was personal preference. Why else would he be sent to diplomacy? Sack mentioned most countries don't support the new government. In the carriage, Sack looked at Xian's dark face, asking if he hadn't recovered yet. Xian said it was too shocking. Sack continued saying he was quite fond of Xian. Xian was stunned hearing this. Sack explained he liked him because they were very similar. Xian was confused. Sack called out his former surname. Xian couldn't believe it. How did you know? Sack said royal families love to gossip. Xian's expression changed, asking him not to call him that anymore. Sack paused, his expression changing. Just as I thought. Xian said he didn't see any similarities between them. Sack explained he also hated his surname, being summoned and dismissed by family at will. Xian smiled, saying he sympathized. But unlike him, he had family he wanted to protect. Sack asked if he could become his family. Xian refused, saying they could be friends first. Sack complained he was hard to win over. He continued, you came to investigate today, right? Has my suspicion been cleared? It's normal to suspect my circus. Xian expressed more apologies. Sack leaned closer, saying make it up to me next time. Xian was terrified. Please stop flirting with me. Back at Luo Yi's, Xian was about to report. Seeing Luo Yi's suppressed expression, is the case too difficult? Luo Yi asked about the situation. Xian reported nothing unusual. Sack was willing to cooperate. Finally, with a troubled face, said he's a man. Luo Yi calmly said he knew. Xian was frustrated. Only he thought the diplomatic handbook was wrong. Xian told Luo Yi to rest early, being newlyweds and all. Luo Yi said he feared losing control as a bachelor. Xian didn't understand. Lose control of what? Seeing Luo Yi's complicated expression, Xian realized and teased. Didn't know your self-control was so poor. can't avoid seeing him forever. Luo Yi said for Xiaoxin's health, he must practice abstinence. Xian was shocked. Love not only weakens, but also ruins one's image. Luo Yi saw his pleased expression. Retaliating, said Sack seemed interested in him. Maybe consider it? Xian got goosebumps from fear. Du Xiaoxin waited at home, feeling anxious. Why hasn't Luo Yi returned? Could something have happened? New government personnel were in a meeting. The main suspect remained the underground party. Joey Norvin expressed full cooperation with the investigation. After the meeting, Du Xiaoxin ran to Luo Yi. He was surprised, saying, "Weren't you supposed to rest at home?" Du Xiaoxin said he stayed out all night, so he couldn't lecture him. Luo Yi apologized, saying he had to handle the case. Asked him to focus on blood pack research. Du Xiaoxin said that's no excuse for not coming home. Besides, he liked watching him work. Luo Yi comforted him, saying he'd solve the case quickly. Then Joey Norvin interrupted their conversation. Luo Yi asked what he needed. Joey said, "Don't hesitate to use the Norvin family's resources." After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Yi was about to leave with Du Xiaoxin. Joey called out again, hesitantly asked him to send regards to Xian. Luo Yi said he would. After the couple left, someone came looking for Joey Norvin. Du Xiaoxin curiously asked who that person was. Luo Yi answered it was Xian's birth father, his biological father. He's been avoiding meeting the Norvin family members, especially his father. Du Xiaoxin said seeing him send regards, he thought he was heartless. Luo Yi explained that his attitude changed after Xian awakened his abilities. He even wanted him to return to the family. Xian acts casual, but I know he's under great pressure. Du Xiaoxin comforted, saying at least he has you. Luo Yi firmly said he's long considered him family and would support whatever he does. Du Xiaoxin smiled, suggesting a picnic to relax. Also asked about the case progress. Luo Yi told him the underground party remained the main suspect, wondering about Lilia's progress. Du Xiaoxin reassured everything would be fine. Underground parties entered Lilia's room. Asked how she was. The doctor replied she was just exhausted and sleeping. Brother looked at Lilia's haggard face. Said maybe his decision to abandon him was wrong. The masked person's heart was almost ready, could make the army stronger. Yar was determined, saying they could destroy and rebuild the capital if needed to correct mistakes. They didn't notice someone had overheard everything. Xian arrived at Lonley's private research facility. Lonley was startled by his pale face. He just said he was tired these days. Lonley asked if he needed a checkup. After Xian refused, Lonley shared his analysis of the banned drug. It indeed enhanced bodily functions, but ultimately the body couldn't withstand it, leading to death from organ rupture. Even vampires with their superior healing abilities couldn't escape death. Sowell wasn't killed by Luo Yi, but died from the drug. Lonley also mentioned that samples would remain after death, different from the masked person's case. Lonley proposed a bold hypothesis. They might be using an improved new drug. Without residue, they couldn't make conclusions. This hypothesis was not only frightening, but highly possible. Xian asked where their drugs came from. Lonley joked that they might have excellent researchers like him. Xian smiled, saying that would be troublesome. Xian reported everything to Luo Yi. Luo Yi said they needed to prevent another crime without causing panic. Xian asked if he trusted Lonley. Luo Yi said he couldn't be sure, only hoping he was a good person. Xian agreed, noting his contributions. Luo Yi added that he'd support Xian if he wanted to verify. Xian left Luo Yi's office. A subordinate said Sack wanted him at the embassy, no reason given. Xian said he'd go. After leaving, Xian leaned against the wall, having a headache. He hadn't fed for too long, but needed to endure through tonight. Xian arrived at the embassy. Sack warmly greeted him, saying everyone was waiting. Xian was confused. Sack said he had prepared a surprise. Entering the room, he saw Norvin family members inside. Joey was calling him. Xian's face darkened instantly. Sack explained he learned Joey wanted him back in the family, his long-cherished wish, urging Xian to reconcile. Xian gritted his teeth, angrily saying please stop meddling. His face no longer showed usual politeness, but turned cold. You have no right. As Xian turned to leave, His brother shouted that their father came personally, asking what right he had to refuse. Exine coldly replied he was already disowned by his father's own hand. Hughes grabbed his collar, saying, "Father's still here. How dare you speak like this?" Exine recalled childhood bullying memories. He shook off the hand, said he was disgusted. Joey told them to stop arguing, saying he understood Exine's anger, suggesting they just have a rare meal together and discuss other matters later. Exine smiled, saying indeed it was rare. He used to only watch them eat from behind doors, never having a place at the table. Joey guiltily told him to stop. Exine smiled mockingly. "Weren't we going to talk openly? You want me back in the family just for my abilities, lowering yourself to invite me. Did you think I'd be grateful?" Joey interrupted. "Don't overestimate yourself." The stepmother stepped forward, accusing him of abandoning the family that raised him. Exine retorted, asking where his so-called family was when he was dying in the hospital. "There's nothing more to say. Just consider me dead." Sack chased after him. Exine angrily asked if he enjoyed toying with people. Sack said he just wanted to do something for him. Exine coldly exposed him. "You just wanted me as an emotional substitute, so you could believe you abandoned your family rather than being abandoned." Sack defended that he acted rashly. Exine said he'd arrange new guards and apologize for being rude. Sack called out that as fellow vampires, they should be together. After being exposed, Sack became more excited. "This only makes me want you more." Ego came out, asking Sack about his brother's whereabouts. Sack pointed in the opposite direction. He didn't like that family anyway. First arrived at Du Xiaoling's dorm. After he opened the door, saw Exine panting heavily. Surprised he had run here. Exine wordlessly pulled Du Xiaoling out. At the stairwell corner, she saw his gloomy face. Du Xiaoling carefully asked what's wrong. Exine only said sorry, then suddenly bit Du Xiaoling's neck. It hurt. Du Xiaoling hugged Exine, noticing he was different from usual. Put her hand on Exine's head, gently comforting him, saying, "Don't be afraid, everything's fine now." Under her comfort, Exine stopped feeding. Next morning, Du Xiaoling stayed with sleeping Exine in the hallway all night. Exine opened his eyes. Du Xiaoling smiled gently. "Good morning, brother Exine." Exine asked confusedly, "Where is this?" Du Xiaoling asked if he didn't remember. Exine tried to recall, suddenly saw blood stains on Du Xiaoling's collar. Angrily and anxiously asked what happened. Then his memory returned. Exine apologized regretfully. It was his doing. Du Xiaoling covered her wound, comforting him. "It just looks scary, brother Exine. Don't worry." Exine wanted to take her to the school clinic. Du Xiaoling kept reassuring him, making him feel more guilty. Finally, they went to the school clinic. After the doctor bandaged it, advised to be more gentle when feeding next time. Du Xiaoling knew he was busy and told him to go. Exine was still worried. She assured him she wasn't that fragile. Exine repeatedly told her to let him know if she felt unwell. The doctor quietly stepped back. As Exine was about to leave, Du Xiaoling called him back. "Don't keep things bottled up. Talk to those around you." Exine forced a smile, saying he's better now thanks to her. Du Xiaoling felt sad. "Brother Exine, you can't hide everything behind a smile." Exine returned to the new government office. His subordinate hurriedly reported that Ego was attacked by beasts last night. After hearing this, Exine rushed to the hospital anxiously. He asked about the condition of Novian's people. Xiao Si rushed forward, accusing that Ego ended up like this because of chasing after him. "Weren't you supposed to be investigating the culprit?" Exine felt guilty. "Is all this my fault?" Joey called out to Xios. He raised his fist, saying, "He's not my brother." Exine didn't dodge. "It's because of me that brother AI got hurt." Joey grabbed Xios' wrist, threw him aside. "Your sister is lying in there. Behave yourself." Xios protested angrily, saying they protected Exine just for his abilities. Joey was silent for a moment. He told Exine, "I'll be your father for life. Even if you become someone else's subordinate, that won't change." Exine asked coldly, "What's the point of saying this now?" Joey said, "You can't escape the Novian family. Don't let Ego's sacrifice be meaningless." The stepmother asked shockingly what that meant. Exine turned to leave. "You're still so absurd." Xios angrily questioned if they were using guilt to force him home. Seeing his silence, Xios clenched his fists. "Since you're willing to use Ego as a bargaining chip." Then he shouted at Exine, "If anything happens to Ego, I'll make you pay with your life." Exine left the hospital. Saw Luo E suddenly arrived. Exine pretended nothing happened. happened. Luo Yi interrupted, asking about the Novian family situation. Xian stiffened, apologizing, saying something happened. Luo Yi told him not to apologize. No one wanted this to happen. Luo Yi heard about last night's unpleasant dinner. Seeing his poor state, he didn't say more. Luo Yi told him to wait in the car while he gathered information. Xian felt helpless, causing trouble for Luo Yi again. At the underground party, Yer was meeting with werewolf mercenaries, said they could treat the capital as their cafeteria tomorrow. Responsible for diverting the new government's attention. Also provided a list, saying the bounty would double for killing people on it. The Gemini brothers saw Xian's name on the list and expressed his liking for it. Xian sat anxiously in the car, waiting for Luo Yi. He comforted him, saying Ego was out of danger. Xian sighed in relief. Luo Yi added that Xios found him just in time. Xian asked if anyone witnessed the culprit. Luo Yi replied they could only confirm it was a humanoid creature capable of parkour. Xian said they needed to find a way to meet this person who could evade all patrols. Luo Yi agreed, saying he had the same thought. However, he asked, Xian, are you not pushing yourself too hard? Xian firmly said he must find the culprit quickly. Luo Yi consoled him, saying catching the culprit wasn't one person's responsibility. Don't pressure yourself too much. He didn't listen and asked about Lilia's situation. Luo Yi replied they should have news about the beast tomorrow. Xian said there wouldn't be problems. They must protect everyone. Luo Yi encouraged him, saying everything would be fine once he adjusted his state. Sak lay on the bed, frustrated, saying if Xian knew he indirectly hurt Ego, he would be hated. Gemini said he was already hated. Sak wanted to make it up to him. Gemini said he doesn't come anymore and changed guards. Sak wanted to find him actively. His brother reminded him that coming uninvited would be disliked. Sak worriedly said if he was also attacked, would Xian stop being angry? Gemini was shocked and dumbfounded. Xios was giving instructions to the defense team. Xian came with his people, telling him he would work together from now on. Xios couldn't believe it. Xian said his rank was higher. Resistance was futile. Xios said his troops wouldn't listen to him. Xian stepped forward, telling him not to be stubborn. As they were at a standoff, someone reported the team was attacked. Only a few survived. It was two bipedal beasts. Xian told him to quickly take him to the scene. Indeed, there were eaten corpses everywhere. Why this sudden massacre? Was it related to the underground party? The Gemini brother gestured from above. This was just a greeting. You're next. A subordinate rushed into Luo Yi's office, reporting news about the underground organization. Xian also came to report the street tragedy. After hearing this, Luo Yi gathered all new government leaders to announce two pieces of news. Intelligence personnel had feedback, and the patrol team was attacked, with 27 casualties. Fry asked if the culprit was related to the underground organization. Luo Yi pulled out intelligence, mentioning biological weapons, enhancement drugs, and werewolf killings. Also included was a detailed map of the underground party's location. This intelligence was quite reliable. The new government no longer needed Lilia. Reiner reminded them now wasn't the time to be excited. 3 conspiracies, each a major shock to the capital. Fry said the mercenaries were probably trying to cover up the drugs and biochemical weapons. They shouldn't focus all attention on that. Luo Yi agreed and proposed to personally lead troops to raid the underground organization's hideout. Lord was shocked, saying deploying troops without clear intelligence was too rash. Luo Yi said if not for Kalilia's arrangement, their intelligence agents would still know nothing. This was a chance to counterattack. He would only strike after proper reconnaissance in the area. Fry asked how confident he was. Only 50%. Luo Yi insisted that if not resolved, Yar's new government would lose its shine. Xian was the first to support him, saying he would be responsible for defending the capital. Everyone else agreed too. After the meeting, Xian casually said he didn't expect direct military action. Though risky, he would definitely support it. Luo Yi patted his shoulder, entrusting the capital to him. Xian patted his hand back, telling him not to worry. Just then, Lord rushed over to stop him. Xian knew to step aside and left first. Lord was angry about Luo Yi's unilateral decision to lead troops. This decision was dangerous. What if it was Yar's trap? Luo Yi said opportunities were rare. He'd rather take the risk. Lord offered to lead the troops instead. Luo Yi refused. He asked how to explain to Du Xiaoshang if something happened. Luo told him to think more about himself, saying he would stay safe and the capital needed him too. Lord asked one last time if he would persist. Luo said he wouldn't accept objections. Lord told him to explain to Du Shaoxing himself. Du Shaoxing felt nauseous. Was his previous illness not fully healed? Du Shaoxing was worried. Luo hadn't been home for several days. Du Shaoxing prayed everything would be all right. One day when Du Shaoxing returned home, the butler said Luo was waiting. Du Shaoxing excitedly rushed to him. Luo patted his head, asking how he'd been. Du Shaoxing complained he hadn't been home for days. Luo said things were going well lately. Du Shaoxing happily said artificial blood research was almost complete. The butler interrupted, saying dinner was ready. Luo had arranged a candlelight dinner. To not spoil the mood, Du Shaoxing even ate rare steak. After eating, he got sick and vomited. Du Shaoxing explained his poor appetite lately. Luo told him not to rush the artificial blood research. Seeing Du Shaoxing had lost weight, he worriedly wanted to call a doctor. Shortly after, Luo confessed his plan to raid the underground organization's headquarters. Du Shaoxing was shocked, asking why such a big decision wasn't discussed with him. Luo apologized, saying these matters were urgent. After understanding everything, Du Shaoxing became more worried. Only a 50% chance of success, yet Luo still apologized. Du Shaoxing interrupted, saying he supported it but wanted to come along. He stood up suddenly and felt dizzy. Luo refused due to his health condition, telling him to wait obediently. Du Shaoxing hated how weak his body was now. Back in their room, Du Shaoxing hugged Luo saying he wanted to hold him forever. Luo told him not to tease. Du Shaoxing asked why not, pushing him down on the bed, looking down at him, saying he didn't want to rest, just wanted to look at him longer. Luo turned over and comforted him, saying they had many days ahead. The next day, when Du Shaoxing woke up, the bed beside him was empty. After getting up, he still felt nauseous. The maid said Luo had instructed them to take good care of him. Luo had already departed. Looking at the needle marks on his hand, Du Shaoxing asked Lanli if he still had fish poison. Lanli smiled and congratulated him, saying he was pregnant. Everyone around was congratulating him. Du Shaoxing happily rubbed his belly, delighted it was their child. His complexion wasn't good. This shouldn't happen at this time. Lanli comforted him, saying the timing was perfect. If anything happened, he'd still have something to look forward to. Du Shaoxing gripped the sheets tightly. No, he would definitely return safely. Lanli and the maid looked confused. Du Shaoxing remembered last night's events, which only relevant personnel knew about. He quickly said it was nothing, then asked if Luo knew about this. Lanli said he left after calling him. It would be better if you told him yourself. Lanli told him to focus on taking care of himself. Luo had already reached the valley. During the day, Lanli had told him he could use his special ability, just needed to be careful. Luo clenched his fists. This would increase their chances of success. The scouts reported that the headquarters was just ahead. Pulin was searching in Yar's office, looking for relevant intelligence. Usually no one would come at this time, but the door opened. Someone said the virus-carrying rats were ready. Before they could say more, they discovered someone eavesdropping. Lilia arrived at the dungeon. Yar was torturing the captured Pulin, but she refused to say anything. Lilia stepped forward to stop it, saying Pulin would die if they continued. Yar had planned to use Lilia to send false information to the new government, but was outmaneuvered instead. As they were taking Lilia away, she struggled and said she knew this spy. She had a way to make her talk. Let her try. Lilia stepped forward, saying she never expected to see her here. Pulin could only say sorry. Lilia said no apology was needed. She never trusted her, had always suspected she was a spy. Pulin was somewhat surprised. Lilia sighed, saying they never trusted each other, just used one another. Pulin sincerely said she really hoped she would get on the right path. Lilia told her to stop acting at this point. Pulin warned not to try providing false intelligence to the new government, saying that way she could still get the antidote. Lilia said the new government never counted on her. They had Pulin after all. Her poison was already cured, as they had excellent researchers here. Pulin smiled and said she was glad she was okay. Lilia grabbed Pulin's collar, asking what she meant. Was she trying to escape by appealing to her sympathy? Poulin said she never thought that way. Lilia said she could live if she submitted to them. Poulin shook her head, blood trickling from her mouth. Lilia panicked, asking what she had done to herself. Poulin said she was prepared to die since accepting the mission. She was about to say she was content being able to see her in her final moments. The scouts reported the terrain was easily defensible but hard to attack, with heavy security on the west side. The intelligence was true, and they said the informant was probably in trouble. Luo Yi said if exposed, they might not follow the plan and should stay alert. Joey came forward asking about the situation. Luo Yi said he heard everything just now. Joey said they should be honest now. Luo Yi said sarcastically that even family members aren't always honest. They should just keep it professional. Then he apologized, saying his tone was harsh because of Joey's identity. Joey admitted he hadn't fulfilled his duties as a father. Luo Yi asked if interests were more important than family ties. Joey said he had no choice, and returning to the family was up to Xin. Luo Yi asked if he was sincere. He said his words couldn't change their judgment, and asked him to continue taking care of Xin if he believed him. Luo Yi said he was wrong. Xin had always been the one taking care. Xin was patrolling the streets, wanting to quickly solve the capital's case to help Luo Yi at the front. Suddenly, screams came from the street. The twin stars appeared before Xin and called out his name. Xin sized up the werewolves before him. Since they knew his name, they must be targeting him. He raised his knife, asking if they were the ones causing massive casualties. After receiving confirmation, Xin understood that anyone who could instantly kill fully armed soldiers would be troublesome. Hughes, behind him, heard they treated lives like snacks and charged forward angrily. They easily dodged and kicked him away. The twin stars planned to eliminate everyone else present first. Xin quickly activated his ability to protect most people. Using his ability over a large area would drain his energy, and more people meant more disadvantage to him. Then he ordered his subordinates to evacuate with the wounded. One werewolf tried to stop them from escaping. With one swipe, he cracked Xion's protective barrier. Xion quickly told Hughes to leave with the others, but Hughes wanted to stay. Xion told him to consider his own strength and the soldiers' lives. After a moment, Hughes left with his men, leaving only Xion. The twins focused their attacks on his barrier. After holding out for a while, the barrier finally shattered. The two excitedly moved forward to attack him. Ming Jiyin reported finding a hidden cave ahead. Luo Yi guessed it was one of the underground party's entrances, then asked if he was ready. Ming Jiyin nodded. Xion was struggling fighting 2-on-1 and was already wounded. He asked if the twins were sent by the underground party. During the fight, the older twin sneak attacked from behind, kicking Xion to the ground, grabbing his shoulder, saying he'd tell him after one bite. Just as he was about to bite, a silver needle flew by, barely grazing the older werewolf's face. Du Xiaolin appeared on the street, calling out Brother Xion. Du Xiaolin went to help the injured Xion, who told him to leave quickly. He didn't listen and used witchcraft to heal Xion. Xion was surprised that Xiaolin had the same ability as Du Xiaoxing. The werewolf brothers saw another magic user had arrived, decided to have an extra snack. Xion rushed forward, activating his barrier again. He told Du Xiaoling he'd been a great help. Backup was coming soon, and told him to run. Du Xiaoling took off his coat, tied up his long hair, saying he couldn't listen this time. He drew the dagger from his waist, pointed it at the werewolf brothers, and said he was the backup. Xion was stunned. This familiar presence was the mysterious person who saved him before. They fought side by side. Xion asked for an explanation after this was over. Du Xiaolin agreed. At the valley, Ming Jiyin led people to scout the cave first. The group quickly killed the masked guards at the entrance, then changed into their clothes. Ming Jiyin placed explosives in the corridor. Just then, a patrol discovered him with the explosives and asked which unit he was from. Before he could finish speaking, Ming Jiyin killed him and ordered those behind him to speed up. They couldn't let things be exposed, or the battle plan would fail. After setting up, Ming Jiyin sent the bombing signal. Luo Yi checked the time. Things were going smoothly, an hour ahead of schedule, then ordered his subordinates to open fire. With the explosive's power, They really leveled the mountaintop. But based on the bodies collected by subordinates, Luo Yi noticed something strange. There were too few. Just then, someone reported finding a cave entrance with Ming Zhiyin's injured group inside. The medic was bandaging the severely wounded Yin. Luo Yi looked at the cave entrance. They must have been prepared since the informant was exposed. Joey volunteered to lead troops down for reconnaissance. On the street, Du Xiaoling leaped onto the younger werewolf's head. The dagger slashed across his face, shattering the mask on his face. The older werewolf quickly broke away from fighting with Xian. Xian was shocked. Though their builds were different, their faces resembled the circus twins. The older werewolf covered his brother's wound, looking at Du Xiaoling, saying he's quite capable to hurt his brother. Xian raised his knife, demanding to know their connection to the circus twins. The older werewolf removed his mask, admitting their identity. Xian was surprised, saying he had confirmed before. The older brother explained they were subspecies who could control their appearance. Xian saw they came from afar just to kill for the underground party. Angrily charged forward again. Du Xiaoling supported him with witchcraft from behind. Suddenly, the accelerated Xian cut the older werewolf's arm. As he was about to retaliate, lightning struck between them. Sack had arrived. Xian put his knife to Sack's throat, ignoring his jokes, using him to threaten the twins to surrender. The older werewolf laughed. Clearly Sack didn't know these were the twins either. He quickly explained he was unaware. The werewolf brothers didn't care. Sack continued forward, had to use his power again aggressively. Sack asked when they betrayed him. The older werewolf said they never belonged to anyone. Behind them, Du Xiaoling was becoming exhausted. Xian released Sack, letting him join the fight to prove his innocence. The younger werewolf worried 3 against 2 wasn't good. The older werewolf attacked Du Xiaoling, saying it's still 2 on 2. He's out of breath. Du Xiaoling was slammed against the wall. Xian angrily attacked the older werewolf, who struck Du Xiaoling. Just then, Luoda arrived with reinforcements. Seeing his brother's mask was also broken, the older werewolf told Xian to investigate the Hua Research Institute, then left with his brother. Xian asked those behind to take care of Du Xiaoling, then chased after them. Luoda stopped Du Xiaoling, who wanted to follow, telling her to leave it to him. After settling people down, they gave chase. Sack looked back at Du Xiaoling. She was also coldly staring at him. After escaping their pursuers, they turned to see Mr. L, who accused them of exposing their source. The older werewolf said this was revenge for being set up. Unexpectedly, he was countered with a slash. The sewers were swarming with rats. Du Xiaoshan was worried. Just then, the maid saw many rats and screamed. Watching the rats actively attack people, Du Xiaoshan stepped in to kill them. Something wasn't right. There were abnormally many rats. Xian chased until dawn, but they still got away. Luoda asked him to treat his wounds, knowing his determination, and mentioned Du Xiaolin. Xian was moved and asked Luoda to notify him of any news. The hospital was in chaos. All patients were bitten by rats. Some even lost their lives. Xian was shocked, wondering if this was the plague. Du Xiaoling appeared behind with a medical box, calling out Brother Xing. She saw his blood-stained clothes, remembering his wounds weren't treated. Xing assured it was just a surface wound. Du Xiaoling pulled him outside, insisting on treating him. Watching her use witchcraft to heal him, Xian asked when she learned skills like Du Xiaoshan's. Du Xiaoling explained it was probably due to their shared bloodline. During the war 2 years ago, she had to adapt. Xian felt heartache, wondering what she'd been through these 2 years. Du Xiaoling apologized for keeping its secret so long. Xian pressed his forehead against hers, saying he's glad she can handle herself now. He emphasized she should tell him about dangers, not wanting her to risk alone, fearing losing her. Du Xiaoling blushed, saying she hoped to stand beside him and fight together in the future. After encouraging each other, Du Xiaolin said she needed to go back to help. Xian asked why she had a medical box. She answered the hospital was busy. She knew some medicine, so stayed to help. Xian told her to take care and asked about Sack. Du Xiaolin told him Sack was taken for investigation, hesitantly asking if Xian trusted him. Xian wasn't sure. He could only hope for fewer enemies. Someone called Du Xiaolin to help, and they said goodbye. Xian arrived at AIG's ward. His subordinate reported they couldn't find the werewolf brothers. Last night, many virus-carrying rats flooded into the capital. The institute and hospital were already researching related medicines. Xian suddenly remembered Lonley's joke. He ordered an investigation of the Eva Institute. Luai waited at the cave entrance. Joey hadn't returned all night. Could something have happened? Luai recalled his conversation with Lonley. Asked the military doctor if he could use abilities now. The doctor asked if he had taken any forbidden drugs. Luai naturally hadn't, but related components were detected in his blood. Luai asked if it was from the previous fish poison. The doctor said Lonley wouldn't misdiagnose. He could probably use abilities, but not excessively. Luai came to the cave entrance, planning to investigate personally. Du Shaoxing looked at the desolation outside, feeling anxious. He couldn't stay uninvolved anymore. The maid saw Du Shaoxing changing clothes, knowing he wanted to go out. She tried to stop him, mentioning the plague. He said he could help develop medicine. He couldn't hide while watching others suffer. After the maid compromised, she gave him protective medicine. Du Shaoxing suddenly saw Luoyi's medicine was still at home. The maid wondered if he forgot it. Du Shaoxing asked her to bring that too. Xin was worried. He wanted to help Luoyi in the capital, but so many things happened. Subordinates reported finding many rats in the sewers, but the extermination team was overwhelmed by their numbers. Xin told them to protect the surface sewers first while he thought of a solution. Xin went to the embassy and brought Sak out. He said he'd personally vouch for him and needed a favor, asking him to help electrocute the rats in the sewers. Sak said after completing this, Xin must grant him one condition. Xin hesitantly agreed, as long as it didn't violate his principles. Sak said he'd tell him the condition later. Sak directed lightning into the sewers. A burning smell emerged, showing it was effective. But the sewers were vast, requiring considerable time. A subordinate rushed to report feedback from the Eva Institute investigation. In the Research Institute, Du Shaoxing had concealed his pregnancy. Lonley told him not to force himself. Their new sample injection worked on lab mice. It also showed effects in relieving patients' symptoms, just as everyone was about to relax. Xin knocked on the door, needing to take Lonley to the new government. At the new government, the leader was interrogating him about the Eva Institute and the mysterious personnel. Lonley said he had heard of this mysterious research facility, but he wasn't clear about L. Xin pulled out a photo and held it in front of him, asking if he recognized the person in it. Lonley's expression changed, but still answered he didn't know. Xin continued saying that investigation revealed this illegal institute had produced many terrifying murderous monsters. It was destroyed in an explosion 5 years ago. The photo found in the ruins after great effort. The young man in it is you, isn't it? Lonley said this was just speculation, without denying it, but in special times, all suspicious persons must be controlled. Developing medicine to relieve symptoms in just days is almost impossible unless you understand the virus structure. Making antidotes is good, but there's a possibility you're connected to the underground party. Lonley smiled, saying they were too sensitive. The coincidences were just coincidences. Seeing he wouldn't cooperate with the investigation, Leonard had to detain him first. Du Shaoxing caught up with and called out to Xin, asked what happened recently and why Lonley was taken away. Xin explained Lonley might be connected to underground organizations. He asked what Lonley said. Xin indicated he wouldn't say anything. Du Shaoxing wanted to ask him personally. Xin agreed. Lonley saw him and said he didn't expect to meet here. Du Shaoxing sent Xin away, wanting to talk privately. After Xin left, Du Shaoxing asked if he could trust him. Lonley said as his university professor, he had never lied to him. Du Shaoxing then asked, what about Luoyi? Lonley fell silent, then asked if he wanted to hear a story. In the war, Lonley's home was bombed. Lonley's mother fled with him. His mother sacrificed herself to protect him. Countless died unjustly in the war. Someone captured many orphans, took them to the Eva Institute. They lived meaninglessly at others' mercy. Everyone was experimental subjects, but some restless ones secretly plotted. Years later they escaped. Outside wasn't ideal either. Lonley parted ways with the werewolf brothers. Unable to continue, Lonley collapsed on the street. When he woke up, a kind family had adopted him. Slowly he emerged from the shadows. War spread to his new home. His family was killed. Lonley fled with his sister. But finally his beloved sister was killed by vampires. Looking at the vampire he killed, Lonley with the corpse developed many drugs that could kill vampires. Growing stronger, he met the werewolf brothers again. They partnered to destroy the once-detested research institute. He He became a mysterious figure moving between legal and illegal worlds. Du Xiaoxing asked if he was the protagonist. After Lon Li's vague answer, he leaned close and placed Luoyi's real key in his hand, then knocked him unconscious. Xiaoxing said he wanted to see how long this kingdom built on love could last. After placing Du Xiaoxing safely, Lon Li left the dungeon. On the roof, the werewolf brother asked if he wasn't tired of looking at that photo for over 10 years. Lon Li threatened to kill him if he dared steal and misplace his things again. The brother said he'd already been stabbed once. That should be enough. Xin came to the dungeon to wake the unconscious Du Xiaoxing, telling him Lon Li had escaped. Du Xiaoxing blamed himself for being careless. Xin consoled him, saying Lon Li would have escaped anyway. Du Xiaoxing, holding the key, asked about the situation outside. Xin replied everything was improving and told him to go to the hospital for a checkup. Just then, a subordinate urgently reported the latest news from the assault team. Most people who entered the cave hadn't returned after 2 days. Support personnel had requested backup. Du Xiaoxing stopped Xin as he was about to leave, asking to go with him. He said Xin must understand his feelings. Plus, being a white witch, he could help. Xin agreed. 2 days ago, Joey led people into the cave to plant explosives. Suddenly, they reached a very spacious hall. Just as he warned everyone to be alert, all surrounding doors sealed shut. Many virus-infected rats suddenly surged from below. Luoyi came to the sealed door. Luowen reported to him that everyone had been bitten by virus-carrying rats. They tried using explosives to open the door. Luoyi told them to step back while he tried using his blade. This time the door really opened. Along with the fragments came a group of rats. After Luoyi continued killing them with his blade, he had medics tend to the wounded. Then the hall's other doors opened, and a group of people surrounded them. Yer stepped out praising Luoyi, saying he could deal with biological weapons so easily. Yer said he gave them 2 choices, die or join them. Luoyi raised his knife, smiling as he said he chose to send them to hell. Xin led soldiers out from the city gate. Du Xiaoxing rubbed his belly looking at the saddle, asked if he could ride in the carriage. Xin hesitantly agreed. When the group reached the valley, it was already dark. Seeing Du Xiaoxing nauseously vomiting, Xin asked if he was carsick. Du Xiaoxing covered up saying he was fine, then asked about Lon Li's handling policy. Xin replied that previous suspicions had been confirmed. The new government had sent people to investigate. His crimes were unforgivable. Du Xiaoxing was very sad. They once trusted each other, but he did such things. Regardless of his reasons, he couldn't forgive him. Xin told him not to think too much. The priority now was to help Luoyi win. They were almost there. Luoyi clutched his neck. Just a few blade moves and his body couldn't handle it anymore. Something was definitely wrong with the medicine. Yer controlled arrows in the air and swung them at him. Luoyi wanted to end it quickly and used his blade again. This time his blood vessels bulged grotesquely. His vision was becoming blurry, his body somewhat out of control. Luowen tried to step forward. Yer held his shoulder and welcomed Luoyi to join them. Luowen stepped forward in disbelief to question. Luoyi swung his knife at his right arm. Yer remarked that thanks to Mr. L's medicine, Luoyi was probably the most powerful weapon he had ever controlled. Yer whispered in his ear, "Kill them." Luoyi used his blade against his subordinates. Fortunately, Xin arrived in time and used his ability. Joey shouted. Xin looked elsewhere without answering. The smoke cleared. Xin and Du Xiaoxing were both shocked looking at Luoyi across from them. He was about to rush over. Joey stopped him, saying Luoyi was being controlled as a weapon by the enemy. Both were shocked after hearing this. Indeed, Luoyi attacked Xin and Du Xiaoxing as well. Du Xiaoxing shouted for him to wake up. Yinner said it was useless. The long-term medication had penetrated to his bones. Ekin angrily said it must be Lon Li's doing. Du Xiaoxing recalled yesterday's events. As Xin was about to reorganize the troops, he stopped him. Said Lon Li admitted there was a problem with Luoyi's medicine and gave him the real one. Xin was anxious. Wouldn't that mean Luoyi was in danger? Du Xiaoxing nodded. He wanted to use the time while Xin reorganized troops to test the medicine's components. After testing, Du Xiaoxing told him the medicine showed no problems. If necessary, they could take a gamble. Under Luoyi's constant wind blade attacks, Xion's protective shield was cracking. He turned to Du Xiaoxing saying, perhaps now was that necessary moment. He nodded, fortunately responsible for diverting attention. The success rate would be higher. Du Xiaoxing held the dagger. Under wind pressure, long-distance shots would be inaccurate. He could only inject at close range. Just as he was about to act, Yer behind him threw rocks at him. Du Xiaoxing couldn't dodge in time and was knocked down. Yer snatched the medicine and held it in his hand. This is the medicine you developed. Xin rushed forward to grab it, but missed. Yer crushed the medicine, telling them not to fantasize about breaking the control. Xin stepped forward, saying the best way to break it was to kill the controller. Yer was fighting with Xin. Du Xiaoxing watched the out-of-control Luoyi. He was trembling. Was he also struggling to control his consciousness? But he was still attacking while Du Xiaoxing kept trying to persuade him. The dagger in his hand was knocked away. Du Xiaoxing had no choice. He held Luoyi's face and kissed him. Taking this chance, he injected the newly made medicine from yesterday into his neck, then placed his hand on his belly, whispering that he and the baby were waiting for him to return. Luoyi's eyes regained clarity. Luoyi called out Xiaoxin. He couldn't hold on anymore and slid to the ground. Luoyi supported him, but saw blood trickling down beneath his skirt. Could it be the baby? Du Xiaoxin nodded. Luoyi apologized to him, looking at Yer behind them. Luoyi used his blade to counterattack. Xin was happy that Luoyi finally regained consciousness. Yer was surprised he could break the control, but said the previous poison was still active and he wouldn't last much longer. Luoyi told Du Xiaoxing he would get him out soon. Du Xiaoxing clutched his belly, blood flowing down his legs. He encouraged himself and the baby to hold on. Luoyi asked Xin to protect everyone from behind. Xin was worried about his condition. Yer asked if Luoyi using the blade now meant he planned to die together with them. Luoyi told him to shut up and go to hell. The enemy was eliminated, but Luoyi couldn't hold on anymore. Blood gushed from his neck. Xin quickly supported him, telling him not to move. Luoyi looked ahead. Yer was still alive. He tried to struggle, but was struck in the heart by flying silver needles from afar. Before dying, he saw his killer was Lonely. With such high concentration of holy water, he couldn't recover. Luoyi gave him the final blow. Yer closed his eyes. After everything ended, just as Xin was about to say something, the bricks above started collapsing. He quickly activated his protective shield, telling others to get out. Luoyi carried Du Xiaoxin and ran outside. Xiaoxin, you must be okay. Luoyi reached outside. Although his injuries were severe, he still insisted the military doctor treat Du Xiaoxing first. After examination, the doctor said it was threatened miscarriage. Xin and Luoyi were both shocked. Xin blamed himself, saying he shouldn't have let him come. Luoyi didn't blame him, saying he must have deliberately hidden it. The doctor explained reluctantly that it was already difficult for humans to carry vampire children. He had overworked himself. It would be hard to save both. Luoyi emotionally demanded they must save them both. At that moment, the wound on his neck reopened. The doctor rushed to treat his wound. Before fainting, Luoyi emphasized if they couldn't save both, they must save Du Xiaoxin. In his dream, his parents and brother were beside him. Gradually, his parents faded away. Luoyi fearfully grabbed Luota's sleeve. His brother led him forward, promising to always stay with him. Luoyi pulled him along to walk together. From childhood to youth, Luoyi saw clearly who was before him. Du Xiaoxing was smiling gently at him. In his haze, Luoyi heard people nearby. The doctor was urging Du Xiaoxin to give up the baby, saying his body couldn't handle it. Xin also used his own mother as an example. Du Xiaoxing said he was a white witch with better constitution. Luota rationally stated that his current condition was worse than normal people. Du Xiaoling worriedly knelt down, holding her sister's hand, begging, "Please don't let us lose you, okay?" Du Xiaoxing was also in pain. She wanted to be alone for a while. Xin took Xiaolin out. Du Xiaoxing came to Luoyi's window, asked what she should do. They finally had a child, but now she had to sentence it to death? Luoyi's fingers moved slightly. Du Xiaoxing was surprised, then said she had made her decision. Luoyi suddenly woke up begging, "Don't do anything foolish." How long had he been asleep? The little girl beside him called out Papa happily, saying Papa's awake. Luoyi was confused. Papa? Luoyi paniked. The child was saved, but what about Xiaoshan? Angela patted Luoyi's head, asking if he felt unwell. The door opened. It was Lotta scolding him for frightening the tutor again. Seeing Luoyi getting up, he asked about his condition. Luoyi quickly asked about Du Xiaoshan. Angela interrupted, saying she would take Papa to find Mama. After getting out of bed, Luoyi was still unsteady. Luota said even vampires shouldn't get up so quickly. He would help him adjust first. With his brother's support and daughter's guidance, Luoyi went outside. They saw Du Xiaoxin napping in a garden rocking chair. Luoyi let go, saying he wanted to walk to him by himself. Angela wanted to join too, so they walked walked over together. Luoi cupped Du Xiaoxin's face to wake him up. Luoi told him this wasn't a dream anymore. He was still confused. Angela also said Papa was really awake. Luoi hugged him, saying sorry for letting him bear everything alone for so long, thanking him for bringing Angela. Du Xiaoxing patted their daughter's head, saying Angela was heaven's gift. Thank heaven for its blessing. Angela's name means angel. She was already 3 years old. Luoi was surprised he had slept for so long. When he saw the child, he thought he wouldn't see you again. Both of them surviving wasn't just a miracle. Du Xiaoxing told him that on the day of delivery, he saw Lan Li who saved him. It was all arranged. The chief surgeon slept through the night in the clinic. Luoi said it's good that mother and daughter were safe. Du Xiaoxing asked about your being hit by a mysterious weapon, if his roommates saw anything. Luoi recalled Lan Li's figure, only saying fate has its own way. Du Xiaoxing told him about the past 3 years. The fugitives were no longer a threat. The new government was still dealing with war aftermath. The developed blood packs were effectively promoted. Now they were truly moving towards peace. Sak stayed in the capital for his contribution to plague control and became a foreign lecturer at the university. Xin told Sak not to hang around him as Xiaolin might misunderstand they were buying ingredients for a family dinner. At this moment, Luoi's family arrived. Angela greeted everyone. Sak's gender continued to be misunderstood. Everyone was charmed by her cuteness. The roommates were also greeting. Ming Jian watched their figures and quietly left. Xin and Xiaolin were walking home after buying ingredients. Ager rushed up to stop them. Hughes shyly asked him to show up at the next family gathering. Xin asked why they were also nearby. Ager apologized for waiting here, just wanted him to come home for dinner. Seeing Du Xiaoling, they said Xin might not be comfortable alone and invited her too. Du Xiaoling said she might not be suitable for a family gathering. Xin hesitantly said he would think about it. The Ager siblings happily said they looked forward to her response. Lilia and Poulin passed by Luoi's family car. They came to the capital to purchase supplies. Lan Li and the werewolf brothers were still hiding in the capital. The family dinner was filled with joy. Everyone had found their place to belong. From then on, Luoi's family finally lived happily together.